The young man opened his eyes in shock, clutching his pounding head, and jumped up and realized he was lying on the sofa. He did not understand what was happening. But after looking around, Jan seemed to realize he had returned to South Korea in 2020. The country was not yet doomed. Below the apartment building where Jahan lived, people were bustling about. Kids were happily playing. Jian's feelings were truly indescribable, as he had really reincarnated back to 3 years ago. Jen reached out to open the status window for a check. At this moment, he was only level 2. A satisfied smile appeared on Jan's face that he could hardly contain. This was truly his opportunity. If he used the knowledge from his previous life, he could completely change the future in this life. Thinking this, Jan felt filled with determination. He did not know why he had a chance to start over. But if that was the case, this time he would definitely protect everyone. Jan still clearly remembered that in 2020, South Korea was still very stable. They had one of the strongest players in the world, ranked 11th globally, and considered the 3rd strongest in the world. That man was famously known as the Sword King, Jun Se-jin. Se-jin was a source of pride and a national treasure for South Korea, thanks to his achievements as the strongest warrior. South Korea consistently maintained a high rank in the continental tournaments. They could even reach higher ranks. However, in July 2020, Jun Jin announced he had changed his name to Ichu and immigrated as a Japanese citizen, joining the Japanese Defense Forces. This event shocked the entire nation that year, and Jihan had returned right on this fateful day. The news was broadcasting a live press conference of Jin. He sat in front of the TV screen, and even after a long time, he felt uncomfortable every time he saw that wretched face. After Jin left the country, everything plunged into chaos. Many people were worried about South Korea's ranking in the tournaments, and their concerns were indeed not unfounded, because Jihan knew that afterward, South Korea, which had always been in the top ranks of East Asia, would suffer consecutive defeats, and the country would plummet in rank. But the Koreans at this time obviously could not know the future like he did. Some experts even stated that the ranking would not change too much because besides Jin, there were still many other talents and rising stars. Jan watched until this point and turned off the TV, because he knew that his country would soon be destroyed as the experts remained engrossed in this false sense of security. The truth was, no one with talent like Jun Jin would appear afterward. Perhaps everything would have been different if South Korea had time to prepare. However, fate was incredibly ruthless. At first, it was just a game, nothing more. But 2 years after the Galaxy Cup started, it turned into a real survival war. If you die in the game, you will also die in real life. Monsters began to appear in low-level countries and slaughtered everything in their path. After the Sword King left, South Korea fell into a severe decline as expected, and everything slowly faded away. The survivors would often say that if the Sword King had stayed in South Korea, things might have been different. But Jun Se-jin was exactly that kind of player. And the heartbreaking truth is that he is Jihan's brother-in-law. He looked at the family photo hanging on the wall, unable to hide his anger. His hand clenched into a fist. Then he punched the face of Se-jin in that picture, shattering the frame. I am still so curious. How could you love that scumbag? He thought to himself. Would everything be different if she were still alive? The only woman in the photo was Jihan's sister. Unfortunately, she is gone. Aside from the issue of ex-Jin betraying the country, Jihan had another worry. That is, while it is great that he is back at this time, his stats are just pathetic. Honestly, this is not surprising since Jihan spent most of his past time gambling, and now that he has been reincarnated, he feels how foolish he was in the past. Because he did not realize how amazing the talent he possessed was. Humanity becomes players at the age of 18. But only a few of these players receive the gift known as talent or, in other words, innate ability. Back then, Jihan only received a low-level talent, rank F, and he used that ability to gamble, predicting the winner of each match. But at that time, Jihan did not know that the true value of this skill would only be revealed after it awakened. Fortunately, now he has come to his senses. However, these stats are really terrible. Those attributes should belong to a level 1 person. Jihan also does not understand how he managed to crawl up to level 2. Right after asking himself this question, Jihan seemed to find the answer when he saw a bottle of experience potion scattered on the table. It seems he drank this in a drunken state and accidentally leveled up. What a lucky fool. But then Jihan quickly realized another strange thing. That he had 100,000 achievement points. Although this is quite useless and not worth anything, he could not figure out why he had so many achievement points. During that time, he had not completed any achievements before entering the tournament. Jihan wondered if it was because he had reversed time that something changed, and could it be that only this thing changed? Jihan thought as he opened his item storage, and was shocked to find something called an achievement redemption voucher. It was introduced as a benefit for the last survivor, when selected to challenge again. This means that this item is only for him. This thing is also a legendary item. Jihan immediately used it. Then the system named Achievement Shop was opened. Jan felt this was so amazing it was hard to believe. He could not believe that something so wonderful had appeared in his life. And the achievement points he thought were useless and worthless now had so many benefits. For example, upgrading the shop needed 20,000 points. Increasing the status window required 10,000 points. Or adding a level 1 profession slot would also cost 10,000 points. But this made Jihan start to hesitate. Although he did not have many options right now, he still did not know what to choose. After a while, Jan decided to try upgrading the achievement shop to see what would happen. His achievement shop leveled up to level 2 and the inventory was expanded. But this was not the result Jihan hoped for, so he tried to upgrade once more. At this point, the achievement shop reached level 3, and he could add a nickname for himself. Jian sighed as he realized this did not seem very useful now. He only had 50,000 achievement points left, and if he continued upgrading the shop to level 4, he would only have 10,000 points left. It seems the higher the upgrade, the more expensive it gets. Jihan only had two choices. One was to buy the available items in the shop right now, or leave it to fate and upgrade it to level 4. However, being a reckless young man, he decided to choose the second option. After resolving to spend another 40,000 points, his achievement shop was upgraded to level 4, and this time, luck was truly on his side as a feature called emergency recovery was added. It can restore a broken item to its perfect state. After reading the notification, Jihan's mouth twitched, hardly able to hide his smug smile. This was too good to be true. This is why I can stop gambling. I just have to hit the jackpot to feel bad, he muttered. Then, Jihan confirmed his fingerprint and entered Junson's gaming room. He was quite surprised that the system still recognized him as a family member and granted him access to this room even though its owner, the Sword King, was no longer here. Jian sat down in the gaming chair and began connecting to Battle.net. He was eager to test that emergency recovery feature. The first thing Jihan restored was his first key. The paintbrush of Dongfuang Sok, and a great item, had been broken. After using the feature, the brush was truly restored to its original state. It became an S-grade item, the brush of the famous scholar Dongfuang Sok, and it was also linked to the martial god. Next, Jave received a new notification in the guide that the National Gangnam event would soon begin. There were only 10 seconds left on the countdown, which made Jihan even more anxious. He hurriedly opened the status window and used the paintbrush of Dongfuang Sok. The reason Jihan could climb to the top 7 in the world in his past life and be called the martial saint was due to the combination of 3 stats: strength, agility, and health, creating a unique and rare stat. That stat was martial power, which gave him the strength of a martial artist. This brush had been neglected in his past life because it was broken. But thanks to the 2 words written with it, Jihan now had a starting point for a completely different awakening. As the countdown reached 0, Jihan officially logged into the Battle Elite tournament as a player from the Korean server. His mission this time was to survive. The mission's content was just like its name. You must survive against the monsters in the arena along with 100 other players. Once the number of players is reduced to half, the game will end immediately. Jen appeared in the arena with a paintbrush in hand. Wearing just a sleeveless shirt made him look much more disheveled compared to the other players. But in reality, it was not that important. He just wanted to know what would happen with his combat power. So Jian opened the status window, looking at the notification where strength, agility, and health had been added together to form combat power. He felt so happy he wanted to fly. He really did it, by achieving a unique stat. Jian also received an additional 10,000 points of self-accomplishment. At that moment, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief because he had regained his old powers. Currently, Jihan's combat power was only 5 points. Of course, this was just the beginning for him to reach the SSS-Level unnamed skill. But even this was enough for him to easily surpass the Bronze Cup. Then Jia received another new notification from the Battle.net system. You have logged in without connecting to the Battle link. If you do not use the connection device, you will experience 100% of the pain in-game. Jan sighed. He remembered this, a world where pain could be reduced with money. At that time, one could minimize the pain received in-game by using a connection device. The one that Jun X Jane once owned was optimized to the point where it could reduce received pain by up to 99%. Now that precious brother-in-law has changed citizenship, so Jihan will take full advantage of this. Just as he thought of this, a new notification was sent again. The system reported that the achievement window had been opened and Jiha received a limited time mission. The mission's content was to achieve first place in the tutorial, and the reward was 1,000 points of self-accomplishment. Since he had never seen a mission like this in the past. But that did not matter anymore, because for Jihan right now, this was as easy as pie. He had combat power after all. As the match began, Jihan was ambushed by another player. He targeted him thinking he was just a clueless rookie. Who would have thought that when the opponent's sword came down, Jan could easily block it with just 2 fingers. Turning around, a sly smile appeared on Jan's face. Thanks for that, for voluntarily coming here to offer your life first, right? The most refined pleasure in this game is not fighting monsters, but taking down other players. The guild is an organization that manages and supports players. While the family was caught up in the Battle.net frenzy, Countries also began investing in training players. Thanks to the competition among famous companies, many big and small guilds emerged in Korea. There was a time when they trained strong players throughout the beginning of the season. The tournament where Jihan stood was called the Bronze Cup. It was the launching pad for guilds. Returning to the current situation, after the game officially started, the guy who just ambushed Jihan carefully observed the opponents. He was a bit shaken when he saw the players at the bronze level were on a different level. This young man was named Du-hai. He is a member of the guild branch managed by the Fenin K Corporation. It is a well-known guild that boasts many rising stars. And Gu, though just an ordinary young man, got lucky to join the guild thanks to a quick level gift. While looking for a rival, Gu set his sights on Jihan, who stood out among the eager players fully equipped, dressed simply in a plain white tank top. This made Gu think Jihan was a newbie accidentally summoned, which gave him the confidence that he would be an easy target. However, as everyone saw, the person Gu considered a noob was able to easily block his sword with just 2 fingers. Gu could not believe that a newbie like him could keep up with his quick level speed. Not to mention, Jen was also very strong. The proof is that he was tightly gripping the blade, preventing Gu from pulling it back. As Gu was using all his strength to withdraw his sword, Jihan suddenly let go, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Is that all the confidence you have? You came here to participate in a gang fight with that kind of gift? Jihan asked, his tone full of disdain. Gu was severely hit by his words. Something as precious as quicker rank in Jihan's mouth was reduced to a mere gift. No different from a promotional item. Being looked down upon by a newbie like Jihan drove Gu mad. He would not allow Jihan to mock him just for blocking one of his attacks, and so he stood up again, ready to use his fastest speed to take him down. Jihan also realized that this guy was going to pour all his strength into the attack. In fact, he could not underestimate this guy's speed. He was just confident he could win. Both of them charged into a one-on-one battle. Gu attacked furiously, while Jihan skillfully dodged and weaved. He knew the feeling of everything flipping back to the past would be very strange. Suddenly having to return to level 2 made things extremely difficult for him. Although he had rich combat experience from his previous life, with his current stats, Jihan was indeed too slow compared to his opponent. However, because of his extensive battle experience in numerous arenas, Jihan could see Gu-hai's attack patterns were quite simple and predictable, thanks to reading all his movements. After dodging for a while, he found the right moment to counterattack. When the sword in his hand was knocked away by Jihan, Gu could not even believe what had just happened. While he was still dazed and stumbling back, Jihan leaped up to catch the falling sword. Next, he used Gu-hai's own sword to pierce his throat. No way. Gu screamed, but he could not stop his body from gradually collapsing. He had game over and was starting to be kicked out before disappearing from the battlefield. Gu did not forget to leave a challenge that next time they fought, he would definitely be the winner. But Jihan knew that scenario would not happen. After getting his first kill, he received 100 achievement points. The sword in Jihan's hand also vanished. This is only fair, because when a player is defeated, their weapon disappears with them. Though it is a bit regrettable, Jihan must continue to take another step forward. You should take down more than 5 to ensure your rank. But at the same time, you realize something. No one over there is fighting the monsters. In this arena in particular, and in the game in general, aside from players, there are also monsters. However, defeating a monster is only counted as 0.1 of a player kill. Therefore, you need to kill 10 monsters to count as 1 kill. That is probably why most other players will avoid the monsters and target other players instead, especially those that travel in packs like these goblins. However, the hot sweet potato that no one wants to hold ended up in Jihan's hands, because the system had given him a new quest to eliminate a horde of 30 goblins, with a reward of 500 achievement points. Although hunting monsters is not the strategy Jihan aimed for, with this reward, there is no reason for him to refuse. Monsters are still just monsters. After all, they can't compare to a real goblin he faced before. If that is the case, what is there to hesitate about? Jihan immediately accelerated to his fastest speed and charged toward them. The goblins saw a human without any gear rushing at them, and thought he was crazy. They all raised their weapons, ready to collaborate to take him down in an instant. However, Jihan wore a confident smile on his face, and his confidence was completely justified. Because right after that, Jihan used his agility to snatch 2 weapons from his opponents. He then threw the 2 axes in his hands and took down 2 goblins. Before they could even understand what was happening, Jihan continued to sweep through them with his incredible speed. It was still the same old tactic: steal weapons and strike back. In doing, Jihan caught these monsters off guard. It is not that his speed was too fast, but their speed was too slow. The frightening thing about goblins is just that they gather in large numbers and attack relentlessly. But that formation was completely shattered by Jihan, relying solely on his speed. This horde of goblins simply could not retaliate against him. The remaining goblins, seeing their comrades fall one after another at Jihan's hands, were furious. This rage drove them to surround him, seeking revenge. But of course, a seasoned warrior like Jihan would not give them the chance to execute their strategy. He struck left and then right. His speed was astonishing. The more Jihan fought, the more he provoked the goblins' fury. But at the same time, the dopamine rush made him even more bloodthirsty. Before long, only a few goblins remained standing. They initially wanted to ambush him, but they shouted loudly, making it no different from revealing their position in the bushes. Truly, these monsters have no brains. Jihan immediately broke the weapon of the goblin that attempted to ambush him. Then he grabbed an axe and charged at the opponent. But before he could attack, the axe handle broke in two. Jen can't avoid disappointment. This bunch is really terrible with their weapons. These weapons are all too weak and completely unsuitable for their size. That human's weapon is broken. Now it is time to take his life. The idiots began to panic. Then they charged from all directions to attack Dahan at once. Their stupid attack style has not changed at all. Jan just wanted to quickly end this uneven fight. He took a leap and stomped down hard, causing the ground to crack into a large hole. This is the true power of a martial saint, sending the whole crowd of idiots flying. While being knocked away like this, the idiots had no chance to retaliate. Taking advantage of the moment, Jen jumped high, grabbing a sword and an axe from those monsters, then simultaneously took down 4 of them. His lightning-fast speed left them barely able to see anything. Now only a few were left. Counting on his fingers, Jihan's victory was very close. He continued to perform an overwhelming attack, taking down 2 more idiots in the blink of an eye. In the end, only one remained standing. But this monster, after witnessing Jihan slaughter its kind from start to finish, could only mumble in horror, "He is not human. He is the real monster." That was the last thing it got to say, because right after, Jan sent it packing to meet its ancestors. After eliminating the last idiot, he completed the mission to wipe out the horde and received 500 achievement points. More importantly, Jan leveled up to level 3 right in the middle of this game. This is strange because experience points are usually calculated at the end of the game. But whatever the reason, this is quite beneficial. Jan could use it to instantly increase his stats. He did not need to think much, and immediately added points to his strength stat. After all, this is the core factor of his power. It is a unique stat combining both agility and endurance. Even if Jihan has other stats at the same level, this insane stat could at least double his capabilities compared to the others. Furthermore, there is another reason why strength is special for Jihan. When he reaches 30 strength points, he will have a chance to gain the anonymous holy skill, since in his previous life, Jihan knew just how powerful this skill is. He must obtain it as quickly as possible in this life. However, strength is also a critical weakness for him, because it is not a stat that can be easily increased. Even though Jihan added a free attribute point to strength, he did not hold much hope that it would increase quickly. Yet this time, everything seemed to change as his strength stat jumped directly by 6 points. This excessive advantage left Jihan stunned for a few seconds. Usually, he would have to accumulate experience through fighting and training to increase his strength. Adding attribute points could only maximize physical growth. However, now your combat power is increasing as easily as other normal attributes. The corner of Jan's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. This is truly amazing. Seems that reincarnation has brought you more benefits than you expected. Jan could not help but wonder what would happen if his combat power continued to rise this rapidly. And just as he was lost in that feeling of happiness, he was ambushed again. Though, it could not really be considered an ambush since Jihan was in the arena, and anyone had the right to strike at him. Just now, he was attacked by an arrow, but of course, Jen easily dodged it with his quick reflexes. And he had already caught a glimpse of the archer behind that arrow. You managed to dodge it. What a lucky bastard you are. There were 2 opponents, and judging by their outfits, one was an archer and the other a warrior. 1 offense, 1 defense, truly the perfect combination. Just like Gu hid before, they had targeted Jan because of his shabby outfit without any gear. Better finish this quickly as it is about to end. Alright, as promised earlier, whoever takes his life first will own it. Right? The 2 whispered to each other. But Jihan heard everything. It is not unusual for players to team up. In fact, it happens quite often. The purpose of the survival map is for players to fight, but there are no rules against guilds cooperating. Jan saw the badge on the archer's shoulder belonged to one of the top 10 guilds in Korea called the Guild. It seemed the opponents were not just lucky noobs like Gu He earlier. Moreover, now they had a warrior combined with an archer. This combination of melee and ranged attack was truly no joke. There were only 60 survivors left in the arena, which means the tutorial was about to wrap up. No wonder these 2 were so eager to take Jan's life. He generally disliked confrontation. Initially, Jan thought that as long as he focused on dodging, he could easily survive. But if the opponents were coming at him with such clear intent to take his life, then he probably should not think that way anymore. If you agree to have dinner with me, I will let you have his life, the warrior said. Thanks, but I will pass. The female archer replied. Seeing them flirt openly in front of Jan showed that both regarded him not as a rival, but merely as an easy target. That feeling was really annoying. Jen opened the current scoreboard. He had already claimed Go-Hai's life, then eliminated a flock of 30 eagles, totaling 4 points, just enough to put him in first place. Following him was player Lingazan with 3 kills, and the others behind him each had 1 kill. A dangerous smile appeared on Jihan's face. If those 2 clueless ones had come looking for him, then it was perfect, as he could use their 2 lives to solidify his rank. Jen saw the female archer drawing her bow to take aim, but before the arrow was ready, she was struck down by a lethal blow. Jan felt his opponent was truly lucky to be the perfect test subject for his 6 fighting skills, and he sent her off in just a second. At that moment, besides the female archer, another person also fell, reducing the number of survivors in the arena to 58. The warrior witnessed the entire scene, feeling both astonished and furious. His whole body trembled. His teeth clenched tightly together. How dare you lay a hand on that girl? Jan did not respond verbally. Instead, he took action in the arena and still thinking about flirting. Then why not just go together? With that thought, Jan quickly circled behind his opponent to launch a surprise attack. His speed had noticeably increased, so he struck the warrior. However, since he was wearing the exclusive level B armor from the guild, this slash did not take him down immediately, but instead left a deep gash at the back of his collar. It is really durable. You will never pierce it with those cheap weapons in your hands, he smugly said. But what is the cost of provoking Jihan? It is getting hit with dozens more slashes from him. Even if he could not kill him in one blow, he could still gradually crack that armor. No more flirting, just breaking B-level armor. Did you really come here just for that? This should not be happening, Jen declared after shattering his opponent's armor from behind. I think you should suffer a bit more. A scream echoed throughout the arena. Nothing changed, and Jan sent that guy off after the battle ended. Many people outside the arena watched the match, including Lion, the head of Department 3 in the guild's Human Resources Division. Next to him was Linazan, a Han's bodyguard and the second ranked after Jihan. What a relief, because this person was not summoned at the same time as her. If that were the case, instead of achieving second place, she could have been eliminated. If we encounter this person, we should avoid fighting him. I wonder if that is a good idea, Gazan replied irritably. Han chuckled softly, then reassured her. Oh come on, how could my Gazan possibly lose? Just fight him and defeat him fair and square. This is an order. We need to collect data, so just fight him. If you say so, I will comply, Gazan obediently replied. Even after Han stood up and left, Lim Gazan continued to stare at the computer screen. She felt like she had seen Jihan somewhere before. This cold-faced girl was known for possessing the guild's gifted level ability, and was also a promising member with great potential. Her performance in the battle for the crown that day even exceeded everyone's expectations. Gazan had shown that she possessed all the qualities to be in first place, but a variable occurred when Jihan appeared and debuted with an impressive 6 kills. This not only astonished Gazan but everyone else as well. They can't understand why a young guy, who just came out of nowhere and is only in middle school, ranks first. Moreover, he does not have any equipment or connections with other guilds either. The 2 guild members defeated by Jan seem to be the most heavily impacted. They have been beaten by someone who started later than them, wearing only a sleeveless shirt and sports pants, almost completely unarmed, yet possesses 6 skills in a bewildering way. That is definitely not a level that a level 2 player can reach. But no one knows what kind of monster Jihan really is. After the match, Jen returned to his comfy sofa. As expected, he ranked first in the tutorial. The reward for coming in first is a 50% experience boost, which allowed Jihan to jump directly from level 3 to levels. It seems that being a newbie is why his level increased so rapidly. But this kind of experience made Jihan feel quite satisfied. He then added the 3 attribute points he just received to his strength stat. Now his strength has increased from 9. Next, what Jan noticed was the title he received after winning the Copper Tier tutorial. It was the Guideboard Dominator. After equipping this title, all stats get an additional point, and experience is increased by 20%. Both of these benefits are only effective within the Copper Tier. Although this is just a common title, it is still pretty good. Jen decided to equip it. The system did not deceive him. His strength immediately increased by 10 points. With this stat, the entire Copper Cup will be easy as pie for him. For now, he just needs to focus on training harder to get stronger. However, when checking his information board, Jen noticed another thing. The job category he currently had empty, and the job collection was ready. Collecting a job is a crucial moment when a new player chooses their own profession. There are 4 different options: warrior, archer, mage, and support. In his previous life, Jihan chose to become a warrior. Having been through it once, it should be much easier to choose that position again this time. Moreover, he has the achievement shop he got after respawning. With this assistance, even if Jihan chooses a different profession this time, he can always add the warrior job later for just 10,000 achievement points. This is truly an unbelievable deal. Therefore, Jihan felt that there was no reason to pick the warrior profession first again. He wanted to experience something different, and thus Jan made an unexpected choice. After the first tutorial, the copper tier in the southern area continued. The next mission is to defend and protect the Crystal Guardian on the tower from the waves of attacking zombies at the foot of the tower. The battle will end if the players cannot hold at least 5 towers. Gaezun is the first to appear in the mission as an elite warrior of the branch guild. She stood on the tall tower looking down and could not help but grimace. Although this was just a game world, those zombies really looked disgusting. Soon, 2 other players appeared quickly. One was an archer, and the other was a wizard. The archer with the flashy gear belonged to the Lock Guild and looked quite composed. The other was a rather flamboyant-looking wizard. Although he was not allied with any guild, he had extremely impressive equipment. With teammates like this, Gaezun felt pretty good. However, the most important factor in this map was the supporter. This is because defense, in the end, is a measure of which side's endurance is more resilient. Therefore, the ability of the support role member was crucial for the mission. Just as Gaezun thought about this, a blinding beam of light shot down from the sky. The last support she was hoping for had arrived. But what surprised Gaezun was that this support was Jihan. This time, he was not wearing a tank top anymore, but his gear was still so shabby it was astonishing. "Is this a defense mission?" Jihan asked innocently. Back 20 minutes ago, his decision was to choose the support role, although the system warned that this role was completely unsuitable for him. Jihan still firmly chose it. The reason he chose the support role was simple. No matter how he tried to avoid it, every system warning indicated that position was not right for him. But the more something is deemed unsuitable, the more one wants to dive in. Choosing to be a support meant unlocking the Holy Power stat. This was a crucial factor needed to unlock a new special stat. However, that stat was very difficult to raise, and even with practice, it would not increase easily like other stats. So besides contributing the remaining points, there was not really any other way. However, as someone who once possessed the nameless Holy Power, and was in the process of funneling all types of attribute points into combat power to unlock it, he could not afford to waste those unused points. And Jihan knew there was another method. One that was all or nothing, and few besides him knew about it. When Jihan appeared, his 3 teammates were all extremely surprised. The one leading the guide with 6 kills chose to be a support instead of a warrior. The wizard could not help but cover his face and exclaim, "Oh my, I am about to go crazy. This is why I did not go to the guiding season. Huh? Look at all that shabby gear on him. Damn it. Are you a beggar? Do you think I spent so much money on this junk gear just to carry someone useless like you?" The opponent kept hurling insults at Jan, but he did not react at all. After all, in his previous life, he had been insulted by Americans so much that he was used to it. "You are getting a bit too hot-headed. Calm down a little." The archer in the group spoke up to mediate. But that wizard still would not let it go, getting even angrier. "Get your hands off me. You still dare to talk to me like that after seeing that poor guy's state? Oh come on. Can I just go home? I do not want to participate this time. You all figure it out yourselves." Gaezun could not hold back her comment about the noisy young wizard. She did not expect to be grouped with a gamer like Jihan. It seemed this mission was going to be tough. But just as Gaezun was trying to think of a smooth solution, she suddenly heard the wizard's whiny voice. "Hey, you let me. I told you to let me go." It turned out he was being grabbed by Jan, lifted off the ground, and then without saying a word, Jan threw this talkative guy out of the tower. Wizards are known for being fragile, and he fell right into a horde of zombies. So we can guess the outcome. The other 2 watched this scene and gasped loudly. But Jan did not seem to regret his impulsive action at all. "What do you mean, ooh? Didn't he just say that if you do not like it, then do not play anymore? Anyway, I am doing just fine without you." A desperate scream rang out, even as Jan remained indifferent, extending his hand. "Dante." The man bowed his head to the ground, pleading earnestly, "I will do my best." Juhi was sweating, shouting, "That is already too much killing." He recounted the events. The one kneeling and begging for forgiveness was Kim Gu. There must be a reason this troublesome wizard suddenly changed his attitude. A player has 3 lives in the defense game at the Bronze Cup tournament, and he respawned right after being killed by Sung Jihan the first time. He remembered saying while standing on the high wall, "Oh right, I can respawn." After that, he was killed again, and now he only had 1 life left. If he died again, was Wover? Jihan's face was cold, showing no emotion. "What are you asking for?" Ju had continued to bow his head and swore, "From now on, I will work hard." And Jan knew he would rank last. But for Goho, he gritted his teeth, promising himself that he would not come in last. If he did, he would be penalized with a level drop. and the skills he had paid for would disappear. If a player's level does not match the required skill level, that skill will be automatically removed. Jen understood Go Hai's thoughts. Look at you, changing sides so quickly. Jen mocked. Why do not you try attacking like last time? Ju Hik angrily stood up, flailing his arms and shouting. Don't you dare come near me. You bastard, Jan teased. You are really good at that fire magic. Right. His words made Gu Hike freeze in confusion. He suddenly remembered and smiled with joy. Oh right. Fire burst. Ju Hik confidently asserted that fighting against a whole army, a fire mage is very useful. He boasted. That is, by the way, I am level 15. The mocking voice echoed a challenge. I am sure you do not want to lose a talented asset like me. Gazen, watching from behind, sighed and thought to herself. They may look alike, but this is really Kim Go. Meanwhile, he was once part of one of the top 10 guilds and was respected by everyone, but Go Hei had failed 4 times in the silver rank tournament. Remembering how confidently he declared he was done with it, after that, Yu Hei went around starting fights. Back in the present, Gazen felt frustrated, accurately judging him as a failure, while Jen remained completely calm while everyone was still processing. Guid suddenly spoke up. But I have a condition. He confidently pointed at Jan, making his demand. You have to apologize for killing me, and then I will join your team. Kim Bong, hearing this from behind, chimed in. Great. Why do not we team up? Gu Eike's eyes flashed with intense anger and hatred. He cursed silently. You bastard. I am sure of it, lost in thought. Ji-hun reached out and grabbed Goha by the collar. This left him bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, Jan coldly mocked him. Are you telling me to apologize? Gu Heek still did not understand what he was saying, his face looking dazed like a confused animal. But just a few seconds later, his entire body suddenly shook violently, causing Gu Heek to scream. Wait! Ji-han wasted no time and threw him from the ground into the sky. You spoke up, saying, now they will think I am the one who started this. With that, Jen readied his weapon, preparing to fight. Gu could do nothing but let himself fall freely from the high floor, his voice screaming in despair. Just a few seconds later, the system announced, Kim Gu has died. Gazdoon, seeing this scene, was also taken aback. Jan, on the other hand, showed no special expression. He urged her to move on. Jan added that next time that bastard should understand things a little better. This event left Kim Bung behind looking stunned, realizing he was truly dead. Below the tower, dozens of zombies were still desperately climbing to the top, but then with just one command to fire, they fell in droves, engulfed in blinding flames. The group looked at the outcome, unable to hold back their admiration. Truly a fire mage. That fire really worked. We have escaped the bottom of the ranking. So should we go roast some sweet potatoes? Kim Bung exclaimed. That is why we need a mage here. What should we do next? He complained that everything would have been fine if we had Gui Sashi's support. But now you have killed him. We are about to lose because of your stupid pride. Jan did not care much, calmly opening the status window. Limited mission. Securing first place in the 10 towers with a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Then the system announced a new mission. A linked mission. This information surprised Jahan a bit. A linked mission. Mission content. Origin of the Undead. Kill 1,000 zombies yourself. Reward. 3,000 achievement points. After reading it, he could not help but sigh. Kill 1,000 of them himself. At this point, it is almost an impossible task. Jan stroked his chin in thought. But he did not want to lose those 3,000 points. In the distance, Gazen was silently observing his every move. Lim Gazen had been evaluating Sion Jahan for a while. She concluded that he was indeed the worst choice. Gazen turned away, no longer wanting to look, and thought about doing as she pleased, and his role was merely a support. Even with his character stats, not even an amateur gamer should treat teammates this way. She figured there was no reason for the guild to pursue him so eagerly. Meanwhile, Kim Bung stubbornly insisted on asking until the end. Hey. Answer me. Are you intentionally ignoring me? If you keep acting like this, then just fight on your own. Jihan was taken aback and asked in response, am I really allowed to do that? The sudden question surprised Kim Bum as well. What? You are actually thinking that you will complete the mission if you can take out the zombies alone. Gazen stepped forward, preparing to draw her weapon. I will take the lead. You cover me from behind. Gazen reassured herself. The outcome was clear, but she needed to fulfill her duty as a player. Jan, on the other hand, did not refuse and replied. All right. His answer left Gaza Johan a bit confused, unable to process it immediately. Jan further explained. When I say I will do it, I will clear the path. He reminded her to make sure to protect him. A gentle reminder that startled Kim Bum into a fit of indignation. Oh no. While the three were having a light conversation, a hand from an uninvited guest reached the edge of the building. A terrifying red golem appeared. Kim Bum was so scared he stammered. It is a blood golem. It is not like the usual zombies. Its head was made of liquid, so physical attacks would not be able to kill it. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, the blood golem jumped directly into the crowd. Jan assessed the opponent and concluded that this battle would be tough. Jihan remained extremely calm, using his lightning speed to charge straight at the blood golem, stabbing it into 100 pieces. Blood splattering everywhere. Gazen and Kim Bung were horrified by the sight. Gazen quickly recognized that it was the holy flame god's sacred power in this moment. With a cold and determined gaze, firmly gripping his weapon, prepared to attack the blood golems. They were numerous and grotesque, relentlessly charging forward, each strong and decisive blow preventing any counterattack. He decisively slammed his weapon into one side of the blood golem's face, causing it to contort in pain. Not stopping there, another one charged forward. Its eyes were fiery red, its mouth wide open, growling, wanting to devour a human. But Jaehan only needed one move with his weapon to quickly take it down. Once done, he sheathed his sword and said, "I am not sure if I can do this." Jihan moved toward the edge of the fortress, where other undead were actively climbing up, telling himself to just give it a try. Then, along with the relentless ascent of the monsters, the system announced 1,000 zombies. Mission link number of zombies killed 6 per 1,000. Jan continued fighting without rest, his determined, cold eyes decisively taking down each terrifying creature. Then, a series of notifications rang out one after another. Mission link number of zombies killed 12 per 1,000. Just as he killed the next one, another notification appeared. Mission link number of zombies killed 13 per 1,000. After a series of slashes, the mission link number of zombies killed reached 19 per 1,000. Continuing the slaughter, the mission link number of zombies killed reached 26 per 1,000. Jay noted that the physical attacks from these undead were no small matter to them. He realized that when he saw them, he could unleash a small amount of holy power and wipe them all out. Immediately after that, Jihan continued to unleash moves to take down the undead. On the other side, Gazen and Kim Bum stood frozen, watching Jihan fight, with him admiringly exclaiming, "Amazing. This support is no joke." He happily continued, "Even though he can be pretty cocky, I have to admit he is really good. Doing great. Fantastic." Gazen was completely confused about what she was seeing, thinking he was comfortably controlling the holy power, while fighting without wasting any. This level of control was truly insane. Gazen's eyes widened in astonishment. And more importantly, this guy. She continued to observe Jan's slaughter, noting that from the very beginning, he had always aimed for their heads with maximum accuracy. Under Jan's clean white shoes, the horrific undead fell one after another. The system announced that the mission link number of zombies killed had reached 27 per 1,000. Qualifying him, he stood there with the system notification as he fully understood the faith in the other world. The holy power had increased from 6 to 7 after hearing the notification. Jan smiled in satisfaction. He knew another way to increase his holy power. He looked up at the sky and exclaimed one word. Fantastic. Jan realized this and saw that it was indeed effective. Holy artifacts. They are sacred items. In 2010, when the Earth Guidance course first started, they were sold at very high prices. And it was rumored that all items contained secrets. After 10 years, no secrets were found, and their value plummeted immediately. Especially for the holy artifacts from the other world, they held no value. Many people were even unaware of their existence. However, the top-ranked third in the US, Saintess Sophia, said, "I enhance my holy power with holy artifacts from the other world." The Jihan, upon hearing this, was a bit stunned and asked back, "What?" At the top-ranked branch conference, Sophia explained that the holy power could be enhanced with holy artifacts from the other world. But after he completed the guidance course, it would no longer be effective. Jan, finding it hard to believe, asked again, "Is it really possible to do that?" She affirmed, "Of course. That is how I became a saintess." Sophia explained further, "If you hold a relic from another world for a long time and pray, you might gain sacred power. But the conditions for each relic are a bit different." Jan was surprised to hear this, rubbing his head and exclaiming, unable to believe that no one knew about such an easy method. Sophia replied, "I guess. Even if they heard the rumors about it, these relics are supplied in very limited quantities. So even if you look for them, you might not find any." Jan silently agreed. It made sense. And besides, it only worked during training. He wondered, so that is how she could possess the relics. Sophia thought for a moment and replied, "Not exactly like that. High-quality information is not known by everyone. And another player also knew about it." She recounted that someone kept buying items from another world continuously. Jay recalled the past. After he respawned in the attic apartment of the lightning sword, in the dark room, the items were piled up messily, making him realize that they were all relics from another world. All their powers had been drained, so now they were completely empty. Relics from another world, the Holy Grail of Nullification. Relics from another world, the Cross of Nullification. Relics from another world, the Pendant of Nullification. Jihan stood there looking at them and wondered, Could it be the identity of the player who collected relics from another world? Another saint he knew. That was the sister of Jan Seongjia, who accompanied Jungsin. His sister was the strongest supporter in South Korea, known to people as a hero. Although the story of her death happened in the past along with the relics she left behind, Jan hurriedly put on his coat, his face slightly sad as he remembered his sister. He looked over and found the steel staff, which was the relic that was left behind, any great item. A relic from another world. The clerics in another world strengthened their faith by hitting this staff on the heads of their cult members. Jan held it in his hand. Based on the description of the item, currently, he had smashed the skulls of the doppelgangers. The item's grade was decreasing. Daehan thought to himself, probably not much sacred power left to absorb, but it was still a perfect item to smash these things. His two teammates watching were extremely astonished. At this moment, Gazen was still stunned watching Jihan fight. She speculated. Although his physical strength was astonishing, was not his keyboard control level even more unbelievable? Kim Bum, standing next to Gazon, did not think much of it. He just kept exclaiming, "That is amazing." Kim Bung's eyes kept shining as if he had encountered a divine being. He said to Gazon, "Warrior, there is a red tower over there. It is really high level. All the way to the top 5. He kept rambling on without realizing that behind him was a blood wraith trying to bite him with its wide open mouth. "What do you think about joining and helping them?" Gazon did not think much. Immediately drawing her sword to fight, she decisively slashed a few times, her body and posture very agile and trained. It was because of Gazon's actions that caught Jihan's attention. He turned around to observe. Jihan could not help but wonder. What was wrong with that guy? I find her very familiar. You are guessing that is Lingen, the flower sword. Right. Jen fought monsters while thinking. She was once famous for the temporary title of Sword King, but did not achieve good results. Do you remember she died at the hands of the Jean Car? Somehow, I will save the flower sword once again. Lost in thought, Gazon spoke up to offer support. She suggested we could join you. Right. If we fight together, I think we can reach a higher level. Jan's cold face showed no emotion. You quietly opened the status window. Then Jan checked. Standing 5th with 398 defeats. The linked mission for the zombies was 397 per 1,000. Still a significant amount left. The system announced there was 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 67 seconds remaining. Did you realize they did not have much time left? If it is the flower sword, she can manage without you. At this moment, Kim Bung was still dazed as if he were a cow wearing a hat. Praising her, and you. Brave warrior. Our team is the best. Jen reluctantly agreed to the proposal. A team of 3 officially fighting together. You thought to let things unfold and directly leave your original position. Then Jen took off to another place, telling Gazon to handle it here. She and Kim Bung were both confused, looking with blank faces at Jihan's retreating figure. At this moment, you were letting yourself fall freely from the high castle to the ground. The iron rod in your hand shone as if infused with power. Jihan's gaze also showed clear determination. He silently promised himself to take everything and blow it all to pieces. Meanwhile, above the castle, Kim Bum was still staring blankly. He exclaimed in shock, "Oh my. We are at the top," the system reminded. "You are the last survivors. You have completed the limit mission." Standing at the top among the 10 towers, Jihan sighed, thinking, just as predicted. He wondered, is this a bit too much right now? The linked mission to kill 1,000 zombies was at 560 per 1,000. Soon after, with the game-ending notification, a teleport circle appeared under his feet. Kim Bung saw Jihan reappearing at the top of the tower and immediately thanked him for the support. "Thank you so much. That was amazing." Jen did not really care about him at all. You thought that once you got stronger, you would try again. Meanwhile, Kim Bung kept babbling nonstop. "Thank you for taking the hit. You are number 1. The best." Jan worried, not knowing if a similar mission would come up again, while Kim Bung continued to praise him endlessly. "I always believe in you." He scheduled, "Let us team up again next time." Gazon was standing alone. Her chaotic emotions made it hard for her to calm down as thoughts echoed in her head. No way. Can a solo player really pull this off? Gaz wondered, staring at the mysterious monster corpses. Moreover, he is at a lower support level than me. Is it a game glitch? She turned back to look at Jihan just as Kim Bum spoke to them. "Well, I will log out first." The system then announced a message. An allied player has logged out. Jan, covered in mud, thought it was time to claim his reward. But just as he was about to leave, Gazon suddenly called out to Jihan. He glanced at her and thought of a name. Peach Blossom Sword. Jan was puzzled. She knows me. He pondered, thinking that at this point, they should not have met alone yet. Gazon was reminding herself to talk to him. She observed Jihan from head to toe, assessing his potential and the achievements he had shown in the recent battles. "We need this guy in the guild branch. I am Lin, a member of the guild branch. So to recruit him, she took the initiative and asked, "Please give me your phone number." Then Gazon fell silent, leaving an awkward stillness in the air. Realizing what she had just said, her face suddenly went blank. Jen asked back, "What?" She started to become flustered and stammered, wanting to explain. "I mean, you realize this process is a bit off. Have I explained everything yet? This is the first time we have talked. And I have already asked for his number. That is not polite. Trying to ask for someone's number on the first meeting. I was too careless." Gazin hesitated to introduce herself. "I am a member of the guild branch." Meanwhile, he looked over with a concerned expression. She hinted at making it easier for work. Not allowing Gazin to finish, Jan directly replied, He explained, "I really can't remember my number right now." The answer left Gazin stunned. Hard to believe. "What?" Jan then scrolled through the system. "He promised. If we get to meet again, then I will give you my number. That is it. Goodbye." After saying that, Jan quickly logged out, disappearing before Gazon. The system then announced that an allied player has logged out. Gazin stood there in a daze, wondering, why can't he remember his number? She sighed after what had happened. Feeling awed by the experiences she had witnessed, Gazin wondered, did I just get rejected? The scene shifted to Jihan the next morning, walking uncertainly down the street. Jan recalled, thinking that he had been using his US number for quite a while. What was his Korean number again? He helplessly thought. It is not like I can ask someone else what my number is. Jan's face was cold, showing no emotion. He had a feeling. After all, he had just been recruited. Right. Daihan looked up at the recruitment ad and told himself, I seem to be standing out too much. Daihan reminded himself that he could actually ask for her number, but right now, he had no intention of joining the guild. Then he opened the status window, reminding himself that the most important thing right now is the reward. Jihan level 8, connection info cut from gang area south 1. Strength 10. Mana 6. Holy power 7. Support class with ability of a low-level traveler. He could see the information of other players. Nickname. The Dominator of the GP Guidance Area 1500. He carefully calculated that he had leveled up twice and received 1500 GP. Jan thought to himself, considering that his holy power also increased. It was not too bad. The gift shop displayed a list of items. Otherworldly Holy Item Hammer E3000p. Otherworldly Holy Item Rake E3000p. Otherworldly Holy Item Work Gloves E3000p. Jan realized with a headache that 1500 GEP could not buy any holy items at all. He recalled that back in 2020. Things were generally cheaper. Yet they still cost this much. Jan reminded himself to go home and rummage through his sister's stash a bit more. Inside the building, the elevator doors were slowly closing, showing the 67th floor above. Jihan's hands glided over the fingerprint lock on the room door. Then he opened it and stepped slowly into the house. As soon as he entered, something caught Jihan's eye. Leaving him a bit stunned, he suddenly froze, his eyes sparkling with surprise and astonishment. A pair of schoolgirl shoes was neatly placed outside the lobby of the room. Jihan stood there holding his bag, confused and bewildered. So much so that he dropped the bag he was holding to the ground. Jan knew that everyone has moments they regret for a lifetime. In his past life, he had many regrets too. Jan hesitated, wondering if he should raise his trembling hands to open that door. Jan knew that the thing he regretted the most was that he could not protect that person. The woman's hair gently brushed in front of Jan, leaving him unable to react for a moment. The woman's voice rang out, clear and sweet. It is surprising. You are already up and out at this hour, she worriedly asked. Are you still feeling anxious? Jian had promised himself that if they met again, he had so much to say to her, remembering old memories. The woman stepped forward to comfort Jihan. It will be okay. At that moment, he was falling into the depths of emotion. His indifference made Jihan coldly utter, See ya. You really are strong, she calmly affirmed with sad eyes. Yep. You are very strong, she gently approached, taking the wine bottle from his hands and comforting him. So from now on, I will protect you. Jan was extremely grateful. Thank you for protecting me, uncle. And when that naive statement was made, he thought, so just trust me. Okay. Jan was heartbroken, completely shattered, having to accept that uncle was sorry for not being able to protect him. In the scene of ruin and destruction that made Jihan completely collapse from immense pain, his heart held the cold, wounded body of the car. He cried out, realizing that uncle saying that sounded truly shameless. But I really miss you. Before his eyes was the image of the little girl, a mink, smiling brightly, reminding him, why are not you answering? Uncle, hurry up and wash your hands. She smiled cheerfully, her clear voice calling out to him. In the empty, cold room, two people, as if returning from the dead, saw each other again, feeling the warmth and presence of one another. Jan painfully called out a name with all the care and respect, as if fearing it might shatter in an instant. In the living room before Jan stood Junsa. She is 18 years old this year, the daughter of Jungsa Jin and Jan's older sister. Making her his niece, Jen asked, did your group activity at Ju end? Shyly scratching her head, replied, in the end, You were the only one who finished early. Since she was born when Jihan's sister was working hard to support the two. He had taken care of her since she was very small. She said everyone was going crazy over Dad. On the TV screen. Breaking news was reporting that the Sword King Junsin had joined the self-defense army. Will the Korean season be safe? For Jan, who had lost his family since childhood. It was more important than anything because she was his family. Right now, she is shyly announcing that it is just you and Uncle at home. Jen then remembered that damn trembling name. I did not hear what he said clearly. She asked back curiously, but Jihan explained, nothing. Has your dad contacted you? After hearing the question, her attitude changed. I recounted that earlier. She tried to reach out, but did not hear back. Jihan anxiously asked. But what? She hesitated. The thing is, he fell in love. Remembering that moment, the man coldly told her that anyone could do. She just needed to know that much. I was worried and asked back, what did Dad say? Dad. Suddenly, what do you mean by falling into sentiment? Are you crazy? The voice on the other end replied. I do not expect you to understand. She shouted into the phone. So what should I do now? Are you intending to abandon me and leave just like that? He coldly replied, that is right. Jin did not hesitate to state that this was the condition the girl set to accept my feelings. I froze after hearing that. She painfully asked back. So Dad, are you saying I have to accept that hidden condition? He ignored his daughter and coldly said, I am hanging up. After hearing the whole story, Jihan was immediately filled with rage. The jerk. I looked at his face, which seemed a bit confused. Jen helplessly sighed, thinking to himself, no way. You are always showing that kind-hearted face. You ungrateful, irresponsible bastard. You would abandon your daughter and your country for one girl. Jan stood there, furious. Fists clenched, because of you, is innocent. While lost in a surge of resentment, she suddenly voiced a question. Uncle, the family photo here. You broke it? Right. Jen was startled to realize, oh gosh. You awkwardly explained. Sorry about his car. I got a bit out of control out of anger. Jan blamed himself, thinking he might have gone too far. After all, that guy is still his father. But her next words left Jahan completely at a loss for how to respond. Why did you have to be the one who broke it? She innocently raised her fist and said she wanted to do the same. I was surprisingly the one comforting him. Don't he worry. Uncle. Really, he realized, that is right. This is really if her mother or Jan's sister dies. Even if his father shakes the car and betrays and leaves. That little girl always wears a bright smile and stays cheerful. Cares for Jan more than herself. But he looked at her now and told himself, don't he be like this anymore. His expression softened. Jen gently reached out. He softly rubbed the little girl's head. Then Dan gently pulled her into his embrace and whispered, you have grown up. He praised her. Now you know how to take care of your uncle too. I looked confused, only able to respond. It is. Jen had silently promised himself from now on, he would protect this little girl. Dahan gently reminded her. Dawn eavesdropped too much. I was initially a bit taken aback by the comment, but then she softly closed her eyes. Feeling the warmth radiating from his affection, she replied, yep. Thank you, Uncle. Then I started to chat again. Uncle, Jen asked curiously, what is it? I sat up straight and whispered, you smell too sweet. The scene shifts to the early morning in the urban city of Sun, Gangnam, at the guild division. Gazin was still feeling the frustration from yesterday's battle. Han also heard that story. Gazin saw her trying to suppress a smile and called her out. She could laugh freely. Miss Han could no longer hold it in and trembled as she replied. Gazin coldly said, just laugh. As if waiting for this. Han immediately burst out laughing in the hallway, startling those passing by. She tried to force out, I am really sorry, Gazin. Really? Although Gazin said that, he still acted a bit sulky. I laughed until tears streamed down her face. Exclaiming, that guy is really funny. Lim Gazon, a potential candidate, asked for his number and was turned down. Which is why I can't remember my number anymore. It is quite strange. Gazin felt very sad about this. She confided, I can't do anything. People say the first time someone appears before the opposite sex, they get judged by their appearance. I am not as beautiful as you, miss. I look more like a boy. Han turned around to look at Gazin after hearing that. She furrowed her brow, thinking there is one issue. Did not she know how famous she was? A young man passing by overheard this and started to spread the word. That is the charming Gazon. Should I ask her out? Another person reminded him, she is going to reject you like cutting a melon. Han then walked ahead of Gazin and casually reminded him, if you go out and talk like that, you will get scalded. The scene shifts to the building's lunch area. Gazin sighed and walked over to ask Han. Only here do I feel the most relaxed. So what do you plan to do about hiring Song Ji-han? She calmly blew on her tea to cool it down and said, what do you mean? What am I supposed to do? No matter what, I have to hire him. That crazy old man told me to do it. And I feel so pressured. Gazin suggested, I think that Song Jihan is a talent we should recruit. Han did not respond to this suggestion as she calmly enjoyed her tea. A noise suddenly came from the table. Han's phone screen lit up, showing information predicting the battlefield winner. She immediately focused on the system board and wondered, what is this? Why is this guy suddenly broadcasting? There must be a big match today. Gaz looked at her mockingly. Miss, you still watch this nonsense? Han replied, a bit annoyed. What is nonsense about it? It is just an analysis broadcast. Gazan suddenly realized something after hearing this. Simple. She pointed at the system board. Then wondered, the lady, Hazen, also looked confused and recognized the name Song Jihan on the screen. He was adjusting the filming equipment and asked, is Kara ready? Immediately, the viewers were startled and commented, what, is this the broadcast of today's winner? It has been a while since we saw Jihan's car on air. The framing is beautiful today. Does this guy even watch the title of the broadcast? Then a naive voice of hers echoed on the screen. Okay, uncle, the phone side is good too. After watching, Gazan was startled and asked back, is this the broadcast you are watching to predict the winner? Han, lost in thought, stammered, it does not matter anymore. This guy Jihan. A line appeared on the screen. I am the brother-in-law of the Sword King, Han said in disbelief. He said he is the brother-in-law of the Sword King. Just that name is enough to make everyone tune into the broadcast in shock. Really? Look at that dual sword statue. He seems to be at the sword hall, so you know the dual sword statue. They kept sending comments with all sorts of emotions. From negative to positive, this is the rooftop of the sword hall. If you are not from the Jun family, you can't enter. How dare you casually call the Sword King by name? It should be calling the bastard who betrayed the Sword King instead. On Jian's side, he stood in front of the camera and requested, can you step back a bit? She obediently replied. Yep. The people in the comments kept sending their opinions. The daughter of the Sword King. If Run Sin is a traitor, could his daughter be the same? The Sword King is not a traitor. He is just deceiving the Japanese to bring benefits back to our country. The comments section suddenly became a place where people were confused, seeing Jihan starting to practice magic. Wait, what is he doing? His back looks great. Do you train regularly? Wait. No way. Jen gently pressed his foot down, then stomped hard on the ground, creating large cracks. From the center, the Jihan. The cracks on the ground gradually formed a circle around him like a formation. The power was transmitted to the twin swords mounted on the high wall. Hazen, Gazan, and everyone were stunned by this scene. The viewers began to comment in awe. That crazy guy. The representative who is a turning point for Korea. The proud twin sword statue in the world, along with the crack on the rooftop. A comment popped up, saying his dual sword statue has been destroyed. At Jan's location, the scene turned chaotic and desolate. The ground shattered, while the two wave swords on the wall stood firmly. Then, Jen resolutely raised his hand and charged toward the dual swords, wanting to attack them. The viewers were instantly shocked and flooded the comments. Stop, I warn you. Goodbye, traitor. Do not do this. But Jan did not read those comments at all. He simply did not care how people would perceive his actions. The view count kept climbing along with the lively comments. Look at that rising view count. Who leaked this out? Daring to do this to the Sword King. That bastard. Aren't you scared of the Sword King's family? Are you still idolizing the traitor? Bro, what kind of person is this? My goodness. Jean's car is wrecked now. The Sword King will be furious at their words. Such audacity. Is he really Jun's brother-in-law from Jean? What a madman. Speak in English. Will you? The system then announced that the achievement has been reached. Jihan's shirt, having just taken a strong impact, ripped at the shoulder. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now I feel lighter. Jian's hand clenched tightly. Gathering strength, he recalled his plan. Next, he had achieved an accomplishment. I will talk about the Sword King's citizenship in the battle to run Jean, a live streaming system of Battle.ly, a popular platform that holds the largest market share globally. And since this is part of Battle.net, the achievement of attracting one viewer, attracting two viewers, reaching 1,000 dislikes, reaching 1,000 likes, the view count, the number of subscribers, and views allowed Jahan to earn rewards when he reached a certain level. Forksong. The title of the Sword King's brother-in-law is a great opportunity to gather all the rewards. After the shocking punch to the online world, the system continuously chimed with ordinary achievement notifications. You have achieved attracting one viewer. Ordinary achievement. You have reached 100,000 dislikes. A user commented asking everyone, did he really break that with his bare hands? Jihan's glanced at the system boards continuously displayed beside him. He felt secretly satisfied but predicted many dislikes indeed. Who would have thought that running Jean would become useful one day? Comments kept pouring in. People were extremely annoyed and wrote curses. How dare you destroy the dual sword monument? That is the symbol of the Sword King. What if because of you, the Sword King never comes back? Jen thought of a black logo with dual swords. He frowned slightly, realizing it was the Sword King's clan. They were fervent fans of running Jean, the ones who pushed him to the brink. Although they fully supported Jung Se-jin, Their anger grew and it began to shift towards Junsin Junex, using harsh words to corner the girl. The Sword King had left this country because of her uncontrollable daughter. Junsia must die for the Sword King to return. Kill her. Kill her. In the end, their actions caused harm to the girl. Their words cut like sharp blades. Killing her. Just recalling it made him clench his jaw in anger. Anger coursed through him. They needed someone to vent their frustrations on. Thinking this, Jan did not hesitate to speak up. I hope everyone listens to these words carefully. He told himself, I would be glad to be that target. Then, he decisively raised his hand, activating his power and shattering the stone slab behind him. People became even more enraged at what they saw. They angrily sent comments cursing him, stopping the brat right there. You told us to listen, but you have already started smashing things. Jihan declared loudly before the entire audience. Itue will not return. Witnessing this, Sia became dumbfounded for a moment. As people closely observed every action and expression of the young man on screen, someone recognized him as Sion Jahan, the one from the bronze tutorial. He is just a bronze rank. Look at how he is blowing things out of proportion. Can anyone still say that after seeing him break the Dual Swords Monument? I do not care about the Dual Swords Monument, but those Sword King clan members must be brainless. Jan, on the other hand, did not care about those comments. He brought his phone screen forward and announced, I will let everyone hear the original recording. This is the call between Ru and his daughter after deciding to acquire Japanese citizenship. Then, every word in the recording amplified the voice of a young girl asking, Father, what is going on? Why did you leave so suddenly? The man's voice replied, I have found the one I love. What do you mean? I just want what is best for her. Gazen? Upon hearing the recording, were stunned. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, he is such a bastard. Sia's voice rang out again. Are you really going to leave me here like this? The viewers were left dumbfounded in shock. They were in disbelief. Really? The people in the chat froze in silence. The man's cold voice replied to confirm. Yep. He explained. That was the condition she set to accept my feelings after this statement. Jan turned off the recording. He looked at Axios' expression. The viewers were on the edge of their seats. Someone commented, how can international marriage be stopped? We should not believe it. It is definitely fake news. Is this even called news? At most, it is just gossip. Sit up. However, did not feel sad at all. She nodded slightly as if signaling to Jan that his actions were indeed correct. Then, vehicle appeared on the screen. She introduced herself. Hello everyone. I am Jun from the car, the daughter of the Sword King. Everyone who saw her youthful face immediately commented in admiration. So beautiful, she then calmly shared. That was really a shock for me. I am here because I have an announcement. My father said he would leave the sword bow to me. When everyone heard this, they expressed their admiration. That is really inviolable. What is my dad doing? Go make some money and buy a house for him. You idiot. But then Vehicula said, however, I cannot accept inheriting from someone who abandoned their country and family like that. The building he left for me, I would like to donate it to the country. The viewers exploded upon hearing this. They suspiciously asked each other, is she crazy? Did we hear that wrong? If she is going to do that, I would rather she let me go. Vehicle affirmed. I hope my contribution can support and help with player training in Korea. You fell silent for a moment. Jan, standing beside her, smiled happily after hearing his little niece finish speaking. Vehicula said in closing, I will share more details soon. Flashback 30 minutes earlier. Vehicula startled and asked Jahan, do you want us to donate our house? She confusedly pinched his cheek and asked, you do not look drunk. Jahan was drying his wet hair. Annoyed he said, Vehicula. That hurts. She still did not understand the reason for this action and asked, why do you want me to donate everything we have? Are you crazy? Daihan reassured her. You are sober. Right. Vehicula. He glanced away, secretly admitting that he was not confident he would convince her. But let us see who gets convinced. At that moment, Jan took Vehicula to see the building. She still suspiciously asked, are you serious? He confidently insisted. Trust me. We are not selling a building that an ordinary person would not be able to build in a lifetime. What we do is donate it. But Jihan had to do everything possible to convince her. He just wanted the best for Vehicula. After Jin's victory over Korea representing Japan, the rage of the citizens of Korea grew to an uncontrollable level. In a match between Korea and Japan, Jun Se-jin participated as a representative of Japan. Korea lost to Japan. The greatest contributor was not the Sword King but Ida Ryu. The people angrily demanded that the Hunters Association erase Jung-sin. Anyone who benefits from Jun Se-jin must take responsibility for Jun-sin's family, and those related to the Sword King. The government could not appease their anger and had to confiscate all of Jung-sin's assets. The traitor Jun-sin will have to remember us. Jen really wanted to tell his little niece. Vehicula. We have nowhere else to go. We can't endure the Sword King's family always lurking and threatening and taking her life. Anyway, it is going to be confiscated anyway. So better to donate it to please them and protect the girl's safety. After careful calculations, he realized that his car probably just sees him as a scruffy uncle who stays home drinking all day and would not believe he came from the future. His car was still staring blankly at her uncle, her eyes filled with hope, waiting for a clear explanation. But before Jan could say anything, Exov unexpectedly agreed. All right, Jan. Feeling confused, asked again. Do you really see it? She coldly turned away and asked, what is your uncle's reaction? You agree. And suddenly your uncle changes his attitude. He hesitated, thinking it was a bit unreasonable. Jan stammered an explanation. You are not the type to blurt out things like that. And did not let him finish. Sia turned back to tease. It has been a while since I have seen this confident face of yours. Uncle, Jan was tease. Please read through and think about it. Jen also read the paper and realized they truly have put a lot of thought into this. You calculated that you still want to hand over everything. But if they are willing to go this far, following through will be better for you. Then Jan placed the paper on the table and spoke up. I understand. But we also want to make a request. Yun is curious about what the issue is. His face showed confusion as he still did not understand anything. Do we have a kid? This is a scene change to a new announcement from streamer Hu En Kwang, who has started broadcasting. Everyone eagerly begins to comment on the opening. Are you live? Hold on a second. Where is that kid? On top of the Roman Colosseum. He really is an attention seeker. Hu En Kwang took off the mask he was wearing and began to speak. Welcome everyone to my broadcast. He started speaking like a professional host. Today we will return to the bloody and dusty Roman Colosseum. The travel streamer greets everyone with a bright smile. Hu En Kwang just fell in a very strange position. This scene caught the viewer's attention, prompting one user to comment casually. Is that his underwear? In Hu En Kwang's hand was a shiny gold sword embedded with a glowing red diamond. He confidently introduced himself. I am streamer Hu Kwang. In contrast to his serious demeanor, viewers kept commenting playfully. Hey gold boy. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Then the system sounded a notification. B-Time Boss has gifted you 100. He left a comment saying, teach those silver trash a lesson today. Hu En Kwang just read the message and immediately felt ecstatic. He could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, oh no, my rich guy is here. I will react with Zira's dance even though this is just a deadpan moment. Seeing him continuously make ridiculous poses made everyone sigh. Viewers sent in comments criticizing him. Hey man. Do you know how bad it is up here? Gross. The two guys behind were watching this scene, and were so angry they were gritting their teeth. They growled, wanting to curse. That bastard. Damn it. I wish that guy would get run over by a car right in the middle of the road. At this moment, streamer Hu En Kwang's face looked bright and shiny. He was a famous streamer known for his looks and exaggeration. A notorious prankster. Hu En Kwang was once a gold tier athlete, but he demoted himself to bronze tier to create content, calling it a deep-sea journey. Hu En Kwang no longer cared about the game. He only cared about having fun. The peak of a prankster. Hu En Kwang seemed to enjoy doing this. There are so many people down in the deep sea. His gear and stats are still gold tier. So it looks like Hu En Kwang is excited to harass and kill weaker players than him. When facing everyone, Hu En Kwang tried to normalize everything and explained, I am not a devil. But others did not think so. They were right. He really is a damn gangster. After hearing their judgment, Hu En Kwang took 5 minutes to ponder the philosophy of life, but since he could not think of anything, he returned to his overly positive demeanor and spoke to the screen. Anyway, this boring stuff is enough. Let us see who the first victim will be. Just a few players. But when he saw the person in front of him, Hu En Kwang suddenly stopped for 3 seconds. Wondering, is this the content? The viewers saw the image of the bewildered youth on the screen and spammed Xkang Jihan. The idiot Xkang Jihan. He still treated Jihan like an object. Hu En Kwang read those comments. He loudly called out, Hey Jihan. I would love to interview you. Jan looked at Hu En Kwang with disdain and wondered, what the hell? He is rambling on even though I have not said anything. Sister-in-law of the Sword King. Best player in the bronze rank. Destroyer of the twin swords. You have many nicknames. You have been attracting a lot of attention lately. Jan felt a bit annoyed and turned away, thinking, is he a bad up streamer? So noisy. Now that I think about it, there are still some bad up achievements I have not gotten. Then he opened the system panel, considering how to slightly increase his viewer count. Since Hu En Kwang did not get a response from Jihan, he started creating content himself. Everyone, I have completely been ignored here. People in the comments reminded him. At least he should reach the level of the Sword King before talking to him. By the way, it seems Jihan is also streaming. Oh right. There is a streaming icon. Let us go check it out. Hu En Kwang suddenly glanced at his opponent and was shocked to realize that he was live streaming. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn. I just gave him free publicity. Looking back at his own stream, Hu En Kwang thought he needed people to watch his broadcast. Not his. Then, his system alerted him. As King Lu 52 had registered a mission reward to kill Jihan, so he would drop to the last rank. The reward if successful is 2000 P. After reading this, Huang Kwang questioned the meaning of life. 1 P is about 1000. So that is around 2 million world. One user then commented, Sir Hunu Quan, please kill Jihan for the family of the Sword King. We will increase the reward. He was suspicious of the Sword King family. Then the system continuously notified him that the reward had increased, along with a series of enthusiastic comments cheering him on. Hua Kwang looked at the amount of the reward and thought to himself, I know they have a grudge against Xian Jihan, but I did not expect it to be this much. But then the notifications about the increased rewards kept appearing, making Hua Kwang question life and wonder. Wait, who are these people? Another announcement echoed. Eliminate Jihan to drop him to the bottom rank. The reward for success is 31,978 B. The prize has been continuously increased. Hun Kwang was mind blown, realizing it was over 30,000 already. And now it might hit 40,000. At this rate, I might even get 50,000. The announcement board reminded everyone that all players had been summoned, and the game was about to start. Shocking him, a final notice stated to eliminate Jihan to drop him to the bottom rank, with a reward of 42,713 GB if successful. After hearing this, Hun Kwang was overjoyed to the point of losing his mind. He sat in the arena, laughing so hard his mouth could not stretch any further. The spectators were also astonished by the scene. Damn. Is that not enough for you? This crazy guy. Turns out this is how he makes money. Hun Kwang was now lost in the intoxication of wealth and luxury. He sighed, saying if he watched a bit more, it would reach 50,000. The mysterious user appeared again and said, if you can truly defeat Jihan, I will gift you 10,000 dollars. As soon as he heard the announcement, Hun Kwang's robe immediately fluttered in the wind. He stated seriously, Hun Kwang, have felt your determination. The spectators were also amazed. Look at him. So serious he is turned into a black and white image. The state of greed has been successfully triggered. I would feel the same if I received just 50 million. Meanwhile, Hun Kwang was happily thinking it was indeed a sweet deal. He confidently declared that Jihan would now fall into despair. He waved his arms and asserted, from now on, Hun Kwang will end this game and become your personal Grim Reaper. The system then announced to prepare the active skill to accelerate the player's body towards the target at high speed. With that, Hun Kwang charged straight at Jihan with his sword. The power and fury created a gust of wind that left others in awe. Jan quickly sensed this, decisively turning around. But before Hun Kwang could do anything, he had to stop as his sword vaporized and became unusable. Jay looked at his item and sighed. Indeed a good and durable sword. Weapon info. Cooking set. Pestle. Item level to 1. A holy artifact from another world. On a planet outside Earth, aliens had used this to cook outsiders. You can experience full power when equipped with both the knife and the cooking pot. He reached into his shirt, looking at Hun Kwang and said, I have given it my all. Seeing that Hun Kwang had not given up, Jan looked at that silly expression and reminded him, I guess I have to use an outsider sword. But not let him do anything. Daihan unleashed a powerful counterattack, slicing through the air, sending Hun Kwang soaring amidst a bright storm of swords, completely dominating the battlefield in an instant. He gaped at the terrifying and brutal power of the attack, unable to resist even once. The spectators were just as dumbfounded, continuously commenting, what was that? Was that sword energy? That is right. My goodness. A silver rank using sword energy. But that person is not the one with the divine power of the white fire god. If he is using divine power, does that mean he is a support player? After that knockout, the system announced that player Xan Jihan has gained the first kill bonus of 100 B. You stand there with 2 weapons in hand, energy radiating intensely from your entire body. Item info. Cooking set. Kitchen knife. Loot item 1 divine artifact. On a planet outside of Earth, aliens have used this to cook outsiders. You can experience all the power when equipped with both the knife and the cooking pot. Viewers have a question. But what is his weapon? Jan looks at the sharp knife in his hand and remembers that he has not been in the kitchen for a long time. Jan falls into endless streams of thought, recalling how he once fell into an endless night of death, unable to see anything, as if all the light in life had extinguished. Yet, the darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. After the battle with Jihan, a silly announcement voice rang out. Streamer Hu Kwang has revived. Thanks to you all. This left viewers puzzled. How can he revive like that? Must be a hack. That is probably it. The item used this time is the Resurrection Cross. It can be used to revive once. However, this cannot be used within the National Alliance, party groups, or game promotions. Viewers read the item description and saw Hu Kwang's return, commenting on what he revived for. Either way, he is back to B because San Jihan has already taken him down. Mission failed. I am so disappointed. Hu Kwang. Damn this guy. Hu Kwang. After reading the audience's comments, he shamelessly exclaimed, oh dear. It seems my carelessness has made many viewers dissatisfied, but everyone just wait a little longer. Soon I will repay Jihan in full. But as he finished speaking, Jihan suddenly appeared behind him, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. The eyes of the two met, but neither wanted to gaze too long as the song goes. Then, with Jan's ruthless exclusive moves, he quickly dealt with the bland streamer Hu En Kwang in a heartbeat, so fast that he could only utter 3 words. How come? Then came the system announcement. Player Xan Jihan double kill. He glanced again and realized he had not seen someone use that in a long time. In the future, hardly anyone will use it anymore. Not because of the penalty but because of its loopholes. Jan looked up at the stands and noticed. It seems more crowded than usual today. Perhaps it is because the audience came to watch the game starting today. He could point out each individual. Today's audience consists of elves. Viewers were surprised to see her and commented, "Real elves are here. Look at the way they are looking at that guy." Jan looked up and with no emotion. Because he knew they were the bastards who made him sick. The ones who contributed the most to humanity's event of being knocked off the stage. You turned around and decided. But let us set that aside for now. We should focus on solving the issue at hand. As you looked around the arena, Jen realized he was being isolated by everyone. Just as he turned to face them, the crowd scattered in all directions, fleeing as if chased by a ghost. They shouted to each other. Now's not the time to fight. We should just run. Even that gold-ranked player was being gradually beaten down by Jihan. Jan looked at the current situation and sighed, thinking that at this rate, their hunting trip's effectiveness would drop. He looked at the 2 weapons in his hands and calculated that after finally finding a holy artifact, he still had to continue fighting to meet the display conditions. While pondering, the system interface suddenly appeared before him, startling Jihan a bit. He smiled and eagerly asked, "What is this?" The system announced a regular quest. Defeat the goblins and eliminate all the goblins gathered around the Goblin King. Jay looked at the incoming monsters and exclaimed, "What a surprise gift!" Then, a goblin yelled and charged at him with its sharp teeth. But it was not charging to attack Jihan. It was running away from him. The goblin was so terrified that it could only let out a single cry before Jan struck it in the head with immense force. The knife in his hand was raised high, ready to come down. The goblin hung in midair after Jan's knife created a hole in its chest. Jan landed with the sharp knife in hand. The system immediately announced, "You have used the holy artifact correctly," causing them to surrender. The cooking artifact reacted. Jan then understood, so that is how to use it. He calculated the process of breaking their heads and stabbing their hearts. Since it is a ranked equipment, there must be a specific order of use. He breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling luckily, he noticed it before the game ended. Looking at the battlefield where the goblins lay defeated, Jang felt a bit disappointed, thinking that if he had realized sooner, there would only be a few left. He looked ahead and realized that it was not completely finished yet. Before him stood the tall boss monster with red eyes. It was the Goblin King. Goblins of this size stood 3 meters tall, 3 times the height of ordinary goblins, and were vastly superior in both strength and intellect. Its lengthy information made Jihan scoff. Such a long-winded explanation. He then applied the process he had just figured out directly on the Goblin King with a powerful strike. It fell to the ground, its head hitting hard enough to shatter the earth. Jen then held the knife in his hand and whispered, "So what if you are superior? You are just a big goblin." With that, he thrust the knife down, delivering a fatal blow to the legendary Goblin King. The system then announced, "Quest completed. Defeat the goblins. You have received an additional 500 achievement points as a reward." The weapon in Jihan's hand radiates spiritual energy along with a notification of increased holy power. A cooking kit. A pestle. A durankata. A holy item from another world, based on the method of a certain cult in the universe. You use this to cook. Using the pestle and kitchen knife at the same time will maximize the power of this thunder equipment. A cooking kit. Kitchen knife. D2E rank item. A holy item from another world, based on the method of a certain cult in the universe. You use this to cook. Using the pestle and kitchen knife at the same time will maximize the power of this thunder equipment. The divine cooking item set has dropped from rank to E. Jan was using a cloth to wipe the blood off the knife while thinking, E rank, so I still have one more chance to gain holy power. But with these 2 slow things, how can I hunt monsters? You glance over at the group of people standing far away and weigh your options. Jan confirms he needs to take down another player. They are standing too far away. You feel a bit annoyed and roll up your sleeves, saying, "This is frustrating, but it can't be helped." Dehan hums a self-composed verse. "If the mountain does not see me, then I will go see the mountain myself." The fierce aura he exudes makes the spectators almost hold their breath to comment. Now everyone can breathe again. Just look at his scary expression. So terrifying. But is not Jan not very good at this broadcasting stuff? The scene shifts to the high-end urban area of Sun, Gangnam District. Sam Slope, a user with the name Dog Barking, continuously commented, "But still, it is 1,000 times better than that useless loser." This one sentence made Hu Evan Kwang read it and feel like he was about to spit blood. He keeps cursing, implying that it is about himself. Right. What about when you all flattered me saying my skills were mediocre? And I am not weak either. It is just that he is ridiculously strong. Don't you guys even bother to watch any analysis video inside the match? Estimated power 33. Agility 37. 36. Mana 34. Huan Kuang angrily pointed out that this video evaluates his stats through the recent battle with a goblin. And the average is a whopping 35. He then realized the meaningless words he just said, and slumped over the keyboard. Pondering, the stat limit for bronze is only 25. How could it possibly reach 35? Hacker. Just as he mentioned this, Huan Kuang suddenly froze for 5 seconds upon hearing a shrill scream from the video. The system panel popped up with a notification that the player Jihan had achieved a kin. Sounds echoing made Huan Kuang look up in confusion. What is that noise? It sounds like a pig being slaughtered. His gaze suddenly froze in shock. Huan Kuang watched Jan's attacking style, unable to blink. He wondered what this one-sided attack was about. Meanwhile, he made a piercing strike across the arena with 2 holy items in hand. Inside the arena, Jan coldly fought, taking down one person after another. Continuous notifications rang out. Player Jihan double kin. The spectators witnessing such a dramatic scene could not stop praising. This is art. What kind of art allows one to run straight and take out 4 heads like that? Jan did not care about them at all. You keep focusing on the fight. Then the system continuously announces notifications. Chipokin. Quadrikin. Bentakin. This horrific scene terrifies the other players. They shout at each other. Let us call a temporary truce. The guy pokes his head out to check for blood. The person behind responds, asking who poked the head out. Jan then exhales to gather strength and looks at them. These people are scared but still stubbornly call out the damn hacker's name. They angrily curse. Damn it. They should know when to stop. With that, he immediately fires a barrage towards you. Jen does not bother to listen to any more words. You directly swing your hand and hit this guy, then tilt to deliver a decisive, powerful strike to the other. Jihan's gaze remains unchanged throughout the battle. His actions are always precise and unyielding. After taking down one group, Jihan continues his journey to the others. But this time, the target seemed to frustrate him a bit. The other players are just as terrified. They stare at you, continuously uttering absurd remarks in shock. Viewers watching them are also confused and annoyed. Commenting, what the heck, speak normal Korean. Damn it. The system then announces that player Jihan has achieved double kin. This information leaves the viewers dumbfounded and cursing. 10 kin in a row. This guy is totally insane. This is the first one to pull off 10 kin in a row after the initial run. Right. Don't mention that traitor again. But ignoring those comments, Jan is entirely focused on the items in his hands as they change one by one. The legendary cooking item D is reacting, increasing 1 holy power, while the legendary cooking item has dropped from E rank to F rank. The system announces that he has completed a hidden mission, achieving 10 kin in the Roman arena. You have received an additional 500 achievement points as a reward. Jan reads this and realizes the holy power and achievement points. So now I have everything I need. You tell yourself, but you are still missing a lot. I need something powerful and decisive. Thinking this, Jan suddenly pauses for 5 seconds. You look at the system board with suspicion. This is an execution mission. To find the Dark Queen among the spectators sitting at the edge of the Roman arena and provoke her. Do you realize it's an execution mission? You doubt it. An execution mission appears in the Bronze Cup. And more importantly, the reward is 50,000 achievement points, gaining the attention of a Dark Queen star. The attention of a star. A star is a supreme entity representing a star, a divine entity in the cosmos. Gaining the attention of a star means you will be backed by them to achieve abilities you normally would not. You stand there realizing this is something that only takes effect at the ongoing Diamond Cup happening right here. Jan solemnly vows to obtain it at all costs. Just pulling one of them towards him will surely attract the interest of the other stars as well. You are a bit hesitant, your gaze serious. Jen looks up at the stands, wondering if he can find her. You look through a row of elf tribe members. They all look so alike. She blends in among a sea of elves. And your mission is to find the Dark Queen. Currently, Xgung Jihan is one of the first in this country to achieve the record of killing 10 in a row. The previous record was held by Junsin. News about this has begun to spread across all public media. As a result, you gain 10,000 followers along with 4,000 views. And the predicted winner is Sun. The Sword King family, who once hoped for Xgung Jihan's defeat, has now turned back to support him. Viewers comment that is not the Sword King family just hyping up Xgung Jihan. If watching the Sword King family get played while enjoying a good meal is the case, then I suggest everyone should do that. I did it before. Now all the hatred is directed at Huan Kuang. The viewer's diary of streamer Huan Kuang. This jerk needs to just die. He can't even take down one guy. Yet he somehow strikes gold. I hope you do your best on your journey during this tough time. Huan Kuang. New comments pop up. Viewers mocking. Jihan stream killed 5. And one of them was him. The final kill stream became famous. After reading this, Huan Kuang could not help but lament. Damn. His reputation is in ruins. He could not do anything but speak. Well, whatever. It is useless to do anything now. Hu Kwang confidently declares that from now on, he will also board the Skyhan train. Now he will have an additional fan. Which is me? God Jihan streamer Hu Kwang dreams of becoming X in Jihan's editor. I will make you a star of bottom. After hearing this, Jihan could not help but doubt. What the hell is he planning to do? Of course. Who knows what Jihan thinks about that? At night in a tall building sparkling with lights. A looks confused. What did I just watch? She glances at Jihan drinking water. Then looks suspicious. Since when did he become so strong? Noticing her little cousin's erratic mood, Jan walks over to She speaks up. I feel really sorry for those people. It is so. You reassure her. Confrontations are usually cold and ruthless. Teases. Uncle. What you just said makes you sound like a criminal. Then Jan scrolls through the system panel. Meanwhile, wonders if you want to hit your uncle. Why are you blocking them? Jen replies. I just forgot to disable the default settings. Suggests. Then while you are planning to receive donations, why not raise the minimum donation amount? She says if the donation alerts keep coming in, it is hard to focus on other things. After hearing her suggestion, you seriously consider. Right. Should I set it back to 10 million? After hearing that number, is immediately shocked. She asks, is it really 10 million? Isn't he that a bit too much? Jian said nothing while Kara sat there thinking. Isn't it a bit less than that? He was deep in thought. More importantly, the legendary mission I received told me to find and provoke the Dark Queen. At that moment, Jan looked up at the stands and realized he could not even think of a way to find her in such a sea of people. Kara observed the expression of the uncle and then asked, do you need my help? She teased. Whenever your face looks like that, I know things are not going well for you. Tell me what is going on, and I will lend you a hand. Diane tilted her head, sighed, and looked at her little cousin. Realizing the girl looked just like a pencil, he replied, oh really? Let us see how skilled my niece really is. Daihang seriously recounted. Uncle has a mission to find the Dark Queen in the arena. Kara eagerly asked back, the Dark Queen. What does that mean? He responded. I am not sure either. All I know is that she sits in the stands. Kara exclaimed. What a strange mission. Then she accepted the task with enthusiasm and excitement. Yep. I will review the recordings and find her. Jihan nodded in agreement. Relying on his niece's help, then he walked into the room feeling overwhelmed. Feeling guilty for asking the girl for help. After closing the door with a click, Jan sighed. Thinking it was no different than the color of the depths of the sea, Jan helplessly sighed. Thinking he should be proud of the girl. She probably wanted to be a good niece. He should feel grateful for that, he reminded himself, after a period of procrastination. He should organize the tasks he had neglected lately. On the screen were 2 squares with 2 options. Job position 1. Support. Job position 2. Do you want to add another job? Jan contemplated that he had bought an additional job position with the achievement points he had accumulated so far. Adding a level 1 job position required 10,000 points. With that, he would gain another job. The system reported, you can choose a job. Archer. Wizard. He smiled and decided this time he would choose Wizard. Jan directly pressed the option on the screen. As soon as he pressed the button, the air around Jihan immediately swirled around him. The system announced, you have added the Wizard job. He put his hand on his chest and thought to himself. He could feel a new source of power emanating from his heart. It felt different from holy power. Jan told himself, I will try it out right away. The reason I chose the Wizard job after selecting support is that the unique stat can only be obtained after having these 2 jobs. His left hand grasped his right hand, and Jan's mouth moved as he prepared to perform an action after acquiring a new skill. In his hand was a shining gem gathering a magical force with waves of swirling air around it. It is called reaching power. Jan recalled that before he regressed. There was a day he heard Baron say it while drunk. So frustrating. Jan helplessly replied, Chairman, how many more times are you going to talk about that? Baron replied, if you had been a bit more flexible back then, I would have accepted you as an American and welcomed you warmly. Whenever he gets drunk, he confides in Jihan. He continued, I think that one day you and I could become good friends. Jihan recalled that on that day he said something very strange. Baron raised a finger, using magic to control the wine bottle in his hand. Muttering, like when I gain power. Jihan suddenly froze upon hearing this. He wondered, is the power you refer to your skill? Baron, slightly drunk, asked back, didn't I tell you about that before? He began rambling on. Power is a stat that appears when you perfectly combine holy power with mana. Baron explained while drinking. Of course, it is not that easy. Others can't try it either, because in the end, I am the only one with 2 professions. He was both a support and a mage. This is something only he can do because I have 2 status windows. A reward from Baron SSS-Level. Jen asked, is that really the only requirement? Baron answered, that is right. Besides that, The holy power must also reach level 10 or higher. You wonder, is not it possible for me to know this if I am not American? Baron confirmed. I told you. I am the only one who can have two professions at the same time. And it would not matter even if the whole world knew. Jahan then realized he was really arrogant. But he was too right to argue. Indeed. Only Baron can possess power and an overwhelming strength that dominates the realm. But that won't be the case anymore. Now you know the requirements and have met them all. Back in the present, energy radiated around Jahan. He shrank back, braced himself, and tried to hold tightly on to what was in his hand. The whole room was enveloped in purple. The swirling gem absorbed even more power, amplifying its distinctive red color. Jan realized this ability had propelled Baron to the top of the world rankings, even though he had already exploited and manipulated it terribly. If I want to be prepared for what is coming in the future, I have to go all out to get it. He thought to himself, I need to endure. I need to focus the holy power in both hands. Jan channeled mana from his heart to his hands to combine the two sources of power. He grimaced, struggling to look at what was in his hand. I need to condense it so the power does not leak out. After a moment, he smiled and muttered, I can do this. But before he could finish his sentence, its power exploded, knocking Jihan back. He painfully collapsed against the wall, his eyes tightly shut. Jihan's head slammed hard against the door, causing it to crack. While he lay there holding his head, trembling in pain, he rubbed his head, realizing he could not do it. It is not something I can stabilize just with my own strength. I do not understand. Jen then sat leaning against the wall, sighing. Do I need more mana before trying? I just tried once and I have already run out of mana. You look at my hands and wonder if I can combine them with both hands. Right, I can hold that source of power in my hands forever. You stop and think about keeping that energy in your hands forever. Then Jan decisively stands up as if he has thought of something. He closes his eyes tight, imagining what if he can maintain that power in his hands. His arm goes up again. The energy sphere reappears, radiating a strong energy. A question arises as the position of the sphere changes. But what if I bring it inside my body? Combine the divine power in the upper danshan with the mana in the middle danshan and stabilize both sources of power with the energy in the lower danshan as they try to merge. A perfect form where not even a bit of energy leaks out. If all three energy sources are thrown in that state, the black energy mixed with purple is gradually contracting and hugging tightly into the energy sphere. Jan's eyes are tightly closed, fully focused on feeling. But then he can't, which leaves him a bit disappointed. A miracle happens. Jan is then enveloped by an incredibly strong force. The system also reports it is trying to merge all three danshan. Immediately, a red warning appears, indicating danger, exceeding the maximum tolerance thresholds of the player, who is looking for life-threatening elements. The impact from the next room is so strong that the girl in the adjacent room wearing headphones is startled. She turns her chair to look towards the adjacent room. Puzzled, uncle. Along with the unification of the three danshan, Jihan has tried to combine the divine power and mana to attack, and he also unconsciously uses strength to try to merge them. But the conditions for merging are extremely strict. It requires Jihan to fully utilize all three of these different natures. He clutches his chest in pain with a warning, with at least a score of 100. If you do not meet that standard but try to merge the three danshan, you might lose your life. Jan strains himself in the blazing red energy storm, his whole body shaking violently, the power exploding fiercely as if about to break all limits. The girl in the next room quickly realizes something strange. The sound from her uncle's room. She rushes outside and shouts, Uncle, what is wrong? The girl anxiously opens the door of the room, nervously saying loudly, Please say something. But the scene inside leaves her completely stunned. She can only call out, Uncle. Then, a bowl of ice is brought into the room along with the confused question. Really? The girl wonders. Did he yell like that because of a headache? Jen uses a towel on his forehead and complains. This is tough. She is wondering why I am getting better so fast. Jen does not want to explain. He just briefly says, Human bodies are mysterious. You know, the girl angrily shouts. Uncle. Be serious. As soon as she finishes speaking, she realizes she is wrong, quickly saying, I did not mean to yell at you. The girl feels wronged and tears up. She stutters wanting to explain. I was just too scared. I thought something bad would happen to you. Jihan looks at his little niece in distress and feels uncomfortable realizing he is overlooked too much. He should think about her feelings. Then she asks again, So you are okay? Right. Jihan awkwardly confirmed. Yeah, you are fine. Take the initiative to admit your mistake. I am sorry for making you worry. I was momentarily stunned by this statement. Then she wiped away her remaining tears. A quickly regained composure, punched Jan in the stomach to vent her anger, and cheerfully said, What is wrong? Thankfully, you're okay. Afterwards, she happily left the room. Now, I am off to find the Dark Queen. Jihan helplessly responded. Thanks, he sighed, watching his little niece's back, realizing he should not show weakness anymore. Clearly, the unification process had failed. with the system announcing the failure of the 3 energy centers due to Jihan lacking both experience and level. Jen glanced at the ice water still in the room. He stepped forward, using force and a stream of red mana to wring out the water from the cloth, and spoke up. But luckily, I have the power I want. Jan clenched his fist and slowly lifted the wet cloth using his strength. The system explained that when combining holy power and mana, they would be replaced by a different stat, which is strength. He failed to unify the 3 energy centers: upper energy center for holy power, middle energy center for mana, and lower energy center for strength. However, when combining holy power and mana, Jihan gained strength. The connection of the 3 energy centers would be maintained for weeks. After reading this, Jan was puzzled, thinking that the strength stat was quite strange. He realized it was already 12, with strength 12, mana 16, holy power 10, and strength 12. The connection of the 3 energy centers would be maintained for weeks. The stats for strength and power interacted with each other, sharing agile values. Jan was stunned, asking himself, they share values with each other too. He tapped on the strength stat of 14 and made a guess. So if I just increase one stat. The system then announced strength increased by 2, making strength 14, mana 16, holy power 10, and strength 14. So strength also increased. Jihan was wiping his head, realizing this was cheating. But he reassured himself that just having strength was already great. So how much better would unifying the 3 energy centers be? Jan reminded himself. But he decided to leave it for a while. If he tried again at this level, he would probably die. He opened his eyes wide, thinking he had gotten what he wanted. Should I try using a wizard skill? With that thought, Jan reached out to summon a spark of fire. The system then announced, making Jihan feel a bit embarrassed. You do not have enough mana. He sighed. So cute. The pale moonlight lingered in the night sky, but the spot for the radiant dawn. The sun shone among the tall buildings, painting a mystical and poetic picture. Inside Jihan's bedroom, sunlight streamed onto his face. Jihan opened his eyes and realized, is it morning? The system unexpectedly announced, you have gained 10 holy power. Now you cannot absorb holy power from D-grade sacred objects or lower. Please use sacred objects of C-grade or higher. 2 items appeared beside him. The acupuncture stick item leveled. The artifact from another world can be used for acupuncture, but it is still called an acupuncture stick. The ball item level E. An artifact from another world. Even aliens play with that ball. Jan sat, yawning. He sighed, thinking he could use it, but it turned out to be useless. What a waste. I spent points to buy these. I need to sell the rest or something. Then, Jen opened the door and called out. A car. His feet slowly stepped down the stairs, wondering if she was still asleep. But suddenly, a car appeared with dark circles under her eyes and asked, you are up? Jan looked at the frail face of her little cousin and asked in surprise. A car. What happened to your face? Did you stay up all night? She wondered. You look so tired. He reminded her. You do not have to push yourself so hard. A car. She ignored his concern and pointed at the computer screen for Jan to see. Look, I found something good. Are you asking about the video of another creature? A car confirmed. Yep. There are some people with zoom skills focusing on the other creature and filming them. Jay realized the clever trick and felt helpless, thinking it was the wrong skill to sneak a shot. But a car then added, look, this is footage of your match. A voice came from the screen. Everyone look, the elf tribe is really beautiful. They have no flaws at all. She announced. That sounds scary. I will turn off the sound. She explained. Both of them are nobles, but one side is dark elves. Do you think she fits the queen's image? I think the dark queen would suit her better. A car turned back to ask, what do you think? Daihang expressed some satisfaction, praising. That sounds reasonable. A car. You are really good, she affirmed. But it is still a bit early to conclude. I will look into it more. He then frowned and thought. I did not think that constellation would be found so easily. A car said. Starting tomorrow, I will check out foreign videos. Jan continued to praise his cousin. You are like a pro, she happily replied. Of course. I will edit the video with you. He became curious and asked. You know how to edit videos? A car answered. Yep. Just a little. I used to make videos for my dad. Jan was taken aback when she mentioned her brother-in-law. This reminded him of the name Runsin. After that, Jan felt a bit uncomfortable. He stood up and glanced at the picture on the wall. The picture was torn at the place where the tall man was. Jan sadly asked himself, did he really leave his daughter all alone like this? What a pathetic jerk. Flashback to 2 days ago. On the day the man named Yun Angsech appeared in Jan's house, he had said, I think I know who the Sword King's girl is. Akar wondered. Really? Who's it? Yunsich replied. Her name is Ida Suzuru. He added that she possesses an SSS-Level beauty ability. This information left both Jihan and Akar in shock. You asked again. You mean the Jin car might have been affected by her skill? Yunsek shyly replied. Actually, I thought so. Jan thought to himself that he had never heard of this before. At that moment, Yun reminded him. Be careful. The Jihan, he explained. We believe that skill is not just controlling, but also altering people's thoughts. This has happened many times before, when our brightest stars suddenly fell into the hands of Japan. If that skill has no limits, she will appear again to charm another player. After that, he researched the strict beauty of Mugium Then and Ito Sezuru, but found nothing. Japan is indeed very cautious with her. Jan told himself. Now he could not find anything. Just like Minister Baek Jung-sik said, I must also be careful. He stepped inside, reminding himself to prepare in advance. If what he said is true, then they must have already begun to act. The plane boldly glided across the city sky. On the plane's wing, it read that the defense force had landed in Korea. Transitioning to one day, Kara in a beautiful outfit stepped out of the room. Uncle, are you done? She reminded, we are going to be late. Jan, it's also it, responded while wearing an expensive watch. Almost done. He took steps toward Kara and urged. Jan straightened his clothes and excitedly said, it is time to greet our honored guests. The elevator displayed the 32nd floor. Seeing the expression of his slightly uncomfortable niece, Dahan worriedly asked Han, are you nervous? He gently reminded, relax. There is nothing to worry about. Kara sighed and replied, this is the first time I have appeared publicly since the incident with Father Nine, so I am a bit worried. Jan reassured his little niece. Just be brave and confident like before. We have nothing to be afraid of what others think. I have not done anything wrong. Kara seemed to gain more strength. She replied. Yep. Then the elevator stopped at the lobby, and the doors slowly opened. Dahan stepped forward. Speaking up, most people already knew what they wanted to hear. In front of the two, a large crowd was there dressed very formally. In the vast space of the party, a guest unexpectedly called out, we have been waiting for you. He stepped aside from her. Jian, he reported that everything you asked for was ready, and you could go in. Jian gratefully acknowledged. Thank you, sir. So I will ask you to take care of everything until the event ends. He called the manager. Park Eunuch. He responded, at first, I was very surprised by your request. Remembering that day, Jan had slammed his hand on the table and said, I never thought about auctioning off the Sword King collection, but that happened with the announcement of the asset auction event, and the favorite items of the former Sword King, Runs, the host of the auction, was from the Korean department. And looking at the arrangement of the banquet, I thought to myself, now I understand. He bluntly asked, you want to draw Japan here, do not you? On the table, there was a sign indicating the seating position of the defense forces. Jan did not hide it. He replied, that is right. The auction items I chose also serve this purpose. He added, the connection equipment of Jun Sezin and the combat data inside are exactly what they are targeting. Jian confidently asserted that Japan would take action. Depending on the situation, a luxury car appeared. Inside the car were two men, one of whom was holding a pair of Japanese swords. Along with that was Jan's assertion that he would step forward himself. No matter what he did, this event would also force the people to face reality and realize they had no choice but to accept it. Young Sich carefully observed the young man's expression, his heart filled with tangled thoughts. Jan's car. He thought to himself, that kid seems to see the future. Jan continued, this is the last opportunity to change public opinion. Please ask the reporters to keep an eye on the table for the self-defense forces. Just as the two were talking, some strangers unexpectedly entered from behind and caused a disturbance. Wait. Seeing that, the building's security quickly stepped in to stop them. You are not allowed to enter. Please step back. They tried to explain. Just give us a little time. We are family of Vexa. The girl knows us. She heard someone calling her name and turned to look back. She blankly recognized. Get lost. The person from Itsia firmly intervened. Sit up. Have you lost your mind? Even if you need money, why would you hold an auction? Those items are very valuable. She turned to reproach Jihan. You made her do that, did not you? How dare you sell someone else's inheritance? This rebel. Xi angrily replied after hearing that. You call him a scammer. You are the real scammers. You should not take my father's surname while deceiving others, she asserted. You underestimate me. Do you really think I am that stupid? Sia did not hesitate to expose them. Do you think I do not know your goal is to take my father's affection while he is not here? Hearing these words, her companion was stunned and exclaimed, Aunt. Oh my. Watch your mouth, Sia declared loudly. What my father left for me is mine. I can do whatever I want with it, and you have no right to interfere. She then coldly turned and left, not forgetting to tell the security outside. Take them out of here. They should not be here. Uncle. Meanwhile, the three others were still shouting and causing trouble. The security spoke up to stop them. Stay right there. Hey. Outsiders are not allowed in. Please leave. Dehan looked at his little niece's mature demeanor and praised her. You are pretty cool today. Sia proudly replied. Of course. You know how to protect yourself. Right. Young Sik went ahead and opened the door to announce. Jan, we have arrived. I will lead everyone inside. The two were then escorted to the stage of the auction event for the assets and favorite items of the former Sword King. Zins. Presiding over the the Net Hun Quuk Run X section. The reporters became excited upon seeing them and exclaimed, "There they are, that is XG Han. Quick, take a picture." As soon as they spotted him, everyone immediately rushed to ask questions. Exquang Jihan, what is the purpose of this auction? I heard you allowed other countries to participate in the bidding. What is the reason? Another asked, Miss Run, please look over here. Is it true that the donation of the Sword Bow and this auction were influenced by outsiders? Another reporter wondered, don't you hope the Sword King will return? What do you think about people saying you are just profiting from the Sword King's legacy? The questions gradually became more absurd, prompting Jihan to subtly use mana. He then requested, could you please say a few words about your performance in the recent match? Just as the question was finished, the mana in his hand was unleashed. In an instant, the lens of a camera shattered, leaving the cameraman and everyone else in bewilderment. What is happening? Soon after, other cameras also simultaneously had their lenses broken, and no one knew why. Why did the cameras suddenly break? They were not even turned on. How could they be damaged? The invited guests were equally perplexed and turned to each other in confusion. What is going on? What is wrong? What is the flag? Jen did not care and stepped up to the podium. This is not a press conference. This is an auction. Now we will begin today's auction. We have prepared 3 items. Jen introduced them one by one. First is Jun Sizin's connecting device that helps reduce injuries by 99%. Along with stored data in the device. Additionally, we have the Rung Siziji analysis data drafted by him personally, and the analysis data of other high-level players in East Asia. The attendees began to inspect each item. The data on the Sword King is very valuable. The analysis data will be useful for us, especially with the upcoming Korea-Japan match. Jen smiled as he watched everyone discussing, thinking they would not want to miss any items. He was sure that high-level player data is not something that can be found elsewhere, and as expected, a hand was raised along with a voice. Excuse me. Jan turned toward the sound and was taken aback by the somewhat familiar hair. He suspected the man was the introducer. I'm Takeda Zo, the recruitment manager of Japan's defense forces. He proactively asked if the auction had started. Could he place a bid? He placed a bid. I would like to offer 5 billion yen for all the auction items today. Takeda's voice continued. Furthermore, I would like a private meeting with Miss Xe and Mir. Exquang Jihan. Jan looked at the man and thought to himself that he already knew his intention. He then slowly approached and skillfully responded, I am very sorry, but I can hardly agree to this request. Jihan stood in front of him, demanding, if you have something to say it to me right here. He insisted this was neither the time nor the place for private meetings. I am sure Japan knows this better than anyone. Takeda laughed and replied, come on, the Jihan. Do not look at me like that. It is scaring me. I am just a guest at this auction. Do not be so cold to me. He ambiguously mocked. If you keep provoking like this, others won't just let it go. At this point, the person beside him stepped forward, brandishing a sword in front of Jihan to block him. Takeda introduced. Specifically, this is my bodyguard. The gaze of this person flashed with a lethal golden light. He boasted, she can't compare to the Sword King, but she is still a skilled player. Takeda continued to speak in front of the bodyguard's cold face. I mean no harm. I am just letting you know. Jihan stared at her, his eyes revealing a deadly intent. Then he directly punched her hard in the face. The sudden attack made her stumble backward. Her face flushed from the punch. Sato was momentarily confused about what just happened, her anger causing her to grit her teeth. He coldly raised his hand and asked, do you want to continue? Sato's eyes widened. Ready to draw her sword, he placed a hand on Sato's shoulder and reminded her that it would be best for her to walk away. This auction is being broadcast live across the world. Her whole body was trembling. The screen immediately displayed images of Jihan and Sato along with comments. Welcome everyone. It has been a while since he last streamed. Has not it? This is a personal broadcast, featuring the beloved items and other assets of the former Sword King at today's auction. The competition is being streamed on Battle Nong, Jihan whispered. You do not plan to keep waving your weapon in my face while being live streamed, do you? Viewers commented, is she really breaking the rules? Seeing her hurriedly grab the sword because she thought she could not win against him, Takeda, observing the tense situation, raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Alright then, he proactively stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. My bodyguard may have gone a bit too far. I apologize on her behalf. Then Takeda made a suggestion, but you rushed in. There are a few things we need to clarify. He reiterated the 5 billion, including the private meeting. And I think I need to hear a response to that proposal. There. Takeda pointed toward the woman standing behind Jihan and spoke. From that very she was taken aback when she heard her name and asked back. The viewers then exposed her. This bastard is trying to use her. Protect man. Takeda pressured Jihan with his question. The Sword King's assets are under the ownership of that right. This is not wrong, making it impossible for you to refute. He walked past Jihan, reminding him with a tone full of mockery. The rightful owner of this auction should be that here. Then Takeda stepped up to her and spoke. This is an invitation for you to a secret meeting. Don't you want to know where your father is? Hearing this, her face briefly showed extreme confusion. Takeda adjusted his collar slightly and vaguely said to her, "You can ask me anything." "Of course. I have plenty to say to you too," he hinted with a sinister look in his eyes. "What are you going to do now?" Under the intense pressure from the man. She hesitated. He glanced at her expression and guessed she would definitely agree. How could she refuse this offer unless she was an idiot, but completely contrary to Takeda's thoughts? She bluntly replied, "I refuse your offer," a response that left the man stunned. Her words made the audience chuckle. He turned into a pixel. Takeda was confused and wanted to explain. "Wait. Hold on. Kudasai, you want to give up billions just for this private meeting? That is 50 billion in Korean won." She calmly responded. "Yep. But my uncle is right. We need to be extremely cautious from now on. And if my father can only be contacted through money, I do not want to know anything more about him." Takeda felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was so flustered that his limbs posed awkwardly, leaving the audience bewildered. "Look at that awkward pose. Why is he posing like a girl from the 90s? Sia cheerfully continued. "Also, I am still a minor, so I have to listen to my uncle." The participants in the auction felt relieved and started discussing. "Thank goodness. I was worried the items would be sold to the Japanese, but we can't let our guard down just yet." Yep. Even though she rejected the private meeting, we do not know how much Neo's defense force will bid right now. The atmosphere between her and Takeda was a bit awkward. He spoke up. "So you have turned down the private meeting. I guess there is no other way." "Then the defense force." The audience buzzed with comments. "I guess he plans to lower the price. Look at him cutting it down to 50 million yen. Takeda confidently asserted, "We will bid 5 billion. He explained, "To be honest, the secret meeting was just one of the options I added on my own." Jan, who was listening from behind, was also feeling overwhelmed. "You wonder, what the heck is this? Is he trying to con us?" Then Takeda pulled an envelope from his jacket and added, "I was instructed from the beginning to suggest 5 billion right off the bat." He presented the white envelope and announced it was from Master Kim V-Gang. With his name written on it, Takeda handed it to her and explained, "This is a letter from Master Kim Veng to you. Does he really think this is the final deal?" A looks down at the white envelope with the name Itoria written on it. She hesitates for a moment but ultimately takes it. Takeda turns around, satisfied, and exclaims, "Was it really that easy to get the Sword King's items? Or is it that the Korean team could not afford 5 billion yen anymore?" This made the auction participants angry, cursing under their breath. "That bastard." Takeda happily steps in front of Jan and teases, "That auction wrapped up quickly." He recalls the recruitment manager of the defense force before his return. That man was banned from entering the US. He had an unusual talent for recruiting foreign players, earning him the nickname Japan's Disaster. Excited, Takeda rubs his hands together and suggests, "Should we get Jihan to start drafting the contract right away?" Jan silently speculates. Perhaps he has something to do with the player using a woman of unparalleled beauty. Thinking that, he replies, "All right." Jan firmly resolves to keep an eye on him. He looks around the auction hall and thinks, with this atmosphere, things do not seem right. Japan has taken these items too easily. As if we had promised to hand them over beforehand. This will look terrible in front of the media. Other guests at the auction expressed their discomfort. 5 billion right from the start. Does this really make sense? If that is the case, why are we even here? The spectators comment in frustration. Are we just giving everything to Japan like this? Are you sure this is not staged? Isn't that obvious? There is no way this is not staged. Everything is still fine. We just need a turning point. A is standing in front of the microphone. Preparing to speak, she stood at the podium, coldly holding the letter her father had written, reading it aloud for everyone to hear. "Ada has heard through the news that you have advised gifting the electric sword. I do not know why you did this, but it is truly regrettable. This is the last asset I will leave to you, so use it wisely." She continues reading, tears falling onto the paper. "This marks the end of our father-child relationship." Everyone falls silent, listening, so do not expect to meet again. Although the paper has no words, everything above is entirely his own doing. Yet she still cries. Shyly tells everyone, "That is what was written. This must be my father's handwriting." Jan feels a pang of sadness. Closing his eyes and turning away without saying a word, he furrows his brow, thinking, "Beauty that can sway a nation. I have heard it is a form of psychological manipulation that controls minds. It must be true." Jihan has hated his brother-in-law from the start, but at least he was a very good father to leaving him shocked and unable to believe he could do this to her. At that moment, she tore the letter apart so that no one would know this secret. Later, said, "Take it, please pass this message to Matt. For me, I have received his assets. Her voice dropped sharply. And I am also very glad to cut off our relationship. I spoke a bit sadly and rambling. Right. If I tear it apart like this, I would just be giving Lakun more work. Right. Jen coldly walked over and comforted her. It is. A quickly used mana to clean up the paper scraps. Then told his niece. I will handle that. Then he decisively used a fire spell to burn all the paper scraps. The people there looked incredibly astonished. The confusion of everyone at the auction was evident on their faces. The crowd whispered in panic to each other. Fire magic. Is that person a wizard? How could he possess the skills of a warrior along with mana and holy power? Takeda focused on his back. Feeling hesitant. That is Jihan. He put on a twisted, tremblingly happy face, thinking that he wanted him to be the one Japan needs. While he was lost in joy, everyone at the auction rushed toward him. Takeda wondered when that happened. Everyone then rushed to recruit Jihan non-stop. You are going for Jihan. You are not part of any group yet. Are you? We will meet any of your demands. I will come first. You will prioritize me. Right. They handed out business cards and urged him. Let us talk. Jen raised both hands to signal everyone and replied. Wait. Everyone rushing to me like this makes me a bit uncomfortable. He honestly admitted. I am not in the mood to talk about this kind of stuff right now. A called out from behind. Uncle. Jan was busy turning back to remind his niece. You can go ahead. I will follow you shortly. His face darkened. She gasped, struggling to say, It is not that. I held her head, her whole body swaying. My head really hurts. Then her eyes closed tightly as if she fainted. A suddenly collapsed on the floor in front of Jan. He was stunned, as if his heart stopped, and called out for a. She lay there motionless, the cause unclear. Jen rushed over, holding the little niece close and called out, Open your eyes. Shaking a. She wearily opened her eyes and weakly called for Uncle. He anxiously asked Henex, Are you okay? Just hang in there. I will take you to the hospital. She reached out to grab the hem of Jan's shirt and whispered Uncle. She quietly said in his ear, I am just acting. Then subtly winked at Jahan. She thought he looked uncomfortable in front of the crowd, so she staged this act. Daihan was shocked and panicked. He wondered why she was acting at this moment. If that is the case, we can auction. She glanced at her uncle and wondered inwardly. You are doing well. Right. Jan sighed in relief, thinking, Oh my god, the girl is just like my sister. The audience saw this scene and immediately got angry, cursing. It is all that bastard Ya's fault. Auntie J, please do not get hurt. Then he stood up and said to everyone, I am really sorry, but I have to end today's event here. My niece is not feeling well. She needs to rest. Jian helped his little niece stand up and asked, Hey, can you still walk? She whispered in reply, Yep. I want to go back and rest. At that moment, Takeda was being blocked by the bodyguards. He tried to shout loudly, May I have a moment with you? Sir. I apologize for any inconvenience my presence may have caused. Takeda proactively pulled out a card and said, I just want to formally extend an invitation to you and greet you properly. Can you contact me later? The card was then quickly lifted by Jan using his mana, and in an instant, he tore it to shreds and replied, Ridiculous. This scene left Takeda stunned, exclaiming with excitement. Jan coldly added, That is my answer. The viewers, seeing this dramatic scene, started commenting sarcastically. The head of recruitment for the world's 4th-ranked guild was rejected by a bronze-ranked player from Korea. That bald guy must be furious. But Takeda did not feel that way. He still smiled cheerfully, his whole body trembling as he spoke. But I predict he is the best. Jihan's vehicle. He realized that power was real. That mysterious strength had even torn the business card apart. With just that power alone, he is already worth investing in. Even as a bronze player, a rising star will develop even more in the future. Takeda told himself that he must recruit him by any means. Outside the hall, Jihan and his niece just stepped out and happily high-fived each other. Spoke, Nice. You fixed your hair and complimented your niece. Great acting. You fooled me too, I proudly boasted. Do you see anything my niece is not good at? He teased about cooking. While they were chatting, a system notification suddenly rang out. Do you have any unread notifications? Jan stared in confusion at the new notification and wondered, What is this? Notification. Thich-chan has sponsored you 10,000 GB Sequing-san. Nice to meet you today. Next time, let us meet privately. Always a fan of yours, Thich-chan. Jan looked at the donation amount in shock. 10,000. I had already turned off the stream. But he is still sponsoring. Standing beside him, laughed so hard he was shaking. The way he talks is so cheesy, he incredulously said. I can't believe my first sponsor is that bastard. I have to block him. Just as the two were happily chatting, suddenly a strange woman spoke up in front of them. Hello. The Jihan. The two looked stunned as she continued. It is a pleasure to meet you both. The woman confidently introduced herself. I am here representing the branch guild to say hello. I am department head number 3. Lai Han. She smiled and continued. I was eager to meet you both, so I came all this way. Sorry for the sudden visit. Jan seemed a bit puzzled, excluding those involved. She should not be able to enter here. How did she manage that? You were suspicious. Her voice sounded very familiar. Have I met her before? Han calmly replied. I have always maintained a close relationship with the BA-Net department in South Korea. I am just leveraging my connections. She added. I am famous in my office as a little flower. Hearing that name made Jan pause. Your confidence is so bold that it is almost shameless. And that tone. I definitely met her somewhere. Extended her hand forward and said. Before we get to business. She mentioned your nickname. The name of the victorious envoy. Meanwhile, Jan tried to recall. His expression a bit hesitant. Aharon's current image reflected that of the masked woman he met earlier, who said she was a longtime fan of his. Jan silently confirmed. It is definitely her. So noticed his expression and questioned. What is going on? He looks completely stunned. She glanced at Han, then gasped in shock and speculated. Could he be falling for her? Jan then spoke up. This world is full of temptations. So it is hard to ignore them. He half joked. That is a quote from Dostoevsky, a great writer. He was also famous for his gambling addiction. This statement startled the two in front of him. Jan asked directly. Do you like that quote? Gazan immediately recognized his intention. She stepped in front of Han and said, Miss, let me handle this. Gazan seriously asked. Who are you? How do you know her motto? She yelled angrily. Only a few know she is a genius gambler. How could someone like you know? Jan grinned at that, no longer doubting. He silently affirmed. She is definitely a member of the first guild in the United States. Manager Zero, the only Korean besides Jan, was a slacker who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble, yet became the leader of the second guild thanks to a talent for voice. Initially, that voice ability was just a skill used for support effects. After the practice ended, the growth range expanded to all other aspects, including parameters and levels through gifts. S-level voice gift, FB growth, the parameters and gifts of designated players increased. That skill began to become useful, and the strongest among voice users was her. Zero. Gazan then asked curiously. Miss, do you also play at the casino? I felt embarrassed and stuttered a reminder. Don't say anything more. Gazan, just stop talking. Jan sighed, thinking that from the flowery sword to Zero. The guild seems to be doing well in recruitment. You explained briefly. I saw her in a previous broadcast. Jan added. I'm on my fan. Her message is the most memorable, so I just asked. Sorry if I made her miss it. Gazan turned around and asked after hearing that. Did you also kneel while watching the stream? She shyly lowered her head, reminding her companions word by word. Please be quiet. Then Hazen cleared his throat. I am not too happy about being labeled as a gambler like this. Jen glanced at her and smiled, thinking, well, it is the truth after all. I noticed and thought, he is smiling. He must be falling for her. Han still did not care and moved forward to speak, but it is okay. I am not afraid to take the initiative in this comfortable atmosphere. And strangely, I feel like we're going to run into each other a lot from now on. I saw Han pull out her phone and thought, she is taking her phone out. She must be into my uncle too. She did not say much and was straightforward. The guild wants to have Mar. Jan. See you next time. Just the two of us. Immediately thought of a romantic date with pink bubbles flying everywhere. She happily shook her head, thinking, oh my. Am I about to have something special? Han was feeling very shy and rubbing her neck. She thought to herself, I was too sexy just now. I am really good at maintaining distance but still making my move. Her gaze glanced at him, reminding him silently. Pay attention. Gazan. This is how I control men. Meanwhile, Gazan appeared calm and somewhat confused. Han gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled confidently. Just watch this. Contrary to her expectations, Jan stammered and declined. But I do not know my own phone number. Han and Gazan were both stunned. Taken aback in disbelief, he turned to ask his niece, what is my number again? She was equally bewildered, thinking, what kind of weird excuse is that? Suddenly his eyes widened, realizing maybe he is playing a soft approach to a hard situation. But looking at Jihan's gaze darting over at her, this does not seem like that situation. She silently judged. He must have planned everything. I have to help my uncle. It does not seem like that situation. Then I held her head and sighed. Uncle, I am feeling dizzy again. Jan pondered. Does she really want to go back and rest this time? Zai thought. If so, then I will cooperate with him. Then he spoke to Han. My niece is not feeling well. I have to go now. If you give me your business card, I will contact you later. She stood there blankly, holding the business card and stammered. All right. Then the two walked away. I happily smiled to herself, thinking, I do not have to worry about my uncle's love life anymore. Still in shock, called out, Gazan. She trembled as she responded. Yep. Miss, Han angrily shouted. I heard you laughing. I am about to lose it. Just keep laughing. Gazan could not hold back her laughter any longer. She burst out laughing and replied, it is not funny. The sunset hid behind the tall buildings, and the sound of a woman's complaints echoed in the air. You really are getting on my nerves. Inside the elevator, a confided. But uncle, do you know what really surprised me? She admitted. I never thought you would wear my dad's clothes. Dahan sighed. It is too big now. What do you want me to do? Your clothes do not fit anymore. You are right to mention more clothes. She agreed. Exactly. As long as you look good. What is the problem? She teased again. But hey, that previous comment was not nice, Jen asked. Confused. Which comment? She replied. It is too old and worn out, she was blunt. How many times has he rejected me already? Jen felt itchy with confusion. He wondered. What is she talking about? Sia rambled on. It is fine to be snobby. But forgetting your own phone number is not okay. She reminded him that it was his quick thinking that saved the situation, but Jahan casually admitted, I really do not know. Sia's response hit her like a bolt from the blue. The atmosphere between them suddenly became awkward. Sia asked, Really? Dan that replied. Yeah. She was truly at a loss for words with this man. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment until Ixa scolded. Are you forgetful or what? It is not like that. The story was about to turn to a new chapter welcoming the arena of male fighters. This time his mission is a defensive one. To protect the crystal and survive the undead army. Ma-Jan logged into the game, sighing in exhaustion. He thought to himself that Sia really was exhausting, remembering earlier. Sia had cried nonstop because she misinterpreted her uncle's intentions. She lamented, Did I lose my chance at romance for you? Because of my foolishness. I have become a hindrance. Thinking back to that scene made Jihan sigh in helplessness. You think the girl thinks I like Lehan? Who would like that gambling addict? Jan's gaze was calm. Still, I never expected to see Zero again like this. The screen displayed a man named Win Diego Masset from Argentina. An angry voice echoed. Damn it. I lost again. Han was wearing a mask at that time. Lamenting. This is ridiculous. Jan. How could that guy score? You remember back then. The two quickly became close because they were both drifters. On their days off, they often placed bets. Zero was very into gambling games. Jan had asserted back then. I told you Diego Mas would score. I angrily asked. But how could that be? She complained about an outdated gift like the ultimate soccer god. Diego Masset. Argentine nationality. Age unknown. Profession mage. A gift of SSS soccer god. He reminded her to pay attention to that SSS-level gift. Han sighed and promised herself. Next time I will win the bet. Jen seriously reminded her. She should stop gambling, Han replied indignantly. Do not say that. She confided it was very hard to ignore temptation. You complained. Whenever she loses, do not bring up her motto again. I have heard it enough times. Jen then asked, by the way, are not you going to remove the scar on your face? Han was honest. I never intended to do that. I have said it. That is the price to pay for dealing with the devil. Aside from being homeless, they had many other things in common. At that time, Hazen had called this Jan, wondering why he was so strong so quickly. If I was still as strong as I was back in Korea, my friend would not have to die tragically like that. And the biggest commonality between them was the sense of guilt and torment. Raising their glasses to blame themselves. I have no right to say that. It is all my fault. They clinked glasses for the torment and guilt of not being able to protect those they loved. Jan, after hearing this, fell silent with a whirlwind of thoughts in his head. Returning to reality, he slightly lowered his face and recalled that incident. At this moment, Jan was in a match. While lost in thought, comments from viewers suddenly appeared. Wait, his right hand. Oh my. It is sticking out of the screen. Last time it was a kitchen knife. What is it this time? Let us see what action he takes. They just saw Jan's weapon and exclaimed. Look at his right hand holding that. It is terrifying. Oh no. This time those monsters are in trouble. That is the Mashid of Pope Baraka, a level Ziyada, a holy relic, a sword used as a sacrificial offering by Pope Ura. Perfect for slaughtering various creatures. Jade looked at the weapon in his hand and thought, why is this level C item so cheap? It must be because this sword is big and heavy. Not everyone can wield it. You then tried swinging the sword a few times and assessed it. Well, it is still easy. Jen held the weapon with both hands, raised it high, and prepared to strike down. The spectators watched as he swung a few slashes into the air, commenting in awe. He is strong like a warrior. Some people were curious. Hey Jan. Show us your status window. That is a cool idea. I want to see too. He wondered if he should show his status window. A strong blast hit the ground, and the audience started discussing again. He fights like a war god, but his skills are actually strange. He moves like a warrior but uses magic. His class is a wizard. So show us your status window. Jan planted the sword into the ground and realized now there were more viewers demanding to see. I have 12,000 viewers. The viewers commented to see. Jan. Just show us already. Warrior with support from a wizard. He hesitated. Unsure. I do not know if I should show the public. But they definitely won Let it go. They are common folks. The system displayed the achievement notification. Channel 1's subscriber goal was completed. Channel 2's subscriber goal was not completed. Channel 3's subscriber goal was not completed. Jay realized he had to be straightforward. Thinking that, he spoke up. Hello everyone. It seems many of you are curious about my status window. The viewers commented after hearing that. How can we not be curious? Dante provoke him. Really? Jan then spoke. I will reveal it to everyone. Upon hearing that, the crowd commented expressing their excitement. That is great. Now I can rest easy. Life is so meaningful. He raised his hand and continued speaking. But on the condition that I have 200,000 subscribers. This is my promise. Hearing this number, the viewers started cursing. You already have 10,000 subscribers. Right. The dead must come back to life. This name is just impossible. You are just a bronze rank player. Having 10,000 subscribers is already good. What is so strange about that? If you do not want to show it, just say it outright. After reading the comments, Jen thought they would surely complain, because 200,000 is truly a hard number to reach. So he decided to speak up. I will add another condition, Jan said frankly. From now on, if I do not hold the top position, I will immediately reveal my status window. The viewers were immediately shocked and commented non-stop. Are you planning to go for a winning streak? Probably not, but let us see. After watching the audience's reaction, he thought that should be enough. Right. People are really simple. The viewers continued to comment non-stop. If it is just a tournament, then it should be fine. But team games also depend on luck. As soon as Chan appears, the game ends. Just wait and see what happens with Chan. Then Jan tightly gripped his weapon. A spectator wondered who would team up with Ji-han. At the same time, flashes of light fell from above. Jan glanced over, stunned by the sight. Why is this happening? His gaze was blank with confusion. They were all in the same place again. Huna Kwang then appeared and exclaimed, look who is here. And there are two more behind him. Huna Kwang Lin Theon kept talking non-stop. Amor, the Ji-han. Running into you like this must be destiny. Gyu Hu also showed up, glaring at him in anger. Thinking about Ji-han, he looked around for a moment and wondered who this was. There is another person. This is the first time I am meeting him. The spectators were buzzing about this guy. Kim Gu-heek and Huna Kwang had become a circus act, but that guy was even more ridiculous. He was a total joke with that stupid ball. That is Diego Masset, the top player from Argentina before Jahan returned. Everyone commented in awe upon seeing him. Diego too. I met him once in real life. He looked like a loser. But why is the Argentinian here at the male boxing tournament? Jay remembered that at that time he was still a nobody, looking fragile and unkempt. But he suddenly realized something was off. But wait, that is strange. Jen thought again. He was the support, while Huo Kwang was the warrior. If that guy is a sorcerer, could he be the archer? The player Argentina archer Diego Masset. Jen remembered that before he regressed. He was a sorcerer. What happened? Juhei was still grinding his teeth in anger. Unable to believe he ran into this jerk again. He felt frustrated recalling his dark past, blaming that guy for losing all his skills. Damn it. He did not even want to see his face. While he was busy cursing inwardly, suddenly Guhei's notification board chimed. The Sword King Clan 898 had registered for a reward mission. What is this? Which crazy person assigned a mission? But before he could finish his thought, Guhei froze at the number displayed on the screen. What was this? He could not believe it. Wondering what this mission was about, the system announcement destroyed the crystal and prevented Mir and GN from reaching the top prize of 50,000 P. The game started. When the announcement rang out, a surge of power came crashing down from above, leaving the spectators confused. What is going on? Diego jumped up and kicked the ball downward. This scene made the spectators gasp. He can kick a soccer ball and knock people down. Indeed. Some things will never change. He continued playing calmly, completely ignoring the undead golems climbing the tower. Diego's relaxed posture amazed the viewers. Truly, the soccer god Diego Masset. He then tilted his head and said to Jihan, give me some mana. This archer needs more power. Diego explained. In a team game, everyone has to do their part. Gia looked at his hands and thought, mana. My stats have never been enough to use it too much before. He reached out his hand and decided that since his holy power was higher now, he could probably give it a try. Jen softly said, power. As soon as he finished speaking, a halo surrounded the players standing on the tower. After receiving the power, Huna Kwang expressed his happiness and exclaimed, oh my, Jan, you are giving us so much mana. You really are a worthy support. The spectators could not help but marvel at this scene. This support is amazing. A support with a suspiciously large sword. After receiving the mysterious power, Juhei wondered why that crazy guy was suddenly giving them mana. Then a voice called out, hey, you sorcerer I have met before. Jihan asked directly, are you going to play fair this time? Ju-heek was taken aback by the question. What do you mean? He hesitated and replied, of course. Huna Kwang held up the perfect broadcast material, teasingly stepping forward. What is this? Do you two have a relationship or something? Are you two friends? He looked at Jihan, thinking, if I do not listen to him, He will just throw me away again. Right, you bastard. After hearing the answer, he stamped his foot down and said, Fine, Jihan assigned. Then I will leave this to you. After saying that, Jan decisively jumped down from the top of the tower. This scene left the three people above confused, not understanding what he intended to do. And Diego turned it, asking if he had lost his mind. He answered as if he was already used to it. Wasn't he that enough to understand? That jerk who loves soccer. Ju Hyosi thought angrily. Oh my, I hate this so much. Did he think he was some kind of subordinate? He suddenly paused and realized. Not all. Well then. I will just do what I want and see how long he can be whimsical. The mission reminded him on his screen. Break the crystal block and prevent Jihan from reaching the top with a reward of 51,800. He was still in mid-air, jumping down toward a horde of monsters below, on the ground. Hundreds of undead golems were waiting with their mouths open for prey to fall. Jen raised his hand to use the fire spell, and immediately flames appeared. He calculated the magic power and holy power he had enhanced since merging into his own force, making a horde of zombies seem like just a bunch of paper dolls. The fire spell was unleashed, and the green flames slowly burned the undead golems, causing them to scream in agony. After that, Jihan above held a great sword. He raised the sword above his head, preparing to swing down for the attack. Meanwhile, the undead golems were still screaming in despair. Jen gripped the sword tightly, diving down from above like a green lightning bolt, the explosion of light shaking violently, sweeping the undead golems into dust. After Jihan's devastating attack, the undead golems were engulfed in fierce green flames, their bodies grotesquely melting away, turning into black shadows crushed completely by the power above. Diego saw this scene and exclaimed in shock, helping this Korean guy is truly insane. Hugh Kwang seemed accustomed to this sight, cheerfully exclaiming without end, Oh my! Everyone, are you watching? Hugh Kwang confirmed that all of this was being live-streamed. The viewers, after seeing the spell, were also utterly stunned. They commented, What the hell happened to him? Didn't he just kill all 100 of them? Another person wondered, Where did this guy come from? But Jihan's battle was not over yet as he faced a giant undead golem charging toward him. It had a fierce face, with blood-red eyes glaring at Jihan. He did not say much. He decisively stabbed the sword down into the ground before the trembling undead golem. Jan smirked, just as expected. He believed that despite going through many difficulties, achieving this was still worth it. The true value of spatial manipulation ability. In Dai Han's mind flashed a term of barrier as a thin shield surrounded him and the golems in front of him. Anyone who falls into this territory will have their actions limited and controlled by the user. That is why the undead golems do not attack Jihan. Even though he has done nothing, Jihan's eyes turned bright red like the golems. He knew that most people were unaware of the existence of this invisible power, but Jihan was very familiar with it. Baron, who had a much weaker control than his own power, often paired up with him for training. Because Jihan had repeatedly sparred against Baron's strength, he could fully comprehend the power of this force. The sword was then pulled up from the ground, leaving a large mark on the earth. It carried destructive power, charged with his mana, ready to unleash a fiery attack. And now, Jihan was an ultimate being, able to simultaneously wield holy power and dark magic, while possessing both strength and combat skills. A small trophy. How could it stop him? Jihan then directly delivered a horizontal slash at the monster. After his devastating attack, the system reported that he had destroyed 124 per 1,000 undead. He looked at the number and promised himself that last time, he could not finish off the 1,000 undead. But this time he would definitely succeed. Then a new notification appeared. A quest to eliminate 1,000 undead alone. Reward: 3,000 achievement points. He charged toward the monsters with his sword, just a bit faster, his eyes shining brightly. Jihan swung his sword, creating blue streaks that tore through the air, spiraling fiercely into the undead golems. The power and fury crushed them into fragments in a burst of light, his eyes filled with determined momentum. Faster still, the battlefield shook violently. Waves of energy erupting from Jihan's attack swept away hordes of enemies. The ground shattered. He tore through the dark night, leaving Huo Kwang above watching in awe. That is amazing. Diego beside him agreed, clapping his hands. The online viewers also began to comment. With this performance, he is sure to be first again. No wonder he dares to be so bold. Now he just needs to get 200,000 more subscribers. Huan Kwang suddenly remembered. Now I am really curious about Jihan's status window. The viewers were also wondering in the comments. What are these guys doing? 3 guys are forced to win. Someone was curious. But why is that Kim Go-hae so quiet? He stood there with a gloomy face, contrasting his appearance. Du Hyochi suddenly broke into a very sinister smile. A viewer requested in the comments, Hey Huno Kwang, tell us what is going on with Gu Heek. He agreed and turned to observe. Then said, There is Chan number 1. They want to see his face. But suddenly he had to halt at what he saw. Huno Kwang shouted loudly, holding a flame prepared in his hand. Ju Heek stood there silently practicing mana. Huan Kwang panicked and asked, What are you doing? He did not answer. his eyes dark as if under some controlling power, his face expressionless. While Ji-hun was fighting hard below, a voice echoed, "That damn Jan. That bastard with no parents." Just this one sentence has got the viewers buzzing. Oh my god. This is intense. Laughing like a madman. He seems to be on a roll lately. That jerk. Just going around deceiving his niece. How on earth did you manipulate her into trusting you so blindly? Jan stood frozen, silently listening to every word he said. The viewers were left in shock, commenting, "It even affects the whole car. He has crossed the line. Goodness. Does he want to die or something? Ju-hae, can't he stop mocking him? Isn't he that right? So you really want to treat her well? So how the hell did you get her to listen to you like that?" The viewers commented upon seeing Ji-hun. "He is calmer than I expected. Ji-han's mentality is really steady. He might not even be angry." Ju-hae is still wildly insulting Jan. Have those two been getting cozy? Someone else had a bad feeling and commented, "Guys, I feel like it is not like that." His face was bloodshot, mana flashing in his eyes with a fierce aura. The mission with a reward of 55,000 geep from Kim Go-hae comes from the Sword King clan, who have always hated Ji-hun. The content is to break the crystal and prevent Ji-han from reaching first place, with a reward of 55,000 p, if converted to cash. This prize would be equivalent to 55 million. Enough motivation for Kim Go-hae to start his tricks again. He continued his unseemly game, loudly cursing that bastard with no parents. Jen was standing amidst a pile of golem corpses scattered on the ground. He remained silent, not responding a word. But Ji-hun had seen through him long ago. His eyes briefly glanced at Gu-hae, thinking to himself, a crazy person who has always been submissive suddenly rises up. There are only two possible reasons. Either someone is backing him up, or he has been provoked. Jan cursed in disgust. Truly a useless piece of trash. Clearly planning to do this when he was far enough away to run. Ju-hae is getting more outrageous. You have really been impressive lately. That jerk. Just going around deceiving his niece. He fell silent, actually not too bothered by the insults directed at him. After hearing those words, Jan could not control his emotions. But how dare he mention Askar? He recalled the day he regressed and met Askar again, unable to help but remember what he had tried so hard to forget yet could not. The memory was like the worst nightmare. The memory of his death. The scar on the girl was from a horrific accident orchestrated by the Swordmaster clan, wrapping her face in bandages. Meanwhile, the body of in his arms felt icy, void of warmth, and Jan, the person who witnessed his tragic fate, could do nothing. All he could do was hold his niece tightly and scream in agony. Right now, mana began to appear and radiate around him. Jan slightly tilted his gaze towards him, filled with killing intent. That is why I decided not to let this happen again. To protect her. To prevent anything from happening again. The spectators commented, "Look at Ji-han. He is furious. Just look at the aura coming off him. It is too much to mention someone as family. Jan, go teach him a lesson." But he has already gone too far. Jan was determined that everyone would remember what would happen if anyone touched A. The moment he gained strength by fusing 3 energy points into one. Jan discovered that he could use the anonymous divine technique. At that moment, 2 forces appeared simultaneously, and Jan was in a ready-to-fight state. Of course, since his martial arts were only at level 30, he could only defend and counter a bit, but Ji-han truly felt the moment he fused the 3 energy points into one. There was something very familiar about it. Just like when Ji-han used the anonymous divine technique, Ji-han's eyes shone brightly in the dark, his cold face saturated with killing intent, hiding the agonizing pain of the intense transformation that just took place. He felt a surge of electricity spreading from his feet. Beneath the shoes Ji-han was wearing, a powerful surge of electricity surged forth. All the golems rushing toward him were scorched by the deadly current. The transformation had turned Ji-han's entire body into like a bolt of lightning, a spell capable of tearing the sky apart. It was called the Thunderbolt technique. At the top of the tower, 3 people stood still. Gu-hae was aiming a fireball in his hand at the crystal. A notification then rang out. The Sword Clan 898 had donated 100 JP. Ju-hae, quickly destroy the crystal. Ji-han's vehicle is starting to move. He responded. Alright. I understand. After cursing him, it felt refreshing. Hein Kwang, standing behind him, continued to block his way, telling him to stop. Ju-hae said nothing, directly attacking, causing him to stumble back. Gu-hae coldly reminded him not to block his path, threatening, "If you block me again, I will burn you alive." Hein Kwang was still unfazed, seizing the opportunity to urge everyone to create content anytime, anywhere. If you hope for me and Ji-han to be safe, please like and subscribe to the channel. The viewers, hearing this, were puzzled and commented that something felt off. You are still trying to profit at a time like this. Then Gu-hae used his power to create magical formations. Alright. So he is crossing his arms with the magic staff. A sphere was created among the 3 formations with the declaration, "Let us end it here." Ju-hae shouted mockingly. aiming his fire technique straight at the crystal in front of him. But as the flames rushed forward, Digo's ball successfully blocked it. It was then scorched and rolled away. The viewers were dumbfounded. Why is there a soccer ball here? Ju Hik turned around in confusion to assess the current situation. On this side, everyone gasped in awe. It is Dago Masset. How dare he stop such an incredible attack? The comments were buzzing. Is he from the Sword Clan? Ju did not care about that. Angrily shouting, "What is wrong with you? That idiot loves kicking balls." Digo straightforwardly replied, "I believe in playing transparently. If you keep ruining the game, I won't let it slide," he added. "Moreover, you cursed a teammate who is carrying us and even insulted his parents. I can't allow you to keep acting recklessly." Upon hearing this, Ju Hik was so furious that the veins on his face bulged. His jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to hold back curses. Jihan then manifested behind him and declared, "A jerk like you dares." Hein Kwang, seeing his idol appear, joyfully exclaimed, "Everyone, look, thanks to your attention, Jan has appeared." The viewers were amazed at how he created content. Huanei Kwang, you are really persistent. Yu Hig's eyes widened in panic, his pale face drenched in cold sweat. The fear was palpable as he felt the deadly aura and lightning-like energy from Jihan right behind him. The darkly intense face said, "That is right." He growled, his red eyes asking, "You seem to have a lot to say." Yu Hik's mouth fell open, his gaze wide with panic, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. His face twisted and tense in sheer terror as he faced the overwhelming power. Yu Hik felt a knot in his stomach. What the hell is this? This is absurd. What am I supposed to do now? He hesitated, deciding to take a risk. Damn it. Damn it. I am done. I am finished. Might as well curse it all. Jihan's car. He gave a fierce look, his fingers curling in command. Jihan continued. Honestly, I was planning to blow your head off as soon as I got here, but I changed my mind. Jihan declared, "How could I let you die that easily?" He subtly moved his fingers up and down controlling Gu Hik and added, "The pain will usually be dulled by the device." He was brought to his knees by Jihan. He continued, "So even if I kill you, it would only downgrade you one level." Jihan locked Gu Hik's mouth and asked, "That is common knowledge, you know, right? I am telling you. Now let me show you some things you do not know." Gu Hik's mouth was literally locked by Jihan, his hand resting on his shoulder. Gu Hik silently cursed in anger. How could this idiot know that and still not kill me? Either way, I have lost all my skills. How could I downgrade any further? Gu Hik regretted. That reward was really unfortunate. But it also made him furious. So I have won anyway. But while he was lost in thought, Jihan delivered a brain-shocking blow to Gu Hik. He collapsed to the ground, the pain coming so strong that Gu Hik could not even form a complete sentence. Stammering, "What is this? This is way too painful." Faced with Jihan's icy stare, Gu Hik could only tremble and plead. My body. My body." He coldly asked back, "What is wrong? You are already in pain. I have not even really started yet." Gu Hik, full of rage, shouted, "That is enough already. Please, that is enough." His voice echoed within the castle. "Stop it." Hu Kwang trembled as he spoke. He really can endure it. Jan Diego next to him chimed in. "I agree." He frowned slightly, asking, "But do not you find it strange? Most people use connecting devices, so there would not be such a strong reaction." He also looking at that light, Huan Kwang observed Jihan, one hand holding the light, the other treating Gu. Hai said, "He keeps treating him with one hand. He can't be serious." "No way." Side effects. The question appeared instantly on the screen. "What are side effects?" Huan Kwang touched his chin, explaining, "It is simply like a doctor." He started explaining, "If you keep using healing skills on a damage like poison or burn, it will overload. Then, a strange phenomenon occurs. The connection device will ignore 100% of the damage." On the other side, Yu Hik was roaring angrily. Kwang Kwang thought to himself, "This is really scary. But he looks like he is in a lot of pain. What skill is he using?" Jan thought calmly, causing a shift in the muscles that broke bones and tore flesh. He looked at his body, thinking, this is a technique that only a few martial artists know how to use. Channeling an energy source into the opponent's body and destroying them from within. Ju Hik stared wide-eyed in pain, confused, thinking he was using a connection device that could reduce 95% of pain. What is happening? He thought in agony, feeling like his insides were being ripped apart. Like thousands of needles were stabbing into his body. Ju Hik began to wonder, if this pain continues, then I will just scream. Go ahead and kill me. You bastard. Immediately, Jihan swung his sword and severed his head. He calmly looked up toward it. Comments started flooding in. Jihan wants to go all out. Soon after, the notification sound rang out. Player Kim Guha has died. He looked around, wondering, will he come back to life now? Huna Kwang turned pale, thinking to himself, I need to be more careful. The die-hard streamer Hua Kwang was scared off by Ji-han. Then, Ju-hae screamed in pain. And a comment appeared. What is this? Deja-vu. He calmly watched him scream. Spare me. Please spare me. I was wrong. Comments appeared. Jan, you are scaring me. Soon after, his hand fell to the ground. Comments started appearing. Hey guys. He just died out of nowhere. As soon as he fell, the notification rang out. Player Kim Guha has died. The others were startled, reacting immediately. Oh man. It seems he was too shocked. The Jihan. Do not spare him. Jan stood still, watching Guhik's body slowly disappear. He raised his hand, looking over there, thinking, could not handle it and died. I need to control my power better. Shortly after, the notification appeared. Player Kim Gu-hik has respawned. He sat up suddenly, startled and yelled, back to life again. Ju-hik looked at Jihan approaching. Panicking, he screamed, don't come here. Do not come here again. I know I was wrong. His face darkened as he replied, if you can't handle the consequences, then do not do it. Jihan was startled upon seeing the notification that 082 donated 10,000 GB. Outside, the vehicle shouted, Sir, stop it. So please stop. This is too much, she worriedly said. If you keep this up, I am going to lose all my subscribers. Comments appeared. I am too obsessed. If you keep going, it really will be too much. The Jihan. I want to see you perform. But if it is like this, the vehicle pleaded, stop and just focus on the game. Please. Jihan was startled, thinking, a vehicle is calmer than I thought. You furrow your brow in thought. But it is still not enough. And Jae looks at Go-hik in front of him, wondering if he should stop here, since it is pizza time. This should be enough to scare them off. He tries to move toward La to shout for help without getting killed. You contemplate this, but Jan immediately decides he needs to confirm one more thing. Shortly after, his voice rings out. Who's it? Go-hik, with tears streaming down his face, lets out a confused cry. His eyes flash with a red light as he questions. Who gave you the guts to do this? He screams in fear. I will confess right now. My memory is really good. It is the guy from the Sword King Clan 898. They offered me 50,000. Gu-hid keeps pleading with his hands clasped. I am just a fool. Just kill me already. Comments flood in, urging him to confess. This coward, his voice explains, because the Sword King Clan supports you. And I have been blinded by money. I am really sorry. Comments appear on the screen. This ungrateful dog. You failed today. There won't be a next time. I can believe I entrusted this task to him. Jan falls into deep thought upon hearing this. Something feels off. 50,000 to P for each one. Maybe it is not an individual but a whole group. He grips Gohu's collar, reminding himself to remember this. Jan calmly says, you should be grateful to Kara for stopping me. His eyes well up with tears as he shouts. Definitely. Guhi is thrown high up by you. Happily shouting, thank you so much. Notifications immediately pop up. Player Kim Guha has died. Kim Guha has been eliminated from the game. Tuna Kwang smiles widely and says, today, a buried guy has been punished. Jan lightly claps his hands, thinking he should go catch some zombies again. You frown in anger, thinking that if I had not been interrupted, I would have completed the mission by now. Jen imagines himself slashing zombies, receiving the notification that he has killed 921 per 1,000 zombies. You look ahead, shouting at the status window, then gaze at the screen, thinking, oh well, how long will it take to kill 80 more? Jen exclaims in surprise when he sees the reminder. You have unread notifications. You look at the notification in confusion, asking, did I complete it? The screen displays the message that the Zombie Origin Mission 1 has been completed. Jen glances to one side in denial. How could this be? You see the corpses sparking on the ground and exclaim, that is the Thunderbreaker set. Jen recalls that moment and realizes. So that is how it was. You remember that the lightning you created had killed the nearby zombies. Jen silently muses. More accurately, I could not control it, and the released energy caused an explosion. You touch your chain, frowning in contemplation. I can execute it perfectly because I did not use the divine blessing but just used my key. But it is really embarrassing. Jen looks ahead, thinking he needs more time to practice. Just then, a calling sound makes you look over, and Jian Hu Kwang's eyes sparkle with inquiry. Are you going down again? Can I go down with you? Diego looked over when he heard Jan calling. Hey. Thanks for shaking my hand. I am just doing what I have to do. Comments started popping up. Just casual talk. Jan smiled softly in response. Please let me see you again so I can repay you this time. Just as he was speaking, the ground began to tremble. I want to tell you a few things. The three of them standing on the tall tower gasped and screamed. What is happening? An earthquake. What is this? This has never happened before. Hon Kwang shouted towards the ground. It seemed like something just exploded. What should we do? Diego looked ahead and yelled. Korea. Look, Jihan frowned, looking over there, The viewers saw something crawling out from the ground and commented, "What is that huge thing?" His eyes widened in astonishment. Question marks appeared above his head. He shouted as he saw it crawling out of the ground. It was 3 people looking at a hand with a mouth in the middle screaming. A hand with a wide open mouth, letting out a deafening scream. The hand reached up, emitting a strange laugh. Diego panicked and said, "What is that?" "That hand is terrifying." Huo Kwang gasped. "If it is this big from here, how huge must it be?" Below the hand, a crowd of zombies kept gathering. Jan shivered at the thought of that giant mouth opening. He clenched his jaw tightly. The zombies were crushed to the ground. Struggling and screaming, Jan frowned, wondering about that thing. He saw the hand pressing down on the zombies. Thinking it was swallowing them, Jan watched the giant hand pressing down on them. The hand propped itself up with its fingers. The mouth and the palm of that hand opened wide. A stream of black liquid rolled down from its tongue. That liquid immediately fell straight to the ground. The corpse golem instantly crawled up from the pile of liquid. Huan Kwang gasped in disbelief and shouted, "Wait! Why is that thing appearing in a bronze-level game? Isn't it supposed to only appear in gold-level tournaments and above?" Jan's eyes widened as he analyzed the monster that formed after the arms split the bodies apart and reassembled. He looked at them thoughtfully. The corpse golem, as it sparkled, said they had never appeared at bronze level. Jan lowered his head, looking at the screen in front of him, wondering, is it due to the quest chain? On the screen, the text appeared, "Zombie quest chain. Defeat the corpse golem without the help of the crystal." Seeing this, he thought, what does it mean by no help from the crystal? A notification sound rang out. "You have crossed the defense line of 10 buildings." Jan frowned in confusion. Notification. A line of text immediately appeared. "A side quest has been unlocked." The system's voice announced the side quest to eliminate the corpse golem. A group of people looked ahead and shouted, "A side quest? Do bronze levels usually have stuff like this? It says we really have to kill that thing." The screen displays a warning to stop the undead golems, created by the apostles of the Black Destruction. That hand quickly burrows back into the ground from the high tower. The system's voice echoes, "You can close the power gap by using the crystal's blessing to take them down in one hit. Bring the nuclear bomb here." Huan Kwang shouted with a frown, "How can we accomplish this mission? Even the gold rank guys can't do it." Jan closed his eyes in contemplation. This mission seems impossible. He opened his eyes and thought, if it were not difficult, it would not have such a big reward. The screen showed a side mission to stop the undead golems, created by the apostles of the Black Destruction. The reward is 1,000 achievement points and crystal shards. Jahan was startled and thought, the shards are the main reward, and the achievement points and other things are just a bonus. He glanced downward, guessing this must be a mission to eliminate them. Huan Kwang groaned. Since it is a side mission, we have to give it our all. The sword on the ground immediately lifted up. A voice called out, "Hey, you should take the blessing first." Daihan calmly declined. "No need." Comments started flooding in. Is Daihan scared? Did he give up? Is there a chance he will reveal his stats? The audience was filled with doubts. Come on. How could a bronze-ranked guy defeat a gold-ranked boss? Stop defending him. Jihan's foot sparked with lightning. Jihan raised his sword, charged with lightning, and thought. Undead golem. He looked at it thoughtfully. Golems are undead, so they are very hard to kill. You can only take them down by destroying the core at the center of their body. Due to their massive bodies, and the fact that they are made up of many different corpses, this is a tough task. Moreover, undead golems are considered a mid-level boss in the gold rank. Even though Jan is bronze-ranked, it is still quite tricky. Jan calmly shouted, "You two step back a bit." Huno Kwang was startled and asked in confusion. He did not explain, charging quickly toward the undead golem, leaving a footprint on the ground, crackling with electricity. Huan Kwang and Dago were stunned and looked over, his eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Shouting, Jen raised the sword high in his hand and swung down towards the undead golem. There is a technique that is the most fundamental of the nameless divine skill, the 3 talents. The martial art is based on heaven, earth, and man, with 3 meanings. Heaven refers to the sky and vertical slashes. Earth refers to the ground and horizontal slashes, and man refers to humans and diagonal slashes. That is the foundation of the nameless divine skill. Jen gripped the sword tightly, thinking, this technique also represents breaking the mountain. He used the 3-talent technique, the mountain breaking slash, cutting the undead golem in half. Huna Kwang and Diego were immediately stunned in place. The ball in his hand fell. On the other side, the entire body of the undead golem disintegrated, leaving only the core behind. Jan frowned slightly and thought, the name sounds impressive. You watch it fall to the ground in thought. But it was just a vertical slash. The notification sound rang out. Player Son Jihan has defeated the undead golem. The screen displayed a reminder. The 4th tower had completed its side quest, and comments started flooding in. Don't mess with Jihan. I declare this guy is a nuclear bomb. That is the only reasonable explanation. The moment Jihan swung his sword, Huang Kwang felt a mix of different emotions, fear and jealousy, anticipation and longing. All those feelings blended together into respect. Huan Kwang knelt on the ground, Breathing heavily, his eyes widened in realization. This was the first time he felt this way. At first, I thought he was just a good topic for streaming. Huang Kuang closed his eyes, silently denying it, but now, it is not just that. He thought about Jihan, deciding he wanted to relive this person's moments. You will rise to greatness. Huang Kuang's face was filled with determination. I have to do this. He saw Jihan transform into a beam of blue light, realizing he had to return to his journey of becoming a legend. With all his determination, Huang Kuang looked over excitedly and shouted, "The Jihan. Great job." He looked ahead, unaware that from this moment, the relationship between San Jihan and Diego was beginning. The crowd gasped. Oh my. They looked at the undead golem, raising their hands, angrily shouting, "This game is really making it too hard." It struck towards the tower, with a loud scream echoing. At the third tower, the undead golems surrounded them, continuously attacking. A reminder appeared on the screen. Side quest failed. Side quest has ended. Players who completed the side quest would receive triple experience points and GB. Jan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the rewards of this game are truly amazing. He glanced to the side. But of course, I still need a few more things. Jan turned to him and exclaimed, "Masset, see you outside." Diego looked over and shouted, "I am not that interested in the reward anyway. But thanks to you, I have already got a significant bonus." Jian smiled slightly and asked, "I want to discuss your abilities outside." "Do not you want to hear?" Diego was startled and shouted, "My abilities? What do you mean?" Jihan raised his hand, emitting a red spark, and said with a smile, "A hint for you, mage. It would not be fun to say it all here. Let us discuss it over dinner." Diego wondered in surprise. Mage? Is he suggesting I change my class to a mage? If it were someone else, he might have brushed it off immediately, dismissing their words as nonsense. But Jihan had shown Diego a truly spectacular scene, so he could not help but be excited about what he was about to say. He immediately pursed his lips and thought, if he really found a class that suited him. After a moment, Diego also voiced his agreement. "All right then. I will get back to you later." Jan put his hands in his pockets and shouted, "Great. So do you have a preference for food? Let me find a place first." Huang Kuang immediately raised his hand to suggest, "You go ahead with me." You heard that and immediately refused. That is a hassle. Anyway, it is Massa's personal reward. He shouted loudly right away, "Stream. I want to talk to you about the live stream." Jen coldly declined. "I refuse." Huang Kuang shouted with force, "I want to be a solid teammate with you. I need to edit. I want to be your editor." Jan quietly agreed. He heard that and excitedly shouted, "Really? So Jan slowly disappeared. Saying that was a refusal, you immediately left the game, leaving only a line. "Everyone has worked hard." Tears streamed down Hu Nazi Kuang's face as he raised his hand to ask. Wow. Comments appeared one after another. How to correctly denied someone. Did you see him bragging and then losing? Huang Kuang is not happy. Just so you know, the building where Jan is still has its lights on. Reminders appeared on the screen. You have completed the zombie origin quest chain and earned an additional 10,000 achievement points and a crystal shard. A notification appeared. The next quest chain, the apostolic mark, is about to be unlocked. Seeing that, you could not help but feel emotional. A full 10,000 points. No wonder the quest was so hard, you happily thought. The reward is indeed amazing. Jay glanced at the screen, thinking how lucky he was to have a team beforehand. You held the shard in your hand, feeling emotional. But this crystal shard was a bit daunting. The screen introduced the shard that grants the user the blessing of the gods. This item can only be used once, at the bronze and silver levels. The blessing of the gods can only be used by those at the highest support level of the priestesses. It is one of the highest types that boosts all stats by 50%, and is a must-have for high-level players. Jen raised his hand to put it back, stating it can only be used once and is limited to silver and bronze. How boring. You looked at the screen calculating which reward was next. Thanks to being the first to complete, both your GP stats increased by 50%. Notifications appeared. You leveled up 3 times. You gained an additional 6,000 P. Jan calmly murmured, "Now I am at level 13. As the screen displayed, combat power and strength are at level 17. The name Xgan Jihan level 13 belonging to the Bronze Gang. Area 1. Combat power 17. Strength 17. Support profession. The mage thought to himself, still needing to level up 12 more times to participate in the silver promotion battle. To be honest, these stats are really unbelievable. You looked elsewhere and whispered, has there ever been a player who grew this fast? The ruins of another world. The sword of the monk Ika is reacting. Notifications appeared. You have fully understood the faith of the other world. Current holy power +1. Holy power has merged into strength. Jan looked at his hand. A reminder appears on the screen. The sword of the monk Araka has dropped. You raise an eyebrow to stop it. Wait a second. Jan looks at the screen, thinking quietly. The index has not gone up at all. Combat power 17. Strength 17. So the holy power and strength are not balanced. You glance at the sword in contemplation as the screen shows a reminder, the relic from another world. The sword of Monk Ika can no longer maintain its inner strength. Jen covers his face and watches the sword explode. This equipment is being destroyed. You lift your hand to shield some of the light. Thinking quietly about the power of the three wonders potion spilling out of the sword, Jan looks over there. Thinking, can it no longer withstand the destruction of Mount Tae? The energy quickly cuts toward your shoulder. Jen immediately raises his hand to analyze. If this continues, it will be a disaster. I have to quickly absorb its power back. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a golden light emanates from him, illuminating the surroundings. And the light does not flicker. Inside a nearby building, a sound of lamentation echoes. What a headache. I even successfully moved next door. Japanese Defense Force Teikataku and Fi Sword King 898 Sai while holding chicken legs. And yet the plan has fallen apart. He recalls sending out the notification at that time. Fi Sword King 898 sent a mission to someone. Ju Heek looks at the notification screen, startled, and exclaims, What is this sudden jump? Who is this jerk sending this to me? His eyes widen in confusion. You can believe this mission. What is going on? The screen shows a message to break the crystal and prevent Jihan's car from winning. Reward 50,000 up. Take it a looks at the screen, commenting, nothing special. Just someone with the same goal wanting to help out. He smiles brightly, saying, you will get revenge on Iksan-san, while I will get his status window. Take it a looks at the comments online. Cursing loudly. They are really idiots. Messages appear on the screen. Big family of sword fans. Let us join forces to defeat Exing Jihan. Sponsoring such a large amount for the Sword King. The online patriots who bragged a lot ended up becoming snowballs for a traitorous jerk. Just shut up and take care of your parents well. Straight up like a milk-scented brat. He calmly thinks that losing the strongest player, the Sword King, still leads to them fighting amongst themselves. But thanks to them, stirring things up becomes much easier. Take it a laughs loudly. I can aim at Axking-san while pretending to be part of the FC Sword King. As simple as weaving a basket. He interlocks his fingers and rests his chain, chuckling to himself. Eksung-san seems to always be on guard against someone like me, a Japanese. But in reality, the ones he should be wary of are his Korean friends. Next on the screen appears Jihan and Go Hai. Take it a looks at him and whispers, the jellyfish mage. Hurry up and destroy it. Then he smiles and raises his hand to shout, let us make X-san taste the bitterness of being subdued. Back in reality, Take it raises the chicken leg to gnaw, saying, that is what I bragged about. But in the end, I still lost. Maybe I should stop ruining the game by pretending to be a member of the Sword King thefts. He looked at the notification on the screen. Mission failed. The crystal was broken, and Exanjahan was first. The 50,000 DP reward was too much to resist. If I had succeeded just once, it would have been incredibly lucky. What a pathetic player I am. Take it a thought of Gu Hai, who shouted about ruining the game but could not even manage a tiny bit. If that idiot had broken the crystal immediately instead of stalling, would not it have been much better? He bit down hard, saying that if he could do that, everyone's wishes would be fulfilled. San's vehicle would reveal his status window. Takeda, filled with rage, cursed. What a brainless fool. His plan had hit a snag. He raised his voice, shouting in frustration, at this rate, I am going to lose everything. Takeda slammed his hand on the table, growling, damn it. The recruitment director Takeda Kazuo of the Neo Self-Defense Force is in a tough spot. With years of experience in selecting talent, he realized that Sion Jahan was a talented player who needed to be recruited immediately. But his superiors at the main office would only consider the recruitment plan if there was clear information and sufficient evidence about the subject. They demanded proof based solely on Takeda Ko's intuition. To prove his judgment was right, Takeda needed to obtain Jahan's status window. In other words, he needed the actual parameters to demonstrate Jihan's strength. He looked at the computer screen, shouting loudly, there is not much time left. These amateur tactics are no longer effective. Takeda raised his eyebrows and shouted, but just wait. I will get Jan's status window. He thought of that person shouting, soon, I will have your status window. And the main office will approve it. Takeda's voice echoed. And then he would use the same special method that was applied to the Sword King. The screen displayed a notification. Your holy power has increased by 1. Integrated into strength. Strength increased by 1. Jan gasped. Surprised. He sat down on the ground. Concluding, so every 3 points of holy power converts to 1 point of strength. A reminder appeared. Strength and combat power linked have increased by 1. He looked at the system panel, thinking that thanks to this, his combat power is now 18. Jen glanced at the debris around him. Pondering, was the remaining holy power absorbed when the cursed blade was destroyed? It is a shame for a weapon to end up like this, but if the rewards are that great, then each notification appeared, and the strength points surpassed 17. From now on, you can only absorb holy power from relics on list B. He felt furious and shouted, This is too much. What difference does it make if it is only list A? Are you telling me to dream in broad daylight? Jan closed his eyes, cursing silently. It really is narrow-minded. Just then, Sia burst, shouting, "Uncle, look." She held her phone, smiling. "My account is 5 billion, he calmly asked. "Is it over already?" Sia exclaimed in confusion. "Uncle." She looked at the injuries on Jan's body, questioning, "Why do you look like that?" He looked at his hand and explained, my weapon suddenly exploded." Jian smiled softly, saying, "It is nothing." Sia saw blood gushing from the top of his head and screamed. She angrily dragged Jihan outside, shouting, "I really do not get you. Quick, wash the wound so I can bandage it." "I thought you had grown up. Why are you so childish?" He was startled, questioning right there. The next day, Jan looked at the grilled meat in front of him. Reminiscing that it was the first real food he had since returning, he smiled slightly, thinking that going out to eat like this occasionally is not too bad. But said, "But I prefer Korean food." Sia crossed her arms, reproaching, "But since I am treating, you should at least eat something a bit more expensive." Jihan waved his hand in refusal. "Come on, we eat 3 meals together every day." He immediately questioned in confusion when he heard her continue. "Is that?" Jihan was shocked to hear Xa say, "I am going back to school soon." She scratched her face, embarrassedly continuing, "I may look like this, but I am the student council president, so I can't take a break." The sound of the boy's voice echoed back with a question. "But taking a week off would be better, right?" A look troubled. "That..." She thought about that part to mention. "Actually, the day I am supposed to receive blessings at the gift hall is coming up." Jihan picked up his phone and realized, just remembering now. He stared at the notification on the screen, deep in thought. His birthday is coming up soon. On the 22nd of next month, X will turn 18. Despite the difficulties, she has always looked forward to this day. She had always received blessings from the gift hall at the academy, so she hoped things would improve if she received a good gift. But that hope was crushed right after. The gift she received belonged to a list of disappointments. That was the moment that made it crumble. Even though she tried to get through it all. Thinking of this, Jan lowered his head and said nothing more. He analyzed the piece of meat in his mouth. "If I tell her she will just get a disappointing gift, she will be so disappointed. Right. I guess there is no choice but to gradually lower her expectations." Jan's voice rang out. "So are you going tomorrow?" I smiled brightly in response. "Yep. Tomorrow is Monday. It is the perfect time to go." He looked at her, suggesting, "All right. Starting tomorrow, I will take you." Aghast in surprise. "Why so suddenly?" She immediately waved her hand to refuse. "I am not a kid anymore." Jen countered upon hearing that. "But we are dealing with something right now. I have made up my mind. So just listen to me." I frowned and asked back, annoyed, "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" She pouted, turning her face to the side and added, "It does not fit at all." Jen raised an eyebrow looking at the corners of her mouth slightly lifting into a smile. I saw him covering his mouth to stifle a laugh and got angry, questioning, "What is wrong? Why are you laughing?" His voice came out, "It is nothing. Just eat." She immediately retorted, "What is..." "I was planning to take the bus myself." Under the moonlight, Jan's serious voice rang out, "Don't be like that. When I care, just listen to me." The next morning, light began to rise over that tall building. He led it to the front, startled by the scene before him. "What is going on here?" He looked at the empty parking lot in front of him, exclaiming, "What happened here?" Jan thought of those cars and shouted, "Where did all the supercars go?" I asked in surprise, "Are you saying all the cars were sold?" He heard that and held his head, mumbling, "So that is why I did not see any car keys." She laughed loudly, saying, "Then I will take the bus." "Okay." Dahan looked to one side and replied, "There is still one over there." I yelled in surprise, "That is the one she pointed out. That is Mom's car." He could not confirm that. It is probably not that they could not sell it, but that it was too cheap, so they just left it. Jihan grabbed the handle and pulled the door, asking, "Can it be opened?" You got in the car and said, "The key is still here." I was startled and asked, "Wait. Do not tell me you are planning to take me to school in this thing." As Jian started the car, black smoke immediately filled the air. He curiously asked, "Are you embarrassed or something?" She quickly denied it. "No way." She hesitated and replied, "I am just a bit worried." Jang asked in confusion, "Worried about what?" Brown shouted angrily, "You little brat. Back the car out." She replied with a bitter smile, "I am worried about this." The guy continued to shout loudly, "Can you hear me? I am telling you to back the car out." Soon, the two arrived at Sun Gangnam-gu BattleNet Academy. Jan was deep in thought, looking calm. I knew this cheap car would attract attention. "But is there really someone so bored that they would cause trouble for me?" he asked in response. "What is going on?" Brown angrily demanded. "How dare you park this armored car here? Get that car out of here now." Daihen stepped out of the car and questioned, "We parked here first. What is your problem?" The guy yelled angrily, We always park there, you begar. He called out with his hands in his pockets. Why do not you shut your mouth first? I am also a parent at this academy. People around were startled and exclaimed, is that Jan? That is right. A low-class murderer. That person raised their hand and turned back to chat. Why is he at the academy? The Sword Princess's daughter studies here. I heard she took a break. Is she back to studying? That voice echoed. Posted online. Immediately, news broke out that the Sword Prince's brother drove Ronning to Batnet Academy and fought with Ron Royce. Jan studies at the Academy of Asia now. He just keeps studying. Nice. Bro. The scene shifted to Sun. With the Renan office building looming ahead, a voice rang out. Lim Gazon. Follow me. She was holding her phone and asked suspiciously. That person raised the phone and shouted. Just go to Battle Elite Academy. She was startled and mumbled. Jan. A voice inquired. What is going on? Han replied while holding a lipstick. What else? She frowned and shouted. We will confront him face to face, angrily thinking. How dare he ignore me? I am going to see him. Han gritted her teeth and yelled. Just wait. Jen listened calmly as Brown shouted angrily. I can't believe a beggar like you dared to come here in that junk. He raised his fist and shouted. Bow your head now. His eyes flashed with a bright red light. Brown punched hard at Jan, yelling, Bow your head, you bastard. The guy in car opened the door and yelled. Hey. 2 staff members here were startled. That is enough. We can't hold it back anymore. That is strange. He saw Brown's punch trembling and stopped to speak. That guy's punch was right in front of his face. He clenched his teeth, thinking, why can't I move? Then Brown was startled looking at the red light, tightly closing his mouth and saying, what is going on? Ji-Han swung his arm and knocked him to the ground. He looked down from above and shouted. Stop swearing. You are taking students to school. Right, Ji-Han calmly said. At least do not act so tough. The guy in car worriedly exclaimed. Hey. People are watching. Just stop. Suddenly, a voice called out. Hey. Is that a car? Vice President of the Student Council at Baton Academy. Kim Hyo, 17 years old. She poked her head out of the car and shouted. Oh my, it is really you, a car. Jan turned his head to look at her. Thinking she seems like a friend from the car, she immediately shouted. Long time no see. She got out of the car and asked. What are you doing? Gur immediately responded. I just slipped. Jan and C were startled. Thinking. Really? The guy bowed his head in apology. Sorry, miss. Hugh covered his mouth in shock. Oh my. Why are you driving this car? Where are your other cars? Kara looked at the car and replied. This one. She smiled softly in response. My dad sold all the others. She immediately patted her chest and shouted. You should have called me. Who grabbed Kara's hand and shouted. This is not good. Her eyes sparkled as she said. I will give you a ride to the academy. She gasped in surprise. Why suddenly? A voice from Haiksu explained. A car like this will attract attention. Kara immediately refused. That is true. But I do not want to bother you. She shook her head in disagreement. Bother what? I will tell my dad. Do not worry. Dihan looked at Kara hesitantly. But he turned his gaze elsewhere, lost in thought. Jan looked at her smiling face, thinking to himself. Did Kara have a close friend like this in his past life? Something feels off. After a moment, Han shouted in surprise. Where's the flag? She screamed in shock. Where's Jan? I flew here in less than 10 minutes. How could he have left? The security guard replied. Song just left. Gazin closed his eyes and responded. I told you. Han shouted angrily. What kind of fight lasts only 10 minutes? She frowned, biting her nails and muttering. If this keeps up, those foreign groups will approach him too. Gazin immediately raised a hand to stop her. Stop. Han was startled. Looking at the hand on hers, she calmly reminded her. Didn't you say something you do not remember? Biting your nails won't solve anything. So you asked me to stop you. Han smiled slightly in response. That is right. Deep down, she thought. Do not say I almost liked her. Gazian looked at her as she turned to leave. Curious, what are you going to do now? Han asked softly in return. There is no other way. Right. She touched the game screen and replied. I will keep an eye on him. A notification popped up. You have joined the stream of the prediction catch by the net. Song and Han smiled in response. Let us see who will win. On the other side, comments popped up as they saw Jahan rushing in with his fist raised. If Jahan wins, we already know the result, so why watch? He punched hard at a person in front, and a message appeared saying it was a total disaster. Then Jan kicked hard at the person next to him. The audience watched him fly backward in amazement. He did not even break the shield. He closed his eyes, using the nameless technique, his eyes flashing with a white light. Jan used the lightning foot skill to create lightning strikes through the crowd. Right after that, the group behind him fell down simultaneously. Jan looked at his fist and exclaimed that it was not bad. He pondered that he was getting used to this move faster, because he focused on the feeling when using it. He glanced at the other two, thinking maybe they should add a bit more. He and the other guy chuckled wryly, muttering, don't tell me it is Jihan again. Jihan cut through a corpse golem, a gold tier monster, with just one strike. They looked at him, thinking that for a bronze-ranked player to face him was like being struck by lightning. A natural phenomenon one could not resist. As soon as Jihan appeared on the rooftop, a notification popped up. Game over. He calmly looked at the message saying he ranked first, with comments rolling in. First place again. Jan is always first. The notification sound kept ringing. You have ranked first for 5 consecutive times. The experience and GP received will increase by 200%. He was startled by this and exclaimed in surprise. A message appeared. You have leveled up 2 levels. Jan was taken aback by the reminder. You have reached level 15. The dungeon game has been unlocked. He took off his outer jacket and exclaimed. That is right. It gets unlocked at level 15. Dungeons are a new map unlocked at level 15. Unlike regular games where you just fight, dungeons also have puzzles and traps. Jan thought to himself, there is a limit to what a solo player can achieve. So even though forming a team is encouraged, it is actually mandatory. The elevator door opened, and he looked ahead, wondering. The issue is that Jan had one hand in his pocket. Thinking about how many people were targeting him, he scratched his chin. Calculating, if my teammates teamed up to cause trouble, I would not be able to do anything. Should I temporarily join some guild? Immediately, Jan shook his head in denial. It does not seem worth it. He thought to himself that it would be troublesome when he wanted to leave. He reached out to touch the system analysis screen, and even if it was troublesome, he would have to endure it temporarily. I am about to reach silver too. Jihan's eyes sharpened with determination. And when he reaches silver, he decided in his heart that he would create his own guild. Later, Dahan and his Kara made dinner. Inside the pan, 2 fried eggs were steaming. Dahan held the pan in one hand and a plate in the other. Instructing, Kara, please set the bowls and chopsticks. She immediately agreed. Yep. Okay. The two looked at the 2 plates of bread on the table and exclaimed, done. Let us. They sat down and began to taste the bread on the table. Kara gasped in surprise. Oh my god. Uncle. How do you cook so well? Dahan immediately retorted. This is not even cooking. She quickly rebutted. It is really good. He smiled softly. Promising. Well then. Next time, I will cook properly for you. He thought to himself that it seems like cooking a dish every day in America is paying off. Kara exclaimed excitedly. Really? That is awesome. Suddenly, Jihan asked, did your friend come to pick you up? She raised a piece of sausage to her mouth and asked back. That person? Right. She nodded in response. They are not coming to pick me up anymore. He asked with suspicion. Wow. The Kara softly swallowed the food in its mouth and replied. I do not want to talk about it all. When I got home, they made me very uncomfortable and I felt a bit overwhelmed. In her mind, the scene flashed back to when Hu curiously asked, Kara, what are you going to do now? You must be really sad. Is there anything I can help you with? What kind of dad does that to his own daughter? Jihan said. That is really annoying. She nodded in agreement. You are right, uncle. He was startled when he heard Kara say more. And there is this too. She smiled brightly and shouted. Mom's car is so much better. It is way more comfortable. Jan suddenly froze in place when he heard that. Then he unexpectedly bowed his head and smiled gently. Jihan's voice rang out in response. Yeah, I think so too. He then waited with that car for her to arrive at school. Inside the schoolyard, a group of people turned to look. He looked ahead and asked, is it all the recruiters and reporters? Kara replied with a helpless expression. We really caused a big fuss yesterday. Jan calmly added, they look more like stalkers than reporters. The car drove inside, leaving a loud shout behind. This is a private area. Get out of the way. No entry allowed. Jihan sighed. We have to use a different car. Suddenly she shouted in surprise. Uncle. Kara looked towards Hazan and Gazan in the distance and shouted. Those people. She scratched her head and shouted. He is. Hazan immediately spoke up. I'm coming. Jihan opened the door and got out. Wondering. Why is the atmosphere so tense? He looked ahead and exclaimed. How did he end up meeting her here? She stepped forward and replied. I came early to wait. Kara heard this and sighed. She is really obsessed. How immediately recounted. I gave him my business card, but he did not call me at all. She raised her fist. Good luck, uncle. This time I won't bother you anymore. Dahan immediately exclaimed. You have already explained it. Jeetmine remembered. I forgot the business card. She stepped in front of him and exclaimed. While Han crossed his arms and asked, can I borrow a bit of your time? Jihan. A crowd gathered looking towards the cafe in front. They were all furious shouting. She got ahead of us again. I still need to get that top contract. If we can't deliver it to him, what is the point? We can negotiate too. They are not the only big group out there. Jihan looked at the crowd in confusion. They are not the only big group around. Jihan looked at the crowd and asked, sitting outside makes us stand out too much. Are you okay with that? Han picked up a cup of coffee and said, I am used to being looked at like this, he noted. You seem even more comfortable than usual. She set her coffee cup down and replied, well, I graduated from this academy, so I am used to it. I looked up at Jan and exclaimed, but your reaction is really hard to accept. He immediately admitted his mistake upon hearing that. If it is because I have not contacted you. Jan's voice echoed, I have been too busy, so I forgot. Aside in response, it is a bit unusual. Her voice added. This is the first time I have pursued someone like this. Next, An raised her hand to accept the contract in reply. That is why I prepared a contract suitable for you. She placed the contract on the table and said, we are offering you a platinum contract. Outside, the crowd gasped and shouted, a platinum contract for a bronze rank. Well, I am leaving. Ji-han was truly surprised. She had prepared so thoroughly. You were startled when you heard Han add. I can confidently say. She turned to Ji-han and shouted. This contract is possible because of my determination. I smiled softly and continued. You should not underestimate my feelings for him. Gazin silently thought. She is determined. The people outside looked sad and turned to leave. Let us go home. Ji-han looked up at Han and thought. His eyes widened in surprise. Her perfume smells like zero. She noticed Ji-han being silent and raised an eyebrow. I wondered at his face. Questioning, why is he so calm at this hour? What is wrong with him? The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he concluded that Han is zero. Jan looked at her thoughtfully. I wonder if that is the same. I am being too sensitive. Han crossed her arms and sat down. Realizing, now I remember I do not even have his number. I can't just let this be. She looked at him and asked. I will send you a copy of the contract after you have reviewed it. So how should we contact each other? Jan's voice rang out. Are you asking for my number? Han smiled. Secretly scolding. This guy. Gazian slightly smirked. Feeling emotional, right to the heart. She calmly asked back. What if it is true? He did not answer but suggested. How about a bet? Han's voice rang out. A bet. Jan smiled. Confirming. Yeah. You calmly put it out there. I just reached level 15 and my next match will be a dungeon. She gasped in surprise. You have already reached level 15. Han thought in disbelief. I was just wondering when he would reach that level. He managed to hit level 15 in just a month, but why does he suddenly want to bet? She immediately inquired. Bet on what? Jan pulled out a chair in response. I am about to enter the dungeon, smiled slightly and exclaimed. If I do not place first, I will sign a contract with Toya and I will give you my number. Ha replied. But many people will target him. Gazin was also surprised. Wondering, is he planning to enter the dungeon alone without a two-team support? He replied with his hands in his pockets. If I am sure to win, what is the excitement left? She confirmed. That is true. But that makes me even more worried. Jian smiled softly and asked. What are your conditions? If I must decide for myself. You think that person asked her to show me her data window? Jen whispered to herself. I need to see if she still has the same nurturing talent as before. Han blushed and muttered about the window. Her voice echoed back. My data, you calmly admitted. Yeah. Now that ability is considered useless by everyone. You glanced over. Pondering. It seemed like she had agreed. But I need to check with my own eyes. Han sighed in relief and agreed. All right. But do not regret it. She immediately asked. You need to log in. Should we go somewhere else? The screen reminded you. You have logged into Battle.net. Jen immediately refused. No need. You reached out to touch the screen and added. Just wait here. A notification popped up. You have started a live stream. Soon. Comments began to flood in. Jan waved. Is everyone ready? Get prepared. You radiated a blue light and said. I will be back soon. A comment immediately appeared. Something big is about to happen. The mission is a dungeon. An announcement sounded. The dungeon is the tomb of the invader. The screen introduced the royal tomb of the great exterminator with high difficulty. A vast tomb beneath the ground where a great exterminator rests. This dungeon is famous for its large number of monsters inside and almost no traps or complex mazes. However, there is another reason why the difficulty of this dungeon is so high. Jan calmly explained that to complete the game, all team members must survive until the end. He closed his eyes and thought that is why being lucky enough to be in a good team is extremely important. The screen showed a message that player Jihan has entered. Notifications appeared. And all players have been summoned. The game will start shortly. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. Thinking that his teammates this time are not too bad, Donghae pushed up her glasses and said, Don't he tell me it is Jihan? Jiangxi excitedly exclaimed. No way. Is it really him? He looked at them and thought. All three of them are from the same guild and their gear is pretty solid. He raised his hand to greet. Brother X Soong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jen reached out and replied. Nice to meet you. Let us do our best together. The audience noticed the badge on X-Kong's shirt and began to chatter. That is the Black Eagle Guild. They have a good attitude. Plus, he ranked first again. Wait. Has he already entered the dungeon? Has he leveled up to 15 already? Munkyo smiled brightly and asked. With this lineup, should not we aim for first place? He turned his head and replied with a grin. Of course. With Brother Sung here. It is a given. He looked ahead and suggested. Then Brother Xquan. We will lead the way. Jihan spoke up to decline. Let me go first. Deng Ginfi gasped. Ah. But should not we let the warrior go? He turned back and said, It is. I am confident in my fighting skills on the front lines. Reliable comments were popping up. He was right. Everyone remembers the zombies on the defense map. Right. Sangs quickly followed suit. All right. Then we will follow you. Jan squeezed his wrist, thinking to himself, looks like there won't be any more burials this time. Honestly, I am a bit worried about completing this quest. He looked ahead and thought, all right. I should start sprinting then. The screen displayed the text about the first underground level of the pseudo-Tom rating. Jan looked at the ground ahead, Sangs aghast. It is. He looked at the pile of clay statues in front of Latu, the Tom guard. Sang Sung asked curiously, what should we do? Song. I think we should use magic to clear a path. Jihan did not turn back to respond. It is. He walked straight ahead, telling them to follow him. The Tome guard raised his weapon and charged forward. Dihan immediately leaned to the side to dodge, then punched its body to pieces. Dihan quickly pulled his fist back from the Tome guard's body. Soon after, he continued to eliminate all of them, eventually grabbing the head of a Tome guard. The others were stunned. They gasped, wide-eyed, shouting, what else is happening? Jen crushed the head in his hand. Turned to remind them, I said to follow me. The pseudo-Tom rating has 10 corridors, and each team would be assigned to one of those corridors, all connected to the 7th level underground. This was also the final area of the dungeon, and Daihan's team was placed in the 8th corridor, and was leading overwhelmingly. He took down all the Tome guards along the way. As soon as it fell, a notification immediately appeared. Pseudo-Tome rating at the 3rd underground level. Deng Afi raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. It was impressive to see him fight in person. While Jiangspong responded in shock. Those soldiers are indeed very tough. He saw Jihan easily take down the Tome guards, but was surprised at how effortlessly he smashed them as if they were made of clay. Jan looked ahead, thinking it truly was simple, with comments continuously appearing, and he had not even used a weapon from the previous fight until now. Why would he need to use a weapon against these weaklings? Indeed, he even managed to defeat the golem. A message appeared, supporting 10,000 of. Jan glanced at it and exclaimed, what is this? He wondered what the person was planning. The screen displayed a reminder that Thech Chan had supported 10,000 GB. He still had not checked his mailbox. Can you read my message? Just once. I even prepared a huge support amount. This way of writing is really annoying. How dare he show up in such a dignified place? One person immediately commented. The Neo Defense Force was obsessed with recruiting him. Daihan kicked him away. Immediately after, comments kept flooding in. Jan, please do not leave us. If he goes to Japan, I will follow him. You touched the screen, saying not to worry. No matter what happens, I won't move to Japan. I will block this guy. The comments appeared. I was so moved. Jian's car was coming in, his face full of excitement. I did not expect we would have already finished the 3rd floor. If it were a typical dungeon raid, we would probably still be on the 1st floor. Munkyo looked around, amazed. It was as fast as taking a bus. It would be more accurate to say an airplane. He knelt down on one knee, lightly cutting towards him with his sword. Astonished. How did he break these tough guys? Sangx bowed his head and said, thank you. I can't deny we are relying on you. Jihan touched the wall in response. No need to thank me, he calmly added. You guys not messing up is already a huge help. He heard that and laughed loudly. I wish I could keep playing with you. Jan turned the corner from the hallway, surprised to see what was ahead. The screen displayed a notification for the 4th underground floor. He looked straight ahead thoughtfully. A straight path. Sangx let out a gasp. Jan also exhaled, thinking it was unbelievable. He looked around, shouting, looking at the walls and the floor. Sangx closed his eyes, forced a smile and replied, it is too obvious they are traps. It seemed like all the traps in this dungeon were concentrated here. Jihan's voice rang out, asking, do you mind if I move faster? He was startled and denied it. Of course not. Deng Shosi was also startled and replied, no problem. Jian looked ahead and said, all right, I will handle some traps. Jian quickly walked forward, speaking up and letting you guys take care of the back. Munkyo gripped his sword tightly, thinking he had to keep moving and let them handle it. Deng Afi raised his bow and whispered. The moment he charged forward, they thought about that announcement, quietly thinking 1 million Jeep would be ours. Afi 787 of the Sword King sent a viewer mission. Take it You were stopped by Jihan, the one behind it all. He looked at the screen and shouted. It is. Takeda raised his coffee cup and laughed loudly. I do not intend to use the same strategy twice. But right now, spending money is all I can do. I have no other choice. His expression darkened as he continued. So what are you planning to do to get through this? I have bribed them all. Takeda looked at those people and said, and I even told them to act as discreetly as possible. He looked at Jihan. muttering, "You understand what this means, right?" Takeda saw Jihan rushing forward and said, "The moment you charge ahead." He stared into Jihan's face and exclaimed, "That is when you fail." Takeda saw this, raised his hands high in excitement, laughed loudly and shouted, "This is my victory." Laughter echoed inside the building, and unless someone warned him beforehand, nothing could ruin his plan. Over here, Huanyi Kwang, with a high ponytail, shivered in the wind, hugging his chest as he looked towards the broadcast screen. Sangfeng saw Jihan running forward and quickly chased after him. Inside the agency, arrows glinted with sharp light, then simultaneously shot towards this direction. He frowned and looked over there, thinking to himself. Arrows rushed towards Jihan and Sangxkang. He raised his hand and shouted, "The Jihan, dodge. I will use my skill to make the arrows disappear," he calmly replied. Jihan was enveloped in a red light, using the power of space conquest, a force of absolute territory. The arrows pierced towards the red glow. They were all blocked outside. Unable to move at all, comments started appearing, saying he blocked several arrows. "What kind of skill is this?" Jiang Xan was startled, looking at the arrows floating in the air, and exclaimed, "What is this?" The audience immediately began to discuss. Jihan's vehicle and Sang Xi's collaboration seems promising. Also wants to get stuck with Jihan's vehicle. He turned to look at the two people behind. "Did you all see that?" Right after, Sang Xian was startled, looking at them with a smile, raising his weapon. He was horrified and shouted, "Daihan, they..." Jihan's eyes gleamed with bright red light, gritting his teeth, thinking they were going to self-extract. Sang Xian was startled and raised his hand, yelling, "What are you doing? Stop them." Munkyo remained calm, carelessly bringing down his weapon. From Jian's feet, flashes of lightning immediately lit up. Sungying was amazed and shouted, "That guy too? You used the thunderous skill with lightning aimed at those two." He was gritting his teeth and cried out in pain. Jihan punched towards the two, knocking their weapons out of their hands. Xunggachiv fell to the ground. Monkey yelled in pain, "My hand." Next, he turned his head, his eyes gleaming with red light, raising his hand towards them. Then Dihan clenched his fist tightly. The two of them looked fierce and shouted. Sangxin ran from behind and asked, "Are you okay? The game is not over yet, right?" He heard this and almost replied. Munkyo frowned and cursed. "Damn it. We almost ended ourselves." Dungi was surprised and asked, "Did you also receive the self-extraction mission?" He angrily shouted, "Can't you see anything?" Sang Xting, looking over there, asked suspiciously, "Why are they arguing?" Jihan touched the system screen and replied, "That makes sense. It seems like both of them received a self-destruct mission." He was surprised to hear Jan's voice echo, "If one of them dies first, the game will end." Sang Xting. He placed his hand on his chest, admitting his mistake. "So embarrassing. I apologize on their behalf." Jen glanced back and replied, "Luckily I stopped him in time." He pointed to his chest and said, "No need to apologize." A flash of red light appeared, knocking Sang's hand away. Jen raised his hand to control his own and continued, "Because I know you are the same." He thought to himself, all members of the Black Hawk Society were given the mission to eliminate. Sang furrowed his brow, shouting in anger, "How do you know?" Jihan calmly listened as he raged, "I have nothing suspicious." How did Jihan know about this? Comments immediately flooded in. "Who the hell is that?" Huna Kwang shouted excitedly. "Who else but me?" A notification appeared on the screen. Stream Huna Kwang has donated 10,000 P. Jan, be careful. The Black Hawk Society has been bought off. They will self-eliminate and receive 1 billion GP. He replied with a big smile. "All thanks to my reliable assistant, Streamer Hu Kwang." Comments immediately appeared. "What do you mean?" Humong Kwang pointed at the screen and explained, "As a true fan of Jihan, I always follow the stream." His voice echoed, along with his teammate's stream. A comment appeared. "Sounds a lot like Stalker." Hun Kwang pointed over there and exclaimed, "And then I saw it." He calmly recounted. The moment Swing Family 898 issued a mission worth 1 billion. A reminder appeared on the screen. Swing Family 898 has issued a mission with the following reward details. I will be blunt here. Self-destruct quietly. Once completed, you will receive 1 billion GP. The audience gasped and commented, 1 billion? Really? Are you crazy? That is insane. Wait, was not that the name So Family 898 from before? Huna Kwang whispered. So I let Jihan know. A message appeared on the screen. Recipient. The winner predicts Sung Jan. Be careful. The Black Hawk Society has been bought off completely. About a donation of 10,000 G. An unbelievable sound rang out. A donation of 10 million units. He clenched his chest and shouted. For justice. That is not too much. Right. The Jihan. Let me in as a loyal fan and editor. Huna Kwang shouted skeptically upon hearing Jan's voice. Isn't he that a bit strange? Inside. He waved his hand to control the red power beam. Jan looked over at Sang lying on the ground and continued. No matter how I defend myself. He looked towards the three in front of him and asked. Isn't a billion still a bit much? Jen bent down and pointed to the sword, saying, even if risking your lives, it is not worth that much. The live audience immediately sent supportive messages. Exactly, that is right. Even if it is the Sword King, that is very unreasonable. Are they from the Sword King family? There, you grip the sword tightly, which leads me to conclude that. Then Jan swings the sword down with force. You calmly look ahead and shout, this must be a renowned guild or the influence of the Sword King being exploited. News streams immediately appear. It could be? Right, it must. Takeda furrows his brow as he hears Jihan's voice echo. They actually spent 1 billion just for a data window. That is truly haunting for me. A comment appears suggesting, am I the only one thinking of that name? Your voice rings out, asking, who's it? Takeda hears this, wipes his cold sweat, and asks back, what is going on? Comment after comment appears. Takeda. Really? Now I see that he has been unusually quiet lately. Jan looks at the screen and says, looks like he wants to see my data window. So he left that game. I will change my promise. Right after that, comments start flooding in. What is this? Planning to backtrack. You raise your hand to select the rope icon and declare, I will change my goal from 200,000 subscribers to 1 million subscribers. And the top spot promise stays the same. The audience gasps in surprise. When will you reach 1 million? This jerk better not backtrack. Jan closes his eyes, thinking that is good, and looks at the rope in his hand, wondering why he was worried about reaching 200 million soon. Jan grips the rope tightly, thinking that this way he will earn more money, and he will squeeze it until he reaches 1 million subscribers. Comments flood in. Look at that smile. Holding the rope looks too cunning. But why is there a rope suddenly? The screen immediately shows a reminder. Control rope level compression. The rope disables the enemy. You use the rope to bind those 3 together. Laughing in praise. Good. Very good. Tight. Comments immediately appear. So refreshing. Those bastards. The 3 of them are immediately pulled away, hearing Jan's voice. Then let us go. They keep crashing down hard against the ground. And comments see you dragging those 3 forward and ask, are you going straight like this? This guy is crazy. Up on the roof, a tomb guard looks down in shock. Deng Hyeov immediately exclaims, and him too. Jihan frowns, hearing the faint sounds in his ears. Don't disturb a person's sleep. The tomb guard's eyes light up with a golden glow as he murmurs, Emperor, do not disturb a person's sleep. The Emperor is immortal. Do not disturb a person's sleep. Below in the 6th level underground, hundreds of eyes gleam with light on the ceiling looking at them. The 3 of them lie on the ground, unable to believe that this is absurd. The audience sees them being dragged by Daihan, commenting in mockery. Mean gorilla. This is really funny. But why are not they saying anything? A message immediately appears. Hey worker. It is too quiet. Monkey tries to speak but is blocked by the red light. Astonished. Thinking, is he really the same level as me? So why is he so ridiculously strong? 10 minutes ago, he shouted towards Jahan. Hey. You bastard. Monkey gritted his teeth. Arrogantly threatening, we won't let you off easily. This is your final warning. Just as he continued to threaten, Jahan immediately raised a finger to strike. If you do not want the whole Black Eagle gang to become your enemies. He pressed on a few pressure points on Monkey's body. He looked at the hole in his armor. Startled, Jen looked at Monkey falling down and asked, do you really think the guild will come forward for trash like you? He hung his head, wondering why his body lost all its strength. Monkey glanced at Jihan, speculating, could it be? But how could that be? He pondered silently. Could he have sealed our energy on this site? Jan looked at his hand thoughtfully. It had been a while since he used this skill. It seems he still has not lost his touch. Monkey was shocked, thinking that technique could only be received when one reached the level of a master, an upgraded warrior class. He looked at Jihan, who kept sealing their points, whispering to himself that he thought he was just a support. Monkey gritted his teeth, thinking if this continues, we will be dragged around by him everywhere. In his mind, he thought of Gu Heek. He was very sensitive whenever she was mentioned. Then Monkey immediately decided, then I will show you the skills I learned during my time as a keyboard hero. Just as he shouted, a red beam locked onto him. Jan's niece smiled slightly at Monkey, who was trying to make a sound. He tightened one end of the rope, gently saying, why did not you just shut up? After being pulled up a bit, he cried, thinking he could not care about anything else anymore. Being dragged on the ground like this hurts. Daihan calmly shouted, help. Listening to her, Sisterly Do immediately felt sentimental. It felt amazing. Getting into the car, he immediately yelled, shut up. Comments immediately appeared. Crazy. He often treats us. It is really funny. Eternal barking. Anyway, he can let them die. He looked at the screen, thinking, now it is the 6th level. Jen thought of that map, whispering to himself, conquering this level is the last challenge. He passed through the tunnel towards the 6th level. Then Jan was startled by the scene in front of him. The screen displayed a notification for the 6th level underground. He saw dozens of eyes shining gold looking down, gripping the sword tightly. Cursing. Damn it. Jan stared. Questioning. It is too dark, so I can't see clearly. He looked at the tomb guards inside. Thinking. But they all seemed to be Earth soldiers. A rumbling sound came from behind, startling Jihan. He looked at the tomb guards charging from behind. Its eyes gleamed with golden light. Staring intensely. The 3 people beside him were horrified, wide-eyed looking over there. Just as a tomb guard attacked the 3, Jihan immediately swung his hand to strike back. Sang looked at the staff that stopped right in front of him, horrified, and shouted loudly, "You grabbed the bundle of ropes." Then Jan ignored the loud shouting of the 3 and threw it far away. Next, he raised his sword to block the guard's attack. Tomb guard Jan lifted his sword and sliced them into many pieces. The tomb guards that were hit immediately broke apart into fragments and fell. He stood still watching the debris fall. A comment immediately appeared. Life is tough. Truly magnificent.
Burp.
It has been a while since I have seen him use a sword. A tomb guard hidden in the shadows above looked down, and its eyes suddenly glowed with blinding golden light. Daihang was stunned. Feeling the tremor around, an alert immediately popped up. The tomb was shaking, and Exung opened his eyes wide, letting out a gasp. He looked up silently, listening to the tomb guards mumbling, "Don't disturb His Majesty's rest." Hundreds of bright golden eyes looked down, whispering continuously, "Long live the Emperor. Do not disturb His Majesty's rest. Long live the Emperor." Daihan thought to himself. Seeing their eyes shine, they must have entered a frenzy mode. He pondered with suspicion. This is the notification appearing on the screen. Mission limit to kill all the guards. Reward 1,000 self-achievement points. Jian smiled slightly, thinking it has been a while since he received a mission. The last time was when he was in the defense map. He raised his hand to create a protective aura around the 3, saying, "Shield." Then Jan raised his sword and struck fiercely at the aura once again. Deng Hyuk saw him sheathing his sword and shouted loudly, "What the hell is this? Why are you chopping like that if you still want to give us a shield?" He looked at the red flashes above, contemplating that with the field force above, the shield had become much sturdier. Jan turned his head back, thinking to himself, "I do not need to focus on protecting them anymore." He immediately expanded the boundary, surrounding all the tomb guards inside. No matter how many times he used it, Jihan was still amazed by its dominance. Every movement of anyone standing within the boundary slowed down, and just with one arm, he could overpower everything. The bodies of the tomb guards immediately shattered into pieces. He raised his sword, looking at them, claiming an area where he truly held dominion. Jan closed his eyes, thinking about how ashamed he felt for being scolded. Baron, such an extraordinary skill used only to enhance mana. He tightened his grip on the sword, raising it high, thinking he had played enough. Jan looked at the surrounding tomb guards and exclaimed, "Let us end this." From his sword, a beam of blue energy flashed, sweeping around and annihilating all of them. The corner of Jihan's mouth slightly lifted, smiling as he watched the fragments fall around. A notification appeared. "You have completed the mission. The Tomb of the Conqueror can only be cleared when all members of the team survive." He opened his golden shining eyes and looked straight ahead. The Punisher looked at the door in front of him and said, "Hello. The Golden Punishers are what humans always desire. I will give you what you crave." The condition to conquer the final level is for him to look at everyone and command them to show respect. The respectful submission from all the players. Jan wielded his sword and looked at the comments appearing. "Science is magic." He actually made it to the final level. The Black Bull cheats. If they all submit to the boss, would not the game be over already? He raised an eyebrow, astonished as he looked ahead. Jan led the group into the 7th underground level of the final challenge. The audience looked at the glowing white circle and said, "The Eraser 3. Everyone there has to submit to that boss." He pulled on the rope with force, throwing 3 people to the ground. And comments kept appearing. "Strong fish. He just threw them down. But how is he going to make them submit?" Jihan raised his hand, emitting red beams of light. An audience member speculated as he saw the light cut the rope, that the fish might be using psychic powers. He held up 2 fingers to release them from their bindings. The audience saw Jihan close his eyes and immediately dismissed the idea. No way. How could he do that from such a distance? He opened his eyes, affirming that it might be possible. Immediately, the bodies of the 3 people floated up high. A comment appeared. "Are they balloons?" Deng He was startled and struggled. "My body is moving on its own." The Jihan, calm and composed, looked straight ahead. Currently, Jihan's strength index was at 18. The area and the influence of the boundary had been improved compared to before. The Punisher, Yang Gong, called out in front. Now he looked at the 4 people standing in 4 different circles of light and declared, "Let us begin." Jan stood straight, looking ahead thoughtfully, with a considerable distance. He looked at the other 3 kneeling, calculating. But if he stood in the middle, he could control all of them. Sung He slammed hard against the ground, screaming in pain. Damn it. My nose, the audience immediately praised. Awesome. The worker's controllability of Jihan has improved. He knelt down and bowed his head, thinking, with this, it will be a perfect conquest. Shortly after, Jan bowed his head and knocked it once. The conqueror lowered his bow and laughed as he commanded. Good. Now you can go back. The intruder. He glanced at the notification that appeared. You have conquered the 7th underground level, and comments immediately flashed up. The Eraser 3 is amazing. He has conquered it. Stealthy actions. The group was only just passing through the 4th level. The announcement sound rang out. The portal back has been opened. A comment appeared. The dog barks forever. Jihan's car is leading again. Deng Echev knelt on the ground, thinking to himself that he could not get 10 billion. But at least he was number 1. Jihan glanced toward him, thinking he was lucky to have conquered it. But he looked at Jihan in confusion, raising his hand to cover his eyes and standing still. Why is not he moving? A comment appeared. The black one is cheating. Doesn't he know he has to leave the dungeon for everything to end? He held his head, letting out a mocking laugh. Jan angrily muttered. What a ridiculous mission. The screen displayed information about it. Hidden mission. Show your sincere respect to the statue of the conqueror. Reward. 5,000 achievement points for each conqueror. He glanced at the man, thinking to himself, 5,000 points is already a great deal. Jan's gaze was drawn to the conqueror's arrow. He sighed in contemplation. It was so big it looked like a spear. Am I going to get that reward too? Jan smiled slightly, glancing at the conqueror's arrow. Wondering about sincere respect, he bit his lip, thinking in doubt. What is he doing standing there? What if the second place guy gets here? Then Sang was suddenly pulled away, letting out a startled scream. He was yanked by Jihan, who grabbed him by the collar and pulled him over. You raise your head and shout. O Punisher, King of the Marauders, this is my tribute. The Punisher radiates a golden light and looks over at Sang Xing, eyes wide and mouth agape, emitting a sound of disbelief. Next, Jan throws him toward the Punisher. The horse's eyes widen, flashing a bright golden light. Sang Xing hits his head on the horse's mouth, and a message appears. Player has died. Meng Kyo stares in shock at the scene before him, a message appearing on the screen. The dog keeps barking. Was he just eaten alive? What the hell? The employee keeps barking. What is he doing? Jan's eyes flash a bright red like blood. He raises his head to look at the Punisher in front of him. He asks in return, King of the Marauders, are you talking about me? Jan smiles slightly and says, the Punisher is just someone who robs others. I am showing my respect to you. He looks at the pile of gold and shouts, instead of all that gold, I want something truly valuable. Jihan points at the Punisher, laughing. The arrow you are holding. His gaze is focused on the arrow gleaming gold on him. Jihan analyzes. The Punisher's arrow is among the rewards he will receive. Knowing its worth and claiming it is how he shows his respect. That notification screen reappears in his mind. Hidden mission. Show your sincere respect to the statue of the Punisher. Reward. 5,000 achievement points. Each arrow of the Punisher concludes that it is the condition to complete this hidden mission. The Punisher silently stares at Jihan. Then he bares his teeth, breaking into a fierce smile. The Punisher's laughter echoes throughout the place. He looks at you, smiling in praise. Good. Very good. I like it a lot. The Conqueror looks at Jan and exclaims, I will reward you for that. He watches as you grab the sword and says, I am very moved by your sincerity. Jihan raises the sword, hearing the Conqueror's voice. I will grant you my treasure because you have shown your respect. His thin lips part slightly, responding calmly. Thank you, sir. Jihan points the sword straight at him, shouting, Then I am more than willing to receive it. The Conqueror raises his bow, aiming directly at you, saying, All right, try to take it. He laughs loudly. Every arrow of my phoenix. The audience watches as Jan raises the sword facing him, murmuring in doubt. There is this in the tum. How does Jan know all this stuff? Sung Yain opens his mouth wide, sweat dripping down both sides of his face. He gasps, saying, I can't breathe. It feels like I am going to choke to death. Then, Deng Eche jolts as he sees the flames emanating from his cloak, screaming in pain. Comments quickly appearing. Is it too hot from the film that they burned up? Jan maintains his sword stance, hearing the piercing screams of the other two. My body is on fire. You glance back, thinking it was too dangerous. Jan looked at the amount of blood from Monkey and thought, at this rate, they would die. You looked at him thoughtfully, not caring whether they lived or died. But there was one problem. Jan looked at the sword in his hand and added, when they die, the weapons disappear too. You looked at the Conqueror, deciding you had to finish your task before that happened. The audience gasped at the sight of the gold flowing out. It looks so hot. The gold is melting. A comment appeared. It is already so hot before any arrows are shot. Just then, Deng Eche let out a groan and collapsed. The system's sound echoed. Team a member has died. Number of members 2 per 4. Jan closed his eyes, feeling the intensity of the arrow being aimed at him. It was terrifying. He realized he could not fight against that now. You opened your eyes and looked ahead, deciding that if so, you had to aim for the bow. The conqueror smiled as he carefully aimed at Jihan. You raised your sword, aiming at him, guessing before he shot the arrow. A long time ago, a wise man had appeared, in front of a person who had lost their way. You say I will show you the way. He pointed ahead and said, just follow that path, straight and true. Jihan thought about that, reflecting that it was the essence of the three talents. Your eyes sparkled, gritting your teeth and letting out a shout, a highly precise thrust. On the other side, the arrow of the conqueror gathered flames, the light of the flames expanding continuously. At that moment, Jan swung his sword hard toward that arrow. Then, the bow was immediately sliced in half by him. Jan used the guidance of the wise man to strike straight at it. Each arrow immediately fell, embedding itself into the ground. The audience gasped as they saw the bow break in two. What is going on? The bow broke. The conqueror frowned and asked, what is your name? Thief. You thought to yourself, that is good. Then you smiled and said, Jihan's cart. He looked towards the nearby arrow and shouted, Jihan's vehicle. The enforcer pulled the arrow from the ground, praising him. Great job. You are a skilled warrior. He then threw it forcefully towards you. The enforcer saw you catch it and said, you have shown me the highest respect. He saw Jihan holding it and said, the phoenix arrow is now yours. Comments began to flood in. What is this? It looks more like a spear than an arrow. The enforcer looked straight at you and shouted, the thief lunges for Jihan. Hearing this, you immediately glanced at him. The enforcer's figure began to fade as he said, I hope our next meeting will be a more formal battle. Jihan thrust the sword in his hand forcefully into the ground. You stood tall, gazing intently at him in response. All right. Jihan took the arrow with both hands, deep in thought. In the vast arena, there are many battlefields, so it is very likely we will meet again. He then immediately began spinning the arrow, dancing in the air. Jan smiled slightly and exclaimed, it feels amazing. Thinking he could strip the feathers from the tail and use them as a spear, he looked towards the comment lines. What technique was that? Jihan. Yeah. I did not see anything at all. The audience watching the live video earlier said, even in slow motion, there is nothing to see. Jan closed his eyes, thinking they could not possibly see it. The guidance from Heian died not just very quickly. He thought of the scene earlier, contemplating while using thin sword energy to aim precisely at a point. Jan raised his hand high to observe, the corners of his mouth slightly curving as he calculated. His control over the nameless divine skill had improved. The scene from when he first used it flashed in his mind, a bit unstable. He had spent a lot of energy, but the more he used it, Jan smiled slightly as he analyzed, the faster and more accurate it became. If it continues like this, he would soon be able to use even more advanced techniques. Notifications immediately popped up. You have been recognized by the enforcer. You have been exempted from participating in the 7th Underground Challenge. You looked at the system screen, wondering if it was completely over. Notifications popped up saying exempted. Why does everything always go smoothly for this guy? Even though all his teammates died, he still got through. Jan turned to Mukio, making a decision, so he gaped, shouting when he saw the words above. Munkyo glanced over there, muttering, when did the archer die? Jian spun the arrow high above. Looking down, calculating that he should wrap things up neatly, his voice echoed, sorry. I am not generous enough to let a traitor dine for free. His whole body trembled, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. Jen gripped the arrow tightly, a faint golden light emanating from it. Then he quickly stabbed through Mokio. Jan glanced back slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting a bit, saying, that is right. A notification appeared. Team a member has died. 0 per 4 members left. Another notification popped up. The game is over. The boys around looked at the screen in front of La T. He is out. Oh my. Just then, Jion appeared here with a spear in hand. The crowd gasped as they saw him. Where did that terrifying spear come from? A reminder appeared on the screen. Rank 1. Han shouted in surprise looking at Jahan. Did he get that in a bronze dungeon? He gave a slight smile, looking over, asking, you all have been watching through the live stream, right? Jihan's voice rang out. I am number 1 again. Gazen thought to himself upon hearing this. Even though it is not my first time witnessing this, I still can't believe my eyes. Han turned off the screen in response. It is really impressive. He spoke up after hearing that. Well, it is your turn to keep your promise now. Jahan's voice asked back. You are not planning to back out, are you? She replied awkwardly. Get it? But Han looked at the yellow energy radiating from the spear and suggested, can you put the spear down first before we continue talking? That is too scary. Inside, she silently groaned at this overwhelming power. She gritted her teeth, covering her face, remaining silent and not daring to say a word. Feeling embarrassed, covered her face and said, I told you would regret seeing this. Jan looked at the screen, smiling quietly, thinking, she has this? The screen displayed information about Hazen's a rank nurturing ability, allowing the owner to nurture a player. This is a supportive talent that helps other players become stronger quickly. She blushed and requested. Don't tell anyone about this. Gazen looked at Han, wondering, is she okay? She thought anxiously. She usually hated revealing her talents to others. In her mind, Gajan pondered. Having spent a fortune only to get a useless talent made her very upset. At that moment, Hazen, holding her phone in admiration, exclaimed, recently, newcomers in the guild have been getting great talents. So jealous. I have spent so much money and prayed for so long just to get this nurturing ability. She clenched her teeth and muttered, why did I even go to that damn academy? Remembering this thought, she always spoke ill of the academy and her talent whenever she had the chance. If you dare reveal her talent outside, I am sure you won't be left unscathed. I blushed and looked at Jihan, wondering, why is not he saying anything? Her complexion turned pale when she saw Jihan smiling. Is he mocking me? Han questioned with her arms crossed. Don't you think mocking others like that is very rude? Jihan said, hands in his pockets. Laughing back, I am not mocking anyone. I am just having fun. Then she blushed, letting out a questioning sound when she saw him pull out his phone. Jen held his phone out towards Han, asking, can I have your number? Lie Han. She panicked in response. But I lost the bet. What do you mean by that? You raised your phone and smiled back. What do you mean? I just wanted your number. Han crossed her arms and replied, my number was on the business card I gave you last time. Jihan's voice rang out. That, you calmly said. I lost. She froze in shock, her mind racing. What the hell? This guy. Han looked over at Jihan, wondering. He once said he had no interest in me at all. He even lost my business card. So why is he asking for my number now? She reached for the phone, deep in thought. Or is it because he is interested in the training? But why? Han frowned in annoyance, feeling like he was playing with her. Her pride would not allow her to just give out her number like that. She opened her eyes, suddenly realizing, all right, let us do it this way. Then Han saved her number with a heart behind it. Her voice rang out, asking, satisfied. Jan looked at the number on the screen, thinking, a heart. Then Han turned and walked away. Said the crispy chicken. She glanced at him with a smug look. Surprised by Jihan's car. Right. Quite a shock. Han was startled again when she saw Jihan sigh and smile. Wait, he is smiling. He raised his phone, saying, I will call you later. Han saw Jihan turn and leave, trembling with clenched teeth. What is wrong with him? So annoying. He held the phone, constantly pressing the number. The sunlight illuminating the entire lecture hall. A student held the phone, watching the first live video from Jihan's dungeon, exclaiming in awe, sit up, your uncle is amazing. She laughed in response. Yep. It feels like he is getting stronger every day. He was stunned, hearing everyone discuss. I can't believe he could conquer the Emperor's tomb this way. She was silently angry, biting her lip hard. A voice called out. She immediately looked over in surprise. What? Classmate next to her asked curiously. He looks completely different from the last time we saw him. Right. Hu laughed and asked back. Are you talking about the time we went to see his house last month? She added. He looked just like a slacker back then. Another classmate clasped their hands, exclaiming, sit up. Introduce me to your uncle. A male classmate called out. She had teary eyes, thinking thank you for finally waking up, uncle. Suddenly she was startled by a questioning voice. Right. Sia is coming soon. Is not? Hu quickly added. It is your 18th birthday. She smiled brightly and said that the day you officially become a player. Everyone will awaken as a player when they turn 18, allowing them to see the status window. The classmates around also chimed in. That is true. You must be really worried. But soon we will be participating in a mock battle together. The mock battle among the students is what countless classes and training centers have been looking forward to. The innate abilities are the main reason for the academy's existence, and most students are very interested in these talents. He secretly wondered if A would receive an ability. The classmate beside him confirmed. Of course. It should at least be in S rank. She thought of his relatives. His dad is S rank, and his mom is an S rank saint. Moreover, there are rumors that his uncle must at least have an S rank ability. Immediately waved his hand in denial, saying, no way. It has been proven that Na has nothing to do with abilities. The classmates laughed in response. But statistics actually say otherwise. Hu asked. Your birthday is on the 22nd. Right. She bowed her head and smiled, saying, so I hope I will get a decent ability. Her voice rang out. Today is already the 13th, so it is close. He replied by pinching his fingers together. Yeah. So I am a little worried. Hu placed her hand on his to comfort him, saying, I am sure you will be fine. Right. She smiled brightly and exclaimed. Don't he worry about anything. Hu laughed loudly. Just look forward to the ability you will get. I smiled back and retorted. I do not need any ability, but thanks anyway. She heard this and laughed, saying, no problem. Hai's face immediately turned serious, filled with scrutiny. looking towards a mumbled, "Just accept my feelings." A man with a face full of wounds lay still on the ground in Tokyo, at the first training facility of Zopen, the Neo Defense Force. Jin held 2 swords radiating purple light in his hands. The man looked over and praised. Astonished, has the Sword King always been this strong? The person next to him immediately denied it. It seems that the Sword King has become even stronger after this test. Jin turned his head towards this side, looking at the documents in his hand, and replied, "All of his stats are higher than before." The man beside him crossed his arms and smiled, replying, "Got it." That person looked at him and said, "I really look forward to it. Yours performance in the first round." The screen immediately displayed a reminder. The tournament is about to start internationally at the southern branch of the Divergent Association. A loud shout rang out. "Are you crazy?" Han shouted loudly into the phone. "How dare you think about marrying your daughter off to a guy like that? Don't act recklessly like that." She did not know what was said on the other end, but she was furious and shouted loudly, "That is why I left. Whether to marry or not is my decision." Han took the phone away from her ear, angrily yelling, "I said I do not want to get married right now." Then she pressed the power button to turn it off. Gazen walked in from outside, worriedly asking if she was okay. Moments later, she jumped when she heard Han shout, "Not all." She turned her head, her face filled with anger, and shouted, "Do I look okay to you? I am really upset right now." Gazen responded, "Yeah, you do look upset." Han immediately pictured the moment she shouted, "I thought that fat guy from the Ministry of Defense was here. I was already angry about being dragged to a blind date, and now I run into another bald guy. Can you believe it?" Gan chimed in, "No kidding. Just because you are rich does not mean you are happy." She heard that and sat down on the nearby chair, grateful. "Thank you. You are the only one who understands me." Gazen sat down on a nearby chair, concerned and asking, "You must be tired. Why did not you go home and rest?" Han calmly replied, "It is, I can rest here." Gazen fell silent, looking off to the side. After a moment, her voice rang out in response, "I understand." Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in the space. "Sorry, Gazen." She heard this and jumped, asking back. Han's voice explained, because of this job, she hardly had any time for herself. With her rank abilities and talent, she could probably manage just fine. Gazen smiled brightly and replied, "That is okay." Gazen's voice replied, "Being your bodyguard is my duty. I will do my best until you inherit the company." Han exclaimed, "Oh my. But I do not want to inherit." She narrowed her eyes, seriously declaring, "I want to go independent, earn my own money, and live my own way. My parents won't have any reason to pressure me into marriage anymore." Immediately after, Hazen fell silent as she heard Gazen's voice. "That is fine. But her way of making money is gambling." She heard this and gritted her teeth, rebutting, "Predicting the winner is not illegal. It is just like investing." She touched her chain, looking away as she repeated, "Not illegal." Gazen raised her hands, pointing out, "But you have to make a profit for it to be called an investment." Hazen shouted, with both hands crossed, "This time I am going to win big." She confirmed with a nod. "In the round between Korea and Japan." She immediately affirmed, "What else is there?" Gazen exclaimed, "This investment is super safe." "How boring. But all Koreans are betting on Japan winning 3-0. On the screen showing the betting odds for the Japan-Korea match, a comment received the most agreement. "Before wealth, patriotism is just an illusion. Without a top-notch car, how could he beat Li Mao?" Her voice rang out. "People might not say it, but everyone knows Japan will win." Han tightened her grip on her phone, rebutting, "Winning easily is still winning." Gan chimed in, "Yeah, that is right." She looked at the message appearing on her phone, suspiciously asking, Jihan texting so late?" Then Han's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "What is this?" The next morning, sunlight flooded the entire building. On the grill, pieces of beef were sizzling away. Diego was drooling, staring at it, letting out a gasp. He looked across and exclaimed, "It is my first time trying Korean beef here, and I am really moved." "Really?" Jihan thought to himself. "He looks so much better now." Diego anxiously asked, "But is it really expensive? I feel so guilty." He laughed and said it was fine, telling him to just ask if he needed anything. He asked, "So can I have a drink?" Jihan took the chopsticks, smiling as he inquired, "Is that okay?" "Alcohol." Diego then gently picked up the bottle of wine, shook it lightly, and used a spoon to pop the cork. He poured wine into 2 glasses in front of them. He was amazed as he lifted his glass to clink it with the one across from him. Jihan took his glass, astonished, thinking that he mixed soju with beer even better than he did. "Looks impressive." "Over there." Diego picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing. Then he covered his face with his hand, mumbling praises. "So good. I am speechless." Hearing that, Jihan replied, "I am glad you like it." After a while, Diego looked at the empty grill and said, "Just talk comfortably with me." Jihan calmly responded, "Sure. I also like to chat comfortably. Just as he lifted his glass, he paused when he heard Diego say, "Honestly, I feel a bit resentful." Diego, with a flushed face, held his head and mumbled, "If it were not for Battle.net, I would not be living this life. I used to be a soccer star. But in the blink of an eye, I am now at the bottom of the food chain." He slumped his head on the table and said, "I have no money, so my wife and kids left me." Jihan could not help but feel moved. His Korean is really good, he sighed softly, thinking, "Alright, I understand now." Jian thought of him. Diego Masset, once a star from Argentina, a soccer player who had it all. But when Battle.net came out, people started losing interest in sports, and he lost all his fans. FIFA's dissolution of Battle.net made other sports less popular. Soccer was not spared either, and people forgot about it. Jan sighed, thinking there was no need to say anything more. A once glorious soccer star now has to teach kids how to play soccer in Korea. Diego looked up at him and said, "I have had enough of this. Let us be straightforward." He uncertainly asked again, "So you want me to become a wizard?" Jan smiled slightly and confirmed, "That is right." He opened the screen, inquiring if his talent enhanced every piece of equipment to look like a soccer ball. Right. The screen displayed an introduction to the king of soccer. Skill levels. When standing close to the soccer ball, all stats will significantly increase, enhancing every piece of equipment shaped like a ball. The stats will increase even more the longer the user equips them. Diego raised his glass and shouted, "That is why I always keep a ball close. Let me be clear. I am not suited to be a wizard." His voice echoed, "My mana level is terrible." Jen reached out to the screen, asking, "So can you check out this item?" Diego gasped as the sphere slowly appeared before him. Astonished, eyes wide, shouting, "This is Dago." The screen introduced it as Ara's sphere, an item B from an alien artifact, a magical item once used by Arak. The spider tribe is wrapped in webs. The sacred orb of Arak, a magical item once used by Arak. The spider tribe is wrapped in webs, making it very elastic since it only has legs. This sphere is considered a ball. Therefore, it will be the perfect equipment for Diego. Jan looked across, inquiring, "What do you think?" "Interesting." He thought to himself, "This will reveal his true self." He thought of his previous life, recalling that the person back then was the strongest wizard ever. Diego looked at the sphere, asking how much it costs. Jan calmly replied, 500,000 VL. How about 50 million? He immediately pulled his hand back, shouting, "What? No way. I am awake. That is even more expensive than my house." Daigo's voice rang out, "Even if I saved for 10 years, I could not afford it. But thanks for letting me know." Jan clasped his hands together, smiling. "I have not finished yet." Then, he was startled when he heard Jan continue, "I was going to gift you this, and if you need, I can also help you financially." Diego was stunned, questioning in disbelief. "What do you mean?"
Wow.
Jihan smiled softly, explaining, "I want you to join my guild." He was taken aback, asking again, "Guild?" He admitted calmly, "Yeah. When I reach silver rank, I will form my own guild." Diego confirmed, "Do you have enough money for that?" Jan pulled out his phone, laughing. "Enough." Then he held up the phone screen towards him, saying, "I am about to earn even more." Daigo's eyes filled with cold sweat as he asked, "Are you crazy?" On the other side, Hazian took the phone in her hand. She frowned, staring at it intently. After a long moment, Hazen still murmured in doubt, "This does not make any sense. Why choose this?" She looked at the message on the screen, muttering, "1 win, 3 losses." Han thought of Jin's rebuttal. "Dream on." Han Theng, the Sword King, the serious-faced representative from Korea, looked across, closing his eyes, standing straight to sense the opponent. After a moment, Jin opened his eyes, which glowed red, looking at the opponent, saying, "Nice to meet you, representative of Korea." On the competition stage, the announcer's voice rang out, "Hello to Battle.net fans around the world. The announcement for the International Battle.net tournament is up. Let us start the Japan vs. Korea round." Diego looked at Jan's phone screen, exclaiming in disbelief, "Are you serious? Korea is ranked first." Diego exclaimed in rebuttal, "I know the South Korean team is strong, but do you know who Sword King is? He thinks it is worth mentioning. He could defeat an entire team. That tough guy is our enemy." Jan pressed the control screen to turn it on. It was hard to believe. You looked at the TV screen and said, "You have to see it to believe it." "Right." Jan turned his gaze and exclaimed, "Let us." You stared intently at him on the TV screen, saying, "Let us what?" The system screen immediately displayed that the official international tournament had begun. South Korea defeated every member of the opposing team to win. The announcement echoed immediately. The team that wins 3 out of 5 matches will be the victor. Si-jin held 2 swords and instructed in Japanese, "Follow me." The 3 members representing the Japanese team exchanged glances. After a moment, he glanced back in confusion upon hearing the call for Ru. The leader spoke up, "We have no intention of following you," a representative from the Japanese team said. That means we do not see you as a teammate. Si Jin calmly asked. Is it because I am Korean? He frowned and shouted angrily, adding that there was a more serious reason. The three of them looked at him, pointing out loudly. That is not your position. It is our longtime teammates. Sejin listened calmly as he spoke. But because he participated, they drove Sej away. He was the victim. The representative from the Japanese team frowned and shouted in anger. How can you be so arrogant? Shouldn't you apologize to Sej? He calmly looked at the three of them. After a moment, Siji closed his eyes, remaining silent. Soon after, he opened his eyes, looking at a beam of golden light coming towards him, saying, You misunderstood. That powerful energy struck him hard. The representative from the Japanese team gasped and shouted, Divine punishment. Are they attacking? Jin raised his hand and looked ahead, exclaiming, Ah, did I really hit them? The two members of the South Korean team gasped and shouted, Wait. Awesome. Did we hit Jin? You hit Sword King with a support skill. They must not be on guard, since they are having internal conflicts. Si Jin's body immediately reappeared. You heard the voice of the South Korean team member. Then this is our chance. The two of them charged toward him to take down the Sword King. Si Jin raised his sword high and swung it that way, shouting, It is too noisy. The South Korean team member stared in shock at the deep mark left in the ground. He clenched his teeth and spoke to stop it. Wait, the Japanese team member looked confused and asked, What are you doing? Si Jin's voice replied, Didn't you say you would not follow me? He used his sword to end his own life. Si Jin calmly declared, Fine. I want to participate in this match. The audience was stunned when they heard the announcement. The South Korean team has killed one. Diego was also taken aback when he heard that announcement. The unbelievable had happened. The Sword King had ended his own life in the first round. The player Linuk from the Reason Guild was the one who made this move, and will be acknowledged for it. Seems like the player Linuk will become the MV pup of the first round. Jen glanced over in that direction, hearing the sound. He inquired, Do you know this was going to happen? The Jihan. Diego slammed the table and stood up. Why did he leave? Jihan replied, But I can't tell you. It is a business secret. He looked back at the screen. Let us focus on watching. Jihan opened his phone. Thinking everything was still going as usual, he stared at the phone screen thoughtfully. The odds were the same, showing the message. You have successfully placed a bet. The Jihan. The current odds. 1 win 3 losses. South Korea lost. Jen thought about the match and quietly suspected that the game was manipulated, because the odds were extremely low. The members of the South Korean team had taken their swords and eliminated the remaining members of the Japanese team. The screen displayed the announcement that South Korea had won the first round. Immediately, the system sound echoed, declaring a conclusion. Thanks to Ruhei's surprising action, our team had won. The screen now had the announcement sound. And the Mevip was the player who killed the Sword King Lin Gu. Both team must be very confused. The figures of everyone immediately vanished, all going into halftime. The representative member from Japan grabbed Sin by the collar. He was filled with rage, questioning, What the hell did you do? The representative member from Japan roared in anger. How could a national representative dare to end his own life? How long are you going to stay silent? Then, he froze upon hearing Jean's shout. You are pretending not to understand because you are a kid. He looked over there with disdain and continued. A trash like you does not understand how to go professional. Jean's voice rang out. Do you understand how you lost to South Korea? The other two Japanese representatives shouted in anger. What did you say? He looked over there, threateningly cold. I won't play along with your stupid friendship game. If you do not acknowledge me, I will just keep ending it. Jin looked at his furious face and asked. Choose. Do you want to win with me or do you want to lose miserably in front of everyone like before? The Japanese representative gritted his teeth, bowing his head in silence. He glanced to one side. Struggling continuously, the Japanese representative angrily shouted. Just then, the announcement sound came up. Round 2 began. On the other side, the Korean representative called out in confusion. No matter how many times he thought about it, he still could not figure it out. He asked in doubt. Why did he end his own life? Another Korean representative speculated that he might be a spy or something. The Korean representative looked up, staring at the shining purple light from Jin. Denying it. No way. He came to kill us, did not he? The representative member from South Korea saw Jin raise his sword high in response. This time he is completely different. He raised his shield in front, reassuring. Don't worry. The representative member from South Korea spoke up. My enemy is the Sword King. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin's sword smashed through the shield, taking all 3 of them out. Jingu gasped, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him. He cried out in confusion upon seeing his 3 teammates reappear. The audience in the stands gasped, mouths agape as they looked down at the arena. Jahan was also amazed as he looked at that screen. Xin's whole body radiated a powerful purple light. Glancing toward the crowd, Jin gripped the sword tightly in his hand and then raised it high. He struck the representative member from South Korea in two. Jin calmly sliced through his body. He frowned, looking ahead without a care. The audience in the stands was stunned, eyes wide and mouths agape, their lips tightly pressed together. And then all the audience erupted in excitement. Raiksin stood still, hearing the calls echoing. Ru. He paid no attention to the commentary. Just with 2 attacks, Sword King Ruhi had defeated the South Korean team. Unbelievable. On the screen, the score of the international tournament between Korea and Japan changed to 11. Soon after, the sound rang out. Round 4 had begun. Jin swung his sword at the representative member from South Korea. The commentator shouted at the score on the screen. Japan won round 3. The current score is 1-2. We need to step it up. They shouted loudly as they watched Jin single-handedly eliminate the team. At least put up some resistance. Don't give up and surrender like that. Round 3 was already ugly, and South Korea is getting beaten up again. The representative member from South Korea shouted and charged forward with his sword raised. Jin leaned back, dodging him. The representative member from South Korea kept slashing at him, not giving him time to counterattack. Jin raised his fist, trying to control the situation. Then, a glaring golden chain appeared, binding Jin. The representative member from South Korea shouted with all his might. The whole team was injured, but it did not matter. They just needed to take him down. He raised the axe high in his hand and shouted, attacking. Immediately, the sword in Jin's hand was knocked away. The sword flew up, blocking the attack aimed at him. The representative member from South Korea shouted in confusion as he saw the sword blocking in front of him. He can't believe the sword moves on its own. Then he used his other hand to break the chain. Jin swung his sword, cutting through his body. Jin gasped in shock, shouting, "What is this?" He broke the magical chain with his bare hands. He looked at the sword resting on his neck, unable to believe it, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Jin lightly swung his sword, effortlessly taking down Jinwoo. The representative member from South Korea shouted at his remaining teammate beside him, "Shoot him quickly. Do not let him advance." He yelled at Dead and Kung. Damn it. Right after that, he was startled to see his teammate hit by an arrow. The representative member from Japan shouted, "We are still here." He looked up and said, "Latu, do not underestimate us." Immediately, the Japanese team member looked over in shock. He saw the Jin vehicle hovering in the air near the body of the last South Korean representative who shouted, "Ah!" He glanced up at him. The sound of the Jin vehicle echoed, but they were still a bunch of useless fools. He looked at him, hesitatingly asking, "Don't he tell me it is a flying sword?" He stood motionless in mid-air, casually looking down. He let out a cold laugh, mocking him. "It seems like ever since you left for Japan, you have been training to look cooler. That flying sword move looks nice too." The vehicle frowned, expressing disappointment. "If your fighting skills were as good as your swordsmanship, you would not be struggling like this." The South Korean representative gathered blue energy with his hand and asked back, "Oh really?" His eyes lit up, radiating beams of blue energy loudly. "Then watch this." The blue beams quickly shot towards the Jin vehicle. He reached for the sword in front of him and shouted, just in time. Then, he raised both swords to slash down, saying, "I need to test this new sword technique." From the 2 swords, blinding golden light radiated down towards him. His eyes glimmered with golden light from above, and a massive illusion of a golden sword charged toward him. The golden light shattered the entire arena. The audience in the stands gasped in shock. Wide-eyed, black smoke rose from the deep pit in the arena. The whole place fell into an oddly eerie silence. Jin stepped forward towards the big pit. A voice announced, "The match is over." He looked towards the South Korean representative in the pit. Hearing the system's voice, Japan won with a score of 3-1. The commentary continued non-stop. "How could we have been defeated so miserably? It is really hard to swallow. But it is what it is. We will be stronger in the future." Diego looked at the image of Jin on the TV screen and shouted, "How is that possible?" He pointed at Lao. "How could you predict the outcome in such detail?" Jan calmly replied, "Just consider it a dream I had." Diego exclaimed in disbelief, "I can't believe you won so much." He looked at the phone screen and replied with a smile, "It is not bad." Jihan looked at the phone, thinking to himself, "Winning a lot of money is good, but that last move surprised me." His eyes narrowed slightly, becoming extremely sharp. Jen remembered Zin's earlier move. He was stronger than I remember. At this rate, I want to be able to defeat him. He looked at the system screen, pondering. Just relying on the unknown divine art won't be enough. The nameless divine skill, and SES ranked ability. A skill with just a fragment of the nameless holy power. The conditions to upgrade adjust 3 abilities to suit oneself, or to understand the true nature of the nameless, to fully unlock the nameless divine skill. Jan thought to himself, he also has an SES ranked skill, but the pinnacle sword skill is S. He bit his lip, telling himself, it does not matter. Then Jan glanced at Jin's car on the TV screen. He stared at him, thinking, no matter how strong you become. Jan fixed his gaze on Jin's car and whispered, I will be even stronger, he imagined that day. Shouting. Just wait. We will meet again soon, on Han's side. She trembled as she looked at the phone screen. Exclaiming, Han looked at the words on it. Excitedly shouting, I really want. Her cheeks flushed as she exuberantly announced. 37 times the stake. $5,000 turned into $200,000. She smiled brightly, saying, I never expected to have this day. Deep down, she thought, thank you, the Jihan. Thanks to Jihan, Hazen has earned nearly $180,000. But unfortunately, in total, she still lost $20,000. After following his advice, Han was sure Korea would lose 0-3 and bet more. She bet the entire $20,000 on 3. Jafe looked at the phone screen, thinking to herself that she would definitely win, which is why she lost. Han looked utterly defeated, dazed, thinking she not only lost $20 but almost lost her future. She closed her eyes, letting tears fall. Silently cursing, inside the room, Jen looked at Dago, saying, now it is time for the main topic of today. He looked across, smiling, and asked, do you want to sign a contract with me? He was silent for a moment before responding. Actually, I still do not understand why someone like you would want to sign a contract with me. Jihan stayed silent, looking over without saying anything else. Diego raised his hand, questioning, am I really that valuable? The Jihan, hearing this, smiled and replied, you witnessed it? Right. I predicted the match details correctly. I am confident in this decision. He suspiciously asked back, what are you talking about? Jihan pushed the sphere towards him, saying, Diego. He saw the sphere hit Daigo's chest and exclaimed that he would become the strongest mage in the world. Jen gently smiled and explained, this contract is just an investment of mine. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the sphere, shouting, come to me. Diego looked down and thought, come to him. When was the last time someone trusted him like this? He remembered the memories from that team, thinking of the feeling of being valued by others. Diego covered his face with his hands and whispered, after getting the golden opportunity. He thought he would never feel that way again. He peered through the gaps between his fingers at Jihan. Diego looked at the sphere on the table, deep in thought. He showed him a new ray of hope. He reached out to grab Jihan's hand. I have no reason to decline. Diego looked at Jihan and promised, I will do my best. He rushed at him, serious, shouting, I won't forget your kindness. I will pay you back 1,000. 10,000 times this amount. Jihan smiled in response, saying, I really like your determination. You look towards the arena and shout, I will wait for that day. A person raises a sword and charges in that direction. Gazan raises her hand to draw her sword. Then she swings it down hard towards the approaching person. Gazan grips the sword hilt tightly with both hands raised. Next, she swiftly strikes down the attackers. She glances towards the stands upon hearing the call of Gazan. A group of people rushes towards Gazan with weapons drawn. Let us take her down first. All right. Let us cooperate for now. They look fierce. Weapons raised. Shouting loudly, the corner of her mouth curls slightly as she mutters, pathetic. Elash. Gazan dispatched them with 2 swift strikes from the shadows. She glanced back as an announcement sounded, with 60 survivors remaining. Game over. The system screen in front of Gazan displayed the message, you ranked first. She reached out to touch the screen thoughtfully. Ranking first this year is not bad, but Gazan frowned in dissatisfaction, thinking she could not settle for this result. She thought of Jin and Jan, reminding herself that she had to become stronger than the Sword King, who was superior in the Japan match. Korea and Jihan were on their way to becoming unbeatable legends. While she was still lagging behind, Gazan looked up at the sky, silently thinking that since joining the Thai Star Guild, she had made many adjustments, and she needed to try harder. Sia glanced at the news on her phone screen. The Sword King had become stronger and was now a perfect citizen of Japan. Her whole body trembled as she bowed her head down. He looked worried and asked, sit up, are you okay? Sia tried to smile in response. Yeah. Her voice rang out defensively. Liar. How can you be fine with that expression? She quietly replied. It has just been a day or two. A heavy sigh echoed from above the car. Hugh raised both fists in suggestion. Today, I will stay with you. Wouldn't it be better to have someone beside you? Sia smiled brightly and replied. It is. Do not worry. She looked at her and said, thanks for bringing me home. My uncle's busy, so I was worried about how to get back. A brown, sitting in the front, spoke up. If you need any help, just tell me. I made a big mistake the other day. Hearing this, Sia laughed and replied, it is good that you know you made a mistake. Hugh clapped once and asked playfully, Sia, have you thought about my suggestion yet? If you think it is okay, get ready to listen. She pondered for a moment and said, actually, I am not so sure. She frowned and asked, why not? Is there any reason to refuse? As Sia was explaining calmly, the car suddenly came to a stop. I was thinking about everything. Hugh covered her cheek with her hand and yelled angrily, hey, Why did you stop suddenly? Brown looked ahead and shouted. Miss. She called out suspiciously. The two of them looked forward to hear the man say, We have arrived, but Sia yelled out wide-eyed. Who are those people blocking the front of the car? Jen gently propelled himself upward, soaring through the air toward the building across from him. He quickly darted between the buildings. Leaping forward, he glanced at the rooftop of his building, then slowly descended. Jen put one hand down on the ground to balance himself before coming to a stop. He stood still, murmuring, I definitely feel lighter. I have made a lot of progress. Next, Jen looked to one side, his gaze fixated there, thinking to himself about how much better it was up here. He looked toward the distant sun, quietly reflecting that it was indeed much better. After a moment, he looked down at the crowd of pedestrians on the street below. Jen sat high above, silently observing what was happening down there. He could not help but think back to the past, back in the United States. He used to go to high places like this and sit in a daze. This makes me nostalgic for the past. Jan closed his eyes, thinking about him. Now I understand what kind of person Jin was during that time. In his mind, he could not help but think of Jin's figure. In fact, Jihan had never fought against Jin before. During the time when half the population of this planet disappeared and the top players began to gather, Runsin the warrior had continuously held first place, only to suddenly vanish. He closed his eyes in contemplation, still unaware of the reason why. Jan looked ahead, analyzing. But the current Jin was as strong as he was at his peak in the past. Just because he was getting stronger quickly now did not mean he could let his guard down. He knelt down, trying to stand up. I need to become much stronger than my past self. Jan stared straight ahead, silently telling himself that he needed to master the unknown divine art faster. He glanced at his house and called out. Then he transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Meanwhile, at Jan Brown's skyscraper, he shouted to the crowd, Get out of the way. He saw reporters still rushing forward. Salat said, I told you to clear the way. They kept raising their cameras, frantically moving toward Lao. Miss, I am from the Rights TV channel. May I interview you for a moment? The voice of a reporter in the car rang out. What do you think about the match and the interview with the Sword King today? Hugh immediately patted her shoulder to comfort her. Miss, just ignore them. Missa listened in confusion to the questioning sounds, with some saying that her previous statements had further stirred up the Sword King. Outside, reporters were frantically pointing their cameras at her, asking her to say a few words to the public. They shouted at Brow. Hey. Old man. Move aside. He angrily shouted. What is wrong with you people? Missa held her face in pain as she heard the reporter La too. While Jin is not here, let us interview a little. This is our bread and butter. Jan walked over from a distance, hearing Brown yelling. Have some sympathy. Will you? The reporter looked back when he heard the sounds. Do you think Jan took a step towards them, raised both hands crossed, and shouted, What the hell am I doing? His eyes glinted with a red light as he forcefully pushed the reporter aside, yelling, Get lost. They immediately fell to the sides, clearing a path to the car. The reporter quickly sat up, loudly questioning, The Jihan. Do you dare to lay a hand on a reporter? They threatened Jihan. Don't you care about your image at all? His low voice came through. Of course I do. Jan, filled with anger, stressed each word. That is why I reacted so lightly. The reporter immediately bowed his head when he shouted. Since it was the first time, I held back. Jan left the crowd and walked towards the car, saying, You should be grateful that I only did that much. He reached for the car door handle. She peeked through her fingers out the car window when she heard Jan calling. Hey, car. He smiled gently and said, Let us go home. Then Jan turned and smiled in thanks. Thank you for protecting the car, a Brown responded. No problem, sir. Hugh immediately shouted. Hey. Please take good care of the car. He turned back and smiled. Yeah. Thanks for your concern. Jihan's voice rang out. Goodbye. She also raised her hand in response. Goodbye. He stood still, watching the two walk away. She stood still, waving her hand as she watched. Suddenly, Brown was surprised to see Hugh covering her face, bursting into joyful laughter. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Haiksu's voice rang out. It is really hard to hold back the laughter. The reporter also looked over there. Hey. Is not that the student girl? Yep. That is right. They looked at her and thought, the granddaughter of the CEO of Tegan newspaper. The granddaughter of Kim Hu, CEO of Korea's #1 newspaper. She wiped her tears and shouted, Our little car. Are you done for? The Jin car? Looking gloomy, declared, I do not have a daughter. Daihan picked up the phone and heard his voice. I buried my past to come to Japan. So I do not have a daughter. Please do not ask such personal and pointless questions. He added that they only came there for the interview. The car nodded in response. Yep. Jan clenched his teeth, gripping the phone tightly, shouting, I wish I could give him a beating. Glanced over, wondering what to do. It seemed like she was doing better. Jay looked at her dejected face, deep in thought. But the interview had ruined her mood. Sia pursed her lips, wanting to say something but holding back. After a moment, she finally spoke up. This uncle asked back.
Yep.
She looked at him, inquiring, "Do you remember saying you would make one of my wishes come true?" The voice asked back, "A wish for when you find the Dark Queen." "Right." She smiled softly in agreement.
Yep.
Daehan let out a puzzled sound when she heard his car say, "I think I have a wish." She raised her phone and shouted, "I think I found it," a car calmly told the Dark Queen. Jen immediately jumped, eyes wide open, shouting, "On the competition field." The announcement immediately appeared. The match began, and commentary flowed in. "Poor staff. Wait. Poor staff. Did I enter the wrong room?" Jihan raised each name he retrieved from the oppressor high. The audience, seeing him standing still, questioned in confusion. "Poor staff? The Jihan. What are you planning to do?" Jihan replied with a slight smile. "I am going to break it." He looked ahead and murmured as commentary flowed in the stands. What weird thing is he about to do again? Honestly, I kind of like it. The Dark Queen faced Jan from the shadows. He thought to himself, "Let us see if you really are the Dark King." A day earlier, he was startled looking at his phone screen. Jan gasped in surprise, eyes wide. "That is her," pointing at her on the phone, concluding,
"Yep.
I think this person is the Dark Queen." A car put away the phone, uncertainly replying, "Not sure. But she is the strongest recruit." Daehan asked back in confusion, "Why do you think so?" She thought of the people back then, pointing out, "Initially we all doubted the elf queens sitting on the throne." "Right. That is right. Because both of them seemed to be trying to act like queens." Then raised her head, pointing at the phone, saying, "This elf resembles darkness more." Daehan repeated in confusion, "Darkness." And she immediately confirmed,
"Yep.
You should look at the photos I sent." He looked at the phone, listening to account carefully, starting with the eye color. She looked at the phone screen recounting. There are not many elves with pitch black eyes, but even having black pupils is quite rare. "Right." Jen rubbed his chin and thought, "That is true." A calmly continued, "It is not just strange there." Her voice resonated. Before the game started, this elf had her eyes on the one who would come in first. He asked curiously, "Had her eyes on?" I replied, "She always looked at you in a strange way." She tapped on her phone in response, so I followed other matches to check. I pointed at the matches with different people, and Gazen spoke, but here, she always stared at the player who would come in first. Even before the match started, I looked intently at the Dark Queen, as if she knew the future. I focused on those eyes, asking, "Quite strange." "Right." Jay looked at the phone screen, thinking to himself, "Surely this is no longer a coincidence." He was surprised to hear her continue. "The most important thing lies in the final video." I pointed to the round shadow under the Dark Queen's feet, indicating the shadow beneath her. Jan immediately focused intently on the shadow at her feet. I calmly noted that the video quality was too low to be clear, but it seemed like he was not the only one finding it strange. He smiled slightly, staring thoughtfully at the shadow. "This is worth checking out." Jan turned his head to ask, "Wait, are you collecting and analyzing all this by yourself?" She immediately admitted, "That must take a lot of time." He squinted, asking, "You are not overexerting yourself for uncle, are you?" Immediately laughed and denied it. "It is nothing. I am just free anyway." Jihan's voice rang out, "Thank you. I will check it out in the next match." She smiled back,
"Yep.
"I hope your analysis is correct." Right after that, I was startled, hearing him call out, "All right. Then I should keep my promise." "Right." Jihan gently asked, "Do you have any wishes?" He calmly encouraged, "Just say it. I will grant anything." She widened her eyes at Jihan, then smiled and said,
"Yep.
Thank you." Her thin lip, "And she will need space for her equipment." The broker continued, "I understand. I will try to find a house that meets your conditions." He smiled brightly, complimenting them. "With a handsome and strong uncle like this, you must feel quite reassured." Jan smiled back, thanking him for the compliment. "But I still have a long way to go," the broker exclaimed. "I will continue to support you." You smiled, expressing your gratitude. "Thank you." The next thing he said startled Jan. "I should be the one thanking you even more." The broker laughed loudly. "Actually, I am also from the Sword King clan. Although after the shock of the Sword King changing nationality to Japanese, I left right away. But after leaving, I was very worried about you." He looked towards Kara to comfort her, thinking everything must have been very hard for her. So he was afraid she would think negatively, but seeing her trying her best to overcome her problems reassured me. Her eyes welled with tears as she listened to the broker speak. "There are still many worries, but congratulations on your awakening." Kara, his voice echoed. "You will receive a truly wonderful gift." "All right." Jan silently gazed at Kara, unable to help but remember the scene where she was surrounded by reporters lamenting, "Trouble is coming." After the battle between Korea and Japan, interest in C has increased again, especially now. Everyone must be interested in the awakening and gifts of Kara. You looked at the broker and Kara chatting happily in front. Jan could not help but recall the scene where she collapsed in her past life. But when the girl receives the forced gift, all that attention will become poison for her. You remembered the cruel comments from the past life, deciding you had to stop that at all costs. Jan stared intently at Kara, pondering, in the near future, I must limit others' access to her as much as possible. A determined expression filled his face as he whispered, especially with the reporters around. Meanwhile, the niece of the owner of the 2 newspaper smiled brightly at her phone.
Yep.
Reporter, she replied while sitting on the chair.
Yep.
It is on the 22nd of that month. That day is Kara's birthday, so she will be at the gift hall at school. Come on, do not worry. I will help you interview her. He hung up the phone, saying, see you that day. The young man sitting nearby scoffed. That girl is disgusting. Just look at her fake face. She is obviously from a journalism family. She heard this and shouted, if you do not like it, you can just leave. He stretched and laughed, telling her that her words made him very sad. If it were not for this opportunity, when would I ever get to meet our Kara? The young man's voice asked. But why does she hate that beautiful girl so much? Hizu frowned, flipping her hair in disdain. What else is there? She can't even compare to me. Yet she wants to stand on the same level as me. If it were not for Betanet, I would not have to meet that pitiful girl. He chuckled and asked, so why do you want to interview that jerk? He reached up to touch her chin, smiling as she responded, isn't she the perfect subject for a news article? Besides, I should help my family a little too. She happily shared, and if her gift is lame, this is the perfect chance to make a fool of her. The young man laughed loudly. You really are a sneaky little brat. Hizu held up a picture of him, resting his chin on his hand. And that is why your job is the most important. Jihan's car has been pretty famous lately. He is the uncle of that brat, and he's been stuck to it all day. She looked at him, questioning if he was sure he could beat Jihan. The young man gritted his teeth, teasingly, that crazy girl. I would not even glance at that worm. His voice rang out. Remember to keep your promise. Hizu laughed and cursed loudly. That disgusting jerk. She saw the young man twist his neck and shout, don't he worry. After I am done with my part. Hizu looked straight at him and shouted, then I will let you do whatever you want with that brat. The Batanet Academy in Gangnam will take 14 hours until that brat wakes up. Who pleaded? Sia, do not do that. She turned around and interrupted. Stop it. Sia uncomfortably refused. I told you I do not want to be interviewed. She raised a finger pleadingly. Think it over again. Please. Hugh frowned and said, it is all because of you. Sia rejected, saying, I said I do not want to. She acted annoyed and advised, if you keep this up, I will be sad. They are humiliating an innocent person like you just for the Sword King. Hugh frowned and shouted, isn't it better if there is good news to attract everyone's attention? To help you? I had to beg my grandpa a lot. Sia stood up from the table and said, it is, thank you. But you do not need to do that. She quickly replied, I am just going to the restroom. Hugh frowned upon hearing this, silently cursing. What a country bumpkin. I can't understand her at all. I thought she would be obedient. Hugh ran a hand through her hair, exhaling, forget it. Let us just go to the gift hall and wait. Hugh looked up, thinking tonight, I wonder what that brat will receive as a gift. The corner of her mouth curled up, forming a cunning smile. While I am at it, I should pick a reporter and send her straight to hell. Hugh thought of Sia. Hoping she would receive a forced gift, she bowed her head and muttered, this is really too hard. Deep down, she thought, actually, I know everything. Sia closed her eyes, silently thinking she knew what Hugh thought of her, recalling when Hayu asked,
Hey,
are you still clinging to Sia? The girl smiled and asked, are you two best friends? She shouted with a look of annoyance. Don't he joke around? She asked back upon hearing that. I heard that once she becomes miserable, you will kick her out. Hugh confidently replied, of course, before cutting ties, I have to take advantage of her first. The girl, hearing this, asked suspiciously, Sia is just a tool. What does she have that you can take advantage of? Hugh put his hand in his pocket and replied, my family runs the press. Hugh laughed fiercely and shouted, when she falls into hell, it is best to take advantage of her. Hugh raised an eyebrow and called out, come on, please. I hope she gets a forced gift and goes crazy. I have to capture her reaction and post those pictures. Inside the bathroom, as Car gripped the edge of her skirt, listening to the group gossip. This crazy girl sounds amusing. She lowered her head, listening to their mocking laughter. Make sure to watch closely. Readers will love it. C was shocked by Hizu's true face. From then on, she began to feel uneasy. She thought that she might actually receive a forced gift, standing on the game stage. intertwined her fingers, secretly thinking that she was sure Su was not the only one hiding their true nature. I can't accept the forced gift. She frowned in contemplation. Please. Come on. I looked at the machine above, silently pleading. Please give me a really good gift. The light from the round shaft flashed a bright red. Then she looked up in confusion, stared blankly at each beam of light in front of her. She gasped, staring at the sparkling light, exclaiming, "This was at school 5 hours until awakened." Jan raised his hand to pull up his sleeve to check the time. He looked at it, thinking there were still 5 hours left. The government official pointed ahead, saying, "Please proceed this way." "Song, you go ahead," he asked in concern. "Is it still safe in the gift hall?" The government official immediately responded, "Yep. The guards are keeping her safe," Daihan gently instructed. "Thank you. Do not let outsiders in, especially those reporters," he immediately assured. "Don't worry. They have also stopped the school staff from entering." The government officials looked at the other guards and replied, "The government is also paying special attention." About yesterday, Jan talked to manager Park Yun regarding the donation for the electric sword. Hearing this, the other side asked, "Right. Tomorrow is the day I will awaken as a player." "Right," he calmly replied. "Oh yes. So you know?" Even with the current situation, Jan softly mentioned, "I am also worried someone will break into the awakening place." Manager Park Yun understands the current situation very clearly. He replied, "If you agree, I can try to ask the guards on site for help. Has the government provided personal safety for a..." Thinking of this, Jan smiled with relief. "So I am getting help once again." Shortly after, he was startled by a sound. "You have arrived." The government official pointed inside. Introducing, "This is the gift hall. We also have chairs prepared right in front. You can rest while waiting." Daihan bowed his head, smiling. "Thank you, then see you at 12. He immediately replied, "Yep. If you need anything, please let me know right away." Then he sat down in front of the door, waiting. Jan intertwined his fingers, letting out a deep sigh. He stayed silent, worried to the point of biting his lip. Then, Jan immediately shook his head, thinking he should not worry too much. This time he could be by her side and protect her. He opened his eyes and softly murmured, "I have no other choice now." Jan looked at the string in his hand thoughtfully, hoping that this gift would bring us some comfort. Time quickly passed, and it was now 5 minutes until awakened. He glanced over in surprise upon hearing Hugh's voice. Just as he expected, "Are you here, Uncle?" She was accompanied by a reporter, smiling gently as she asked, "Are you well?" Hugh smiled brightly and asked, "We see each other quite often. Do not..." Jan looked over, questioning. Clearly, he remembered her saying she was his friend. But the person next to her was a reporter, was not he? His expression immediately darkened, filled with hostility. Jen immediately stood up, angrily questioning, "How did you get in here? I thought they were keeping everyone out." Hugh laughed and replied, "You know, media companies often have extensive connections." Her voice rang out. "I asked a friend to help me get in," he asked back. "So you are not even trying to hide the fact that you snuck in here?" Hugh immediately countered, "Did you just say I snuck in? I came to deal with something at your school." Her voice came through. "I have decided to interview it today." Jan shouted loudly, hands in his pockets, "Stop talking nonsense and go back. Once it wakes up, she will head home right away. I am warning you. This is the first and last time." The reporters were startled, wondering if this was okay. "Looks like we are going to be in trouble." Hugh crossed her arms, chuckling. "That is not good at all." She raised her hands in response. "I have to interview him at all costs," he shouted. "If that is the case, then I won't just sit idly by." Hizu pressed her hand against her cheek, feigning sadness as she asked, "What should we do? I can't possibly win against your uncle." She raised a finger, pointing at La. "How about this?" Hizu squinted at La while protecting her niece. The player supporting level 27 Kanji Han. She watched as a young man swung his fist at him from behind, having been ambushed by an unknown level 50 warrior. On the other side, a knelt on the ground inside the room. The moment awakened had come. The screen displayed the message. "Congratulations. You have awakened as a player. You now possess a gift, a late blooming flower, pressuring gift level." She could not believe it, exclaiming that she hoped it would not be this bad. Outside, the young man struck Jahan hard on the back. Inside, his eyes welled with tears as she lowered her head muttering, "But now it is really over." Out there, Jan was hit, slightly leaning forward. He was unexpectedly ambushed by Tony from behind. The punch so strong that he staggered and fell forward. He smugly chuckled, "Just stay there. I will definitely love and take care of our Kara." Jahan remained silent after that sudden attack. But then he looked at Tony with a murderous glare that pierced right through him. Jan growled, "How dare you mention that girl?" He stared blankly at him, pointing ahead in confusion. "You took that hit and you are still standing there. You are tougher than I thought." Immediately, Jan threw a punch straight at Tanya's face, considering it his answer. Then his eyes caught sight of a gelatinous barrier. Indeed, Jan's punch had been stopped by that, leaving Tony unharmed. He laughed triumphantly. You are pretty knowledgeable. So why are not you surprised? His eyes lit up as he threw another punch at Jan. Tony teased. Are you really that confident? Hizu stood calmly behind, arms crossed. Just watching, really. Then she sarcastically commented on their fight. Is it true that he is winning? Tony turned around, preparing to throw a powerful punch. He mocked Jan, saying that people kept using the Rising Star nickname to flatter him, which is why he did not know his place. Immediately after, Tony confidently threw a punch at him. He knew he was going to win. Answer me, that bastard. How many times do I have to hit you before you speak? Just after saying that arrogant line, Tony received an uppercut straight to Jan's chin. He calmly sent Tony flying into the air, blood splattering everywhere. The cameraman was shocked, his eyes wide open, and who stood there equally astonished. Jen used his magic to create a red magical ring that grabbed Tony's hair. He was suspended in mid-air, struggling like a fish out of water. He cried out, "What is this? What just happened?" But Jihan ignored Tony's words, focusing instead on controlling the magical arm that was choking him. The hand gripped tightly against Jan's reddened eyes. He spoke mockingly. You look just like those thugs. And your actions match too. Jan frowned, his tone sharp and determined. I will carve a mark on you, so that you can never do this kind of thing again. At that moment, he swung his red fist backward, and Tony's head was pulled along in a terrifying manner. The cameraman panicked and ran away, leaving Hyaksu standing there, shocked for a few seconds. Tony's body fell right in front of her, making a loud thud. She was stunned, her face pale as she looked down, then completely terrified, her eyes wide with horror. Teeth clenched. Hugh screamed in terror as if she wanted to tear apart the very space. Meanwhile, Kara, just waking up, sat on the ground in disappointment and despair. Her eyes radiated sadness, an overwhelming feeling of helplessness flooding her mind. Warm tears began to well up in Kara's eyes. Filled with sorrow, she quickly wiped them away. Kara scolded herself. Come on. Stop crying. She regained her composure, thinking strongly. Sitting here alone in sadness won't change anything. Then she pulled herself up. She said, Get up. He is still waiting for us. Then she stepped out of the awakening place, walking toward the door to meet Jihan. But Kara still felt sad and worried, staring at its system display. What should I do now? Even if I participate as a player with forced gift levels, I will definitely just barely survive in the bronze rank, trembling in fear. The system clearly states that late blooming flowers, forced gifts, will realize their potential later. Kara lamented. What is with this abrupt explanation? The door opened, and Kara was about to step outside but kept mumbling, Yet I have been praying like a fool all this time. Suddenly, she jolted at the sound of a loud scream. When she became aware of the situation, what appeared before her was a floating golden hair, and Tony was lying on the ground with a shaved head. Kara panicked and asked, Sir, what happened? He calmly replied, He is like that. Then suddenly, a curse came out for Jan, that crazy bastard. He calmly told Kara to look over there. She is gazing at him in confusion too. Hizu was clutching Tony's shaved head, glaring up at Jihan and screaming like a madwoman. How dare you do this to him? Do you know who my grandfather is? He is the chairman of the 2 newspaper. Ignoring her frenzied screams, he calmly responded, and then gently directed the orange hair straight at her, with a cold expression. Jen replied indifferently, Who cares about her family owning a large media company? Are you trying to manipulate the media? Upon hearing that, she boldly tossed her hair over her shoulder and acted arrogantly. You think I will just stop there? I will create fake news and spread it too. Her eyes widened as she looked at Jihan, threatening him without knowing her place. I will turn you into the dirtiest family in the world. People will be disgusted when they see you. Do you know that they do not care about the truth? Her harsh words made him tense up. Kara was now filled with disappointment, because his friend Hyaksu kept spouting filthy words. The public opinion on Sword King was already very negative, so this might be for the best. Jan had heard enough, and he no longer stayed silent but challenged her. Go ahead. And try it. Jan stepped forward, making him fearfully back away. So we just need to leave South Korea. Right. It seems she now knows what fear is. But Jan's face was filled with rage, his eyes burning like lightning, staring fiercely at the flame in his hand as if wanting to incinerate everything. He threatened back. But could she bear the consequences of her actions? But it seemed Hu still did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Arrogantly replying, Do not act tough, that damn bastard. If it were not for Betanet and Jun's gene, you would not even get to see me. Hearing that, Jen flicked a flame from his palm. Nonchalantly, I understand now. Hu was suddenly surrounded by flames, causing her to jump in shock, faced with her arrogance. He simply waved his hand and remarked that she was the type of person who never reflects on herself to correct her mistakes. Dahan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the flames seemed to blaze even brighter. They rushed towards Hugh and wrapped around her. He raised his voice for one last warning, saying he needed her to remember this well. If she messed with them, there would be consequences. The window seen from outside was lit up by the raging fire inside, accompanied by her frantic screams. Once everything was settled, the two returned to their old car in the parking garage. Sitting next to her, anxiously stammered, "Uncle, is this really okay?" She hesitated before continuing. "I am glad we can take revenge on Hu. But I am a bit worried." Jen turned to ask, "What are you worried about?" The Tegan Report is the biggest media company in our country. Hearing this, he just smiled and reassured his niece. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." He thought to himself that because they were too big, they would not act recklessly. Besides, from the start, it was absurd for a media company to do such things, just because the chairman's niece was involved. He pressed the gas while thinking further. If they still had any sense left, they would not mess with a player who was currently receiving a lot of attention. C also thought to herself, how can he be so confident? It is fascinating, but now there is something more important. Jen thought silently before turning to her and speaking softly. "What gift did you get?" he asked firmly, causing her to flinch a bit. Then she lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Not responding. Once she regained some spirit, slowly began to speak. "The late blooming flower is a gift of forced level up." Jan looked at his niece and guessed in his mind. Just as I guessed. He activated his status window and told her, "If you want to be a successful player, it will be quite difficult." Then he turned to her. "Take a look at this." She wondered, "Is that your status window?"
Yep.
"This is the first time I have shown it to someone else." Just looking at the status window, I was astonished, her eyes wide open. "Wait. It displays the forced level up gift that can see the information of other players." She exclaimed, "What is that? Is your gift also a forced level up?" I began to have doubts. She turned to Jan and asked, "Then how are you so strong?" He replied, "Look at the stats at the top." She asked back, "What are they?" "Combat power. Strength. Is this really the BattleNet stat?" Jen responded to her question. "They are unique stats. Most people do not know about them, because the conditions to obtain them are hidden. As you can see, the level of the gift is not everything." Receiving this new information left utterly amazed. He added, "You can also obtain unique stats." And Jan picked up a shiny gold-tinted lens. He held it up to reflect the face of Exia, saying, "This will show you the path you will take." After revealing the treasured Exia, Jan reminisced about the past, recalling the image of a brown-haired girl with golden eyes before he regressed, standing as the second best in the world. Jin Ho. She appeared with a serious, determined look. And notably, her gift was also a late-blooming flower, standing in second place. Roho's power was undeniable. With just a swing, she could eliminate an opponent. Jen had only seen her on television before. He recounted that he could not believe his eyes back then. Jaehan was very astonished. Now he realized that the gift of the forced leveling had left Saya desperate and seeking death while hiding this secret. The special lens with the golden wing could reveal the information about the late, blooming flower gift of forced leveling, the number of matches needed to participate until upgrading to level 50. The requirement for leveling up is to take part in battle matches. She asked in surprise, "What is this?" She looked through the golden lens, filled with questions wanting answers. Can a gift really upgrade? Moreover, Jan just sat there, satisfied and smiling. He spoke up. "Isn't this gift amazing?" He thought to himself, "Just as I guessed. That item is effective now." Meanwhile, C was putting the lens to her eyes to see, and here is the information about the unique H-grade item A, the unique lens of the god Olympus H. A one-time use item that can identify the essence of a player's gift. A hidden item that I obtained by repairing the broken C-grade unique lens of the messenger. Recalling the process of creating it, he made it a day before X's birthday. Returning to reality, Jen explained a few issues for her to understand clearly. The fact that the level of the gift can increase is already surprising, but even its basic effect is not bad at all. Because an increase of 100 in growth rate means that your training effectiveness will be double compared to others. Kay exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't that a very good effect?" He nodded in agreement.
Yep.
"That is right. With this effect, you can quickly achieve the rare stats that your uncle told you about." Her expression became even more surprised as the lens began to fade. Seeing this, Jan gently spoke to soothe her heart. "Sit up. Do you think you can aim for the top player position too?" "Really?" A question filled with emotions. Jan widened his eyes at the scene before him. A tear rolled down his cheek. She seemed unable to believe it and asked again. "Really? The gift is really good, is not?" As her uncle finished speaking, she started to sob, her body trembling. He was filled with tenderness and praised.
"Yep.
Your gift is very good. Sit up. I wonder how much hope the girl has brought." Jan thought back to when she joined Japan. feeling a twinge of pain after the girl was abandoned by her father and left behind. He kept rambling about how he did not have a daughter, and people only used her as the subject of cheap gossip. The image of her sitting alone in the crowd, isolated and discriminated against. She would not want to face difficulties as the abandoned daughter of the Sword King, but rather as an independent player named Junce. He carefully brought the tissue over to her, still feeling anxious inside. She must have been very worried, afraid of receiving a useless gift. After seeing the tissue, she looked a bit surprised. Jan continued to encourage her. You did great. It must have been hard for you, so feel free to cry it out. But then she took the tissue, wiped her tears, and said, I will stop crying right now. I do not even have enough time to laugh. Hearing that, he could only feel helpless. Yeah. With a slightly flushed face, she turned to him and asked, do you always feel so mysterious? Caught off guard by his niece's words, Diane could only force a smile, trying to come up with some excuse, as if he knew everything about the future. Just consider himself lucky. After she released all her anxious feelings, her spirit lifted. She smiled and said now that she is calm, she suddenly feels very hungry. Hearing that, he prepared to stand up and go to the kitchen to cook something. Then let us have a meal. I will cook something for you, she asked back. At this hour, why is Jan suddenly so caring? I promised. Remember. Next time, I will cook something even better for you. I have prepared a lot of dishes for your birthday. Hearing the word birthday, her eyes widened in surprise. Then she smiled happily and said, Yep. That sounds great. While the two of them were enjoying a delicious dinner at the Who building, a woman with hardly any hair left was in a state of panic. She screamed with a pale face. She sat in the room, cursing loudly. Everything has really burned down. Hair, eyebrows, everything. Damn it, that crazy bastard Jihan has lost it. Oh my. How am I supposed to explain this to my parents? Suddenly, a man in a black suit walked in. Hi, Miss Who. She snapped. Don, do you know how to knock? You are driving me crazy. He bowed and apologized, then handed her a phone. I brought the recording from the surveillance camera as you requested. Hugh covered her head with one hand and took the phone with the other, then waved him away. Just leave. The bodyguard, seeing her disrespectful attitude towards him, silently cursed her in his mind. What a spoiled brat. Hugh cried while scrolling through the phone screen. I can't live like this. I need to find something to ruin his name. Suddenly, she paused, as if she just thought of a very dirty way. Haixu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Our cute little cart. On the phone screen was the image of a cart just waking up, looking at its gifts with a sad expression. This is exactly what Who wanted. You are not good at hiding your feelings at all. Are you? She looked at the screen, smirking as she watched a cart. That almost crying face of yours is perfect for the news. Still with her wicked nature, you spoke up. Looks like you got a forced gift. How can you make a face that makes people want to destroy you just by looking at it? Hizu, you still have not realized your mistake. You will receive a fitting lesson in the near future. She burst out laughing, like a madwoman who had found joy for herself. You are all doomed. So just ignore her for now, and let us listen to some recent news about the forgotten Who, and Kwang. He sat in a corner, resting his chin on his hand, daydreaming about unrequited love and a broken heart. The chat frame on the screen started buzzing, his hands idle. He was even watching Exkin Jihan's stream. Chestnut jelly. Come on. Just confess your love to him already. The dog keeps barking. Who knew doing? Tajaki has not had ice cream in a long time. He continues to complain. I went through empty days, drowning in sadness because I was not chosen by the one I admired. That ugly and disgusting fire mage. Those cowardly and stinky hawks. Then Hu Kwang imagined carrying Jan, looking really cool. He blocked all the obstacles in his way. Ji Bung joyfully commented. Well, true. But things do not seem to be that way. The account of the old lady in the vineyard laughed heartily. Then he stood up, striking a weirdly awkward pose, speaking loudly. But I realized something. Hunu Kwang clutched his chest, his face contorted, looking as if no one suffered as much as he did. That he, Hunu Kwang, was destined to become Jihan's manager. A mere commentator without any merit. The shape of the terrifying zombies appeared, and he acted all dramatic, so I pleaded with him. Great Jihan. Then the moment came when he wielded his spear, unleashing a powerful blow that sent the monsters flying. Please read my message. Jihan swung with a decisive flick. Everyone jumped into comment. Tuan Cxu frozen in shock. Now everyone. It is time to scream. The public can of the Red Jelly King is too much. The dog keeps barking. But what are his teammates doing? Kim Biep Solo in Paradise seems to be in the same group as Exkin Jihan. Just sitting there watching him has become a trend. The image of 3 people sitting together eating popcorn flashed up. Is Jihan unique? Well, I can understand that. If you do not disturb him, you will surely be at the top of the leaderboard without having to ask. They are still eating corn over there. At Jihan's feet were thousands of powerful lightning bolts. He directly unleashed the nameless divine art, executing the Sky Thunder Steps. The holy slash in hand decapitated the monster. The final blow was the Sky Thunder Steps. Jan's gaze was sharp. He looked towards the leaderboard. The match ended. And you achieved first place in this round. The three teammates stood up to chat comfortably as if on vacation. Eating popcorn is really hard. Next time, get half onion flavor and half caramel flavor. Jan was focused on the status window. You have reached level 25. You can now participate in the silver rank match. Want to comment on your bronze rank? Fan An in number 1. Fan An. Stop acting like a chicken down here and rank up already. The system sent a notification that you have achieved the title of Bronze Rank Dominator by completing bronze matches with the highest win rate. You have been placed in the top 100 globally for the Bronze Cup. You look astonished at the announcement. On the 25th, you will be ranked in the top 100 for the 2023 Sheep Meat Promotion matches. This is insane. Top 100 in the world. You lost. Who cares about chatting? It has been a while since that announcement appeared in Korea. Only seeing it with the 700 rank. So he must have reached silver now. Top 100 in the world. You think to yourself that this means your battle score has hit the threshold for the global top 100. And those selected for the top 100 will definitely be promoted, even if they only participated in the promotion matches. Being in the top 100 guarantees you silver promotion. Moreover, the promotion match has an additional feature. And that is an image of Jan standing over countless bodies. The surrounding atmosphere is strangely eerie. And you continue. The promotion match will take the form of a survival game, fighting until only one remains. Jan swings his sword, striking a player. The sharp blade gleams with a blinding light. And it won't end until there is only one survivor. A stage to determine who is the sole champion. Tin Ma does not comment. Right. He is peeking over there. Tixie happily says it seems there is a top 100 list now. Jen looks up, thinking to himself that, as expected, he too is participating in the global top 100 around this time. The half-face image of a man appears. It has been a while since you have seen him. Baron Williams. Global rank 1. Baron Williams. Number 1 in the United States. He is a foreigner with distinctive blonde hair. You look at the announcement board. You guessed you would meet him earlier than last time. But you did not expect it to be this soon. Jan feels anxious. His gaze a bit uncertain. This is not good. It is a bit surprising. But I have never beaten Baron. The screen lights up. The deciding factor that helped Seon Jahan enter the top 100 is the divine power stat. Jihan's eyes turn red as he makes a magical circle with his hands. A red magical aura surrounding him. Of course. Power is just as important. When the unnamed divine skill is activated, a stat appears that combines all strength, endurance, and speed stats. The absolute realm enhances the magical power controlling from a distance. The power of divine energy is extraordinarily superior. The ball in Jihan's hand bursts forth with power under his control. However, even with such potential, there still exists a disparity in ranking. The image shows Baron summoning magical circles. A powerful fire that shakes the heavens. The screams of the unfortunate, filled with fear, echo. But they only receive his indifferent gaze. You know that the divine power used by Baron is on a completely different level. So what is divine power? It is a stat proportional to mana and holy power. Baron has an impressive amount of mana. So his divine power is twice as strong as Jihan's. No matter how well Jihan can control mana, it still becomes useless against absolute power. Looking at both of them from above is like observing a deity in the sky and a mortal on the ground. From the beginning, Baron maintained the top position solely by his divine power without any controllability. Thinking about all this only makes Jihan in the present feel more anxious. He was drumming on his chest with one hand, practicing his body while closing his eyes to reflect. It was not for nothing that he was at the top of the rankings. From the start, he was famously known for his diamond-level magic. Jen slowly opened his eyes as if facing the truth. Facing him directly is like signing your own death warrant. Determined, he practiced until the buildings in the city lit up. Now he must unlock the anonymous divine technique. Sitting in the room, Jan scrolled through the information board on the system. Baron's image appeared before him, and his gaze looked incredibly sharp. Jan broke into a sweat, smiling helplessly. No matter how he looked, it still seemed hard to believe. Is this really the same person? Comparing the two images, the one on the left is Baron now, and the one on the right is him before his regression. A clear difference that left him without questions. It is said that when he became the guild master, he tried very hard to appear mature. How could Baron now be so different from Baron before his regression? Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. The caller was Han. He looked at the name on the phone screen with suspicion. Jen quietly speculated. Could she be calling to thank him? Then he answered the call. Hello. The voice on the other end responded. Jan. She has something she wants to negotiate with you. Can you give me one more option? The statement made him pause for a moment. Jan then looked back at the phone screen to check if it was really her number. The next morning, the sun was at its peak. The sunlight shone brightly at the guild division. Gan spoke up. Miss. Han jumped when she heard someone call her name. She turned around awkwardly. She then asked Gazon. Is that you? Gazen, what is the matter? Gazen replied gently, I am here to take you to the meeting point. Only then did Han realize, oh right. It is, but wait for me 5 minutes. Hearing this, the lady could not help but wonder, what is going on? Han did not intend to hide anything further and told her everything. Actually, this morning I asked Jian's car for an option. Gazen beside her asked straightforwardly, aren't you embarrassed? Han sighed tiredly, losing money is already heartbreaking. Can you stop mocking me? Gazen suddenly wondered. So which match are you predicting? She scrolled through her phone and asked Gazen, have you heard the news? Jihan's team is in the top 100 worldwide, and it seems like America's Baron is joining too. Hearing this from Hazen, Gazen looked a bit surprised. Han was at a loss for how to handle it. She asked Gazen, do you think I should bet on Jihan? Gazen heard this and responded, that sounds great. But if the opponent is Baron, it could be tough. How can you beat someone who keeps attacking while flying around? Han suddenly spoke up, thinking the same thing. Right, she was still fiddling with her phone. Han turned around. She was starting to waver. Baron has a higher chance of winning. Right, in the Korea vs. Japan match. I was a bit nervous because he guessed so accurately, but I will definitely bet on Baron. Han was firm in her opinion, for some reason. Gazen wanted to deny that. Then Hajian suddenly turned to ask Gazon, startling her a bit, how about you? Han continued, is your bet score good? Hearing the question, Gazon just silently bowed her head without saying a word. Then Han complimented her, saying she seemed to have been working quite hard lately. Gazon was a bit surprised that the lady had a good view of her, saying that she fell into deep thought, looking somewhat sad, while Han said, anyway, what I told you. Gazon clenched her fist. Han continued, stating the facts. Information about Jihan appeared on the board. Name: Son Jihan, level 25, linked to the Southern Gang area, combat power 29, divine power 29, support subclass, wizard subclass, gift of the Traveler's Eye at epic level, knowing the information of other players, nicknamed the Master Guide. Jen closed his eyes and breathed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and thought he had met the requirements. Then he touched the status window, which showed that his combat power had increased. Reaching 30, Jie closed his eyes. A notification appeared. The Traveler's Eyes had been activated, and then he opened his eyes wide. A golden light radiated from his pupils. The wandering martial god has detected you through his trace. Jan felt himself being transported to another space. His entire body enveloped in a sparkling color like the stars. He floated in midair. Thinking that only darkness surrounded him, Jihan's eyes opened wide. I can't see anything, but I can feel it. It feels like last time. The notification appeared again. The wandering martial god is observing you. We meet again. The wandering martial god said you will be his descendant. A source of trace flew out like a link between the two. Jen kept looking up, thinking that in his previous life, he had also received a lot of help from him. The system displayed again the skills of the nameless divine arts. His hand felt as if an energy was entering it. Usually, the protection from the constellation would yield good results. But the wandering martial god asked nothing from him. The two stood facing each other, the god continuously channeling power into Jihan's body. The system announced that he had learned the 3 talents martial arts and had acquired the thunder break technique. He realized he had reached a combat power of 30, and the wandering martial god frowned. But suddenly the system encountered a glitch. Dian holds his head in worry. What is going on? The connection has been interrupted. The system displays that he is not satisfied because your 3-Dan field is already opened. The system continues to inform him that the wandering martial god is on guard against him. Dian panicked, questioning himself. Is he on guard against me just because my 3-Dan field is open? Are the gods really that cautious of others? Sweat drips down his face. The system announces that the martial arts technique has been successfully cancelled. A flash of lightning appears in one of Jan's eyes, leaving him stunned. The wandering martial god retracts the energy, and just as the announcement ends, his body emits a blinding bolt of lightning. Jan clutches his head in pain, gritting his teeth, and then he opens his eyes again. Before Jihan now is not the dark space but his familiar room. Jihan is bewildered. What is going on? With that, he goes to look for the status window. Status window. Jan looks in with one eye, the other still hurting from the earlier shock. The system currently displays Jihan's former name in the 7 worlds. Jan silently laments. It is truly a disaster. Before the top 100 match, he realizes the gift has disappeared completely. The system also announces that the gift does not exist. He has lost the most important thing. A moment later, a happily informs Jihan. You have rested. She quickly sits in the car, sweetly greeting him. Hi, she says, and Uncle Jan gently praises her. Well done. On the way, the traffic is not too crowded. He asks Hansa, are you feeling better? She lightly touches her chest before replying. Yep. I feel much better now. After awakening, I decided to drop out of the academy since the main purpose of joining was their talent. So dropping out after awakening is completely normal. Ko went online to seek more advice. I have awakened. Should I drop out? I have talent levels. And people usually drop out right after getting level C or higher. But I am also considering completing the entire curriculum. I am quite worried, and netizens enthusiastically offered advice. My friend also dropped out and signed a contract with a guild. Now he is in training. Specifically, decided she would not go anywhere, because he would be the one training her in the serious training atmosphere. Jan loudly calls for more. Struggles to do one push-up at a time. She trembles, pleading, "Uncle, I can't take it anymore." At that moment, he feels more at ease about her.
Yep.
From now on, I will not face any more problems. That is my biggest issue right now. Inside the car, Jihan and the other driver sat in silence, not saying a word. He drove while lost in thought about himself. Jihan pondered again. The top 100 was already set. Losing to the traveler was one thing. A hint of worry stirred within him, especially since he could not acquire the nameless divine skill. At that moment, a notification appeared showing the nameless divine skill at S rank. It resembled the nameless divine skill in some aspects. It included basic combat skills and the thunderbolt technique. Once you master this martial art, you will have a chance to shine. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. This is crazy. It is just an S rank skill, not SES.
Yet,
it includes the thunderbolt technique. I already have those skills. This is so annoying. The other driver sensed Jihan's anger as well. She worriedly asked, "Are you upset because of the top 100 battle?" Caught off guard by her question, he awkwardly scratched his face and replied, "Yeah," but deep down, Jihan felt helpless, thinking his future was even more complicated than the top 100. Even after receiving her reassuring answer, she still believed in him. "But you will win, right?" He turned to look at the driver in shock, while she gently comforted him. "You always find a way." The other driver let out a sigh but reassured him, "Don't worry. I am sure you will show up and say you have won first place." She got more excited, saying, "Maybe I should predict the results. I will root for you." But Jihan seriously stopped her. "Don't. If you do that, I will get mad." The driver felt disheartened by his words, frowning as she asked, "Why not?" "But you do that too." "I can do it." "But you can't," Jihan replied nonchalantly. "Those things are not for kids." As soon as he said that, he noticed the driver sulking and turning away, huffing, "That is funny. Fine. I won't praise you anymore." Jihan was about to make a teasing remark, but before he could finish, his left eye suddenly flashed with an unusual light. Jihan frowned in shock, raising his hand to check, but the light vanished. He murmured to himself, "What was that?" Later that night in a city park, Jihan sat quietly on a small bench. He closed his eyes to focus on meditating. Jihan frowned, carefully sensing everything. Something felt very strange. Uneasy thoughts arose in his mind. He felt something unusual in his left eye. It was the first time he had experienced such a strange sensation. "I need to eliminate this energy source." Jihan carefully tried to handle the abnormal energy in his left eye, using his inner strength to locate and then destroy it. Just as his inner strength was about to destroy the abnormal energy, it unexpectedly retaliated fiercely. His left eye suddenly flashed with a strange red light. A wave of pain surged through him, causing Jihan to cry out. As the pain subsided, he rubbed his head and sighed softly. "It hurt so much. Did my eye pop out?" Tears streamed down his face from the pain. Jan grimaced as he struggled to read the message that just appeared. "The trace of the war god has been removed." As he read the next piece of information, he could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. The player Jihan is completely free from the control of the constellations. Jihan stood up in shock, still stunned inside. What does being free mean?" The system quickly answered his question. "From now on, you can receive blessings from other constellations." Jan still felt a bit astonished. He slowly processed the new information that appeared. "Does that mean I could not receive support from the constellations before?" Jan widened his eyes and carefully reflected on everything. This system never lies. So that means the war god had been meddling all along. Then he smirked slightly. Jan sat down with relief. He helplessly murmured, "Honestly, I thought he was very generous. Turns out he was just leeching off me all this time." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The war god has become more cautious with player Xan Jihan. He glanced at the perplexing notification that just appeared. "What is this?" A huge question mark appeared on his face as he read the system's new notification. The war god quickly concealed his traces. Jan could not understand what was wrong with this constellation. He quietly wondered, is being cautious with one player not enough? Now is he hiding too? Inside, Diane still could not help but wonder, how could a war god be like this? He muttered in frustration. "Even if this is my second life, I still have too many questions." Jan quickly pushed this aside. "From now on, I can't use the war god's power anymore." He stood up, looking at the system, helplessly stating, "There is no other way." Inside, Jan was carefully calculating. "I have no choice but to seize this opportunity and find a new constellation." Then he slightly smiled, gently touching the system screen. Jan had a plan in mind. Just at the right moment, he had an opportunity. He walked while intently reading the task notification on the system. A mission to challenge the Dark Queen at the Roman arena. The reward is 50,000 achievement points. The interest of the Dark Queen constellations. Jan scrolled for more information. Pondering carefully. If I want to take down the Dark Queen, what do I need to do tomorrow? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Daihan's mind. I need to fill the gap left by the war god. He immediately thought of it. Oh right, I have that at the duel venue. The system screen displayed a notification. The top 100 tournament begins. A comment appeared right after that. Bali Kakur. Everyone is really exhausted. Right. Information about the match appeared. The round will continue until only one player remains. Jan held a sharp spear in his hand, surrounded by other players teaming up against him. Another comment appeared. Forever Bing Dog 1. The system also encouraged the players, proving that you are the best. Jihan just stands still without taking direct action. Comments keep appearing. Zoom in on Jihan. He closes his eyes as if sensing something while comments continuously pop up to cheer him on. Korean C and Jihan. Move forward. Aim for the number 1 spot. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, his cold gaze scanning the players around him. Then he coldly states, I am not going to take down every side character. Jihan shouts. Now everyone, go all out. In an instant, all the players rush towards him. Daihan grits his teeth with determination. Let us finish this quickly. He powerfully swings the spear in his hand. The sharp force from the spear quickly takes down 2 players. However, the other players remain undeterred. Attacking Jihan, one player's heavy sword swings down, but he easily blocks it with his spear. The lively comments chatter among themselves. Are they really planning to gang up on Jihan? The foreigners are also causing a commotion. The scariest man. While Jihan is using his strength to block the sword, suddenly a magic orb flies towards him from behind. Yet the viewers still believe in and praise Jihan. He truly is an unbeatable legend. His eyes momentarily exude a chilling aura. Jan channels his powerful energy around the spear in his hand. Immediately, Jan crouches down to avoid the attack. The magic strike hits the player who is attacking him with the sword. Next, Jihan quickly rushes towards the player casting magic. He shows no fear and immediately takes an attacking stance. That player, extremely confident, loudly challenges. I did not expect you to drop your weapon and run, just as he is mocking Jihan proudly. Jihan throws a powerful punch to the player's face without holding back. The player, completely unprepared, is knocked away by Jihan's punch. Still, Jihan's face remains cold and expressionless. Jan somewhat absent-mindedly thinks, so not only is Baron here, but he is also here too. He is somewhat distracted from the fight, thinking he should not waste energy and should finish this quickly. Suddenly, a sharp sword thrust comes straight at Jihan's face. He quickly reacts, raising his hand to block the strike. The attacking player, Jihan, does not rush back and immediately, caught off guard by the sudden attack. He is stunned, glancing back to observe. As soon as he looks, Jan is even more shocked. What? That last strike came from someone Jan is very familiar with, Limgaza. Fierce. She looks at him with a very cold expression. Jan is taken aback, wondering why she is here, after the Galaxy Cup started. As they were slowly getting used to the reality that dying in the game also meant death in real life, the system stiffly announced game over. Just as the game was about to start, the Eastern Asia Finals finally began. Cold words appeared clearly on the BattleNet Eastern Asia Finals screen. The representative for Japan in the finals was, of course, Sword King at Ruhei. At that time, there was no one in Korea who could stand against Ru. They were too scared to face death. The top players in Korea avoided the fight with him. The one facing Sword King as Korea's representative was the candidate to inherit the charming sword, Lim Gazon. However, Gazon fiercely swung her sword at Jihan. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of panic and skillfully dodged her strike. Jan looked at Gaza-Jan with amazement. He was puzzled, wondering why she was here. She had never made it into the top 100. The two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle, each move incredibly sharp and powerful. Meanwhile, Jihan was still very curious. Had the future changed? Just as she was about to launch another attack, he quickly reached out and stopped Gazon's arm. Seeing her attack blocked, she gritted her teeth and tried to break free. But Jihan had anticipated this and tightly locked Gazon's sword hand, simultaneously activating his own skill to deliver a counter kick. The Thunder Break technique. She had no time to think and raised her other hand to block his kick. The skill was so powerful that it sent her flying back, taking advantage of her momentary inability to counterattack. Jan swiftly directed his spear forward. He wasted no time, gripping the spear tightly, his heart starting to feel clearer. Gazon did not need a moment to recover from the aftershock of Daihan's kick. She gritted her teeth, enduring without letting out a sound. Before Gazon could regain her strength, Jan hurled the sharp spear straight at her. She quickly leaped back to avoid it. The spear struck the ground with such force that it shattered the earth into pieces. Gazon, using the momentum, swung her sword powerfully towards him, her energy surging. Seeing her strength, He could not help but wonder if she had always been this strong. Neither held back, continuously unleashing their strongest moves. Each technique was fierce and aggressive. After a while of fighting, Jan finally realized with astonishment she had indeed gotten stronger. Compared to the last time they met, she was at a completely different level. You suddenly recall Gazen's techniques. Both graceful and powerful, she eliminated all unnecessary movements. And every attack was filled with strength. Jen carefully observed her every move. Even her steps seemed lighter. He tightened his grip on the spear. His sharp gaze locked onto Gazen's next action. Just as she swung her sword down, Jihan caught Gazen's gaze, now only filled with intense hostility. He wondered what had happened to her during the time they were apart. Memories of the day before the tournament flooded her mind, along with Han's concerned voice echoing in her ears. How was her battle score? She gently asked Han. It seemed she had been grinding points these past few days. Gazen frowned slightly at the question, as if pondering something. Maintaining her cold demeanor, she cautiously replied, "Actually, I made it into the top 100. Han was surprised and asked again, "What? Top 100? Wait, you reached level 25. Gazen replied nonchalantly, "That is right. I just happened to level up." She showed no excitement about leveling up, casually saying that she always ranked first, except when facing Jihan. In contrast to Gazen's indifference, Han was overjoyed. "Why did not you tell me this good news sooner?" Only now did she hesitantly reveal her true intention. "I wanted to ask for your help with this." Han was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing those words. Help. Gazen clenched her battle-scarred hand as if she had gathered all her resolve to speak. She gently placed her hand on the sword at her side, her voice slow and steady. "Could I ask for new equipment? I do not want to blame the gear, but after using it for so long, I have realized." Han stared silently at Gazen's battered hand, recalling her words that this sword was too heavy for her. "I tried to get used to it, but my hand could not handle it." Gazen felt guilty as she spoke to Hazon. This was the precious sword she had gifted me. So saying this makes me feel very sorry. Upon hearing this, Hazon could not hold back her frustration any longer and exclaimed, "Lim Gazon, are you crazy?" She stepped closer to Gazon, scolding loudly. "You fool. Why are you only saying this now?" Hain continued angrily. "That sword has hindered you for so long, and you still feel guilty wanting to explain. But my score is still high, so I think these words sound like excuses." But Gazon's words only made her angrier, meaning she could do even better. She said with determination, "Even if I have to use my own feelings, I will get you a sword that is both good and lighter. So throw that weapon away right now." But she only casually asked, "Haven't you already bet all your feelings?" Just as Gazon finished, she awkwardly rebutted, "Of course not." Han grabbed her phone, frowning as she turned away. "You are so foolish. I will find you a new weapon as soon as possible." But she still could not shake off her worries and asked again, "Are you sure?" Han gently reassured her, "It is." Just remember that Gazon was left speechless by her soothing words. "Show everyone what you are capable of in this level up round." She was filled with awe. She knew. Han smiled softly, encouraging her quietly. And if she focused completely, she could defeat Jihan. She felt deeply moved that Mine compared herself to Jihan. Han continued to uplift Gazon's spirit. No matter what others say, she remains the rising star of the Bronze Cup in Korea. She just needs to prove herself. It moved her to think that Han was genuinely cheering for her, saying she could rise higher. Gazon stood still, quietly accepting her encouragement. "Let us put on a show in the top 100. She smiled softly, promising Hajian, "Sure." As the flashback ended, Gazon swiftly raised her sword, skillfully blocking a fierce thrust from Jihan's spear. But deep down, she felt guilty for not being able to keep her promise to Han. "Thank you, miss. But I do not think I can keep that promise." Before she could react, he forcefully swung the spear straight into Gazon's face. Her face bruised from Jan's blow, but Gazon gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound. "This is me now." He coldly stared at her, showing no emotion. Gazon also understood that she could not defeat Jihan. Jihan's gaze seemed to see through her thoughts.
Yep.
She knew she could not win, but seeing Gazon remain undaunted and continue to swing her sword sparked a question in him. So why was she trying so hard? She continued to charge at Jihan. Each attack became stronger, stirring endless thoughts within him. She could survive longer if she fought weaker opponents. Meanwhile, Jihan was still lost in thought about the Northeast Asia finals, and now Gazon suddenly spoke up. "I know better than anyone that I can't win against you right now." He looked up at her in astonishment. Gazon attacked fiercely while Jihan expressed, "Maybe I will never be able to beat you." Jihan widened his eyes in shock at her next words. "But if I give up, everything will end." Gazon pointed her sword straight up, her voice softly declaring, "If I can't surpass you." Gazon's eyes widened, her voice ringing with determination. "Then I will do my best to catch up to you." Just as she focused all her energy to unleash her secret technique, cherry blossom petals symbolizing Gazon's strength appeared and filled the arena. A stunning yet sharp sight. Jan stood frozen, watching her absorb power without pause. Feeling a strange excitement rise within him. That is right. You have always been that kind of person. Players can continue fighting to progress, even knowing they can't win against their opponent. In her past life, the Sword King killed her with his dual swords. But this time, she made it to the top 100. Now you are curious about how much your own rewind will change the future. Jan glanced up, excitement shining clearly on his face. I have always thought this way. Jan tightened his grip on the spear, calmly facing the secret technique about to be unleashed by Gazen. While the petals of the peach blossoms danced more thickly in the air in his mind, he could now picture his teammates standing together. Balim Gazen. I need you on my side. Gazen's cold face was vivid in Daihan's mind. Then her strong voice rang out, the secret technique of the peach blossom storm. As soon as she finished speaking, Gazen quickly unleashed the technique, cutting straight towards him. Despite that, Jan remained incredibly calm, executing a counterattack. He even remarked that it was not very suitable for spear techniques. Jan skillfully used his inner strength, confidently saying there was a technique that perfectly fit this situation. The vibrant peach blossom symbolizing Gazen's power continued to bloom as Jihan slowly uttered the name of this technique, the Triad Martial Extreme Earth. Just as Jihan finished saying the name of the technique, Hon Toth Ivan Quan, a surge of fierce power immediately blew away the peach blossom. Elsewhere, a blonde man was surrounded by 4 others, the dark-skinned man named Clar Jr., a warrior. The player ranked 3rd in the American leaderboard, cracked his knuckles and scoffed. We meet again here. Baron Williams. Baron Williams, the top supporter and first mage of the United States. He glared at the group in front of him. Above, the notification system announced, the battle will continue until only one person remains. Clark Jr. spoke up. The world is nearing its end. Who would have thought that a coward who always needs help from others would be the most promising talent? I will show you the difference. Before he could finish his sentence, his words were interrupted by a long yawn from Baran. He lazily said to them, just a bunch of bugs. Why are you barking so much? The man standing next to Claw was furious, veins bulging. He growled. Damn it, Baron Williams, the #1 player in the US. He raised his hand to summon an energy sphere. You declare war. Stop talking. Just go for it. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Prove that you are the strongest. As soon as the system finished speaking, Baron revealed a manic expression. He excitedly exclaimed to them, I will burn everything down. He was a war-crazed madman. Accepting his declaration of war, all 4 of them rushed into attack. Baron quickly grabbed Cole Jr., unleashing a powerful energy from his hand, burning the black man's head. His teammates, witnessing everything, felt an overwhelming sense of rage. A loud voice shouted, Damn it. Kill that bastard first. Hearing someone wanting him dead, Baron happily turned around, his crazed expression fully revealed. He laughed and asked, Kill that bastard. You bugs. As he spoke, Baron swung his hand, taking down both of them. At this moment, reason seemed to have vanished from his mind. Baron screamed madly, You lowly ones. To those who know Baron, he is the strongest player, always filled with confidence and never humble. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, catching Baron's attention, and in an instant, the group was wiped out by someone. It turned out that mysterious person was Jan. Baron stared in shock at him, unable to deny Jihan's power. Just like in the world before regression, Baron stomped over to him, asking in a serious tone, You are the one, are not you? Hearing his question, Jan looked cautious. However, Baron pointed at him as if to confirm, Jan, the unbeatable. Jihan looked a bit surprised. He breathed a sigh of relief. Jihan smiled and corrected him. Chihan in Korean means nothing. You know, Chihan in Korean means pervert. Realizing he had just made a mistake, Baron covered his face and burst out laughing. I am not good with the languages of your trash countries. Hope you understand. As he spoke, Baron shot a fierce look at him. Just as Chihan finished his sentence, Baron suddenly launched a surprise attack, his face unchanging. Suddenly, Baron's face showed surprise. From the void, Jan suddenly appeared, charging in to attack Baron. He seemed to sense the presence, and he praised him. Looks like you are not as bad as the others. Bring it on. Jan aimed to stab Baron with the spear in his hand, but he dodged it. Jan looked down at him warily, as Baron calmly told him to struggle as much as he liked. After saying that, he summoned 3 or 4 magic circles. Energy from the circles surged toward Jihan. He skillfully dodged and lunged toward Baron. Jihan swung the spear at him, but Baron still avoided it. Encountering a worthy opponent, Baron happily complimented him. Very good, he smirked, conjuring another magic circle, quietly saying to him, How dare a lowly bug look up at the sky? After finishing his sentence, Baron unleashed a strike directly at Jihan. The attack was so powerful that the ground shook, and debris flew everywhere. Hit by the blow, Jihan knelt down. Baron scornfully told him, Know your place. Jihan realized danger was closing in. He sensed this was the end. As Baron spoke, he summoned more magic circles. The other contestants froze upon seeing this, feeling the fear coursing through them. In the sky of the arena, Countless magic circles were summoned by Baron. He excitedly told Jihan, "Very fitting for a bug like you." Baron, with a cruel expression, growled. With that, he swung his arm, unleashing a barrage of attacks simultaneously. The attack spread throughout the arena, sparing no one. Those who had stood outside during Jihan's battle with him also fell victim, one by one eliminated. Baron was surrounded by a large number of hidden weapons. He raised his hands as if he were a king, feeling confident of victory. Baron shouted down, "This is it. Have you learned your lesson?" "Thanks." That comment cut through his pleasure, and Baron's eyes widened in shock from the dark mass of hidden weapons. Jan shattered them with a swing of his sword. That swing also took several lives. Total annihilation. Jan said calmly, "You expressed your gratitude towards him. Thanks to you, I could take out a bunch of people." With that, he showed no mercy, swinging his sword to bring down each person. Jihan had taken out a doublekin, Chipokin, Quadrikin, and Bentakill. On the leaderboard, Jihan's name was firmly in the top position. He looked up at Baron and mockingly said, "I have claimed the #1 spot." Baron stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, questioning how he could have survived. "I combined all my inner strength with flame death, so if he touched it, he should be burned to death. Right?" Baron looked down at Jihan, surprised to realize the flames had not touched him at all. "Don't he tell me?" Jan below is smiling sarcastically. Baron yelled angrily, "You are using inner strength too." "I have 2 status windows, so I am the only one who can use inner strength." "Right. What kind of trick are you pulling?" Jan remained calm. He replied, "What trick are you talking about?" "So that means you are not the only one, right? Experiencing it firsthand. I see how terrible your skills really are." Jan's words were softly spoken but struck the last nerve of his reason. Blood rushed to his head, veins bulging. Baron regained his composure, channeling his inner strength, releasing a powerful energy. He scoffed at Jan, calling him an imitation. "How dare you insult me? I will burn you beyond recognition." His words were not wrong. The flames around him erupted fiercely, all aimed at Jihan. Jihan was unfazed, feigning regret. "I can let you do that. I have not shown you everything I have prepared yet." With that, Jihan revealed a small ice shard hidden in his hand. In the past, Jihan had diligently studied the system. As he scrolled, he pondered, "Even if I take the Dark Queen as my constellation, what should I do for tomorrow's level-up fight? I need to fill the void of the martial god." Suddenly, an item appeared before him. "Oh right, I still have this." The system displayed a crystal shard that grants a blessing to the player once. This item can only be used at bronze and silver ranks. Back in the present, Jihan wasted no time and crushed the crystal shard. A system panel appeared before him. "You have used the crystal shard and received a blessing." Jan cheerfully told himself, "Good." He had waited for this moment for a long time. The effect of the crystal shard took effect immediately. All of Son Jihan's stats increased by 50%. He confidently glared, ready to challenge Baron. "Let us fight. I will destroy you." Before stepping into battle, a memory flashed in Baron's mind. He saw his former weak self. A coward. Baron used to be a coward. He was not as tall or muscular as others and was quite timid. When it came to fighting, a player like him felt fear. When talking about Baron, others would lament that it was truly a waste of talent. That seemed to become a psychological ghost for Baron. Then he fell into this world, granted power by the system, 2 status windows, and 2 classes. If he could harness it, he would dominate Battle.net. But Baron chose support and mage roles. In other words, he would always stand behind his teammates. But after gaining divine power, Baron changed. He began to overpower everyone thanks to the mana he possessed, and countless rising stars fell beneath his hands. Players who fought him all said that Baron wielded 2 calamities. The first calamity, Fire Surge. This skill allows him to sweep away all enemies with a massive wave of fire. No one has survived after facing this skill. Baron seemed to be reinforced in his confidence and his strength. He grinned with delight. He said to himself, "That is right. That is the truth." Just as he thought he was about to win, a beam of light gradually approached him. That light was from Daihan, soaring upwards. The path of the Phoenix. Baron could not react. He could only stare in shock. What was happening? The guy below was calm. With just one strike, a single thrust, just one launch, the massive wall of fire from earlier was shattered by Jihan. Baron looked at him in surprise. How could this be? Jan had grasped his weakness. Smiling slyly, he said, "I need..." Outwardly he seemed strong, but inside he was hollow. As soon as he finished speaking, Jan lunged straight at Baron. This time, Baron could not dodge his attack. Jan slammed the spear into his face, saying, instead of making up for his lack of skills, he kept hiding them. Then he swung another devastating blow. Before delivering the final blow, Jan disappointingly told Baron, "Your attacks are completely off." "You are that kind of person," Baron Williams said. Then Jan used both hands with all his strength to knock Baron straight down to the ground. The impact was so great that it created a large dent below, Dust flew everywhere. Hit with such a lethal blow, Baron could not get up for a moment. Jihan gently landed. Baron was silent for a moment before gently saying to Jihan, "You speak as if you know me well." Jihan smiled, his tone clearly directed at him. "You remind me of someone I once knew." No matter how much he pretended and tried to show confidence, the image of Baron was clear in his mind. Baron slowly sat up, and as Jihan continued his speech, he could not hide the feelings of inferiority and guilt buried deep in his heart. The feelings of inferiority and shame from being defeated invaded his mind. Baron turned them into resentment, into fury. He shot a murderous glare at Jihan. Jihan did not back down. He continued, "Train to get stronger, and change your appearance, and use those flashy skills to comfort yourself. If you do not change as a person, all those tricks mean nothing." Baron stood up, still a bit dazed from the recent blow. Baron quietly said to Jihan, "I really do not like your arrogance at all." The Jihan, completely unguarded, replied, "I feel the same. Deep down, you hope this will teach you a lesson. So let us stop chatting and finish this battle." With that, Jihan assumed a fighting stance and quickly moved to attack Baron. However, contrary to his expectations, Baron calmly raised his hand and, in an instant, shot a lightning ball straight at Jihan. He was stunned by this sudden attack. The lightning strike was so powerful that it knocked Jihan far away, sending him crashing into the wall. Stunned by the electric shock, he could not retaliate. Baron calmly explained to Jihan, "This technique is called the second catastrophe. Baron's second catastrophe of lightning is not like the wide area attack of a firestorm. Lightning is an advanced skill that concentrates mana to pierce straight through the enemy. This skill suits Baron perfectly because its key aspect is the amount of power you have, not the ability to control that power precisely." Jihan clutched his chest in pain while Baron soared into the air. He acknowledged Jihan, surprised that he could take a direct hit and still survive after such a painful blow. Jihan shot him an angry glare. Baron recalled Jihan just moments ago. He had used his spear to block the blow at the last second to avoid serious injury. "Your reaction was quick," Baron complimented Jihan. Although he could not completely stop that attack, the front of his shirt was singed from the lightning ball. Jihan still stood defiantly facing Baron. He looked arrogant as he raised his hand to concentrate mana. Perhaps Jihan could block it once, but there would not be a second chance. He focused his power, his eyes blazing with determination. "This time I will use all my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of electricity was immediately concentrated at Baron's fingertip. Jihan stood firm, showing no signs of fear. Those watching from the sidelines quickly stepped back. It seemed Baron was serious this time. Jihan was done for. Both acknowledged one thing. Even he could not block that move. Everyone predicted that Jihan would lose, but only Jihan believed he would win. Jihan looked up at a person observing from above. It was because the gaze of the Dark Queen was focused on him, feeling a surge of confidence. Jihan smiled. Jihan adjusted his stance. He spun the spear and got into an attacking stance. Seeing Jihan so calm, Baron's eyes showed a hint of surprise. And just as Baron charged forward with electricity, before the electric sphere could be unleashed, each phoenix left Jihan's hands, and he struck him with a blow to the abdomen. The spear flies across, splitting Baron's body in half. Jihan does not hesitate, even though he knows the phoenix arrows will vanish after 5 uses. A smirk forms on his lips. That is because the target of the phoenix arrow is not Baron, but the demoness leisurely standing above. The demoness is also shocked by Jihan's actions. The spear collides with the stone wall, immediately causing a shockwave for the first time in history. The arena's shield has been shattered. The battle has officially ended. The host's excited voice rings out. The Jihan, the rising star of South Korea. The image of Jihan defeating Baron is shown one after another. The host continues. He is winning against the all-powerful Baron. How is Jihan so good at fighting? Hound, watching the show outside, expresses her disappointment, since she bet everything on Baron. She can't believe it and shouts in the room. How could he defeat Baron like that? It is just ridiculous. Hound, distressed, holds her head in laments. Oh no, if this goes on, I will lose all the money I earned last time. At that moment, Gazen opens the door and walks in. Accidentally overhearing, she interrupts Han's frustration. "It turns out you did not even consider that I might win." Han realizes Gazen has heard her words. She awkwardly calls out to the person in front of her. Gazen looks a bit sad and helplessly says, "I had a feeling too, but I am still a bit upset." Han does not hold back and bluntly says, "You do not need to be sad. Once the match started, you basically lost already." Gazen hears this and can only be speechless. Ha continues, "You need to progress further. Only then will I pay attention to you." Gazen's cheeks flush upon hearing this. Outsiders can guess that this girl is feeling shy. Han also gently sighs. Looking at her bodyguard, she cheerfully tells Gazon, "But it seems like you are in a good mood. It is as if you have lifted a burden." Gazon lowers her head and smiles, replying, "That is exactly how it feels. From this match, I have learned that I am continuously improving and will keep getting stronger." Gazin says to Han with a very determined tone. Hearing this, she smiles in satisfaction. I will cheer you on. Gazin, great. I will support you. Gazin expresses her gratitude. Thanking her, an unbelievable event has occurred. The host's voice reminds Han of the current match. Etihai holds her phone and continues to watch. Ah yes. My love. Gazin, upon seeing this, is astonished. Are you still betting? Suddenly, both of them seem to see something incredibly unbelievable. Gazin blurted out. Ah. Han beside him stammered. What is going on? The host's voice was filled with astonishment. Are you all seeing this? The image of the shattered shield was clearly visible on the screen. Baron, defeated, felt utterly humiliated. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. The veins in his temples began to bulge. He realized it too. Baron growled a question. Jihan's target is not me. Is it? The host's shocked voice echoed. The shield has been destroyed. The spear that just pierced the shield was now suspended in the air, quickly flying back to its owner. Daihan stood confidently, catching his spear with one hand. Dihan grinned, looking up and saying, long time no see. The Dark Queen cast a cold glance at him. Although the previous strike broke the shield, she had concealed herself with a hidden weapon. Suddenly, the hidden weapons erupted and scattered in all directions. A massive wave of hidden weapons was unleashed, leaving the players stunned. They stared in horror at the sky gradually obscured by hidden weapons. Jan stood firm, facing her without any fear. System error alert. No signal. The match screen suddenly lost its signal. Worried glanced at her phone, a wave of unease rising in her heart. Uncle, on your side. The Queen's hidden weapons have surrounded the arena. It is too dark. Jan thought to himself. Even the air feels cold and heavy. Just breathing is becoming difficult. He stood still, observing the dark shadow in front of him. Jan speculated that she was definitely watching him, but no notifications appeared, so it did not seem to be considered a challenge. The system displayed a mission notification to find the Dark Queen in the arena and provoke her. Jan tightened his grip on the spear, thinking if that is the case, he would use the old trick. The hidden spear approach. The spear was immediately thrown towards the dark shadow. A flash of light signaled that the spear had struck the dark statue. But suddenly it looked like the spear was being consumed by the darkness, leaving Dihem below very surprised. Is she absorbing the sword energy? He felt a bit wary, realizing his attacks would not be effective against her. While Jihan was still analyzing the situation, a dark figure stealthily appeared behind him. Jan sensed the unusual presence and quickly turned around. He swung his hand to disperse the unusual dark figure, thinking he had caught the Dark Queen, but the shadow dissipated into nothingness, leaving Jan very confused. He clenched his fist in frustration, realizing he had not hit anything at all. Is everything here just darkness? Thinking that, he looked around. Alongside all the contestants, that unusual dark figure appeared. A player was attacked by the shadow and exclaimed in fear, "What the hell is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the player was taken down by the shadow, losing a life. On Jan's side, he was still able to fend off their attacks. Jihan was attacking while observing. He realized that physical attacks were completely ineffective against her. If so, what about holy power? Thinking this, Jan secretly conjured a fireball. He threw the fireball straight at the dark shadow. It seemed that the attack had some effect. Jan observed the dark shadow. He noticed there was no direct damage, but a bit of darkness had been dispelled. It seemed it really was darkness, and its weakness was light. Just as he felt a bit of joy, suddenly a hand emerged from the ground, grabbing Jan's leg. The sudden appearance of the dark shadow from below caught him off guard. The remaining dark shadow took the opportunity to rush and attack Jihan, but they had underestimated him. Jihan surrounded himself with powerful holy power. He intended to unleash lightning in all directions, just like before when he could not fully control the thunderbolt technique. Without hesitation, a powerful surge of electricity was immediately unleashed around Jihan. Just as he predicted, the electricity successfully dispelled the dark shadow beneath the ground. Affected by the current, the remaining dark shadow instinctively pulled back. The dark shadow stood helplessly outside. Dihan smiled confidently. They could not come near him because he was surrounded by light. It seemed this time would be easier than he thought. Just as he was about to celebrate, Dihan noticed it seemed darker above him. He looked up, and Jan gasped in shock at the sight of a gigantic dark shadow looming over him. Jan felt utterly helpless. Are you messing with me? A gaming chair appeared, along with a system notification board detailing its uses and functions. BattleNet connection device. This is a necessary device to participate in BattleNet. Its purpose is to reduce the pain felt while playing the game, as injuries like burns or losing limbs are very common in BattleNet. The BattleNet notification can simulate 100% of real-life pain, encouraging the use of the BattleNet connection device. Therefore, the BattleNet connection device has become a necessity rather than an option for players. The recommended device model can reduce pain by up to 80%. High-ranked players will use special skills. Most top players use pain reduction devices that can lessen pain by 90%. Making their playstyle bolder as their fear of pain is erased. Jihan smiled, crossing two fingers to indicate he would not use it. But even so, Jihan did not use the connection device. Bimos appeared, entering to destroy the entire city. The reason was simple. He knew that BattleNet would soon become a reality. The entire city was engulfed in ruins, with the bodies of citizens lying scattered everywhere. Using connection devices to reduce pain was only temporary. Dozens of sharp blades pointed straight at him. Once the real game called the Galaxy Cup began, everything would become meaningless. Always fight with all your life, as if this were reality. That is why Fang Jihan did not use the connection device. Jihan wielded a sword, fighting in a sea of fire even as the flames scorched his flesh. Or you could be struck directly by a 1,000,000-volt electric shock, even hitting your heart. Jihan's mind has numbed to those wounds. Jihan's car has endured that pain. This is something a normal person could not even imagine. You hold the arrow in your hand, the ground shaking violently. And now he is facing the threat of a 10-meter sword splitting him in half. Jan frowned, visibly annoyed, his pupils wide open, so angry that he felt like swearing at her. The two players in the arena stared into the darkness, pausing for a few seconds. I do not understand what is happening at all. Those two do not dare to step forward and fight it. What is that thing? I do not get why it seems to only attack Jihan. The darkness launched an attack, but thankfully Jan quickly dodged. It kept its gaze locked on him, not taking its eyes off him for even a moment. He fell and stumbled, bracing himself with one leg. Jen looked up at it, deep in thought. I know this is an unfair fight. He leaned on the arrow for support and staggered to his feet. But she is too big. How can I possibly fight back? Jan looked at the darkness, sensing that something was off. This is not good. He turned slightly to look at the others, gradually realizing that if he kept dodging her attacks like this, he would die sooner or later, because she is not the only one targeting me. Based on this situation, Jan recalled the attack from outside. The recent attack from Baron has drawn everyone's attention to me. Right now, many players want to take this chance to eliminate me. The players in the arena are fixated on him, waiting for an opportunity to take him out. No matter what, I can keep defending forever. He looked at them, his face full of contemplation. Jan sighed warily, deciding on the best course of action, realizing there was no other way. After thinking it through, he gripped the arrow tightly in his hand and aimed upwards. Jihan's eyes turned red, as if soaked in blood, filled with power. Just a moment later, the sword in his hand successfully absorbed energy. A massive flame erupted in the air, enhancing mana and fire. I will confront them head-on. The darkness is gradually being engulfed in a sea of flames. Jan stood still, saying nothing. His voice grew colder with time. If you want to drown me in darkness. Jihan's eyes sparkled with determination to fight until the end. Nameless divine art. 3 calamities of martial arts. A blinding light appeared, making all the players in the arena widen their eyes in amazement. Jan did not care about them. He would tackle the immediate problem, then use an even stronger light to drive away the darkness. Just a moment later, he slammed the arrow down into the ground, causing a huge explosion. The ground shook and splattered everywhere. Mount Tai's peak. Jan lifted the spearhead. He stopped, holding his position without moving. After stabilizing, Jan looked up to assess the situation. In front of him was like a vast sea of fire. Is that enough? Jan scanned the area, curious. What about the other players? The other players in the arena were happily running off to another place. Let us move on. What the hell is that? My old man said that knowing when to avoid defeat is also a way to win. You are still paying attention to them. The only thing that can capture Jan's attention now is the darkness. They are leaving on their own. Now it is just you left. The darkness loomed there, waiting for you. The Dark Queen. It no longer stood still and began to move to different positions. The darkness circled around Jihan. You felt helpless against that action. Again, Jan sighed and said directly to it, I am tired of this. He gripped the arrow tightly, veins protruding from his hand. It seems this won't end as long as the main body remains intact. Jihan's whole body suddenly shone strangely. He would not let this drag on any longer. Tam Dan Dan began to shake. He had previously fought valiantly enough to perform higher-level martial arts, like using the 3 calamities technique without needing the nameless divine skill. Back to the present, Jen exploded with unpredictable power. He pondered for a few seconds. Of course, with his current level, the technique would not be perfect. Jen firmly held the arrow in his hand, thinking that he could not just unleash the Phoenix Arrow's power like that. The system displayed a notification. When throwing the Phoenix Arrow, the Phoenix Fire will be activated. The Phoenix Arrow is an item grade A. The arrow of the Conqueror is made from the feathers of the Phoenix. When thrown, it will reach its maximum power and will return to its owner after use. The Phoenix Fire sealed within will disappear after 5 uses. Jia closed his eyes, focusing on the battle. I will use it to compensate for the missing power. A mighty lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Since ancient times, thunder has been associated with the wrath of the heavens. The dark clouds created a torrential rain on the earth, a kind of punishment from the angry god directed at humanity as the world was filled with darkness and chaos. The people anxiously looked up at the pitch-black sky. He pointed the arrow straight up to gather the lightning as much as possible. The radiant power made the darkness shrink back in fear. The image of Jan holding the arrow tightly was distorted, The power exceeded the player's capabilities, and the player's life was in danger. Just as the warning ended, he suddenly shouted loudly, his eyes rolling back white. The martial arts of Thunder God Dahan clenched his teeth, accumulating power. In the next second, he drew the arrow back to gain momentum, preparing to launch it forward to cleanse all demons and the nameless evil. Jan spun around with all his strength, the dazzling light from the arrow radiating astonishingly. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Lightning Penetration. All lightning bolts were gathered by Jan's arrow, activating the nameless divine art. Heavenly Thunder Divine Decision. Lightning Penetration. He positioned the arrow behind him, ready to launch. People said this martial skill was on a completely different level. A dense electric current surrounded the tip of the arrow, due to insufficient power for the Phoenix arrow technique. Jan threw the arrow straight ahead with all his strength. Uncle Jihan successfully executed another technique to boost its power. He looked up, seemingly a bit disappointed. Having completed about 80%, it raced forward without stopping. Initially, lightning penetration was just a technique that gathered multiple lightning bolts to strike down. However, Jihan's lightning could not be completed perfectly. It flew away but could not keep up with the speed of the Phoenix arrow and was not perfect. The target he aimed at was none other than the darkness. It did not dodge, standing still to face the arrow head-on. Suddenly, the Dark Queen transformed into human form. The image of the arrow rushing forward was reflected through her bright eyes. That arrow surprisingly stopped right in front of the Dark Queen. The power within the arrow was gradually dissipating. After a few seconds, Jan's arrow had become a useless and ordinary weapon. The Dark Queen looked at it without a trace of fear. It only revealed the face of the Dark Queen, causing no harm to her at all. In an instant, she thought that way. The very next moment, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on her face. The Dark Queen was somewhat surprised, her brows furrowed in confusion. Jan stood up from afar, wearing a triumphant smile. At that moment, the arrow was surrounded by a red energy. Jan smirked, feeling lucky that the skill had been delayed just a few seconds. The Dark Queen touched the wound on her face. Jan summoned the arrow back to him. Who would have thought such a move could create a variable? Jan stared at the arrow, his gaze resolute for the fight. Now was his finishing blow. He wondered while standing below and looking up, have I provoked her enough? The Dark Queen parted her lips to reveal that. She trembled, smiling in anger. Congratulations. You have completed the task of provoking the Dark Queen. Jihan's expression showed clear confusion. The darkness rushed straight down below. It charged towards him. Fortunately, Jan dodged in time. It attacked him from all directions. With just one arrow, Jan could handle them all. His hand turned dark, looking like it was decaying. Daihan held on tightly, wondering if he had overexerted himself. He looked ahead, thinking for a few seconds. In this condition, he could not hold on for long. Surrounded by darkness, Jan seemed to realize something. Moreover, her attacks had become more numerous and faster. Without hesitation, it moved into attack. And fortunately, he was able to block it with an arrow. At that moment, other players suddenly appeared, trapped by the darkness. Each of them looked terrified. Jay looked at them with great confusion. She just trapped them but did not kill them. He furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable. What is the scheme here? Just a moment of distraction, and Jan was firmly held by the darkness. Damn it. It is wrapping around his chest. Daihan looked at the Dark Queen with suspicion. Does she want to kill me first? Not panicking, Jan calmly used the thunder technique. The people behind groaned in waves. He glared at her, wishing to burn her eyes out. Unable to move at all, the darkness merged into a sharp point charging towards Jihan. He looked at it and felt the attack slowing him down, nearing death. But Jihan did not seem too worried. He smirked and asked her, "Do you want to kill me slowly and painfully?" The Dark Queen smiled. She spoke in incomprehensible languages. Truly a wicked interest. Jan glanced at the players behind. If this continued, he would lose his first place. They wore strange smiles with unpredictable intentions. He had to kill the others first. He watched and assessed their faces, thinking, do they believe I will die before them? Jihan's eyes turned bloodshot once again. Even though his whole body was tightly bound, the power was transmitted to his fingers. And yet, his fingers could still move. The players behind him were still completely unaware. They were still laughing and chatting merrily. I do not know what is happening, but this is pretty great. I know. She just wants to kill that ex-guy Jihan guy. Suddenly, they all froze for a few seconds, and one of them cried out in pain. What the hell is going on? His eyes moved in two different directions. My body suddenly. 3 players vanished just like that, and the system announced it 3 times. Player has died, and 1 player is at 1 per 100. The Dark Queen's expression was one of shock. Below, Jen wore a smug smile, teasing her. Oh no, I accidentally killed all the players. Congratulations. You ranked first in the top 100. The Dark Queen immediately became furious, gritting her teeth. You will be logged out in a few seconds. She quickly waved her hand, unleashing some kind of attack. Even though the darkness was almost covering his neck, he remained calm. After all, it did hurt a little. Each spike formed by the darkness lunged straight at Jihan. He took the hit. Does it hurt? The darkness crashed down to the ground, shattering the surface into small pieces that scattered everywhere. The Dark Queen was controlling it all. Now it took the form of a gigantic sword. She stood at a distance, observing all the dark energy the Queen was controlling, still lingering a bit on her hands. A familiar voice echoed, surprising her slightly. What a pity. Jen managed to survive that attack so easily. I almost could not dodge it. You chuckled, mentioning the rules of the game. Once this game ends, the effects of Batnet will gradually diminish. In the meantime, Jen lifted his legs into a ready stance. Her darkness was the same. The Queen frowned in anger. It really is a pity. His tone was still very fierce, even though his left hand was severed. She should be happy to have struck my left arm. Jen's smile became increasingly distorted as he reminded her. The game is over. You are being forced to log out. Well then, see you next time. You have logged out. The Dark Queen's anger had reached its peak, but she did not know how to relieve it. The system suddenly announced an error. The shadow of the sun has fallen on your left arm. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, and Jan returned to reality. He lay sprawled on the floor next to a battle arrow. Jan sighed. This game was tough. Lim Gazon, Baron, and then the Dark Queen fighting against those three one after another was just too much. He slowly opened his eyes, remembering what happened earlier and still feeling shaken. He could not calm down yet. At that moment, the darkness transformed into a sharp tip, charging straight for Jihan. It was so tense earlier. If I had reacted just a little slower, that would have been the end. The darkness crept up on you just before the Dark Queen's sword touched you. Jan tried to channel all his power into his fingers. I focused as much divine power as I could into my fingers. You stood back, trying to control the powers over the three players behind. The blood vessels in their hearts were severed, cutting off the blood supply to the remaining players. While doing this, Jihan carefully observed the Queen. She is a very strong opponent, so I worried she might stop me. The Queen's expression remained unchanged, but luckily, it seemed she did not notice at all. You smiled, impressed with your luck. In the end, I only lost my left arm, which is a relief. Just thinking about it, if that sword had stabbed me, I would have been devastated, almost facing the pain of being crushed and exploding. Jan sat, thinking to himself that one gamble like this was enough. He summoned the system panel in front of him. Anyway, I got a lot of rewards from this round. You ranked in the top 100 and received a reward of 1 million GEB. You have received additional experience points, and you have reached level 5. Anyway, being in the top 100 means the rewards are on a completely different level. Another notification appeared, drawing your attention to the title of King of Kings that you have received. The system reports the achievement that Jan has accomplished. Oh right, this is also a reward for the winner, is not King of Kings. How fitting. The title is awarded to the winner of the top 100 promotion round. All stats increase by 5 in silver matches, and experience points always increase by 50%. You smiled and decided to change your title. It was finally time to replace the title of Conqueror of the Training Arena. You clicked on another section to learn more about this achievement, and you changed your title. With this title, I will be able to progress faster in the Silver Cup. Let us see what special achievement rewards there are. First, it is 10,000 achievement points. Special achievement. You have completed the top 100 victory. Reward, 10,000 achievement points. The enormous reward points left you stunned for a few seconds. 50,000 special achievement points for finishing in first place without any gifts. Reward, 50,000 achievement points. Do I really have 60,000 points now? Beneficial thoughts continuously ran through Jan's mind. After all, losing the divine gift turned out to be advantageous for me. This is great. You just glanced nearby when something caught Jan's attention. It was the sleeve of your shirt that had been partially torn off. You panicked and stood up suddenly. What? Is my left sleeve torn? Jan had a lot of questions for himself, but it was still normal before. His expression was a bit horrified. Could it be that I remember being in the battle where the Queen severed my arm? I was directly affected by Batanet. You stood there, deep in thought during the silence. We are still in the tutorial phase, right? Could this really happen? Or is it because the constellation is a being of a completely different level? There are no traces on my hand, let alone any injuries. Jan was still deep in thought when suddenly, a vehicle rushed in, pushing the door open. What is going on? Uncle, you are back. She hurriedly expressed her worries. You do not have to worry. The broadcast was suddenly interrupted, so I was really anxious. He was also a bit surprised by that. The broadcast got interrupted. Aside and continued. Yep. Ever since you broke the arena's barrier, the signal was lost too. There have been a lot of news articles about Jan. Right now, everyone from the public to the media is in chaos. By the way, I am curious. Did the barrier really break? I have searched all the Diamond Cup broadcasts, but this is the first time I have seen a broken barrier. At this point, it seems Jan has reached diamond level, but if Betonet has its own consciousness, it should quickly promote him to that level. The promising bronze player Xan Jan broke the arena's barrier. And even the Battle Elite broadcast signal got cut. He also opened his phone to see the news articles discussing him. This is the first time people have seen this situation, so they must be quite surprised. Uncle knows. I am getting a ton of messages right now. I remembered something and asked Jan. That is right. Uncle. Is that elf girl really the Dark Queen?
Yep.
That is true. The expression on her face was filled with excitement. Thanks to her, he completed the mission. So lucky. Walla was still talking. She suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on something strange. She was trying to find it. She worriedly asked Han. But it seemed Daihan did not care much. Uncle. What happened to your hand? This? It is nothing. I do not know why. But it is just my shirt. What am I saying? His next words made him pay attention to his arm. Your hand is turning black. Jan was utterly confused by this situation. What the hell? His entire left arm had turned pitch black like darkness. What is happening? Curse has been detected. In Sun City. Gangnam District. At the branch guild headquarters. Jihan's battle video was replayed. Even when watched again, it was hard to believe his skills. English Han stared at the screen thoughtfully without saying anything, while the commentator's voice continued. It was already astounding that he defeated Baron. But what happened next was even more shocking. Indeed, he broke the barrier. She rubbed her head, frowning in exhaustion. A bronze player breaking the barrier. I am very curious about this player's future. Just as I predicted. Foreign media are also making a big deal out of it. Baron and the top 100 winner. Then the barrier breaking. Hazen's gaze was filled with contemplation. Jihan is getting stronger by the day. We have to do everything we can to recruit him first, but because of this incident, he has become too famous. Jihan's profile was placed on the table. What should we do now? English. The big conference meeting is underway. We think he is very valuable. That is true. The chairman has requested to contact him immediately. Manhattan. New York. The First Union Tower in Tokyo. Japan. On the Japanese side. The subordinate is making a request to the recruiter. Everything Takeda reported is true. In Japanese. That is right. We must recruit Jihan at all costs. He posed a question to his subordinate. That is the issue. How do we recruit him? Didn't you say that neither money nor our sincerity could persuade him? We have a special team. Right. He slammed his chopsticks on the table in anger. I said because of the Sword King. We must not use them. If she goes to Korea, who will control the Sword King? The next words from his subordinate made him frown in annoyance. We have our own way. So please do not worry. Okay. I mean, there is a way to recruit Xkan Jahan while still holding on to the Sword King. He did not trust them and had to ask again to make sure it was real.
Yep.
It is.
Sir.
The rooftop said a helicopter is landing. Sizuru is probably about to move there. She is probably on her way there now. Sejin stared at her in silence. His tone dropped a bit. So you still want to tell me until the end. Where are you planning to go alone? Shizuru spoke up to reassure Xine. Don't worry too much. Ru scoffed, radiating a strange energy. It won't take long. He clenched his teeth, holding back his rebuttal. All you need to do is wait in silence and love me like always. Xijin opened his eyes, his pupils now a strange pink color. All right. I will do as you say, he advised her. But remember to be careful. Sizuru. She gave an unusual smile, waving goodbye to Xizin. This enchanting girl is it Shizuru, the bodyguard beside her said. My goddess. She lightly replied with a hum. Then, Sizuru closed her eyes, looking up at the sky to enjoy the gloomy night. The sky is beautiful today, without a single cloud. A perfect day to go find someone. Then she opened her eyes, both black turning to pink. Shizuru telepathically communicated. Do you think so? The expression on his face was a bit rushed. Panicked when he heard his name. Xguang Jihan. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. You should feel grateful for being given the chance to bow and apologize. But what is with that attitude? The glass of orange juice now hovered in the air, surrounded by a dark red energy swaying as if it wanted to spill immediately. That voice rang out again. Louder. More biting. More intense. You will regret it. But there is no time for that annoying voice to continue. The glass of orange juice slowly tilted and poured down, dripping drop by drop along Namt's aged face, soaking into his suit. He was stunned for a few minutes. Speechless. Eyes wide in disbelief that the other person would do this to him. The moment the last drop of orange juice fell, he bowed his head, dotting himself, his body trembling, his face darkening without a clear expression. While the other person continued to playfully wiggle their finger at the hovering cup, showing no respect for the old man. After a moment of silence, Namtm touched his face, which was twisted in anger, gritting his teeth and trembling as he spoke. Jan's car then opened its mouth wide and shouted loudly, What the hell is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Jihan stood there, looking down at him emotionlessly as if he were a fly, still holding the controller in his hand, ignoring the insults and growing colder in expression. Rewind to 10 minutes earlier. The sky was clear. The sun was shining brightly on the world. The weather was beautiful. and in front of them was a towering building, appearing quite grand, inside which a hoarse yet respectful voice echoed. "Yep. My lord." This man belonged to the South Korean government. Head of the net capture department, Kim Nam. He stood in the elevator, a bright smile on his face as he spoke to someone on the phone. Shing a smile and nodding in flattery. "Indeed. You did not even give the old man a chance to flatter you more." The back door suddenly swung open with a strong push. The staff member rushed in, shouting, "Director." Hyun Chien frowned slightly, displeased with the other's demeanor, but still maintained his composure. Silently scolding, "What is all the noise about? Don't you see we have guests here?" The staff member eagerly shouted, But I think you need to see this right away." The player Son Janang. Clearly the staff member had not finished speaking, just mentioning his name. Yet all three turned to stare at him. Finally, the staff member got to the point. "Check out the Tegan newspaper and the Bat-Ho-Net department on stream." As his shout echoed, the scene shifted to Jihan and C. The two of them were standing on the rooftop of a building. In front of them was an electronic screen broadcasting. Jihan was holding his phone. He recorded all of Nam Tid's impulsive threats. "It is currently live. You should feel grateful for the chance to bow your head and apologize. But what is with this attitude? You just made the South Korean government and the press your enemies. Do you understand? The article about SA. I will make sure they publish it everywhere. So you better brace yourself." With that, the old man Jan raised the recording to the screen for verification, coldly stating, "Does everyone understand the situation now? This is what the Tegan newspaper and the Bat-Ho-Net department have done to me in Axie. This has sparked a huge uproar in the comments. The department head is threatening the player. He is that good. So they should treat him well. What the hell is this? Now this is the reason the Sword King left. Our country is truly amazing. The situation has flipped." Jan and Sia stood calmly and firmly in front of the screen. Speaking clearly, the family of the CEO of 2 newspaper attacked me to release a smear article about Sia. And the head of the Bat-Ho-Net department collaborated with them to pressure us. When this tactic was ineffective, he resorted to releasing an article about Sia's gifts. Upon hearing her name, she became even more determined, her sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, no longer showing any signs of fear or weakness. After speaking, Jihan smiled subtly, silently calculating that she had used his monocle to analyze the gift from Vehicle A, and once the true nature of this gift is revealed, others will see it too. Back in that room, the 3 Hyun Chien members anxiously sat and watched him live streaming each line. On the other side of the screen, Jan's voice continued to resonate steadily. "It seems like it was time to announce the gift from Vehicle A to all the viewers. Vehicle A. Are you ready?" She immediately replied afterward. "Yep. I have opened the status window now." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of information about the gift that Vehicle A received appeared on the screen. The late blooming flower gift. Prestige badge. The number of game entries needed to upgrade is 50. Upgrade conditions. To upgrade, players need to participate in battles on Battle.net. Prestige badge effect. The number of daily game entries will increase by 100% every day, naturally boosting the status growth. After reading it, Hugh could not help but shout. Now, she was even more agitated than before, completely unable to maintain composure. Her mouth agape in disbelief that a gift could be upgraded. This kind of gift actually exists. Her sharp voice echoed endlessly. The scene then shifted to Vehicle A. She no longer seemed as serious, seemingly shedding the burden, her lips breaking into a relieved smile. The screen flooded with amazed comments. "What is this? That seems too powerful. Oh my god. It should have incest next to the upgrade. Leveling up alone. With a gift like this, surely every guild would want it. For real. This gift will only get stronger over time." Jan stepped forward, gesturing. As everyone can see, Vehicle's gift is not useless. "I hope all misunderstandings have been resolved." After he finished speaking, he smiled gently, thinking that this might be better even though he still wanted to hit them with a few more painful blows. Suddenly, a notification rang from the screen. Regate has gifted 100,000 GP. Then, a message appeared. "Hello player Jihan. I am Robert Gate, a recruitment officer from the #1 guild in the United States." A look of surprise crossed his face as he stared at the text on the screen, instinctively thinking again and again. The #1 guild in the United States. Vehicle is shocked beyond words. Never expected someone would play that big. To continue sending a message to Jan, they gifted another 100,000 P, along with a few lines below. "I am very impressed with your battles and today's stream as well. I would like to propose a contract for you to review. Can I message you privately?" Jihan raised his hand to stroke his chin in contemplation. This might be a way for him to hit them with a few more painful blows. He then decided not to hesitate any longer and went straight to the point, yet still very tactful. "Since you have gifted such a large sum, I have no other choice. But can I show the contract to everyone watching?" The other party once again sent a gift to include a message for Jihan. "Gifting 100,000. Of course. I will let you know the advance payment. We can offer a price of 300 million. The live comments are buzzing. "That is definitely not a small number. How many zeros is that? What the hell? Is he planning to go to the United States? It is only right for him to go. Just look at what they are offering him. Damn. We are losing another great player. With that much money, he surely won't turn it down. If it were me, I would give up my South Korean citizenship immediately. Jen does not care about those comments, his gaze steady as he contemplates. Good. This should be enough. After thinking, he politely speaks up, thanking the gentleman for his offer. You are Jim. The car behind is honking, eyes wide, repeatedly asking the same question. How much is that? Then he speaks softly, almost confiding. Honestly, I have a small dream of starting a guild in South Korea once I reach silver rank, but not only big corporations like 2 newspaper. Even the Bad Ho Nick department treats us this way. On this side, Hyen Chian's lips are tightly pressed. Nam Tae stands, trembling, sweating profusely, fists clenched, cursing that jerk Jan. Yet, on the live stream, he still says, I feel like I can't develop under these conditions when I am not part of any guild. Jihan slightly bows his head, placing a hand on his chest, looking very sincere. But I truly love my country. So I would be very happy if everyone could help me. The comments react enthusiastically. Don't be so sentimental. Either way, you are leaving this country. As long as you do not go to Japan. Jan, I love you. Goodbye. He then lifts his head, smiling gently. So I can stay in South Korea, enjoying the beautiful sunset. The comments are really restless now. Everyone's jumping in. Stop saying goodbye. You all should send complaint letters to 2 newspaper. Others are buzzing. What about the department head? A nationwide protest. I do not know either. Just do what you can. Jan, please do not leave. After that remark, the stream ended. He stood there, hands in pocket, staring at his phone. The car behind is curious. Sir, what are you going to do now? Jan is a bit quiet, but eventually says something comforting. You do not need to worry. The car looks wide-eyed at that. After speaking, he turns around, waving his phone, leaving just one line. I will handle a little business quickly. On the phone, you can easily see someone calling Jihan. Maybe that is why he is in such a hurry. Cut to Han, who was tugging at her ears, frowning in displeasure, standing in a room full of designer clothes and luxurious accessories. She was feeling cold and uncomfortable. What should I wear? Why does he want to meet me at this hour? Gazen, standing next to her, could not help but wonder. What are you doing? Hayan seemed not to hear, brushing off the previous question, casually grabbing 2 trendy shirts from the rack, seriously holding them up and asking, Gazen, what about this one? And this one? Which looks casual yet professional and attractive. Gazen did not answer immediately, sticking to the same question. Where are you planning to go? Hazen now noticed and immediately changed his attitude. The previous annoyance vanished, replaced by a smug satisfaction. Why did he want to meet me so urgently? Hearing that, it was clear who Jihan had rushed to meet. Back to this side, Jan held his phone, staring coldly ahead. In front of him was a group of people dressed in tight black outfits, completely covered. Each of them was armed. Jan did not want to make a big deal out of it, wondering as if he were fooling himself. Surely they were not a group of ninja cosplayers, just passing by. Right. But they had no idea that this was giving them a way out, but with their inherent arrogance, they did not take that comment to heart. After hearing it, they silently prepared to strike. Seeing this, Jen did not want to say much more and asked directly, did the department head send you guys? Or is it the Tegan newspaper? Noticing no one bothered to respond, he tucked his phone into his pocket and answered himself, must be both. Both sides fell silent, clearly deep in thought. Dihan's cold gaze swept over the group in front of her, her eyes reflecting indifference. Hesitating. Should I take this chance to use that? Just as I decided, his voice rang out with an eerie, haunting tone, calling a name that was both strange and familiar. As Ariel finished speaking, a dark aura surrounded him, wrapping around Jan's feet. Moreover, it spread throughout the atmosphere, turning the scene dark and eerie. The group seemed to see a ghost, each with wide eyes, stunned and unable to react. But in reality, behind him, the dark aura coalesced into the shape of a demon. Its deep voice echoed, arrogant humanity. You summoned me just to fight these lowly pests. Jen replied indifferently, just consider it a warm-up. They are perfect opponents for you to test your skills against. In stark contrast to his calmness, the black-clad group nervously stepped back, instinctively shifting from attack to defense. Suddenly, he raised his arm, now shrouded in a dark hue, emanating a sinister aura, and he smiled, saying, and how coincidental that we are in an underground parking lot. It is dark enough here. Then he looked at them as if he was not joking. Now, let us get started. After Jihan's playful and provocative remark, the black-clad group lay sprawled on the ground. They were scattered throughout the garage, moaning in pain. Jen stood confidently in the center, the atmosphere dominated by an oppressive energy. He nonchalantly raised his hand, surrounded by dark power, and remarked, not bad. The deep voice echoed in agreement. Absolutely splendid. Hearing this, Jan was slightly surprised, his gaze shifting downwards, staring at something. From the dissipating dark aura emerged a pair of cold, sharp eyes. Still speaking. You should be grateful to me. That mortal, once the mist had nearly vanished. A small demon appeared, its body contrasting with its fierce eyes, pointing at him in a mock gesture. I granted you the black spirit out of pity. It kept chattering non-stop. You should understand how great of a privilege this is. It is an entirely different level. While it kept pointing, Jan did not care. Stuffing his hands in his pockets with the other holding his phone, focused on it. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone was calling. Jen immediately answered. Hello, Ariel. Seeing that he ignored her, shouted angrily. You are ignoring me, are not you? A familiar voice from the phone called his name. Jan, I just got here. Where are you? Hearing this, he froze for a few seconds, panicking and unsure of what to do. On Han's side, she had arrived at the meeting place, beautifully dressed and accessorized, just waiting for him. On the other end, Jihan kept explaining. Sorry. I was actually hoping you would understand a bit. Is it really that sudden? All right, I am sure of it. I understand. She just stood there talking on the phone with him, unclear about the content. Gazan next to her could not help but be curious. What is going on, miss? Suddenly, Hazen turned to her and called Gazan's name. It seems I was just subtly rejected. As she spoke, her face slightly darkened, but mostly it showed resignation. Gazan was taken aback, tilting her head in suspicion, thinking that after all that preparation, the two of them were frozen in place, braving the awkward gusts of wind. In another scene, in a different space, Haiyan Qian, usually so proud, was now being hit by the person in front of him, causing his glasses to fall. Unable to react in time and turning his face to the side. You can be so ruthless to him. None other than Kim Taegun, his father. He was seething with rage, gripping the stick in his hand. Looking displeased, Haiyan Qian Vazen. You can explain everything. Hizu, standing beside him, could not help but feel scared. After all, the one being hit was her dad. Just as he was about to strike again, he quickly ran up, grabbing his stick-bearing arm, and loudly explained. Wait, it was those bastards who started it. The thing is, she did not have time to say more or make any sound before a slap came straight to her face. Kim Taegun's cold demeanor left her stunned. She fell hard to the cold floor. Unprepared. Still shocked, clutching her sore, reddened cheek, eyes wide in disbelief. Kim Taegun still stood there, clenching his fist, emphasizing each word. I have always regarded you as precious because you are my only granddaughter, yet you dared to cause such trouble. He was truly angry, his face fierce as if he wanted to devour the opponent whole. He was none other than the CEO of Two Delhi. Only he would dare to beat those two cruel father and son. The two of them were slapped back to their senses, and kneeling on the ground listening to the scolding. Do you know how much our stocks have dropped? If we can salvage this, I will make both of you pay. She trembled with anger, her cheek from earlier now swollen and red, indicating the slap was not light, while Kim Taegun continued to berate them. Do you even know how to hold back? At this moment, Aiksu could only roll her eyes and grit her teeth, silently cursing. Damn it. This is all that damn girl's fault for ruining my perfect plan. Then she carelessly shouted, ruining my plan. She sensed something, her body stiffening, stunned for a few seconds. But she did not care much, continuing to look down at the screen, scratching her cheek in hesitation. Should I fight now, or should I just leave the damn car standing there alone? Right. If I do not understand the rules well enough. Suddenly a pair of legs approached from behind her, standing there staring. Thinking, what the hell is this? The car was still oblivious, awkwardly looking at the screen in front of them. The guy behind took the opportunity to comment cluelessly. She looked so flustered. Definitely a nobody just arrived. This guy's name is Hyunjun. He is related to Go High in the guild branch and is a potential player, possessing a quick level gift. The screen also displayed a series of quick level gift information, increasing sensitivity by 25. This skill is not limited by the guild's restrictions. I hung suddenly panicked, grabbing a weapon to commit some foul play. Secretly pleased with himself. I must be really lucky to have such a great gift. This will get me into the top 50, and the first one on the chopping block will be the exact target. He is aimed at Vehicle. Maybe he thinks she is easy to bully. Launching an attack, the sharp sword is ready to strike, and Hyanung can only think about her before she screams. You are done for, the newcomer yelled while swinging the sword. Her face twisted with contempt, but what happened next left him stunned, a question mark on his forehead. Vehicle blocked his sword with just a hand raised, as if testing, saying, so this is how it works. A stream of information appeared around her. A level turtle armor, a level steel gauntlets, as level speed enhancement, a level stealth necklace. As soon as she finished speaking, she knocked the sword from Hyunjun's hand and swiftly slapped him. Hyunjun was caught off guard and could not react, only able to endure. The sword that once hung in his hand vanished in an instant. He looked at his still trembling hands, fear in his eyes. It turned out that the sword was now in Vehicle's hands. She did not forget to say a thank you for giving me my first kill. She quickly raised the sword and swung it at her opponent, not giving him a chance to comprehend or prepare for a counterattack. After swiftly finishing him off, she innocently smiled. The sword in her hand began to fade away. Jan, watching her through the tech screen, silently observed for a while before praising her. This first time is not bad at all. Ariel suddenly flew out, spouting a sarcastic remark. No matter how good it is still just a lowly species. Jan glanced at her and softly said, while she was serving a lowly creature, as if hitting a nerve. Ariel flinched and denied it, saying, "Shut up." Embarrassed, she justified herself, but still held on to her pride. "I am here to fulfill the high mission that my original body has entrusted to me. You should be grateful that I am supporting you. Do you even know the glorious power you possess?" He knew she always rambled on, so he did not pay much attention. But this time her words caught Jan's attention, making him glance down at his own trembling hands. He slowly sank into the remnants of old memories, still lingering in his mind. That day was when he discovered he was entangled in something dark. Jihan's arm was enveloped by a dark aura, and he could not even understand himself. Vehicle beside him panicked, continuously calling out, "Sir, your hand is turning black." Suddenly, a strange red sign appeared in front of Jan, displaying a curse that would drain the magic and experience of players until it was broken. He stepped back in fear, wondering if it was really a curse. Vehicle could not help but ask, "Is this bad or what?" Jan gradually calmed down, his serious expression deep in thought. The form of this system message resembled the item description exactly, and once he thought it through, he decisively shouted to recover quickly. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared out of nowhere, recovering from the shadow of the sun. The curse. Although he was the one invoking it, he was more confused than anyone, curious about the thing in front of him. Suddenly, the strange red panel displayed a line of text, stating that the condition of the shadow of the sun was too severe, and could only be partially restored. Daihan read it in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief, his brows furrowing in doubt. A few seconds later, Jan reacted, gripping his tainted arm in panic and shouting to recover quickly. The red text appeared again, stating that the condition of the shadow of the sun was too severe, and could only be partially restored. He stubbornly kept shouting to recover quickly. The atmosphere was grim, and he did not receive an immediate response. A few seconds later, a blue panel popped up, showing that the Thunder Origin had been resolved. Then, another panel appeared, revealing the true function of Thunder Origin had been unlocked. His tainted arm began to fade, returning to its normal state. Jahan stared blankly at his arm. The panel continued to display the SSS-level shadow of the sun belonging to the Dark Queen, which could transform into the Dark Eclipse sword. You can upgrade it using the Dark Queen's round. Seeing this, Sia joyfully ran over. "Your arm." "What happened?" Daihang awkwardly replied. "It is fine now." Suddenly, a low voice echoed from the void. "Why is this so dramatic?" Both of them were stunned, eyes wide, not daring to move. Along the shadow reflected on the floor was an endless darkness, within which flickered evil eyes. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand to shield his niece, panicking and shouting for the vehicle to back away. The dark aura crawled across the floor and then soared into the air, gathering above them. Jan and she did not dare to take their eyes off, always alert and watching. Suddenly, from that dark mass, a small chibi demon materialized. It was Ariel. Both he and Sia gasped, staring in bewilderment at the strange creature before them. Suddenly, Ariel proudly spoke, "I am the replica of the Dark Queen." After saying that, she lightly landed on the table, standing there calling you Jihan, saying her original spirit was very interested in your power, and commanded her to assist you in striving. Jan looked at the small yet fierce presence before him with indifference. "She pointed at you. From now on, I will serve you as my master." Her words carried an obedience tone, but there was nothing submissive about it. Completely arrogant, Jan helplessly looked at the pitch-black figure before him. "What the heck is this?" Suddenly, an information panel appeared before you. "Ariel, the replica of the Dark Queen, has granted you a skill, Black Spirit." After reading that, you looked skeptically at your hands. Unconsciously questioning, the Black Spirit returned to reality, while Jan was still lost in the past, gazing at his hands. A power that allows the user to wield shadows as weapons. "I have not used it in battle yet, but I am sure it will be useful." Just as memories flowed, Ariel beside him began to ramble on. "Are you even listening? If so, raise the stats of the Black Spirit." You hated the dullness, thinking that even now, there is a mosquito buzzing in your ear. Time flew quickly, and before you was a table full of delicious dishes laid out. She exclaimed, unable to keep her composure. Jan, facing her, did not hold back on the praise. "You did really well. For a first time, that is more than okay." Hearing that, she happily enjoyed the delicious food in front of her, her face satisfied as she chewed, but then she surprisingly asked, "By the way, Uncle, are you going to respond to the invitation from the first of the United States?" The Jihan, hearing this while eating, paused for a bit, not sparing words as he replied, "I will probably decline." "Really? But they are willing to spend so much money. You could do that too in the future." While saying this, you put the spoon down, closing your eyes to relax. "I do not want to join the guild. I want to establish my own. And I know the person who can back me up in this venture." On this side, a pair of long, graceful legs stepped down from the car. In front of them was a tall building. It turned out that the woman was none other than Han. From her expression, she did not seem too pleased. Han, with a shocked expression, took off her glasses, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sitting across from her was Jan. You calmly held a cup of tea in the face of Han's confusion and Gazan said, "I will repeat it again. I want to be the president of the guild I am creating." Jihan spoke of this as if it were nothing to worry about, but Han, on the contrary, was not so calm. After hearing you confirm, she jumped up and yelled, "What the heck? Where did that idea come from?" Jia seemed to have anticipated this reaction and was not surprised at all. "Even if you say president, I can still handle the management. Just let me borrow the title." After hearing that, she helplessly replied, "I am part of a branch guild. You keep making convincing counterarguments. She says she is the sales manager of the guild branch, but she is not a player who relies on them." Was really having a headache now, squinting her eyes shut, helplessly sighing. "Anyway, you need a guild leader, right? The guild leader should be a strong player who can represent the guild. Someone like me is more suited for management. Why would you suggest that?" Jan did not respond immediately. He listened silently as if he already knew she would ask that. He gently set down his teacup and asked, "You have a support gift, right? All work grants an extra 10% F. I am sure you think it is useless because it does not combine with enhancement items." Han's face darkened after hearing this, while Gazan beside him broke out in a sweat, wanting to remind him but could not. That was the thing she hated hearing the most. Jan held his head high, facing her with a determined look. "But I believe that when you become the guild leader, the true value of that gift will shine." Han felt a bit panicked inside, secretly fearing, "Does he know something I do not?" She worriedly fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. How can he be so sure? It could be classified as a rank, but experts say it is useless. Cultivating the gift, a support gift that helps other players grow rapidly. Han tightly shut her eyes, deeply lost in her own thoughts and forgetting reality. "I want to believe in him because he recognizes the value of my gift, but becoming the leader of another guild." Then suddenly Jan said, "I will reward you too. I will tell you all the future match results." At this point, Han could not help but feel it hit her weak spot. Seeing her stay silent like that, Gazan could not help but worry, glancing down and quietly reminding, "Miss." As expected, just a moment later, you stood up and flew straight to him. Gazan, beside her, could not stop her in time. "Miss, how can Jan pass up this rare opportunity?" He immediately took action. "All right. Sign here." Han now stood before the choices on the board. Gazan could not stop her anymore. He could only shout late, "Do you really agree?" Then Hazen immediately pressed the button on the screen. Not forgetting to think if she bet correctly, a dazzling light burst from the board, illuminating the vast space. Hazen was shocked by the scene before her. Slightly dazed, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself, the board displayed the content of the support gift. The effects of the enhancement would apply to all members of the guild. Growth rate increased by 200%. All guild members will receive an additional 30 FB software. Hazen could not believe it and shouted, "What?" The scene shifts to the busy buildings. Countless citizens are bustling about in the city. Suddenly, a couple on a date was surprised when the electronic board flashed the message that the stream had started. They both looked stunned. Even the comments were puzzled. "What? Jihan streaming now?" Quickly spreading the news that he opened the guild everywhere. Jihan's vehicle is opening the event, and notifications about the event keep popping up on electronic devices. Seeing this, the comments section can't stay quiet anymore. Is he really going to do what he said? But who is that woman on the broadcast screen? The beautiful face of Han appears with a sweet, clear voice. "Hello everyone. You have all seen the stream title, right? It is great to meet you. This is the first stream of the Great Tree Guild. I am the guild leader, Lazan," who is standing in front of the screen introducing herself, a smile always blooming on her radiant lips. As soon as she appeared, the comment section instantly exploded. "Great Tree Guild. What is that? She is so beautiful. I have heard her name somewhere before. She is famous as the financial goddess of the Division Guild. What is she doing here?" Suddenly, Jihan stepped in from behind to remind, "Miss Lehan, she plays an important role in my guild. She is the leader as mentioned. And you should quickly join the frame with Han. Now, let us get to the topic of the guild. I will show everyone." The information board reappears with the content. Great Tree Guild members 5 per 10. Owner Cian Jihan. Leader Li Han. Level of the guild. Prosperity. Guild member level 1. 5%. Growth index level 1. Index +1. Growth rate level 11. Effective prosperity guild. All member stats increase by 1 for each type. All member growth stats increase by 200%. All experience gained by members increases by 30%. Growth index 200%. Experience increases by 30%. And the comments jump like a storm. 200% means going 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Right. By 30% thought the maximum was 10%. They put all the points into it, but this number is really out there. Then 2 more people joined the frame. Han immediately reached out to give a brief introduction. Our guild's topic is nurturing. We are proud that our guild has a higher growth rate than other guilds. However, our maximum member count is only 10 right now. We are still a small guild. The current members include the founder, the Jihan. As the screen turned toward the main character, the Jihan. Then she introduced herself and the other 2 in turn. I am the leader, Line Diego Masajun, who just got a lot of comments from somewhere. When did he become friends with Diego? But not stopping there. Hazen continued. And finally, through the contract, the screen shifted to the last person, who turned out to be Gazon. She looked like someone had annoyed her, standing in a corner with a frown, and finally mentioned the name Lim Gazon. That resigned expression could not be denied. The look of boredom had only one thought. Why is it me? Han ended the introduction with a sentence. In total, 5 people after seeing Gazon. The comment section gradually became a comedy. What is she doing here? Imao-sai. Got it. This is like a Pokemon nurturing system. Right. She made a face as if she did not know why she was here. Then it continued to the segment led by Dai-Han. Everyone can follow through the stream if they want to join the guild or sign a contract. Please contact guild leader Lai Han. She stood aside, smiling and waving her hand when she heard her name mentioned. Noticing that he seemed to have forgotten about Kara outside, she reminded him, Uncle still needs to explain the name. Hearing this, Jihan seemed to suddenly remember. That is right. The reason our club's name is Great Tree. Hearing him mention Kara, he blushed in embarrassment. Perhaps this name has some connection to Kara. We took it from the phrase Great Tree blooms to refer to late blooming flowers. The first 2 words are Great Tree. That is the meaning of our name. Transitioning to the arena. The sky is incredibly clear. Perfect for a battle. However, inside the stands, a fierce match is taking place, with explosions echoing one after another. Baron stood amidst the fiery explosions, easily recognizable as the cause of all this chaos. He let out a false triumphant laugh, shouting, "Oh my, so boring." In front of him stood Jan. Caught in the raging fire, he seemed injured, his frail body hugging himself. Yet his gaze remained steadfast towards his opponent. Baron called out to him, "Hey." The Jihan. After calling out, he smirked and took an attacking stance. "I will finish this in one blow." After saying that, he unleashed a powerful attack aimed straight at him, not giving Jihan a moment to defend himself. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred with incredible force. After the attack, he stood up straight, believing he had completely defeated him. But he did not realize a familiar shadow had appeared behind him. Suddenly, a deep voice mocked him. "Is that all you have got?" Then Jan immediately gathered all his strength to deliver a deadly blow from behind. But what he did not expect was a blinding blue light emanating from his opponent. Caught off guard, Jan was easily controlled by Baron with just 2 fingers. He was convulsing violently from the electric shock, lying flat on the ground shaking. Suddenly, a resonating sound echoed from nowhere. Training ended, and the surrounding space began to dissolve, revealing that it was all just a drill. Baron stood there with a wicked grin, then spoke with mock sympathy. "How pathetic. I know you only won that time by luck." It sounded like pity but was heavily laced with sarcasm. The person behind him sighed. "Well done, Baron. You could easily defeat San Jihan at 50% power. Next time, I will win at 75%. It sounded like a compliment but was dripping with mockery. Hearing this, he could not help but feel veins popping on his face. Angrily shouting, "Shut up." Suddenly, another person entered respectfully, saying, "Sir Baron, the guildmaster wants to see you." In that room, it was unclear what Baron had heard that made him so furious, grinding his teeth as he spoke each word. "What, a deposit?" He then cursed without restraint, going to the guild to create Jahan. "Ah, are you crazy?" He did not get angry or change his expression. Perhaps he was too accustomed to this person's temperament. He simply replied softly, "Baron, you will understand if you watch his stream." After saying this, he snapped his fingers, and the electronic screen appeared instantly. He is none other than the President of the United States, Robert Gate. The screen displays the shadow of Jan, and Baron can't help but furrow his brow at the sight, losing control and glaring furiously. Everything around seems to be shifting due to some invisible force. Robert Gate barely reacts, just glances and then looks away, because it is none other than Baron causing all this. He angrily uses a threatening tone. The old man huffs, then he really loses his mind, wildly flailing his arms. As he swings, the objects around him shift accordingly. He shouts angrily, "This is clearly a scam. Do I look like someone who needs this help? I am the strongest in the world. Do not ever mention that bastard's name in front of me again. Robert Gate remains calm, sitting still with his hands clasped, waiting for him to quiet down. But soon he can't take it anymore and raises a hand to his forehead, thinking to himself that he understands the kid has issues with the player Xun, but to the point of being unable to control his emotions. After a moment, he speaks up. If Baron does not leave, it is best to send her. The girl he mentioned is a sporty girl with distinctive blonde hair. She has probably just finished training, sweat still glistening on her cheeks. Looking at the information screen in front of her, she smiles and says, Jihan's car player is so cool. She is the player from the United States with the title of Saint Sophia. The scene shifts to Jihan. In the conversation between Hazen and Jihan, Gazen is standing beside them, seemingly enduring something, her eyes closed, a droplet of sweat still on her cheek. Han's loud shout echoes, causing everyone around to turn and look. Jan, the top player in the United States, has offered us a lot of money in exchange for the secret to obtaining the guild's corn in all of China, and sits across from her, seemingly anticipating her reaction. He leisurely picks up a glass of water and sips, responding slowly, I am just telling you to be cautious. But never let them know. Hearing Jahan say this, she immediately responds clearly, of course. Do you think I am that kind of person? It feels awkward to chat with you like this. But actually, Hazen is incredibly delighted. In her mind, she thinks to herself, there is no way I have never thought my gift would be this amazing. Suddenly, a not-so-pleasant memory flashes through her mind. A hoarse voice alongside half of a face revealing the sinister smile of the man appears. Does he need your fruit? The man stood across from her in the office. Every word he uttered felt like a knife stabbing into Han's heart. She could not believe what she was hearing was the truth. I am sure it could be a lie to cover up the fact that he is interested in you. Take this opportunity to charm him. At this moment, her image appears small, lonely, and lost, having to choose the wrong path in every way but with no way back. Isn't it just cruel? The last words of the man in her memory once again denied her, despite her efforts. She still had not done much for our guild. Back to reality. After a series of thoughts in his head, Han spoke first. Suddenly calling Jihan's name made him flinch. Jan, I will really do my best for this guild. What she just said surprised him, thinking to himself, why did she suddenly say that? Although he was filled with questions, Jan simply explained to her, thinking she did not really understand the issue. She just needs to lead the guild in name. As if she had been waiting for him to say this, she quickly countered with unwavering determination. Her firmness made Jihan a bit uneasy. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He mumbled to himself. He had planned to leave the guild once they achieved enough success, and the other members were skilled enough. At this moment, the atmosphere around them felt both stuffy and awkward. Suddenly, she stood up, slamming her hand down on the table, creating a loud noise. With a fierce energy, she shouted as if using all her strength to prove her point. What is more, she even dragged Gazen into the conversation. Her dream was truly to become the guild master. I have already started betting on Bat to save money for establishing the guild. Right. Gazen, who was minding his own business, was suddenly pulled into this and could only mumble in agreement. I guess. I do not remember anymore. It seemed that her half-hearted answer would discourage Han. But no, it actually fueled her willpower. So until I can establish my own guild, I will do my best to contribute to the great guild. She seemed to be lost in her intentions. First, we need to establish an office for the guild. We can use the common room in the training hall. Right. And the lounge. Can you announce recruitment for editors for the channel? But I am a bodyguard, not a secretary. Now, Jihan sat across from her, only able to choose silence on the outside, but thought to himself, is it okay to tell her the truth now? A few days passed, and the scene shifted to in front of a room with a sign that read interview room. Inside, Han's cheerful voice welcoming guests rang out. Her face wore a professional smile. Thank you all for being here. A small interview was taking place, hosted by her. In front of her were 3 members applying. She went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Can you introduce yourselves? The first to introduce was Shuru. But this time she presented herself in a simple style and used a pseudonym. Yep. Hello. The first candidate Du Yuzi. She continued with her interview. I have been creating ads and other promotional videos since high school and college. I majored in this field. Han sat in front, holding an iPad, reviewing the resume while thinking. Not bad. I am in a rush to find someone. But she is even better than I expected. Her introduction came to an end. Han politely responded, her gaze shifting to the next man. Thank you. Now the next person. Your name is quite unique. She barely finished reading the name when that guy eagerly responded with bright eyes. Like a... His demeanor was straight out of the military. Hello. I am looking forward to working for Boss Seong Jihan. I am all from the game Beat. Nice to meet you, sir. Candidate number 2. Alaska streamer Hu Kwang from Game Beat. His voice echoed so loudly it felt like he was using a megaphone, making both her and Gazen go pale. Gazen was even ready, hand on his sword, prepared to strike at any moment. I can edit and run ads. I can do everything you need. I am the gem of this era. The game beat. I have respected Jihan since his early streaming days. As he spoke, Hu Kwang's emotions intensified. He posed like an artist, winking, one hand waving hello while the other pointed forward. My mind was flooded with perfect ideas for Jihan's channel. If you hire me, I will dedicate everything to the Mighty Oak Guild. It is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere froze, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone's focus was on his lengthy speech. I do not know how long it took, but Han finally regained her composure to speak, although her expression had improved slightly. Thank you. Please take a seat, Hu Kwang replied confidently.
Yep.
Madam. At this moment, she felt a pang of regret for calling him in for an interview, because he was a creator for Bada. But what kind of style is this? The last one was a handsome man with a mature, gentle demeanor. He introduced himself slowly. Hello. I'm Kim Jung, candidate number 3. Kim Jianu. I have 4 years of video editing experience at my old guild, and I can proudly say I am a veteran at BattleTube videos. If you hire me, I will leverage all my experience to ensure I become the most contributing member of the team. Seeing that he had a perfect job but came here to apply, surprised Hazen, who asked, that guild is quite famous in the country. Why did you apply here? He maintained a calm demeanor and answered, although the Mighty Oak Guild is new, it is already famous because of Jihan as the guild master. And his answer continued, I believe this position will help me improve my skills. His talent in communication and speech made Hu Kwang and Shizuru worry about being overshadowed. Hu Kwang was irritated that his rival had so much experience. Kim Jung-gu not only made his opponent wary, but also earned quiet admiration from the judge. Hound. He has plenty of experience and was very successful in this interview. On the surface, she could not hide her admiration from her face, and she cheerfully asked, Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? But the surprise was yet to come. He asked, Is Song Jihan not participating in this interview? Hearing such a question, she was momentarily stunned and looked up. She thought it was just a random question from a fan. Han regained his cheerful composure, chuckled a bit, and replied, I am the manager. You must be a fan of his. Kim Jung-gu smiled back politely, but there was something dark about that smile. I understand. Not stopping there, he continued to ask more uncomfortable questions. So what floor does he live on in this building? At this point, you and Gaezon could not keep your cool. Everyone's faces changed from shock to suspicion and then to anxiety. He stammered, unable to finish his sentence. It seemed like the situation would remain awkwardly silent until Hu Kwang's voice rang out. As he spoke, he stood up from his prop position. Hold on a second. I have been a bit annoyed with you. As soon as he finished, he grabbed Kim Jung-gu by the collar. Hu Kwang acted so quickly that he did not have time to react, only able to widen his eyes in shock. In the next second, he could not hold back the anger he had suppressed all this time. I have been waiting the longest to meet Jihan. I know you like him, but do not pry into his private life. Just as he was speaking, a loud noise of something hitting the ground interrupted him, causing his thoughts to freeze. All attention turned to the object lying awkwardly on the floor. Although he did not understand the situation yet, Hu Kwang instinctively asked, Did you drop something? Only he had not figured out what it was, but it seemed Shizuru had already guessed, as her face showed clear fear. When he bent down to pick up the item for Kim Jung-gu, the closer he got, the more panicked he became. Is it? Realizing the situation had been exposed, he gritted his teeth in anger. The muscles on his face tensed up. In the next moment, he grabbed the knife from the floor and pulled it out decisively. Jung-gu lost all reason, wildly swinging the knife in all directions. His eyes filled with rage as he shouted, You disgusting minions of Song Jihan. Do you really think you can run the guild smoothly after ruining the image of the Sword King? Seeing the dangerous situation, Gaezon immediately stepped forward to protect Han standing behind. His curses echoed loudly. Where's that bastard? The Sword King has not returned because of that scoundrel. From one surprise to another, He wondered about the Sword King's family. Kim Jung-gu did not hesitate long, charging forward with the knife in hand to take her life. I will kill this bitch to teach her a lesson. But things could not go as smoothly as he wanted. Before he could reach her desk, Jung-gu was suddenly yanked back by a hand from behind. That hand belonged to Hu Kwang. He slammed him down onto the floor without a hint of mercy. Jung-gu lay sprawled on the ground, in pain and aching all over, but still managed to sit up and opened his mouth to shout. The guy looked up at Hu Kwang, his presence now incredibly imposing, with a fierce face and cold, sharp eyes glaring down, adding to the pressure. Unable to bear the humiliation of losing, Kim Jung-gu mustered all his strength to get up and throw a punch at him. But Hu Kwang swiftly dodged it. You want to die first, do not you? Just as he dodged the punch, Hu Kwang retaliated with a powerful strike to his cheek. The force of his punch was so strong that Kim Jung-gu staggered. The knife in his hand flew out. The sound of bones colliding was both painful and heartbreaking. With just one punch, he knocked out 2 of his front teeth. leaving his eyes lifeless and vacant. Kim Jun-gu lost consciousness and fell backward, his face hitting the floor hard. Hu Nakwang's series of actions left everyone astonished. Gazen, standing behind, were even more surprised. A thought suddenly crossed Han's mind. Wait. This guy. At that moment, the image of Hu Kwang in her eyes radiated a brilliant golden power. Just like him. She recalled each detail of his background. Initially, he was a gold-level athlete, but intentionally ranked down. His main goal was to lower his rank to outperform others and attract attention. Only high-level gamers would participate in matches against players of lower skill. Ha's thoughts continued to flow. But before she could finish, she swallowed her words back in with Hu Kwang's mocking laugh. His personality was a bit strange, but his skills were impressive. Absolutely amazing. One moment he was fiercely aggressive, and the next, it was as if he had transformed into someone else. He posed for the phone in various styles, from cool to excited, shaking Kim Gyu, who lay motionless below. I need to snap a picture. The title will be I Protected Jahan from the Terror of the Kim Vidaang clan. I am about to stream now, so do not bother me. Got it. Han now had no emotions left. Her face stern as she coldly ordered, Gazen, call the police. Although Gazen beside her had not fully recovered, she maintained her composure and accepted the order.
Yep.
Miss, the scene shifted outside a towering skyscraper, where voices were heard coming from the rooms above. Is that the two characters in that conversation were Jihan and Han? He was fuming with anger. Fists clenched, gritting his teeth as he cursed into the distance. Is he chasing me instead of the car? That bastard knew he was angry, so she had to comfort Jihan to calm him down. The situation was resolved right then. That could not soothe the unease within him. He did not think too much about it. Jan quickly picked up the phone to call security. Sorry. I should reinforce security. Perhaps we should continue searching for an editor. Hearing that, she quickly dismissed it. We do not need that anymore. She continued to explain. We have another candidate who is already skilled. I am sending a notice to him now. The candidate Han mentioned was Hu Kwang, right now. He is sitting nervously biting his nails in the room, the other hand holding his phone as if waiting for something. Losing all patience, he stands up, messes up his hair, and starts shouting. When will the results come? It has not even been a day since the interview. A wave of negative thoughts floods Hu Kwang's mind. I want to be rejected. Right. Or am I being too over the top? I should have defeated that arrogant member of the Swordmaster clan myself. The more negative he felt, the more tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, a notification chime rang out in his chaotic mind. Hearing the sound, Hu Kwang hurriedly bent down to grab his phone, his fingers trembling as he tapped on the notification. As soon as he saw it, his mouth fell open. The longer he looked, the more his brows furrowed tightly. On the phone screen, a simple notification appeared but carried a tremendous impact. Interview results notification. Congratulations. You have passed the interview for the editor position at the Great Tree Guild. We will send you more detailed information via email in the next day. Please prepare yourself. Thank you. Elsewhere, Shizuru also received the exact same notification, but she was much calmer than Hu Kwang. I got accepted. Suddenly, Takeda appeared from behind. He rubbed his hands together, praising her, truly a goddess. As much as he praised her, he still felt anxious and timidly spoke to Shuru. But is it really okay infiltrate as an editor? I do not want to overstep, but video editing is a bit tricky. Knowing Takeda was overly worried, she reassured him. Don't worry, Shizuru continued, speaking as she took off her glasses to adjust them. As soon as she removed her glasses, she transformed into someone else. No longer looking innocent but instead sharp and cunning. It is my specialty. In the fully equipped live streaming room, alongside echoed, Hu Kwang was sitting at the live streaming desk. But his mood was off, having lost all vitality. A viewer was very suspicious. What is wrong with him this time? Another viewer explained. I heard he applied for the DJ Guild editor position but got rejected. Seeing everyone talking about him, Hu Kwang finally exploded. He slammed the table in anger. Why was not I accepted? I swore loyalty to Jan. I even uncovered the Swordmaster clan's conspiracy. I have defeated them as well. Everything was perfect. At that moment, the viewers mocked him. The streamer Hu Kwang is foolish. Isn't it because you pushed someone down during the interview? Hu Kwang's writes, the good qualities of an editor are to push others down. Another viewer donated to attract attention. A fan of Hu Kwang donated 10,000 DP. Why do not you apply to be a security guard instead? Is your storytelling causing him trouble? That comment, though somewhat sarcastic, seemed like a decent idea to Hu Kwang, leaving him momentarily stunned. After that, Hu Kwang clenched his fists tightly, feeling very anxious and affirming that Jan must be really worried about being attacked right now. Seeing his strange actions and words, Kainshet also became suspicious. What the hell is he talking about? Hu Kwang has no brain. Are we even talking about the same Jihan? Thinking of this, Hu Kwang was filled with anticipation, imagining Jihan in his arms, and made a decision. I have made up my mind. From now on, I will walk a different path and become Jihan's protector. The viewers listening to the broadcast were immediately amused and started teasing. Is Huo Kwang smiling? But I can only laugh. That is what Hui Kwang said. Hearing him talk about protecting the puppy makes me very pleased. Suddenly, someone donated and shattered Hua Kwang's beautiful imagination. Jan. Huan Kwang donated 10,000 P. But hey Hua Kwang, your Jan is playing very safely right now. Soon after, the viewers all had the same thought and decided to check out Jihan's channel. When did he start streaming? Then, see you later. I am going to watch Jihan stream. I am going to watch Jihan too. Goodbye. Huan Kwang, bye-bye. Along with that came a series of farewell messages. Seeing everyone continuously leaving, Huan Kwang shouted to stop them. Wait! Everyone, do not leave me. In the game world, in a bright red ruin, Jan appeared in the game, making the chat channel very excited. This is the first time I have seen this map on Jihan's stream. Silver rank is hard. Comment. What is this? I was beat. Commenting here. Jan, look at me. This is a silver rank mission. After you fully enter the game, the system announced, Silver Cup welcomes you to the Gangnam area. Along with the system's announcement, the game mode is Invasion. The surrounding scenery gradually became clear as an altar. Surrounding it were protected pillars, and in front was a dense forest. Looking at the familiar scenery, Jan fell into deep thought. It has been a long time. At the same time, Gazan, just appearing, also questioned. What do you mean? This is your first invasion mission. Right. The two stared at each other, and nobody spoke. The space fell into silence. It turns out Lim Gazan and Xian Jihan teamed up to complete the mission smoothly. Specifically, Gazan struggled to remember that Hazen had directly asked her to join the game with him and promote our guild. If there is a chance, let us level up with that guild master. Back in reality, he actively spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. I just saw this map on a live stream. Standing in this map with my team feels a bit new. Gazan thought about this but did not respond. Seeing her appear in the chat channel made things lively. This morning, the energy of the comments is all Lim Gazan. Muzi commented if they were competing for individual points. Jan, with a sincere expression, extended his hand in a gesture of cooperation. I am really looking forward to participating in this game with you. This is the second time for you. Seeing this, Gazan pondered, unsure of what she was thinking. After a moment, she also reached out to shake hands in agreement. I am also looking forward to playing the game with you. In her heart, she thought, I can't believe I am being pulled back to his team by the very person I wanted to recruit. Seeing the light of transmission appear, Jan was also surprised. It seems the others have already formed their teams. On the other side, Gazan sighed internally and accepted that since things had turned out this way, she should just work hard to improve. Suddenly, a voice calling her snapped her out of her thoughts. Miss Gazan. The group that just arrived is the guild's promotion team. A girl from the team asked her if she was Gazan. Seeing this, channel chat could not help but be speechless at the situation before them. I want to leave here. Why did they team up with them like this? I won't bite. You Mao. Announcing the title of the background music, The Wrong Encounter, Jen smiled in surprise and welcomed her. It turns out it is the team from the Origin Guild. In contrast to him, Gazan looked a bit unsettled, sweat dripping down her face. The crowd quickly gathered, continuously greeting each other. Miss Gazan, I heard you were borrowed by the DJ Guild. It is great to see you here. Jan, oh wow. Hello you too. Hello everyone. The channel chat was quite surprised by this harmony. They are friendlier with each other than I thought. Other people commented that she did not switch to another guild right away. This is just for a short time. While the girl from the guild kept asking about her, the bespectacled young mage remained silent. How have you been lately? How's the DJ Guild? When will Gazan come back? She did not leave for good, right? He looked at her beautiful face. Speechless, Gazan suddenly saw him kneeling on the ground. Feeling downcast, she was still as beautiful as ever. It has only been a few days, but since she left the Division Guild, I feel so lonely. Even now, he thought about what would happen later when Gazan reached silver rank. He wanted to be the first to join her team and guide her through so much. Seemingly sensing this, Gazan trembled, suddenly feeling a chill down her spine. Victor turned to Jihan, filled with anger. The Jihan. It is all your fault that my Gazan left the guild. The girl from the guild was still very friendly, asking if this was her first invasion mission. Was not it? Do you need me to explain? Gazan did not refuse. Of course. Thank you. Receiving the approval, the girl from the guild began to explain the rules of the game. In the invasion mission, 10 players will split into 2 teams, the angel base and the demon base. This is a 5-on-5 team match, and the team that breaches all 3 lanes and destroys the enemy's nexus first will win. The team that crosses all 3 directions and destroys the enemy's base first will be the winner. She also emphasized that both teams should remember there are jungle areas outside the 3 lanes. Whenever a player kills a monster in the jungle, they will receive various types of corn that can help them gain an advantage. Jan thought to himself, in this match, We are the demons. Then he raised his hand and asked, "Is anyone from our team going into the jungle?" Everyone calmly explained, "This is your first time playing, so you probably do not know. The monsters in the jungle are at least level 65, so we can't fight them." 2 members of the team were in the late 40s, while Gazon was level 25 plus 5. The 5 main points are the additional reward for winning the top 100. Jen asked again, "Is that true?" "I know we can do it. They are all at the top of the silver cup." Hearing this, Victor seemed to come up with a plan. He faced Jahan and cleared his throat. Then he casually waved his hand, wanting to push him aside. "You are a newbie, so you do not know anything yet. Jan, you do not need to worry about this mission. Just follow our lead." He was directing the group, suggesting, "I will guide Gazon and you, the Jihan. So you 2 go down first." The girl in the group happily agreed. "All right, then we will go." He saw the plan succeed and urged, "So let us go." Inside, he felt joy. "The Jihan, no matter how excellent you are still just a newbie in this silver cup. In a team match like this, playing individually will only ruin the game. I will use this opportunity to show Gazon my experience." Seeing a fierce battle breaking out ahead, Victor asked, "Do you see those little things over there?" He went on to explain, "Gazon, they are called minions. Their attack is very simple, but silver-ranked players will have a hard time dealing with them. So we need to defeat them with our teammates, even if we die. We will respawn after a minute, but never rush towards the enemy carelessly because we might get pushed back." He wanted to add more. Just then, Jihan spoke up, "Then it is easy. You start using skills while activating your limbs to put it all together. Basically, we just need to avoid dying during the fight." Right. To his surprise, Jan stepped forward. He raised his dark-covered hand towards the green minions. Jan just used his skill and thought, "This is the first time I am using Dark Chai Sword in Betanet. I wonder how effective it will be." The soldiers noticed someone approaching, and at that moment, Jan recalled the terrifying power unleashed when this skill was activated. His own strength could not compare to the Dark Queen he witnessed that day. Seeing the soldiers rushing towards him, he silently resolved that if he used it to fight an opponent like this, with a wave of his hand, darkness ensnared the soldiers, countless dark swords materializing above them. With a calm expression, Jan gently let his hand fall. And instantly, the dark swords plunged down, piercing through the soldiers. They were immediately annihilated, not a single one surviving. Witnessing that power, Victor and Gazon were left speechless. Gazon had seen it a few times and quickly responded, "Looks like we can go now." On the other hand, is still in shock. At this moment, the system announced, "You have killed 50 soldiers. The demon god has acknowledged you and blessed you. All your stats will increase by 20%. Upon hearing this, Jian was also surprised. A 20% increase. At this rate, I can venture into the forest alone. Thinking so, he called out to Gazon. She responded upon hearing him, "What is it?" Jan left behind a bold statement, "I will temporarily separate from everyone. Just give me 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Gazon was momentarily confused. "Where are you going?" Jan pointed towards the forest, with that same calm smile on his face. He said, "I am going to level up on my own." Ignoring Gazon's powerless attempts to stop him, he quickly ran into the forest. His intent was clear. Jan left while she was still astonished by his departure. What should I do if he goes? Victor was still waiting, charging towards Gazon from behind. His face was extremely serious and grim. Just as Gazon turned around in time to react, a dark hand attacked her. Gazon immediately flinched, spinning around with her teeth gritted, her brows furrowed, revealing her tension, instinctively grabbing the hilt of her sword for defense. To her astonishment, a shadowy figure quietly yet resolutely formed a protective circle around her like a shield. While 2 assailants behind attempted to break through, she thought to herself, "Victor." The loud sounds of magic pierced through Gazon's ears. She turned to look at the source of the commotion. Her mouth fell open in shock. Flashback to 5 minutes earlier. Victor, with an angry red face that seemed painted on his skin, his eyes were wide, thinking through clenched teeth. That damn jam. He began to stomp angrily across the flat surface, fists clenched in fury, cursing silently that he had messed up his plans. "I wanted to show Gaza Johan something really cool." He silently cursed to himself so no one could hear. Not long after he started walking, Victor suddenly froze, his eyes widening, brow furrowing as he realized something. Wait a minute, with a mini-map appearing before him. He refocused, carefully observing each movement, while meticulously calculating with countless questions running through his mind. Do I need to move out of the way? Can I stay at the top with Gazon and leave Jan mid-out? Victor's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He broke into a smile, happily dashing off with excitement. Truly, I'm a genius. Letting a guy like him roam free is definitely the right call. Gazon, wait a moment. I will be right there. Just a few short steps in, Victor froze as he saw 2 enemies charging at Gazon. While she was completely unaware of the danger approaching her. Oh no. An ambush. His eyes widened, eyebrows furrowed, his face clearly showing tension mixed with panic. He frantically thought his girl was in danger. Without hesitation, Victor dashed forward, creating a shield to protect her. The scene now mirrored the present moment. Gazen turned around, watching the sharp edge of a sword resolutely trying to break through the protective shield surrounding her. Feeling anxious. I did not think they would ambush me like this. Did the mid-lane mage realize and come to save me? On the other side, Victor struggled to maintain the shield around her. The pressure was clearly evident through his trembling body. He tried to speak, his tone almost breaking. Gazen, do not worry about me. I will definitely protect you. Just as the words left his mouth, he unexpectedly spat out red liquid, accompanied by pained cries. Shortly after, a bolt of lightning shot out, its golden light dazzling. The once sturdy shield shattered into fragments as it pierced through. The sound of a horrified scream quickly followed, leaving Gazen stunned. Finally, Victor collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, completely turned white, his body shaking with each jolt from the lightning striking him. Hey Victor. Gazen rushed over, kneeling beside him, her face filled with unease as she looked at the blue lightning surrounding his body. Are you okay? I wanted to protect you at all costs. A nearly pale hand slowly lifted, reaching toward her face, until it hovered in the air. A soft whisper emerged. Now it is a bit late to say, but Victor smiled contentedly, his face softening, eyes glistening with tears that were still lingering. He gently said, I have always liked you, from the bottom of my heart. She stared at him anxiously. While his hand quietly fell, Victor seemed to divide into two realms. One side watching the scene before him in confusion, while the other felt like a tragic play. He will revive in a minute in this game. What is wrong with this guy? Just die already. Two enemies, one small one holding a staff, and the other a burly figure casually resting a sword on his shoulder. He calmly approached, his arrogant tone leaving her stunned. Isn't it time for the action scene to start? Don't let your guard down just because it is 2 against 1. That is Lin Gazen. She is one of the most promising players in the guild. Gazen turned his head, his brows gradually furrowing, revealing his irritation as he thought to himself in frustration. Jan, where did he go? Shouldn't he be cooperating with his teammates? She suddenly froze, her eyes wide open in bewilderment, as if sensing something strange. With her astonishment, the atmosphere had clearly shifted. The sky darkened, gradually revealing a circle in the air surrounded by dark purple smoke, like a vortex gathering dark energy. In another scene, the pitch-black sky glowed with blue light like a halo illuminating the gloomy space, each tree rustling as leaves silently fell, creating an eerie atmosphere. Jan stared at the scene before him, his eyes drooping into a look of despair. Despite the roaring sounds echoing throughout the forest, the massive beast loomed before him, its 2 heads resembling wolves, with a demonic tail thrashing behind it, known as the double-headed wolf. Its mouth drooled at the sight of him. A delicious, fresh prey. In an instant, it charged towards Jihan without hesitation. Letting out a piercing roar, its jaws opened wide, revealing glistening sharp teeth. The double-headed wolf showed no fear as he targeted one of its gaping mouths. Grabbing hold of its razor-sharp fangs with both hands, he clenched his jaw, his face reflecting determination but also tension. One of the most abundant species in the forest. Under the strength of the beast, which was twice Jihan's size, he was quickly pushed back, leaving a long trail beneath him, over 3 meters high. With a bite strong enough to crush a human head, Jihan's brows furrowed in determination, clearly unfazed by the pressure, not feeling intimidated. Suddenly, he swung his arm. Moving so quickly it seemed like a flash of light, his punch easily sent it flying away, its body crashing down, causing a tremor like an earthquake. Although double-headed wolves appeared in the forest more than any other species, that punch caused the beast to tumble. Yet it stubbornly got back up in a defensive stance, then let out a chilling growl. Clearly, it was not easy to take down with just one punch. It was a monster that required 3 silver-level players to hunt. Jan calmly observed it, the beast drooling uncontrollably once again. Finally, he questioned aloud, while it continued to growl as if responding in its own language. You really surprised me. Why suddenly attack me? The double-headed wolf suddenly leaped, its legs leaving the ground as it charged at him. Jan's body, unafraid, jumped nimbly, evading the beast's attack in an instant. His eyes suddenly widened, his gaze turning dangerous as he stared intently at it. Jihan's hand seemed to be compressing dark energy with precision. A slash cut across the point, where the 2 heads of the beast connected. It let out a resonating howl that could send chills down anyone's spine. Its body began to crack into pieces. Every crevice that split in its body flashed with dark energy. As Jihan landed calmly, he finally turned around, letting out a long, tired breath. Watching as parts of the monster fell apart and scattered across the sky, Jen reached out to grab the sword enveloped in dark energy mixed with purple. The image of the sword gradually appeared. A figure clad in black from head to toe wielding the sword, with a single white light flashing from its eyes that highlighted its entire form. An eclipse. That was the SS-Level weapon used by the Shadow in the upgrade battle. Only those with shadow sword stats can wield it. Jan looked down at the sword in his hand, examining it closely. His face clearly showed excitement as he obtained the loot, assessing it with a pleased tone. It immediately loses its form if the wielder does not have enough power, making it very difficult to use. But the damage output is incredible. Before he could take his eyes off it, a system panel appeared right in front of him, capturing Jihan's attention. A smile crept onto his lips, filled with joy. You have achieved the silver level jungle achievement. You have earned 1,000 achievement points. Jan stood calmly in the silent forest, sunlight shining down on the spot where he stood, while Jihan focused on the system panel in front of him, excitedly thinking he knew he would earn achievement points. If I clear all the forest monsters, I might complete another achievement. Jan suddenly paused, his face turning hesitant as he closely observed the system. He pondered quietly, but I still need to kill more to gain experience. As Jihan continued staring at the system before him with uncertainty, another notification popped up, leaving him bewildered. You have defeated the first monster of the demon team. Achievement points have increased by 100. Back to Gazen's situation. Her enemy lay motionless on the ground. He groaned in pain, mouth agape and eyes rolled back. The dark sword plunged straight into his heart. The remaining enemy next to him became frantic. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fear. Gripping his staff tightly, a dark spirit hovered in the air, his pitch-black eyes turning cold. Ariel summoned countless swords of dark power swirling around her. Damn. What is this? Where did this little creature come from? Ariel turned to look at Gazen over her shoulder. Her calm expression raised a question that made Gazan freeze, startled in her distraction. Swordmaster, what are you doing? Kill the remaining one.
Yep.
The enemy quickly used his staff to create a magic circle around him, his face glistening with sweat, clearly showing his fear. He threw the magic circle, resulting in a massive, blinding explosion. However, despite creating that explosion, he seemed unable to escape. His eyes instinctively widened in panic. Something cast a shadow over him, and Gazen soared into the air, the sword in her hand raised high. Her eyes lit up with a dangerous, determined light. She dove down, the sword slicing through the body of that guy like a shooting star shining in the sky. Now a sharp ray from the cut. Gazen calmly looked up, her brows furrowed, her expression becoming unreadable. Ariel quietly stood watching with her arms crossed, her face showing indifference. Then a voice rang out, causing her brow to raise slightly. Thanks for the help. At Gazen's gratitude, Ariel frowned, her hands tightening as she turned away without hesitation. Then she raised her voice. I do not need thanks from a lowly creature. But who are you? With the question posed, Ariel frowned. She spoke bluntly. Before leaving, Jan summoned me and told me to stay here. He must want me to fight in his place. That rude one. She is Jihan's summoned spirit. Gazen's eyes closed for a moment before she spoke honestly. I am grateful he did not run off recklessly with blind faith in his abilities. It seems like her emotions are a bit hurt. When will Jihan come back? She seemed silent for a moment, then declined thoughtfully. As for Ariel, with an unreadable expression, I am not sure. The summoning time is almost up, but it does not look like he is coming back. I guess we do not have to worry too much about him. Leaving this place, to another scene, where a familiar figure quietly knelt on the dark ground, kneeling among the corpses of many monsters that he probably defeated earlier. Surrounded by a gentle blue light, Jan looked up, his face darkening to an ominous extent, clearly showing discomfort through his furrowed brows and clenched teeth. Jihan's eyes suddenly widened, unsure if he was recognizing a large, dangerous creature silently approaching him from behind. Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? At that moment, his system interface appeared again, but it was bathed in red, a warning about the abnormal effect he received after being detected by the monster. Continuing with that story, the monster stood looming behind Jihan. While he stared blankly at the warning system, his eyes widened in confusion. It appeared when Jan calmly turned around. He murmured in wonder. It appeared when, before he could finish his sentence, a long, pink tongue shot straight toward Jihan. Fortunately, thanks to his agility, he quickly dodged that sudden attack. Jan looked up at it, his brows slightly furrowed, his hand instinctively reaching up to lightly rub his wound when he accidentally let its tongue touch his shoulder. Its venom made one side of his shirt smoke for a moment, while the skin underneath darkened. Having not seen it in a while, in front of him was a giant toad, its eyes covered in yellow, glowing in the dim space, with two protrusions on its head resembling horns. It was also known as the venomous toad. Going back to earlier times, in the quiet forest, scattered corpses lay on the ground being slowly consumed by poison. It wrapped around its prey with its tongue, the venom from its tongue seeping into his body. The poisonous frog, a forest monster that uses venom as its main weapon. Being a high-level monster, it rarely appears in the Silver Cup. In the low-level dungeons in Invest, only low-danger monsters show up. Jen raised his hand, squinting his eyes as he focused on the warning system panel in front of him, which was totally unsuitable for the Silver Cup. In front of him was a warning panel, indicating that an unusual poisonous state had been detected. All indicators dropped by 50%. And it was also using those annoying things. The skin of that poisonous frog revealed rough patches. Meanwhile, the comments started buzzing with chatter from the viewers. Check this out. I just arrived. What is going on? Is Jan in the silver cup checking this out? The monster suddenly stood up straight, its cheeks puffing out as if preparing for another attack. Jan's eyes immediately narrowed, tension gradually appearing on his face. It is. But as predicted, the poisonous frog opened its mouth wide, and countless venomous darts shot out, heading straight for him at lightning speed. Jan skillfully dodged each attack. He bent forward, his face set in determination as he glanced back at where the toxins hit the pillar, turning it black. Before Jan could catch his breath, the poisonous frog shot out its long, pink tongue toward him. Jan's grip tightened. It gradually turned black under the dark power of the sword he had just obtained, now in his hand. Just as the tongue of the poisonous frog lunged at him, Jan quickly used his sword to slice across, blocking its attack with the blade's surface. He was doing great. It felt like he was filming a martial arts movie. Jan's eyes narrowed in a focused gaze, mixed with determination. Its venom darts shot around him. He thought to himself, analyzing that although it could only attack within a certain range, was very fast, and its saliva was poisonous. He had to be careful not to touch it. Before Jan could act, his body suddenly froze. He glanced at his arm where an object was wrapping around it. The distance between the poisonous frog and Jan was quite far, but its tongue easily wrapped around him. It tightened, not even giving Jan a chance to evade. The monster's eyes began to glow with a bright yellow light, and its tongue started releasing green venom trying to reach him. Jan's face contorted in pain, his teeth clenched before letting out a soft cry of agony. He reached out his hand to summon the sword he had before, and without hesitation, he swung the blade straight at the tongue of the poisonous frog. The monster roared in excruciating pain. Its tongue was split into two parts. Jan raised his hand, staring at his throbbing hand. It was still slimy with the poison from the poisonous frog. The areas around Jihan's wrist turned red like they were burned, and smoke was rising from his hand. The monster stood firm on the ground, its mouth almost swelling again, as if it wanted to take revenge on him. Jihan clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed on the poisonous toad. The toad opened its mouth wide again, a sphere floating in its throat. The poison began to gather, making the sphere grow larger with each passing moment. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, its mouth widened as the sphere shot out, releasing the accumulated poison. Jihan stood frozen, his gaze immediately locking onto the massive sphere rushing toward him. The sphere hit the ground, the poison inside it unleashed. The poisonous toad calmly stared at the explosion it had just created. Suddenly, a sound echoed within the explosion, and its mouth involuntarily curled into a smirk as it glanced. Observing closely, it almost died. The smoke from the explosion gradually faded, revealing a determined figure standing firm amidst the surrounding poison. Jian's hand was gripping tightly in the air, keeping the protective shield tightly around himself. Comments in the stream appeared. Did he dodge it? Top thing survivors always say. I almost died. Inside his own protective shield, Jan slowly raised his head, his mouth unconsciously curling into a satisfied smile as he stared at each notification from the system appearing before him. If I had not used so many spells at once, I would be in big trouble. You have eliminated the two-headed wolf. All your stats increased by 30%, not backing down. Jan used his magic to create a dark energy enveloping the poisonous toad, which stared at him unaware of the impending danger. The power even changed the atmosphere. With no warning, countless dark blades formed in the air and shot straight at it. Each spike pierced through its body without yielding. After a brief moment, the dark energy around gradually dissipated, leaving the poisonous toad lying flat on the ground, its survival unclear. Jen watched it intently, observing every movement. Is that still not enough to kill it? It is really good at defending itself. Jen carefully noted each movement of the poisonous toad as it slowly stood up, facing him despite being severely attacked. Jen thought he should quickly finish it off. Before his thoughts could fully flow, he suddenly froze, staring in shock as the body of the monster began to swell, and the comments became lively once again. These were the buzzing voices. Jason Moonlight Boy commented asking what was wrong with him. Anoit commented that the poisonous toad was trying to attract its mate. Itzok commented. Wu commented, really? With the strange sight before him, Jen suddenly froze, his eyes wide open as he realized the scene before him. Thinking uncertainly, wait, this is its gaze glowing intensely, as if deep within that light, there is something truly difficult to handle. Although he realized it, Jen clearly had no chance to escape. Then, right in that area of the secluded forest, a loud noise echoed as it exploded. A lively commentary filled with unanswered questions followed. Director. What the hell? Rara. Hurry up and cast the immortality spell. Is the free water Tissu dead yet? Jan bent down, trying to support his body by driving his sword into the ground. Jan's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I did not expect it to self-destruct. At this moment, the system displayed another warning. It detected an abnormal state in Jan. Poisoned. All your stats are down by 90%. You have 5 minutes left to hold on. I should have killed it right away. Jan quietly stood up, his steps unsteady, breathing heavily. Luckily, the poison won't last long. I will wait until it is gone. Jan calmly looked into the silent void, his expression showing deep thought. Why is not the achievement window opening? I should be received a reward for killing all the green forest monsters. While he was still lost in his thoughts, a massive foot, covered in green, suddenly slammed down onto the dark ground. Jan froze, his gaze drifting backward, where something large seemed to cast a shadow over him. Before Jihan's eyes, a giant monster radiated power through the beams of light around it, with horns protruding from its head and eyes glowing brightly with dazzling light. Clear Beform commented, "Is a female really coming?" Clean State remarked, "Why are those 2 frogs in the silver cup?" My dear. Atmosphere suddenly changed, and his body trembled for no apparent reason. Killing another one while being poisoned is really dangerous. If I make a mistake and die, all my rewards will disappear. He crouched down, gripping the sword tightly to support himself. His mind raced with thoughts, both anxious and regretful. Yet, giving up like this would be too regrettable. Where else can men find the extra BEP? He suddenly looked up. Is that the sound of fighting? Jihan ignored the pain in his body, driven by an inexplicable determination as he opened the system map of his location. Wait, exactly where am I? Jihan focused on the system as it began to establish his location, his eyebrows raised in surprise. His lips curled into a smirk as he looked at where he was standing, then confirmed his position on the map, showing a green dot indicating he was alone in the forest. While the red dots were scattered around, Jan murmured, "It is time to head back." Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging elsewhere. An archer from the Angel team confidently shot arrows at the opponents. Each arrow hit precisely, creating a lethal blow that caused an enemy to fall. The archer beside her widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Be careful. Are you okay?" She gradually faded into the air, leaving behind a final source of blue light. On the battlefield right now, there are only 3 people left. Are 2 against 1 enemy. On the Angel team, the girl with the bow is thrilled after taking down 1 enemy, showing a victorious demeanor. Meanwhile, the girl with the staff beside her is extremely vigilant. Alright, we took down a warrior. The diversion guild is not that skilled. Right. Angel team. We have to keep going. Despite her appearance, in her mind, a map of everyone's positions is forming, her thoughts racing with carefully calculated plans. They said they were close to finishing them off. The Dimmick group is still fighting, so we need to take the upper hand here. The joy did not last long, as they were both wide-eyed in shock. A sound shattered the atmosphere. Before they could grasp what was happening, Jan suddenly leaped out from the forest, branches and bushes flying as a giant monster chased after him. The shock on their faces as Jan landed decisively right in front of them. The monster stayed close, not giving him a chance to distract it. The 2 girls widened their eyes, mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Jan showed no signs of fatigue, glancing over his shoulder, found it, focusing on the immediate situation. Jan, with an unwavering expression, called for help while the 2 girls behind were still stunned by the sight before them. Everyone, support me. About 5 minutes ago, Jan gripped the dark sword tightly, facing the massive poison toad alone. Now, Jihan looked up at the monster seriously, thinking he needed to lure it into a disadvantage. He would kill it if given the chance, but then he frowned slightly, doubts rising because the monster was not moving at all. But why was it so still? Under the chat frame, comments started rolling in. Wartesm commented, "What if he thinks it is a male toad?" T-Doctor commented, "Those toads have terrible eyesight." Sure enough, the guess was right. The forest monster now had an expression full of love, and the world around it turned pink. Jan saw this and felt helpless. His whole demeanor deflated, while comments nearby chimed in humorously. R commented, "Why is it blushing?" You guessed right. In a moment of silence, he suddenly swung his sword, the dark blade tearing through the night, striking straight into the mouth of the poisoned toad. Catching it off guard, the monster instantly became furious, opening its wide mouth. It fiercely chased after Jihan. He ran while muttering that he did not expect it to attack so suddenly. Back to the present. The Angel team in the distance gasped as they saw Jihan leading a forest monster. One person questioned, "Why is there a forest monster here?" Just then, the eyes of the poisoned toad lit up, its body trembling, and from it, layers of dark toxic gas spread out, enveloping the area. The toxic mist acted like an invisible net, trapping the entire Angel team, causing each person to cough up dark red blood. The system immediately reported that it detected an anomaly. Most members of the demon team were now paralyzed. Some were collapsing, others crawling, their voices weak and desperate. Poisoned. Damn it. I can breathe. At that moment, a member of the Angel team, the brown-haired girl, was painfully holding her mouth, her eyes wide, whispering with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is he out of his mind? Why did you bring that thing here? As she finished speaking, her gaze froze in horror at the dark sword, its cold aura surrounding her, sharp and chilling. So this sword belongs to Dahan. He calmly smiled arrogantly, raising the sword that glowed with a dark light, his voice cold and deep. Sorry, but I have to deal with you guys. While the poisonous toad was still dazed, Jan continuously swung the sword, slicing back and forth. After a while of fighting, his body became stable. The system immediately reported that the abnormal status and toxins had been eliminated. Jan smiled softly, feeling much more at ease now. He did not turn back to the two bodies behind him with a serious look, quietly thanking them. Thanks to you guys, I got some extra experience. The system coldly announced, double kin. Your stats have increased. Suddenly, the monster that had been left behind, its dark eyes bulging, was preparing to launch a fierce counterattack. Indeed, it roared, spewing a stream of green toxic slime, splattering like a poisonous rain. Hefjian had to leap to dodge. With agile movements, he spun in the air, avoiding the deadly attack. A fierce look crossed his face as he gathered energy for a strike. Shouting softly, third strike of the martial arts. Taking advantage of the monster's moment of vulnerability, Daihen gathered his strength, launching himself from above like thunder. The sword in his hand felt like a mountain weighing 1,000 pounds, executing a powerful downward strike that shook the sky. The archer player from the demon team stood by, astonished with his mouth agape. As he took down the toad, he was bewildered, opening the system panel filled with notifications, his heart racing. What on earth just happened? At that moment, a series of notifications flooded in. You have just defeated the poisonous toad. Your stats have increased significantly. The hidden mission to clear the forest has been completed. You have earned 10,000 achievement points. Jan skimmed through the rewards in the system panel, feeling a bit proud. Good. Putting in the effort in the forest was worth it. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a strange detail, his expression slightly puzzled. Before him, a new quest panel appeared, revealing the multitask quest tracking other players had been unlocked. Daihan felt a bit suspicious. After a moment of doubt, Jan looked towards the nearby archer of the demon team. Observing his worried demeanor, he spoke to this archer. Jen maintained a relaxed posture, letting his sword hang as he asked Vuvo, I was in the forest, so I do not know what is going on out here now. The archer player from the demon team hesitated briefly before replying. Gazen is mainly pushing the top lane, while the mid lane is stabilizing. We have lost in the bottom lane already, but luckily, he saved us. The archer player glanced at the soldiers closing in and quietly explained, we just need to take out those soldiers. Then we will move down to help them. Facing the aggressive soldiers, Dahan's voice rose steadily. Alright, he raised the dark sword high, his expression resolute, and declared decisively, then let us end this. Switching scenes to the mid lane, the mage player looked haggard, his eyes wide as he cried out in despair. Now, he could only struggle to dodge one spell after another. Completely powerless, unable to do anything, the evil mage player was now facing off against the opposing archer alone. Seeing that the guy kept hiding under the tower, he shouted angrily, stop cowering behind the tower like a coward. This is the mid lane in front of the angel team's tower. The opponent's mage was slightly irritated and replied, well, if you are jealous, go back to your own tower. Victor gritted his teeth, his determined gaze fixed on the enemy tower, which was riddled with cracks. Internally calculating that he just needed to take down that tower. No one could take him down while he was low guarding. Suddenly, as if he saw something, he froze and called out the name of the person in front of him, the Jihan. Upon hearing this, the mage at the tower panicked and turned around, exclaiming, what? He looked around in confusion for a long time, completely unaware of what was behind him. Victor had rushed in, his eyes filled with hunger, and after a moment of not seeing anything, he muttered in confusion, no one. Victor was truly foolish, only now realizing that the opponent was still hiding in the tower. Before he could strike, he was hit by a shot from the tower and immediately fell down, the fall painfully jarring. The angel team's mage looked at the opponent's pitiful state and sneered contemptuously, trying to play dirty. But the low guard here will suffer. Victor, in pain, raised his head, filled with helplessness. I can't do this alone. Gaining some courage, the angel team's mage raised his staff, his face briefly showing a fierce expression, his voice cold. But you have lived long enough. It is time for you to die. If you are foolish, you must bear the consequences. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his tower. Victor, in despair, immediately looked up at the sound, his eyes wide in astonishment at the sight before him. In front of his eyes was Gazon rushing toward the tower quickly. The evil team's mage exclaimed in shock, Gazon. The angel team's mage looked smug. You think I will fall for that again? The guy on the side. Gazon gathered all her strength, her gaze sharp, her figure soaring forward, carrying a terrifying energy. She poured all her effort into a fierce swing of her sword, and with one cold slash, the opponent's tower shattered and collapsed in an instant. The angel team's archer lost her shield, quickly turned her head in panic, and without hesitation, after the slash destroyed the tower, Gazon dashed to the other side, landing lightly on the ground, a booming explosion resonating behind her. Her gaze was cold as she turned her head slightly and commanded, "Move up." Gazin called out sharply, "Mage. Over here." Victor struggled to comply with the order, quickly raising his hand to cast fire round as the opposing archer had not reacted yet. He maintained a calm expression, and the magic in his hands erupted powerfully with each step. Then the inevitable happened. The place they stood erupted violently, unleashing a wave of shock after taking down the angelic sniper. Gazin approached, gently asking his teammate the mage, "Are you okay?" She maintained a resolute expression beside Ariel. Standing tall, Gazin then spoke up, "I think if we can handle the mid lane, everything will be easier for our side." Victor clasped his hands, looking up at Gazin with admiration, overwhelmed with emotion that Gazin had saved him. Suddenly, Jan and the demonic sniper rushed in, and he was momentarily surprised. Softly speaking, "You got here first." Gazin turned, surprised, calling out to Jihan. Victor frowned at Jihan's interruption, silently judging how he dared to intrude while he was alone with her. Jan, unfazed by the surroundings, stepped forward and softly apologized. "Sorry for taking so long. I owe you this time." Gazin replied with an indifferent expression. "Spirit, you have summoned me a lot." Ariel immediately shouted angrily, "I am not just any ordinary summoned spirit. You know." The demonic side noticed the angels merely standing on the altar to regenerate and felt a bit dissatisfied. They murmured among themselves, "By the way, it seems the angel team has given up. They are not even moving. We just need to get rid of the last low-level player." Jihan softly spoke, his tone meaningful. "I get it now. Not fast. Not slow." He let out a remark that left Gazin slightly confused. "Then you take care of it." Gazin called out to Jihan ahead with a hint of skepticism. "What does Jihan intend to do?" She watched him step straight into the enemy and shouted, "That is the healing spot." Suddenly, the angel team sniper resurrected, his face grim as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it. Those bastards are too strong." Another player from the angel team sat for a moment, then sighed, "You are here." "Our team is too weak." She looked at Jihan, stepping forward, thinking to herself, "We are going to lose anyway." "What? Why is he coming this way?" The guy next to him, seeing the futility, shouted, "Wait." There is nothing left here. Ignoring the surroundings, Jen was now enveloped in dark energy, exuding a bit of ferocity as he stepped closer with his sword raised. The angel team looked on, both suspicious and disdainful. Is he planning to attack? That is just hilarious. Just like those noobs. One of the angel team confidently remarked, "The barrier will protect us anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, Jen slowly swung his sword, striking the barrier of the angel team. The immense power caused the sturdy barrier to crack, leaving the angel team stunned. One player from the angel team exclaimed, "Hey, crazy guy. You can't attack here." Jihan smirked disdainfully at the barrier that was starting to break. "Oh really?" he replied with an indifferent expression, calmly saying, "I do not really understand the rules." Then he added a suggestive line, "I am a newbie after all." Suddenly, Jan remembered the mission as the system board appeared before his eyes. The mission of the Apostle's Relic. The Apostle's Relic Mission Chain 1. Destroy the Archangel's sword at the Angel faction base, and the Scythe of Death at the Demon faction base, to collect pieces of both sacred artifacts, for a reward of 20,000 achievement points. The artifact pieces can only be collected when they are at the enemy's base. Currently, one piece of the Archangel's sword is stitched together, and one piece of the Scythe of Death is stitched together. He then remembers the golem with its arm rising from the ground, its huge mouth looking incredibly grotesque. When I saw the title of the quest line, and the reward exceeding that of the jungle achievement, I knew it had to be related to the previous corpse golem mission. Of course, the difficulty was the biggest issue. Jan pondered, sketching the two swords, the angel sword and the Scythe of Death. Both of these items symbolize their factions, located where players respawn, protected by an indestructible shield. The line of thought continued. But they only said that. Then he, without any fear, swung his arm and struck the angel faction's barrier once more. Two angel faction players stood in the barrier, which was gradually cracking, their eyes wide, mouths uttering disbelief. No way. The crowd was stunned before the main pillar and the dazzling stone, jostling each other in panic. Each person's voice echoed continuously. "If it goes on like this, it will be destroyed." "Right. How can the shield be broken?" Still in shock, suddenly a blinding light shone, causing the angel faction's archer to turn his head in suspicion, his eyes revealing confusion and doubt. At that moment, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared before Jan, making him freeze and observe intently. A majestic figure, hands clasped, looking down at the crowd below. The dazzling aura radiating around was the embodiment of the Archangel. Her eyes gently opened, and a strange light appeared in her pale white eyes. Then those eyes seemed to be stimulated and widened, the pupils slowly narrowing. The system unexpectedly announced, "The Archangel was furious at your actions in her sanctuary." The aura around the Archangel spread wider, causing everyone below to be astonished. The demon faction mage behind Gazin was now fearfully clutching the staff, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Gazin remained relatively calm, although a bit shocked. He turned to signal the mission to his team. Let us just destroy their base first. Deep down, she secretly questioned Jihan's actions. What exactly are you doing? Without hesitation, Song raised his hand as if the Archangel had gathered all her strength, a massive force emanating and enveloping the surroundings. Instantly, the shield in front of the Angel faction's archer suddenly glowed, slowly regenerating, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The system announced that the Archangel had enhanced the sanctuary's shield. Seeing that, the Angel archer had a smug look on his face, pointing at Jan with a voice full of provocation and confidence. It is restored. The shield seems really strong. Beside him, another player hurriedly chimed in, sounding anxious. Don't he make a fool of yourself. Get out of the way. The crowd around was buzzing, commenting loudly, realizing the shield could be destroyed. Jihan was the one who shattered the shield. He managed to break it. What a pity. You were humiliated. Your face darkened, while Ariel stood by, cautiously glancing at you. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth, her voice tinged with disappointment at Jihan's increasingly cold gaze. Is that all you can do? It is actually impressive for a low-level player like you. Do not overthink it. Jan's voice was gentle yet firm. As Ariel looked on in confusion, she was right. It was quite sturdy. You felt a surge of energy. Your face brightened, one hand gripping the sword. You said with determination, I should give it my all. Somewhere there are 3 martial arts schools named after the gods in the nameless divine art. The images of the gods were majestic, each radiating their own power. One wielding the power of destruction, another the power of thunder, the thunder god, and the last one wielding the power of darkness, the dark god. Among those 3 gods, the dark god's power enveloped the world. Suddenly, Jan coldly uttered the words of the dark spirit. With that, a storm erupted, the power around the sword converging to an astonishing degree, creating a violent shockwave that shattered countless rocks around. With determined eyes, had all your strength enhanced to the limit, ready to charge forward. Within seconds, from hundreds of meters away, Jan lunged towards the barrier, his sword slicing straight into the newly formed barrier, sending shockwaves rippling out. The angelic archer was thrown back by the tremendous force, desperately clutching a pillar, shouting helplessly to his teammates. He was too fast to hold on, clinging to anything he could. Ariel watched the surging waves of power, witnessing the terrifying force before her, unable to believe it. She paused, unable to comprehend this power. The flow of power now intertwined between darkness and light, one side defending while the other attacked. With a determined look, focused your strength into the barrier, gritting your teeth to encourage yourself. Just a little more, just a bit more. Suddenly, in front of Jan, everything seemed to slow down, and he found it hard to believe. Immediately, a system notification appeared quickly. The damage to the temple had enraged the Archangel, and the barrier that just regenerated shattered. Perhaps the Archangel was truly angry. She extended her hand, a torrent of power preparing to attack Jian. The one disrupting the Archangel's barrier would be personally punished for their arrogant challenge. With eyes sharp enough to pierce through you, the Archangel rushed forward, icy energy swirling around her body like a storm. Jan remained calm, determination to fight to the death evident in his eyes as he continued focusing on breaking the barrier. Channeling all his inner strength, Jan finally succeeded in shattering the barrier into countless fragments. The enemy's main house became weak after losing the barrier, and the explosive energy around the altar slowly flickered out as the smoke cleared. His figure appeared somewhat battered, but still strangely dignified. The system unexpectedly announced that the player Jihan had achieved a pentakill. Exhausted, Jihan wiped off the dust, his face showing a hint of joy despite feeling like he might die. The system promptly displayed the content. The game ended with the victory of the evil faction. The evil faction is in chaos. Some are stunned, others are excited. Comments are filled with astonishment, all about the unbelievable outcome. They won. In front of the shattered altar of the angel faction, a flood of praise comments appears. That pentakill was insane. Did he really destroy it? For real? He made history both in the jungle and today was a shield. Every time he plays, he sets a record. So I am not surprised anymore. Jihan loves right. Jihan love. The scene shifts to Caesarou, who is intently reading each comment that appears. The number 1 in the US wants to pay him $500 million. Right. Good thing he did not take the white lightning. Don't say that. Her gaze briefly hinted at something. Thinking to herself, Jihan's ride. Caesarou slowly looks back at the destroyed altar, contemplating with each step. You really destroyed the opponent's base shield. It is hard to believe that a silver tier player like him could jungle. He always has unpredictable moves. Then she thinks of Jan's figure along with the one called the Sword King. He could even surpass the Sword King. Caesarou then helplessly leans back in her chair, thinking that she must do her best to recruit him. Being an ordinary staff member makes it even harder to approach him. Her expression turns thoughtful as she wonders if there is a natural way to get close. At that moment, a staff member appears in front and greets her. Good morning, Guild Leader, politely replies. Good morning. Let us work productively. She then walks confidently. However, Caesaroo has been watching and gives a dark glance at Hound, plotting something bad. I have an idea. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper with a spacious view, the system suddenly displays a notification that you have achieved a pentakill in a hidden mission, and you have earned achievement points. You have completed the hidden mission to destroy the sanctuary. You have earned achievement points. You ranked first in the invasion game. The reward increases GP by 50%. Jan exclaims and ponders that there are more rewards than he thought. He gazes at the system board and thinks to himself that quest items are distributed automatically, with a reward of 20,000 achievement points. Note: you can only acquire the sacred relics after they are in the opponent's possession. The Shard of the Archangel's Sword. The Scythe of Death. As long as I get the opponent's sacred relic. Suddenly a voice appears. Surprising Ji-han. When you hear the voice say Ariel, you turn to compliment her. You have talent. You did well today. I owe you this time. Ariel remains silent for a moment before softly asking, Who are you? Jan looks a bit bewildered. Ariel calmly explained. The power you used to break the shield. Jan touched the back of his neck, his tone somewhat evasive. He thought to himself. He could not tell her that it was a martial art he learned before regressing. Oh no. Then, seeing Ariel's face gradually darkening as if in thought, Jan said, It is hard for me to explain. It relates to my innate talent. The Jihan, not seeing Ariel respond, questioned with suspicion. But why are you asking? Before he could finish, a dark aura suddenly appeared before him, countless swords infused with dark magic, controlled by Ariel, surrounded Jihan. He looked at the scene before him, somewhat shocked. What is she suddenly doing? Ariel, with a serious expression, raised her hand to control the power, her voice urging with a command. Quickly tell me how you gained that power, you lowly human. The Jihan, feeling he was about to lose his life, frowned and spoke out in protest. I do not know why she suddenly did this. But with Ariel's dangerous expression, he voiced his doubts. Did she desire this power so much that she was willing to go this far just to threaten me? After a moment of silence, Ariel clarified, That power belongs to my own body. She spoke each word powerfully as Jai-Hun's gaze shifted. The skill you just activated is the power of the Dark Queen. Jan was taken aback, his inner self struggling to believe it. The power of the Dark Queen. Seeing his skepticism, Ariel calmly illustrated an image of herself wielding magic. That dark magic is extracted from the purest dark energy. That wave is very similar to my power, she continued, explaining coolly. As far as I know, there is only one way to mimic the power of a constellation. Finishing her sentence, Ariel quickly returned to the topic, asking firmly, Tell me, how did you obtain that power? Jan did not rush to respond, his guarded expression studying her as he silently contemplated. The Black Spirit Spiral is the name of the nameless divine technique I learned in my past life. He imagined the similarities between Ariel and the martial god Traveler, secretly questioning, the technique of the martial god Traveler and the Dark Queen seems identical. What is the relationship between those two constellations? After a moment of deep thought, Jan helplessly bowed his head and softly replied, I want to explain too, but I do not know what to say now. Ariel frowned, her tone slightly reproachful. You should have seen it. Jan interrupted. My talent is gone. He calmly raised his hand to explain. I do not know why, but the constellation I made a pact with took it away. I guess I am the only player who lost their talent. Seeing the disbelief on Ariel's face, Jan then said, If you do not believe me, do you want to see my status window? Ariel did not answer his question but was curious. What was that talent called? He calculated silently, thinking he could only reveal that much. Quickly, Jan replied, Eye of the Traveler. Ariel was astonished, her expression darkening. With a serious face, she furrowed her brows and said, That is still suspicious. Suddenly, Ariel calmed down, gathering the magic around her, her voice steady. But fine. I will let you off this time. Jan sat on the bed, anxious, and when everything seemed to settle, he sighed in relief, thinking she might blow up his house. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the phone lighting up on the shelf. It was a call. At that moment, Jihan answered the phone. Hello. The voice on the other end echoed back. His uncle sounded confused. Han pressed the phone to her ear, her voice a bit worried as she asked, I just watched the news. What happened? She looked at the computer screen showing Jihan and spoke in dissatisfaction. All the pages are reporting about you. Wait, if you had told me earlier, I would have recorded it and posted it right away. Jihan on the other end responded with a cryptic expression. Really? Han on the other end was a bit excited. His anxious voice revealed that thanks to him, our guild's channel now has more content to work with. I am worried lately we have been uploading too much content about Battle.net. Jen replied modestly. It is not a problem. After all, it is your guild's channel. Han responded in surprise. Oh my. What do you mean? The more diverse the content, the better. Right. You even have a cafe just for fans. Hearing that, Jen was taken aback. A calf for fans. Han nonchalantly continued. And there is one more thing. She started. I want to ask you for a favor. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene shifted to a dark, quiet workshop. Inside, a girl was tied to a chair. Suddenly footsteps approached. A middle-aged bald man wearing sunglasses smiled as he approached. He said, "Finally caught you." Not hearing her respond, he smirked teasingly. "You hid pretty well." The bald man looked Han up and down, mocking her. "Isn't this the leader of the guild division?" One of his lackeys on the left spoke up. "Yep. The big guilds currently collaborating with the division are paying her a lot of money," the bald man said with a smug tone. Hands still in his pockets. Good. Good. If we make good use of her, we will be rich in no time." Han, angered, shouted, "You think you can get away with this, despite being at a disadvantage?" Her voice still echoed. "If you think I will cooperate, you are sorely mistaken. I did not become the guild leader to serve you." The bald man still did not get angry, just smiled and taunted. "If you still have the energy to shout, keep going." I found him so shameless that she cursed angrily. "The scoundrel. It is really annoying to see you trash act so superior. Why are you wearing sunglasses at night? Trash. Bald scumbag." The lackey beside him noticed his boss' unchanged expression and his face change. It is hard to believe that such a beautiful girl could make the bald man look so strong that he was crying, to the point where one of his lackeys had to come over and comfort him. Another lackey then stepped up and yelled, "Can you shut up? He is not bald. He just shaves it." Saying this, he boldly threatened in the decrepit workshop, "If you are expecting someone to come rescue you, sorry," the lackey said proudly. Boasting, "This abandoned building does not even show up on the map. Jabez is useless here. So if you do not want to die." Just as he finished speaking, Jan's figure appeared behind him. He spoke up, catching the lackey off guard. "Found you." The group heard the commotion and turned to look at Jan. Han was a bit surprised and quietly exclaimed. Jan did not respond but calmly loosened his tie, preparing for the fight. Seeing him get ready to strike, the bald man and his lackey hurriedly pulled out their guns. The lackey questioned, "The Jihan, what should we do?" The bald man, sensing the urgency, shouted, "Damn it. Shoot." The three men, relying on their guns, rushed toward you without any preparation. Suddenly, a bullet nearly hit Jan's eye. But before anything could happen, his eye turned red, and the bullet stopped in midair. At that moment, all the bullets fired at Jihan were held back by him with one hand using his power. Everything remained unchanged. Seeing that guns were ineffective against Jihan, the group panicked and dropped their weapons. One of them cursed, calling him a monster. Then, the bald man, feeling desperate, pulled out his trump card, a massive cannon. He shouted bravely while his henchmen looked on in admiration, "Go big or go home." The bald man pulled the trigger along with the cannonball, saying, "I will blow you in this building away." Jihan, with a vigilant expression, watched the cannonball fly toward him, but in an instant, he waved his hand, redirecting the projectile back at the group. The bald man looked up in confusion. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion where the three men had been standing, and flames erupted fiercely. Over here, Jan finished dealing with it and approached Hyan, smiling brightly. "Did you forget to ask if she is okay?" Lai Han looked confused, her tone curious. "How did you find me?" "They said GPS would not work," Jan replied honestly. He rummaged in his jacket pocket for a while, then immediately pulled out a brand new fancy phone. Jan excitedly introduced, "Thanks to Space 23's super accurate piece, I was able to find you." Standing behind, could not help but cover her mouth in admiration. "Isn't that the new Space 23 with a foldable screen and shockproof casing?" She did not stop there, continuing as if she had researched it for a long time. "It is more durable and smoother than other foldable phones on the market. Order your Space 23 today." Jan displayed a commercial expression and a promotional gesture. That is how an advertisement is born. His image froze on the screen, transitioning from the advertisement video. Han could not contain her excitement and stood up to applaud. Gan, on the other side, was laughing silently, while Jan's expression was grim. "Hooray. Brother X, you are truly a genius at acting." At that moment, I could not help but jump up, shaking, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Uncle, you are really an amazing actor. You should consider becoming a performer." He was so exasperated that he seriously wiped away his tears before speaking. Then Jan sat up straight in his chair, coldly stating, "I have done as you requested. But is not this advertisement going downhill?" Han immediately turned to point and rebutted, "Not all." Meanwhile, I was not paying attention. "Can we rewind that? I need to see it again." "Just wait." Suddenly, Han pulled out a shiny foldable phone from somewhere, looking commercial as she introduced, "Do you know how amazing this phone is? They used the Akashic Scroll to create it. And of course, the Akashic Scroll is an S-grade item that can be obtained through a platinum cup. It is so high-end that the system board has to light up the Akashic Scroll and Contains all the multidimensional information from the early days of Battle Elite. No one knows how to use it because of that strange description. Its price skyrocketed after a company figured out how to use it to enhance their electronics. Ariel, listening on the side, voiced her dissatisfaction. They are using the Akashic scroll on that scrap. Hound, listening from afar, got angry. The scrap Jihan also turned around, calling out to Ariel in doubt. Ariel did not pay attention, floating in mid-air and looking down with disdain. Just as expected from those lowly humans. What a waste of a rare item. Hearing Ariel speak, he felt curious. Is there any other way to use it? Ariel replied calmly, of course. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the conversation. Han ignored Ariel and turned towards the source of the noise. She spoke up, saying the filming crew had arrived. A voice from the side spoke up, asking to let him open the door. Jin also stood up, sounding bored, asking what they were filming today. Han excitedly replied, a practice film. I want to shoot a scene of you training at the Sword Pavilion. She continued. Oh right, I forgot to mention. I smiled. Introducing. The content editing team from the Guild Division is here today to help us with the filming. As soon as she finished speaking, 3 others walked in, led by Sizru. Without waiting, she greeted. Hello, Song. He paused, sensing the strange atmosphere. Shizuru's eyes were now enchanting, surrounded by an alluring aura. She softly spoke. I am Ju Unj from the content editing team of the Guild Division, hoping to collaborate with you. While Jihan was still lost in thought about Shizuru's figure, Han suddenly called out. The Jihan, hearing the call, jumped in surprise. Oh yes, you have finally come to your senses. Jihan asked Han. Do we need a post-production team for filming too? She awkwardly replied. Actually, suddenly, Shizuru beside her interrupted. At this moment, she was shyly and modestly positioned. I volunteered for this. You know, I am a fan of yours. I really wanted to meet you in person. So I asked Guildmaster Leihan. After her sincere introduction, Shizuru cheerfully extended her hand towards Jihan. Can I shake your hand? The situation was a bit awkward, causing him to hesitate at first, but he quickly responded happily. Of course. Suddenly, Shuru sensed a fresh energy around them. This made her laugh just in an instant. It felt like an electric shock coursed between Shizuru and Jihan, causing her to shiver, and the system notification displayed a message. You are not allowed to approach this target. Shuru was stunned, standing still for a few seconds with a blank stare, not understanding why this was happening at that moment. To break the awkward silence between them, Hazian asked a question that startled both of them, causing them to quickly pull their hands back. Shall we head to the training room? She quickly asked for help. The Jihan, please lead the way. And he readily agreed. Yep. Please follow this path. Jihan and Han went ahead, leaving Shizuru behind, with thoughts flashing through her mind. What was that just now? I have never seen a notification like that when using this ability. It works on the Sword King too. Shizuru felt a wave of unease in her heart. She kept pondering the earlier incident with him. The Jihan. What exactly are you? The scene then shifted to his car. Her face looked worn out, accompanied by frantic screams. Jihan saw this and quickly encouraged her. That is right. Keep going. Just a little more. You can do it. His car was struggling. I can't take it anymore. Han was amazed by his abilities. She began broadcasting on television. Did you see her muscles? Everyone was buzzing with excitement. What were her stats like in the training room? A normal high school student is not so normal after all. Her powers were already extraordinary. Han then turned to Jihan and asked, what exercise is it doing? He shared with the audience that it was trying to build her endurance. She was sweating profusely from the endurance training. And finally, all of his efforts paid off. Now she had completely transformed, looking fit and strong. A long-awaited dream. This is a rare stat that can be achieved when reaching 10 on the max P before reaching level 10. It will double that of P performance. The television audience was also in awe of her muscular physique. Absolutely stunning, no way. This is really hard. The filming continued. Han kept asking about these stats, so that the audience could understand better. The effect is simple but amazing. However, I had never heard of endurance stats before. Then, Jihan explained this process in detail. Within 100 days, Awakening has a condition that must be fulfilled, so very few people achieve this stat. No matter how difficult it is, he still has a strong hope in her, but I am sure it can do it with the guild's muscle support. And besides, you have a bit of pride, and my enthusiastic guidance too. Jihan's absurdity made it visibly uncomfortable. Just end me already. The discussion became heated again after hearing him talk. You had her train and then treated her. I feel like I am having deja vu. But it feels more like a gym training session than Batnet training. I thought they were supposed to fight in an arena or something. The car is really annoying. This is torture. Jan is teasing her. You are not going to die. The car. At this moment, Hazian hesitates as she looks at the list of questions in front of her. Hesitating, the Jihan. Can you show us your daily training schedule? He quickly agrees to this request. Then I will show you my private training room. Awesome. The audience is left in awe at the spacious environment here. So curious. Are you sure the electric sword is safe? Suddenly, Hazen looks confused. Glancing around the empty room, she is utterly surprised. There is nothing here. Jen then confidently states.
Yep.
I do not need any equipment. Suddenly, Ariel appears. Her sharp gaze fixed on him. Ariel. She asks. Why do you want me to do that?
Yep.
He thought. She should go all out attacking me. Ariel does not care about the reason. But she has to comply. She approaches Jihan, the arrogant mortal, and swiftly flies toward him, shouting, You better be ready this time. Jihan gets into a stance to dodge Ariel's attack, standing on his toes as if about to jump. Sure enough, wherever she strikes, he carefully dodges to avoid her hits. Jihan and Ariel are getting closer, the distance between them narrowing. Just then, she smiles, as if calculating something in her head. The scene looks quite ominous. Jen jumps high, extending his arms forward to catch Ariel. Suddenly, her face pales. Her eyes deep in thought. Jan, with a cold expression, radiates an aura intertwined with Ariel's magic. He places a heart sticker on his thumb, leaving her stunned and confused by his action. It turns out Jihan wanted to stick that on Ariel's forehead, but without her approval. It infuriates her. Ariel shouts at him, You arrogant fool. Jan chuckles. That was pretty close. He feels a bit disappointed after witnessing his performance with Ariel. Is that it? He replies casually.
Yep.
That is all. The television audience is just as curious. Everyone wonders. Did something just happen? I did not see anything at all. How is not quite satisfied with the show they just witnessed. She hints to Jihan. Are you going to practice anything else? That was too quick for us to catch. Ariel, frustrated, mocks these people. Truly a lowly breed. Their vision is horrendous. What is it? At the same time, Shuru has been following everything from start to finish. She is astonished, unable to believe it. She recalls what just happened between Jihan and Ariel. That attack was aimed straight at the blind spot, but he used his strength on the last string to stop it. Is that even possible? Suddenly, Shizuru immediately remembered the important item she had brought in her bag. I brought the Akaz roll just in case. She sighed in relief, glad she brought it. That Akaz roll might be very useful for Shizuru. So she hugged her bag tightly, gathering her courage. She stepped into the room where he was sitting. Shizuru called out to Jihan. She shyly approached him. She gently asked if she could help Jihan. I think we need to fix the mic a bit. I will help you. Hearing this, Jihan immediately stood up and leaned in for Shizuru to help him.
Yep.
She calmly said, Just wait a moment. While fixing the mic for Jihan, that strange air appeared once again. Shizuru felt as if she were mesmerized. Her expression was one of shock. The notification system was re-established. The special ability of Ito Shizuru. Beauty that can sway nations. Skill to charm others and control their minds. This is a supportive ability similar to Lion's nurturing. At that moment, something in Shizuru's bag suddenly began to glow strangely. This Akaz roll shrank the space around them to just the two of them. The aura began to spread throughout the room, enhancing the effect of the supportive ability. The atmosphere became truly romantic. Shizuru suddenly looked up with her sparkling eyes at Jihan's radiant face. Thoughts began to fill her mind. I used the Akaz roll and still failed. Her face showed some worry. Even the Sword King would not be this tough. What is going on? Suddenly, Jihan's voice startled Shizuru. After that, she was able to gather her thoughts. She smiled at him. Jihan also looked back at her with a warm gaze. He gently asked, What is your name? Their conversation had not gone on for long when a car suddenly interrupted them. A girl peered in to watch them from outside the door. She witnessed the intimate scene between Jihan and Shizuru and was a bit shocked. Seeing them laughing and talking together made the girl feel incredibly annoyed. Is that uncle asking for a girl's number? Moreover, the girl noticed the affectionate look Jihan gave to Shizuru, which made her think, what is with that face? It is the first time I have seen him like this. He did not even pay attention to someone like Han. While she was pondering, Han had also caught on to what was happening. I thought he did not like dating. Han was equally stunned. Her face darkened. Oh my. Turns out he knows how to ask for a girl's number. He said he did not even know his own number. Back to the conversation between Jihan and Shizuru. She handed him her number. Here's my number. His cheeks suddenly turned bright red. Thank you. She must be really flustered. But please let me know anytime. She excitedly giggled. Oh my. I am a fan of yours. So I am very willing, Shizuru thought to herself, rushing towards Jihan. He really is not someone who trusts easily. At that moment, she switched to a mode of assessing her opponent, putting on a smile. But internally she had many tricks up her sleeve. Seeing how he did not kneel before her, it was clear he was not hypnotized. It was frustrating that being submissive did not work on the Sword King. And he was the same way. Shizuru silently began to devise a plan to charm Jihan. Minkan was gaining trust. The sky gradually darkened, revealing the scene of a high-rise building with lights still flickering through the windows. A man with a refined demeanor appeared. He wore a black suit and exuded an impressive aura. It turned out to be Jihan's silhouette. I was surprised to see him dressed so neatly and immediately asked, "Uncle, what is going on?" She was so curious that she asked him rapidly. It seemed he was not out for work. But this was the first time she had seen him in a suit. "Who are you going to meet?" "The editor's sister from yesterday." Jihan suddenly stood still, as if he had heard all her questions. He then announced that Sia was coming today. Jihan spoke with caution. He did not want to disclose this to "It is nothing. Just eat. Do not wait for me." Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving her standing there in confusion. Her eyes reflected some doubt about Jihan's unusual behavior. What the hell? sadly whispered to herself. It is like he won tea come back. The street below was still bustling with traffic, the lights shining down creating a magical glow. Shizuru was focused on the messages between her and Jihan. Oh my. She was gazing at her phone, lost in happiness while Takeda stood beside her observing. He finally spoke up. "Oh my," he cheerfully asked. "Do we really need to reveal our identities this early?" Shizuru explained to Takeda. "If a player at Seong Jihan's level, we never know when the hypnosis might wear off. Don't you know even the Sword King can get lost if we do not check on him regularly?" He stammered. "That is true." Takeda appeared hesitant. He expressed his opinion. "You even used a KES, so it certainly won't be easy," Shizuru bluntly replied. "Forget it." She told him not to worry unnecessarily and to follow the plan. She added, "Even if things get complicated, our shadow will appear." After discussing everything, Takeda reluctantly agreed to Shizuru's wishes. Just then, Jihan arrived at the meeting. He politely said, "Hello, sorry for being late." He stood still, looking a bit puzzled. She had been waiting for a long time. Jihan felt strange about Takeda's presence. He spoke up. "Takeda." Jan began to have doubts. "What brings you here?" He awkwardly replied. "You see, to avoid revealing my identity." Shuru quickly cut in. "Don't mind Takeda, Jan," she said, resting her hands on the table, her gaze warm. "He is here to help me with my work. The more it goes on, the more confusing it gets." Jan was stunned. "Help? It isn't." Shizuru shot up, speaking clearly to him with a very sinister expression. "That is right. Taking you to Japan is my job." She immediately ordered Takeda. "Takeda." He quickly complied. Yep. He immediately pulled out the Akashic scroll from his coat pocket. Takeda tightly grasped this item and began to read the incantation. "Let us change emotions together." This powerful magical pressure was about to envelop Jan's body. He was still in a daze, unaware of what was about to happen. At that moment, Shizuru revealed her malicious expression. She had planned this for a long time. Takeda's talent was extremely useless in actual combat, but when he acted alongside her, it would create a super strong resonance. She presented very reasonable and convincing deductions. One talent allows him to share his emotions with the target. Exchange. If we combine the exchange with the Akashic scroll, he won't be able to refuse me anymore. Jen remained motionless, waiting for Takeda's trick to take effect. "It is over now." The Jihan. Suddenly, the Akashic scroll flew out of Takeda's hand, leaving him stunned. He gaped, wondering why the Akashic scroll suddenly moved. Only then did Jan make his counterattack. He flicked his fingers lightly. Takeda looked quite ridiculous then. He seemed confused and pretended not to understand anything. Jan could not watch this act anymore, so he mocked. "I am wondering why so many players are hired by this ordinary man." Indeed, all along, he had seen through all of Shuru's schemes, and was just waiting for the right moment to bring down the curtain. "You are hiding some interesting things, are not you?" Ito Shizuru. At that moment, Shuru could not help but be shocked as she realized the plan was exposed. She was stunned and could not believe it. "Hypnosis. Is it ineffective?" Shizuru decided not to hide anymore. She began to reveal her true self. "Have you been pretending from the start?" Not only that, but he also knew her identity. "This is not good." Jen immediately shot back. "Who knows, I have to answer your questions." Saying that, he stepped closer to her, emphasizing that her abilities had no effect on him. He threatened Shizuru, his gaze deadly. "I do not want to cause chaos in the restaurant, so you would better be quiet and follow me." Since Jihan had pushed her to this point, Shizuru had no choice but to unleash a new strategy. She changed her tone rapidly. "This is my mistake. I should have pretended after gathering information about him." She pressed him. "But Jihan, did you notice the shadow of a stranger flickering behind you? I still have one move left." Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the room, and the electric lights blazed brightly, illuminating the entire space. Both of them jumped out of the glass door. Gato Akari charged at Jihan with her sword. It seemed she anticipated this would happen, so he had also armed himself with a sword to counter her attack. The scene was now extremely tense, like a duel between swordsmen. Jihan was instantly pinned to the ground by Gato Akari. A massive explosion erupted right before his eyes, shaking the very earth. Now, Jihan was left with only a thin shirt on his body. He appeared through the thick dust, his body covered in scratches and wounds. He struggled to open his eyes and look around. Jihan was subconsciously unaware of where he was. He wondered what this was. Gato Akari stood there, her cloak completely concealing her face. She stood boldly in front of him, ready with her weapon to attack Jihan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A killer, from the tall building. Takeda and Shizuru were closely watching the fight. Shizuru smugly thought to herself that bringing her along was indeed a wise decision. She seemed to have carefully planned this move. Akari's specialty is ambush and assassination. When a situation needs to be resolved secretly, she is the best choice. Back to the fierce battle between Jihan and Gato Akari. His face showed a hint of worry. This was getting harder. He began analyzing her every move from earlier. The way she moved. She was at least a gold tier, or perhaps even diamond tier. Jian seemed to be at a disadvantage. He appeared to be a bit complacent about the opponent's plan. I did not expect them to prepare this well. Truly a formidable enemy. Idol Shizuru. But thanks to Jihan's quick thinking, he immediately devised a clever plan. Not bad at all. I have also prepared for this. Just as he finished speaking, Takeda received an urgent message. He hurriedly reported back to Shizuru. Oh my. He held up the screen displaying the scene with Gato Akari for her to see. Her face was filled with panic. The view from Sansan was being broadcast on BAT. Shizuru was also taken aback by this. She frowned, showing her astonishment. Memories from the past flooded back to her mind. That day was the first meeting between Jihan and Shizuru. Today, the editing team from the Fine Cog Guild will help us. It turned out that Ariel sensed something was off at that time, and quickly notified Jihan. Something was wrong. He pressed her for details. She replied, that woman. Ariel saw the mesmerizing item in Shizuru's bag. She was hiding the Akashic scroll in her bag. Jihan was stunned at that moment. The Akashic scroll. It seems Ariel knows a lot about it. She briefly introduced this item to you. The real purpose of the Akashic scroll is to amplify the effects of supportive talents. It is not meant to generate electricity. I do not know what she wants to do with it, but the fact that she possesses a rare item is suspicious. Ariel carefully reminded Jihan about the girl standing in front of him. Be careful. Back then, a voice suddenly came from that room. Let us take a break before we continue. At that moment, Jan was sitting alone in a corner, still troubled by Ariel's earlier words. Isn't it unusual for an ordinary employee to own such a valuable item? Why did she bring it with her? Just then, Shizuru appeared right in front of her, smiling and greeting her. Hey Jihan. You are getting close to Jihan. I think we need to adjust the mic. Is that okay? He agreed immediately. Alright. At that moment, Jen also noticed a strange divine aura emanating around here. He stared, unable to believe what was happening. The system had just displayed a series of notifications that Shizuru had attempted to charm him. He looked bewildered at the words flashing before his eyes, feeling a bit skeptical. Idol Shizuru. Jen then remembered. A fleeting image of this name was connected to an event in the past. This name belonged to the woman who had seduced Jun Sejin. Soon after, Shuru used her charm to get closer. Jan. He was sweating profusely. His expression became extremely tense. He clenched his fists, trying to break free from this magical trick. I need to focus. Otherwise, I will be enchanted. I must stay calm. Jan's body began to establish a protective mechanism, an unnamed divine skill. Mental energy. He struggled to keep himself together, his mind overcoming the physical. Jan thought to himself, Idol Shizuru. The more he thought, the stranger this situation felt. How could she get here without the Sword King accompanying her? I want to expose her identity, but considering how well she hides herself, I do not think it will be easy to uncover her. At that moment, Shizuru called out to Jihan. Finally, he made a split-second decision to pretend to be enchanted. What is your name again? Jan's eyes glinted with killing intent. He was plotting in his mind for the moment she revealed her true nature. Sharing this first-person perspective skill allows you to live stream what you are seeing on Bata. I have to make sure she won't escape. These events were all part of Jihan's plan. He recorded all of Shuru's dirty deeds and streamed them online. Honestly, I am worried you might find out. He then showed a smug expression. I think my acting skills are not too bad. After watching this footage, everyone was buzzing. Utterly stunned. What is going on? Is this real? I just got here. Can someone explain this? I think the Japanese are trying to hypnotize Jihan to make him leave. But they failed. Was that the skill Takeda just used? This topic is trending. Jihan raised his voice. What is it? Shizuru and Ariel are slowly confronting Shizuru to teach her a proper lesson. Just looking for the Sword King is not enough. Right, do you think that silly hypnosis trick would work on me? Without me, you would have fallen into the trap. The Sword King is hypnotized. What the hell is going on? Takeda is standing here, also confused. He is trembling. Oh my. Akari. Shizuru is not giving up yet. She quickly orders Gato Akari. Follow the plan. She immediately complies. Yep. Madam. Gato Akari is ready with her weapon, just waiting for the command to strike at Jihan. She glares, preparing to charge in for the attack, as the lady wishes. Even if I have to cut off all your limbs, I must catch you. Jen shows no fear and fires back. Is she complimenting me or what? Ariel crosses her arms and replies. Are you really asking that? Jihan does not understand Gato Akari's words, so he resorts to a translation app. Lettuce, a translation tool. A beam of light suddenly flashes past him like a gust of wind. That is Gato Akari's magic. She made her move while he was hesitating and unable to react instantly. Jen regains his courage. He grabs his sword and charges into battle, but unfortunately, she dodges his strike just in time. Jihan realizes something is off. A shadow. Gato Akari's presence has vanished in an instant. She immediately creates an illusory scene surrounding Jihan. Is this another barrier? She appears extremely confident, declaring, "You are indeed as strong as the rumors say. But I am the assassin. You can't win against me in the dark. The darkness is on my side." With that, Gato Akari strikes towards Jihan. Contrary to her arrogance, he still has the strength to end this battle quickly. In the darkness, Gato Akari thinks to herself, "He can block all my attacks. I need to finish this quickly." The darkness envelopes the space outside, and suddenly her expression shifts in surprise. What? She is startled. Her darkness is being drawn away. Jan is the one who did this. And he smirks mockingly. The darkness is on your side. Gato Akari is left stunned as the barrier shatters completely. The battle is still fierce, and they decide to face off against each other. Jan presses his sword towards her. What a coincidence. I am the same. The announcement appears once again. The solar eclipse's grade dark talent expands the darkness barrier and absorbs the enemy's darkness. Gato Akari can no longer delay. She kicks straight into Jan's stomach. The force sends him flying away. She taunts as she presses the advantage. Surprised. You made a sarcastic remark. I told you to prepare well. The company is coming. Time now rewinds 2 hours. Jan stroked his chin. His eyes lost in thought. That is strange. The achievement vault has been upgraded to level 6. Gift rewards have been added. This month's Dream Realm item has been included. You read intently on the screen, thinking you could sort these things out before meeting Ito Sezuru. But you still had not gotten anything useful. Dream Realm item. What is that? Suddenly, Jan's eyes lit up, as if he were captivated by something. Ariel beside him felt confused. What are you doing? Daihan smiled. I used to be a professional gambler. At this moment, the screen displayed the message. You have purchased a special Dream Realm item for this month. The chance to receive a talent has been activated. We're incredibly excited. Could I also obtain a talent from the Dream Realm item? Awesome. The screen then showed a notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent of dexterity. Seeing this, you felt a bit disheartened, thinking you did not need it. The system continued to announce a constellation. The Dark Queen spent a large amount of money to replace the item in the bed. Jay stared at the screen, his expression a bit puzzled. The dexterity item has been replaced with the shadow of sun and moon. Ariel stood beside him, equally upset on his behalf. She shouted angrily, "What is this? Are you out of your mind?" She bluntly scolded Jan. "How could you give that lowly creature to the shadow of sun and moon? If you keep giving things like this, you will ruin the balance of power." Just then, an information panel appeared, indicating this was also an S-level talent. It seems the Dark Queen wants me at all costs. Shadow of sun and moon, S-level talent. The power of the constellation, and the Dark Queen expands the dominion of darkness and absorbs the darkness of the enemies. Absorbing darkness will enhance the eclipse effect of the Dark Sword. If you manage to get the Dark Queen to support you, your talent level will increase by 1. It seems the Dark Queen wants me at all costs. Ariel continued to shout at Jan, despite him trying to cover his ears to avoid hearing. Moreover, this skill will allow you to become a constellation. Jan suddenly turned around, pressing her. What did you say? You wondered. I thought a constellation is born as a constellation. Does that mean I can also become a constellation if I am strong enough? Ariel's being arrogant. Talking to you about this is pointless. She thought to herself. What was she thinking giving you that power? The door to the room creaked open, and someone was about to step inside. Sure enough, Askar burst into the room right after. She asked, Uncle, what are these things? Askar found it strange and kept greeting Jan. You have never worn a suit unless you were going to work. Who did you meet today? Is it the girl from the editing team last time? At that moment, he began to struggle with his thoughts, wondering if he should tell her the truth about the person who separated her from her father. Currently in South Korea, Jan immediately thought of an unpleasant outcome. He worried that if things went wrong, he would end up brainwashed and leave Askar all alone. That is why he decided to keep it a secret from Askar until everything ended well. Askar hesitated, looking at her bewildered face. Finished. He turned to leave and gently advised. Forget it. Do not wait for me. Askar felt a bit sad, her eyes blankly following Jihan's fading silhouette. Behind that door was Jihan's heavy heart. He tried to take a step forward. I think Ito Suzuru wants to take me away even though she knows I am the only family it has. Jihan was determined to take revenge. He could not let this go easily. Ito Suzuru. I won't let that happen. Just watch. Closing those thoughts, let us return to the intense battle between you and Gato Akari. The audience began to speculate about the situation. A diamond rank player is really losing to a silver rank. Where's the special forces? I do not think they are needed. I do not think he needs saving, Jen confidently said. Not expecting to have to use this skill, he swung his sword fiercely at her. The power was tremendous, indeed. This force cut through her hair and caused a terrifying explosion behind her. Gato Akari would not back down either. She summoned her weapon. Ready to counterattack Jihan, Gato Akari rushed forward. Throwing that weapon far away. Why not try to absorb this instead? Those blades were heading straight for him. Capable of crushing anyone. Jen gripped his sword tightly and prepared to counterattack. In no time, he swiftly destroyed all those blades and charged toward Gato Akari. She managed to react in time. She crouched and jumped high to dodge Jihan's sharp blade. Gato Akari was starting to feel tired. She was quite surprised by his strength. Unable to believe it. She began to change her thoughts about this formidable opponent. How could I lose to a silver-ranked player? I should be stronger than him. Above the building, Shuru and Takeda were also watching the match closely. Shizuru was stunned. Completely still. All her predictions had been wrong. She pondered. He has the ability to resist brainwashing even though I used the Akashic roll. Even Akari could not win despite being a diamond player. She bit her lip. Her face filled with anger. How dare he sabotage my plan like this? Shizuru was determined not to give up. She was filled with fierce determination to claim Jihan. The Jihan. I will have you at any cost, she commanded. The player Gato Akari. Shuru extended her hand forward. Her gaze looking truly terrifying. I have broken your bindings. Gato Akari felt a bit panicked. The aura began to seep into her body. Her power grew stronger. Enveloping this space with a dark force that overwhelmed Jihan, he covered his mouth with his hand. Unable to believe his eyes. What? The system displayed a notification. The binding is a system where the player's stats are reduced during the tutorial. The information stated that this system was created to prevent players from abusing their powers in real life. Itosuzuru just used a skill that allows the target to bypass these bindings for a certain period. Gato Akari has been significantly upgraded. Now she was far beyond what she used to be. It is time to begin. Jen clenched his fists. He saw the change in her appearance. Her vibe had completely changed. Ariel suddenly appeared to remind Jihan, be careful of her. She has no more bindings. You said I did not know it was possible to do that. Shizuru was plotting everything on her own again. The skill of Edo Shizuru. She smiled wickedly. Something bad is about to happen to Jihan. Shizuru laughed. Her heart truly malicious. Could she do more than just brainwash people? Jan wondered. Is it possible to remove the binding? A large audience is watching the match very closely. Her binding has been lifted. The binding created by the system. So no one could unlock it. What is happening? What would happen if the diamond rank got angry without a binding in real life? Isn't it obvious? Everyone is doomed. In the busy traffic lane, a voice rang out from inside that white car. What? The binding has been lifted. Over here, observing through the small screen, Han could not contain his rage. Is Gazen being reasonable? Step on the gas. Gazen replied soft. I am not the driver. I am just the bodyguard. Han snapped. So annoying. I am the one who wants to pick up Du Yuni. How dare she deceive me? She felt it was truly ironic. Even though your strength is unusual, your stats are lower than a diamond rank. Han predicted the situation. If her binding is lifted, something is wrong. Back to the match. Gato Akari extended her hand forward as if preparing to grab Jihan. You are going to struggle to withstand this. She radiated an aura. Countless arrows rushing towards him. Jihan glared. How was he supposed to deal with this? This time he could not resist. Jihan struggled alone in this dark sea of fire. Indeed, Gato Akari's power had visibly increased. His body was now covered in severe wounds. Jan was gradually exhausting his strength, clutching his injured arm, even putting all his effort into it. He could not block everything. I can slow down the speed of the darts, so I get hurt less. But if this continues, I will be in danger. Gato Akari looked at him, a thought flashing in her mind. I did not think he could hold out this long. Only 3 minutes left. I have to defeat him before the recovery seal kicks in. She analyzed the scene again. It seemed he summoned that black sword with his left hand. After some deep thought, she shouted, that arm. Saying that, Gato Akari swung her sword, determined to take Jan's life. But I have to put it away now. She swung the sword down hard, shouting demon slash. To everyone's shock, Jan's arm was severed from his body. Blood splattering everywhere. Gato Akari was pleased. You are quite strong for a bronze tier. But that is not surprising. The scene was like a horrific explosion. This disaster had a powerful impact. At that moment, Jan clutched his shoulder. His arm was no longer intact after that incident. A notification appeared. The recovery seal had activated. Jan looked truly tragic. He was in so much pain he collapsed. I have chopped off his hand. I think he won't fight back anymore. How fortunate. Gato Akari casually called out his name, charging at Jihan. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed. She froze, as if her body could not move anymore. Gato Akari panicked. I can't move. That is Jan's voice. How many more times will my arm be chopped off? Turns out he was just pretending for her to see. She should aim for my body or my legs. I can't regenerate those with darkness. If you do that, I will do my best to dodge. Jan summoned his weapon. Now it was time for him to counterattack, since she was taking this seriously. Holding the golden sword in a ready position to strike back at Gato, Akari felt rude if I did not respond. Right. Saying that, Jay quickly thrust his spear straight towards her. She was stunned, standing there in shock, as the scene erupted into 100 pieces. Dust flying everywhere. Jan looked up, staring intently at Gato Akari. He could not believe she still stood there unscathed. The audience gasped in surprise. They were utterly shocked. She blocked it. Indeed, a diameter. The previous counter to Gato Akari could only scratch the surface of her injuries. She laughed loudly. The crowd was still buzzing about the fierce battle. I thought the assassin would be live streaming. Jan has seals but can still deal such strong damage. The silver rank is restricted, while the diamond rank is unrestricted. How can the silver rank win like this? Jan stood frozen. He was staring at something. At that moment, countless helicopters appeared in the sky surrounding the player Gato Akari. She had been captured for kidnapping and terrorism. Put down your weapons and surrender. I repeat, put down your weapons. You seem to have figured out the purpose of this helicopter being dispatched. It seems like I am out of work here. Shizuru and Takeda were equally panicked. They were quickly looking for a way to escape. There is one more thing. Oh my, we have to run. Suddenly, a blinding light radiated ahead, forcing Shizuru to cover her eyes. At that moment, Jan slowly approached. Appearing before them, he glared at their pitiful state, then straightened his tie and said seriously, "We have a lot to talk about. Do not." Takeda was terrified. He was so shaken that he could barely stand. Jan sternly looked at Takeda and Shizuru. "What else can you two do now?" As expected, old habits die hard. Shizuru still has not dropped her mask. "I tried so hard, yet you discovered my identity and I wasted so many Akasa rolls. I have already suffered a lot, but I have no other choice. In truth, she was just trying to buy some time. Akari." Retract. Gato Akari had also received the signal. She complied. "Yep, Master." Instantly, the figure of Gato Akari gradually faded away, transforming into a shadowy mist. Helicopter door opened, and someone inside signaled. She was escaping. Fire. Gunshots rang out, but Gato Akari had escaped without a trace. Jan quickly turned to look below, wanting to witness the outcome. Then he suggested, "I want to discuss more. But this is not bad either." Suddenly, Shizuru's face was completely distorted. She rapidly started to disappear. "We will have more opportunities in the future." Finally, Shizuru vanished into thin air. She successfully escaped. See you next time. The Jihan was a bit stunned. "We have lost her. Let us find her. Everything is not over yet." He glanced at Takeda. Jan could no longer hold back his anger. He was furious. "I want to hear you explain what happened." At that moment, he trembled, his whole body stiff. Yep. The scene shifted to a new, spacious space with a very cool atmosphere. Itosuzuru's apartment. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Jin burst open the door. His expression was quite grim. He called out, "Shizuru." Shizuru had returned to her original form. She smiled at him. "Welcome." Jin's face darkened. He frowned. "It seems you owe me an explanation." At that moment, Sejin directly asked Shizuru, "Answer me. Shizuru, is everything from Exga and Jahan's broadcast the whole truth?" He boldly criticized her despicable actions. "Not just for trying to seduce another man behind my back." Jin's anger surged, unable to contain how she had used her charm on me. In response to his fury, Shizuru softened her demeanor. She questioned Ixin. "Do you doubt my love for you now?" She stood up and approached him. Shizuru kept making excuses for her wrongdoings. "I just wanted to recruit some talented individuals for my country. Sigjihan is just one of the potential candidates. A seed of light." Shizuru used her affectionate gaze to try to sway Sejin. "My true love is only for you." She began to use her charm to quickly soothe his anger. Indeed, this technique was still very effective. He was captivated by her gaze again. Even though he sensed something was off, he could not resist her face. Suddenly, a wave of memories rushed back, prompting Sejin to recall images from the past. Just like when he first met Shuru. This story began in a small tavern. At that time, he was sitting alone, drinking. In the empty tavern, only Sejin remained, drowning his sorrows alone. It seemed he had encountered a life-altering event that left him feeling dejected. Perhaps because Jia's Memorial Day was approaching, his mood was so terrible today. He needed to stop drinking. Sejin reminisced about Jia's words to him. "Hey, I promise you one tea drink at home." Right. Hexie hates the smell of alcohol. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his face as he remembered these memories. Out of nowhere, a strange voice spoke up. "You seem quite anxious." It turned out to be Shuru. She approached and sat close to Sejin, unintentionally smiling warmly at him. He was startled by this bizarre appearance. When did this girl come to stand next to him? Shizuru was indeed a master of enchanting charm. She did not hesitate to touch Jane's hand during their first meeting. "Did you drink all of this by yourself?" She seemed genuinely concerned about others. After all, nothing calms the soul like alcohol. But overindulging is not good. Immediately, that aura began to envelop his body. Chizuru seized the moment. Why not try to get drunk on something else? And unsurprisingly, Sejin was completely captivated by her gaze. He looked at her in awe. When suddenly Chizuru pulled her hand away from him, at that moment, Aksin pointed his sword directly at her neck. Only then did he demand, "Who are you?" Sejin glared at Shuru, snapping. "What were you about to do to me?" The screen continued to report, triggering the resistance properties of the Ganjang and Mu's swords. Breaking the frenzy state. She is a bit hard to understand, unique in her own way. Thoughts flashing in her mind about the twin swords used by the Sword King, Ganjang and Mo's. I never expected these weapons to have such properties. The one who disobeys. The user of this weapon is unaffected by unusual status complications. Then his expression turns sinister. A tough man. Chizuru activates her lying mode without blinking. What is she planning? She is pulling the same old tricks on Aksin. I am just a longtime fan of yours. Then she gently holds his hand. I just want to help you a little. Ida Chizuru is trying to induce an abnormal dependency state. Ida Chizuru is trying to create an obsessive abnormal state. It seems Jin's car can't resist any longer. He is completely enchanted by Shuru. He placed his sword under the table and began to speak to her. He asked her what her name was. Chizuru is quite formidable. She did not answer his question but dove straight into Jin's arms. What a nuisance? Since I can't use submission and fanaticism, you dare to resist sometimes. Chizuru had an idea. Her real body is still here. So the brainwashing of the Sword King has not been broken yet. But my clone Duje is not perfect enough to seduce Xgang Jihan, only exposing my identity in vain. Soon after, the scene shifts to Gato Akari's prison, where I will have to put in more effort to create. In another space, the Battle Elite Management Headquarters. In a closed room, Jen hurriedly asked Takeda, "Is Dudi just a clone?" Saying that, he slammed his hand on the table, startling the man. If what she said is true, it means there are dozens of versions of Ito Chizuru spreading throughout the world. Takeda slowly explained to him. This is the first time I have tried to recruit using a clone. The fact that the goddess is directly involved instead of letting the Sword King handle the most important task is very dangerous, he said. The more Jan listened to him, the more unbelievable it seemed. I do not know how to create clones or how many I can create. Dear Saint Statue, please believe me. But thinking it over, his words were somewhat convincing. After all, if it were the real one, she could not just vanish like that. He immediately recalled the previous clues. That night, after the video exposing Ito Chizuru's identity was broadcasted live worldwide, the Japanese government, everything seemed to connect more regarding the player named He-He-Ass, who was in the process of grasping the situation, speculating that the link to the Sword King was an exaggeration. Jen quietly stepped out of that room, but he still felt restless inside. It seems she is a big player with connections to most of the powerful people in Japanese politics and finance. It is impossible to corner her using conventional methods. Jen looked up. Akara immediately complained about him. Why is it taking so long? You have been waiting outside for quite a while. I nearly died from waiting. Jen hurriedly asked Kara. I reported everything that night. Right. Personally, I want to verify some things. She seemed very upset, her eyes blazing with anger towards him. Soon after, her anger seemed to boil over. She shouted furiously at Jan. Seriously? Something this big happened, and you did not tell me a word. Do I have to hear from someone else that your arm was chopped off? Do you know how panicked I was watching the broadcast? The Akar still would not stop lecturing you. She snapped. Does talking to you first mean I will mess it up? You are almost an adult now. Stop babying you so much. Diane's face turned pale after being scolded. Alright. Then the Akar said loudly. Listen carefully. At this point, her tone got a bit choked up. She expressed, what if I disappeared too? What would you do? You looked surprised by her words. It seemed like it would be touching, but it was not. Immediately afterward, the Akar delivered a direct punch to Jihan's stomach. Are you crying? She still did not feel completely comfortable. You know, saying it won't help you. The Akar clenched her fist tightly, mustering up the courage to tell Jihan. But you will soon be stronger to help me. So do not try too hard alone. Got it. You gave her a fond look at her grown-up demeanor. At that moment, Jan dared to joke around with the Akar. Right. Seeing you punch me like this, you will be strong in no time, she boldly replied. That is right. I will be strong soon. Even though I still have a long way to go to be modest. Then she playfully teased Jan back. Oh my. I have raised a little tiger here. Finally, the Akar decided to tell you something. Uncle. She sadly shared her feelings with you. I want to talk about Dad. I am sure he has been brainwashed by that girl from the broadcast. The Akar looked a bit scared. So is there any way to reverse the brainwashing? A thought flashed in your mind. Lingering. You absolutely cannot give up. No matter how much people criticize the original car, to the Akar, you are still the most important person. Jen intended to refuse but was interrupted by Ariel. Akar, I can solve that too. They were all stunned by Ariel's appearance. Ariel, what did you just say? She calmly explained to them how to resolve it. The brainwashing can be undone. The craftiest race in the universe can do it. If it is the supreme being, then surely they can. After hearing Ariel say that, both of you were curious. C asked. The crafty race. Who are they? Ariel said as if it were obvious. Of course. It is the elf race. Who else would it be? She seemed a bit perplexed. Crafty elf. Really? Jian was also lost in thought. C had to ask again. But Ariel, you are also elf, she just explained. Wrong. I am a shadow elf. Completely different from regular elves. Jihan had finished thinking as well. The Elf Alliance. The alliance of the tree world in the previous life. They are also ruthless for the survival of their race. In the end, they occupied the top 5 positions in the Spatial Women. The Akar was indeed enlightened. It is surprising that in movies or novels, elves often have a kind image. Ariel then revealed a truth. With their kind, they are indeed a very loyal group, but for other races or heretics, they never show mercy. On the contrary, they are quite ruthless and cowardly. She kept wondering, so who is the supreme being of the elves? Ariel thought for a moment and replied, on the elf planet, there is a tree that forms the core of the world called the World Tree. This World Tree is the only god of the elves. And it is their world, and the World Tree has the ability to break any abnormal state. Just taking a leaf, or even just touching a branch of the World Tree, will free your father from the brainwashing state. Upon hearing this, Jihan appeared alarmed. Sia suddenly wanted to confirm. Just that tree. And my father will come back. Right, she did not shy away. That is true. But getting it will be very difficult. Now Jan was also thinking about something. Could the strange behavior of fate, before I turned back time, be because of this? The more he understood the truth, the more uneasy he felt. Sia seemed less concerned than before. Thankfully. At least there was some hope. But then she noticed Jan's expression next to her was even more engrossed than her own. The scene shifted to a high-rise building where it seemed she was live-streaming. Han smiled and greeted the viewers. Hello everyone. I am Lai, the captain of the reserve team. How is everyone doing? The comments immediately became lively, with someone saying to do even better. Some praised, saying the captain looked beautiful today. Others asked about someone else. Where's the Holy Land? Is Jan still okay? Han chuckled reassuringly. Oh my. You must have worried a lot while watching the stream. Right, Han is still safe, so do not worry. The management team has promised to pay attention to the players' safety. The comments seemed a bit agitated. They should have done this a long time ago. Our government really needs to wake up. If we lose Jihan, this country is doomed. Then Han quickly changed the subject. Today, to update on situation. She was fulfilling a promise. Everyone was curious about what the promise was. Suddenly, she stood up with a prepared sea of congratulations and confetti from Gazon and shouted loudly. Yep. It is the promise to reveal the status board celebrating reaching 1 million followers. Currently waiting for the match. In today's match, the status board will be made public. So let us watch it together. Line. No matter what happens, Gazon has to clean everything up. Some viewers were still surprised. When did we reach 1 million? Someone in the back commented. It already reached right after the last stream. Many were indeed surprised. Reaching 1 million really fast. Han looked at the monitor. Just as she finished speaking, it seemed like Jan's match had been paired up, inside the team. They were standing in a small circle. She happily led the way this time for the invasion dungeon. Han was placed on the angel side. How will Han fare? Let us look forward to it. A few viewers were quick to comment. And Jan is not about to reveal his status board. Is he? Wait. Is he really going public with the status board? Han is shocked and frozen. She wants to blame him. But he says he has to wait until there are enough viewers before revealing the status. Everyone in the comments is laughing. Knowing this, Jan is never hesitant. Only Han is completely stunned. If he had revealed it from the start, everyone would have just watched and left immediately. In the game, Jan's stats are now visible to other players. They can't believe it and are pointing at him. What? Is this level 3 swordsman a warrior class? Jan. How come there is an archer, mage, and support all existing together in this status? Why are there 2 titles? The viewers are going wild. What is this power stat? One commenter said. Just ask one question at a time. I have about 12 questions. What is going on here? The players are confused. And the viewers are even more excited. Seeing something so rare happen in a live broadcast. After the live stream of Shizuru's action match ended, soon Jihan achieved a massive score. The system's notifications kept ringing out. Achieve 5 million views within 24 hours to earn 20,000 points. Achieve 10 million views within 24 hours to earn 30,000 points. The number of channel subscribers exceeded 1 million to earn 50,000 points. And then Son Jihan, unsure of what to do with all those points, suddenly found himself in a curious situation. Right now, Song Jihan has both support and mage classes. If he adds an archer and a warrior, he will have all the character classes. What will happen next? First, He answers a question from the earlier viewers. A warrior is the character class of a level 3 swordsman who has recently met the requirements to change classes. The players are getting more panicked. Weren't you a supporter? That is amazing. Can you show me how to do it? The viewers are definitely not disappointed. I predicted your status would be unusual, but I really do not understand. I have no idea what you are talking about, Lo Jian. Can you please explain this? Even Han does not understand what is going on. She just listened in silence. Suddenly someone donated 100,000 GP with the question. So my stats and character class are level 2. Right. Han also yelled out, asking for that kind-hearted person. So my stats and character class are correct. Right. Others noticed her enthusiasm and commented. Master is also our ally. Jan in the game did not forget to respond. That is right. Thank you, Li Hajian, for the donation. I am currently in the game, so I can't answer all your questions. Please understand. The viewers are naturally applauding. Is it smart to announce this while playing the game? Jan hurriedly drummed up excitement and ran off. The game is about to start, and I will handle one like alone in the pairing game. You ran away like that. And the players could only call out Jan's name. The spectators were half surprised. Where did he run off to? The rest felt a sense of déjà vu. Very quickly after, in another gaming hall, one player shouted in regret upon seeing that he had taken down a teammate. Why is Xking Jihan on the opposing team like this? Truly disruptive to the ecosystem. He is really not just some giant frog. You politely responded, thanking for the compliment. In just 5 minutes from the game's start, you scored Tenka without a hitch. The other person in her team immediately spoke up. It is still too early to admit defeat. The Jihan. I have heard a lot about your reputation. That swordsmanship is beautiful and powerful. Every time I see it, the black dragon sleeping in my sword stirs. He got into position and shouted out with ambition. Come here. Prove who the best swordsman of the Silver League is from this very spot. With a swift movement, Jen immediately swung his weapon, slicing through someone's neck. Before he made his move, he reminded you one last time to please show some culture. The announcement board was also on high alert for any signs threatening the resting place of the evil god. When the evil god appeared, Jen was visibly excited. Right. It is time to complete this mission. But Ariel was somewhat cautious upon seeing the monster in front of her. The Jihan. Be careful, she said. That monster with dark attributes won't be easily overwhelmed by Ellie with just sword skills. It will just be more interesting for you. Oh really? Then the counter method is very clear. Ariel did not expect that. There is a counter method. Instantly, the light emanating from you was so bright that Ariel had to shield her eyes with her hand. Jan was overly excited. Is not darkness countered by light? Let us see if hellfire can burn through lightning before it could even raise its hand to strike. You hit first. Let us see how it goes. Everything that happened was the end for the monster. An explosion erupted instantly, scattering its body. Jan just needed one hit for the system to report success in destroying the artifact. Obtaining a fragment of the evil god's scythe completed the link with the west, tracing the holy artifact. You smiled. Moving into stage 2. The system also approved, and the kiss link would continue with the holy artifact trace. Those who just finished watching your match could not help but cheer. They finally met the player Xan Jihan. This girl had just landed from a flight named Sophia, part of American First. Entering South Korea, she was very eager to meet and felt overly joyful. She wondered if she could greet him properly. After all, I represent American First, so I have to make a strong impression. I was so nervous, but then I was surprised by a sudden turn. Another airplane, dyed a red color of magic, was gradually landing here. It awkwardly fell right next to her. A guy who seemed to have taken control of this plane stepped out with fierce determination. The Jihan. Just wait. You will soon know who the strongest really is. He is so... An American first-class immigration officer in South Korea. It is hard to tell how long it has been. But they have gathered in the real world by now, Han's voice said, seeing it in person. Can you believe it? Jen obviously could not believe it. It is really not a fake. What kind of magic do I have to manipulate the status window? She just asked the third-class swordsman why he chose this profession. Jen quickly replied, it does not have any extra stats, but it gives growth speed and experience bonuses. If combined with the guild effect, you will be able to grow faster from here. The notice board she opened earlier also indicated that although the third-class swordsman is still a flawed warrior, being third class means there is room for advancement. The growth rate for stats and skills related to the warrior class increases by 30%, with a 10% bonus to experience. Jan took a sip of tea, looking confident. Moreover, if combined with the special effect meant only for him, when he has all the supporting character classes, mage, archer, and warrior, he has 2 options. Train all classes normally or focus on training a single class. Initially, the support and mage were just a foundation for combat power, so his choice is obviously to disable all character classes except one and enhance the chosen class. The stats and skills obtained will remain unchanged, but later he won't be able to gain additional abilities or skills from the disabled classes. The enhanced class will receive job bonuses and a fourfold increase in growth rate for stats compared to before. Jan read the information board while calculating, unable to suppress a smirk. Thanks to Unforeign, the effect of the third-class swordsman also quadrupled with this level. He could rank up to gold in the blink of an eye. He switched to another board. But first, he needed to complete the series of continuous quests. What are the conditions again? Seeing Jihan lost in thought for a while, she turned to ask, what is wrong? He immediately asked, in our guild, only in Masset or bronze rank. Right. She quickly replied, that is right. All the foreign players we hired are silver rank. Jihan smiled. I want en Masset to experience a bit. I think this time I will need Lasian's abilities. She sighed slightly. Well, then we should prepare to welcome the guests from afar. The scene shifted, and a full coffee cup was slammed down on the table. The other person shouted as if being cheated. Damn. What kind of awful coffee is this? None other than Baron Williams and Sophia sitting next to him had to cover their ears upon hearing his loud shout. The two of them were preparing to join the guild's terrible guest reception. Is everyone in the guild drinking coffee like this? Sophia felt embarrassed. He usually never drinks. Why complain after being reminded to this point? Suddenly wanting to join just because you want to be part of the guild. He immediately flushed and made an excuse to retort. What? When have I ever said that? It is just because you begged so much that I reluctantly agreed. Someone else across the table chimed in. The coffee is good. Why are you complaining? A mercenary, Baron shouted again. What? That word makes me feel abandoned. He was juggling the ball with his foot while speaking rudely. Coming to someone's house and being picky about food. This is Diego Masset from the Hanging Guild. There is another person sitting next to him. Junzi from the Hanging Guild. Baron has no charm at all. And he argues just to cover up because it is his guild. Sophia quickly reminded him again. Baron. Please, stop it. He directed his attention to the car. This girl is related to Jihan's car, so she might be lucky enough to join. After that, Baron questioned Daigo. But I did not understand why he was brought here too. Is it true that you have downgraded to level 1 and are starting over with a real wizard class? He gently snatched the ball he was juggling with telekinesis and bragged. With that counter skill, it is just going to cause trouble.
Yeah, sure.
As the strongest silver-ranked wizard, Diego in front just looked at me and did not say a word, thinking that he did not dare to argue. Out of words now. Diego has been staring at the ball he is holding and revealed the truth. That thing. I dropped it in the toilet this morning. Baron naturally threw the ball back immediately. Damn it. Give it back. Diego caught it and replied. I was just kidding. At this moment, Han's voice came from outside the door. Thank you for coming all this way. Jihan was also following her, opening the door to this room, welcoming Baron and Sophia to our Hanging Guild. Sophia was thrilled to see Jihan and jumped up from her chair. Excited, the player Jihan and Baron just sighed in frustration. She admired him and greeted. Nice to meet you. The Jihan. I am a fan of yours, Baron rudely interrupted. The introductions are done. Let us quickly proceed with the guild membership. Jan stepped in and said everything would proceed according to the process. No need to rush. He then looked down at the blonde girl in front of him and felt pleased. Sophia. It has been a while. I remember the last time we met since I returned, right? I did not expect to meet you like this. Then he addressed everyone present in the room. But before that, I have a proposal for everyone. Baron, eager as always, was the first to question. A proposal. Instantly, a monster appeared on the screen. Jan turned on the projector in the room and asked everyone, who wants to help me take down the Nate Count? Both Sophia and Baron were startled. C and Diego were also shocked. The Nate Count. A giant snake monster from the Platinum Tournament. The Nate Count is the strongest boss monster in the jungle, and the next target in Sion Jihan's quest chain. The continuous quest to track the Apostle. The Naxid Apostle does not belong to light or darkness. It lurks beneath the deep lake. Throw 2 pieces of the divine artifact into the lake to lure the Count out and eliminate him. The familiar voice echoed again. Talk some sense. Will you? Baron complained. It is just like telling a chick to go catch a dinosaur. Moreover, the Nate Lord did not show up at the silver tournament. Jan immediately said. Don't worry. I have recently figured out how to summon him with force. He laid out the plan directly, saying, to grow quickly, I will bring the Akar and Masset along, with a few more top silver players supporting us. I believe we can do it. Sophia surprisingly showed regret. If that is really possible, I totally agree. But she pointed out that they could not form a team with different nationalities and tournaments. We are only temporarily hired by the guild, not permanently registered in Korea. Han spoke up to reassure. Don't worry about that. The virtual screen lit up again, and she appeared confident. I have a solution. Han smiled and continued. It is our guild's exclusive ability. Members of the guild can form teams even with different nationalities and tournaments. She stood there looking at everyone, adding, of course, there are certain limits, but with this number of people, it is entirely feasible. A thought to herself, the X page that Master Ju gave me a few days ago. Initially, I was skeptical, but after using it, the level from the gift increased, and even had special effects. Baron crossed his arms and continued to frown. Alright. Let us say that is feasible. But there are 2 bronze players here. Is that okay? Even gathering all the top players might not be enough, Jan said directly, looking at his darkened face. If you do not like it, then back off. He added. The other members are not here. I have also reached out to Wang Lin from China, Mahai from Russia, and Scarlet from Israel. Ji-hun appeared very confident. They all said that if there was still space, they would definitely call them again. The others looked pleased after hearing this. Then hurry up and suggest it to them again, Baron shouted back. Dissatisfied. Who said I did not like it? He thinks he is the best, with 2 bronze players. Of course. I have to be here to balance the team. No need to thank me. Jan was never petty. He agreed. Great. Then we will proceed with this group. Baron grumbled internally again. That arrogant guy only won the last ranking thanks to his equipment. Yet he dares to act like this. I will definitely smash that arrogant nose this time. The scene shifts to a huge explosion occurring in the game's world, with flames everywhere. Jian's team had been playing for 15 minutes. The opposing team cursed when they saw how strong his group was. Damn it. Anna shouted, all defensive magic has been destroyed. Jiro panicked. Damn it. We have been pushed back so quickly. They looked at Baron hovering above, wondering how he could form such a team. Meanwhile, Jan's group below was showing great cohesion under his leadership. Baron hovered in the sky, openly mocking the opposing team. Oh dear. Is the level this high? Now. The silver players were even insufficient to warm up. The 2 below gritted their teeth and took the taunts. But they had to admit that their team was still holding up. He growled, his eyes smiling as he said, watching them rive is quite the sight. Now it is my turn. Surrender. Suddenly, Jan's voice rang out. I will surrender. All the members of your team preparing to engage froze for a moment as his arm raised unexpectedly. The same happened here. C and Diego both looked confused. Baron flying up there also faltered. Jan raised both hands again and had to repeat. I surrender. About 5 minutes ago. The flaming ball was being moved by professional feet, and had already destroyed the second pillar. The opponent was terrified. This bastard Daigo had sunk to the 1st level. How could he reach silver rank? Diego felt the distance was enough and kicked the ball. Jiro immediately raised his shield to block, while informing the whole team about the direction the ball was coming from. But the ball he kicked had a mind of its own. Wherever it went, it flew right at someone's face. No one could react in time. The ball curved right in front of Jiro's face. Then boom. A huge explosion occurred when the 2 solid surfaces made contact. Masset and Sophia's team had to admire his kick. The audience also commented with praise. This UFO shot is incredible. They discussed it together. Was the fire caused by Sophia or what? It was. I have tamed Isro and improved my skills. Never underestimate soccer again. She behind could not believe her eyes. My goodness, what was that control? Even though I am a newbie, this is not a skill of a bronze player. There was also an explosion in that direction. Sophia was very curious. What about over there? That last explosion was caused by Jahan with his M skill. The dark hand on his was radiating powerful energy. Jian laughed as he saw the opposing team being devastated. Much easier than last time. This is Jihan and C's team. Nothing could be more favorable. He even pointed at the bodies in front of him. Come on. Kara. Now I just need to hit once. And they will all be dead. She just smiled in response. Aha. The comments section immediately became lively. What is this? Auto farming last hit so sweetly. Just drive the bus already. Kare is in such a good spot. Nearby, other voices were just as loud. Win Kinyu from Baron's mid lane died. The explosion was just as beautiful. Jan knew well. It seemed like things were going well over there too. C was still hesitating about something and called out to him. But, sir. Jen was focused on checking the remaining time. She wondered if we had to defeat Count Nate, but if we won, the game would end. Jen reassured him immediately. Don't worry about that. I have it all planned out. Back to the present as he raised both hands in surrender. Sophia was so shocked she screamed. Diego. In disbelief. Said. I know saying this is rude, but are you crazy? Baron was even angrier. What are you talking about when you are winning? The one most surprised is Tima. Is this really your plan? Jan turned his back and spoke to his team. Come on. Everyone. Stay calm. This is not surrender. It is conditional. The opposing team looked a bit stunned. And suddenly Jan turned back to them and asked. Don't you want to help us take down Count Nays? The comments were just as surprised. That is something you can only catch at the platinum level. What the hell are you talking about? What is that? Baron immediately grabbed the collar of the commenter, mocking them for sticking to the script. He stood there scolding, saying we should be enough on our own. And now we want help from these trash. The opposing team felt insecure and hurt. Viewers noticed and commented. Too bitter. Even the trash are crying. But Jian pushed his hand away and said, capturing Nace is not the end. He began to explain that even if they wiped out the opposing team, they would respawn after a minute. What if we get pushed back while capturing the count? Sophie spoke up first. That actually makes sense. Exactly. We can't capture Nace as quickly as Platinum players can. C agreed. I think so too if you say it that way. Baron understood but was still angry. He heard Jan say more. But I will take down Count Nace. Everyone just needs to follow my lead. Everyone commented back with laughter. He interrupted because he was too lazy to explain. Jan, I am curious too. Finally. You revealed the condition. Anyway, if everyone helps me defeat Count Nace, I will give this match to you. What do you say? Do you want to join in? They only looked at each other and asked. What do we need to do to help you? Moments later. They all stood before the mouth of the pit, where the Nasus monster would appear. They looked down and were amazed. Sophie exclaimed loudly. Tima commented too. The size is nearly as big as the hiding place. Everyone suspected that Count Nace might appear from that lake. Now Jan announced, alright. I will summon it right now. Sophie immediately grabbed his arm. Wait. Hold on. We need to get the corn first. Jen realized as well. That is right. Thanks, Sophia. You are using your magic staff to buff me. Jan could not help but think to himself. Sophia's buff is really effective. S-rank gift Trinity. Right. Thanks to it, we can stack 3 corns on top of each other. He also called over to his niece. That is right, Tima. Jan reminded, this place is dangerous. You should stand back a bit. When I am about to take them all down, I will call you back. Tima listened. Alright. After her foot left, he did not want to prolong the time anymore. Then I will really summon it now. Jan raised his hand, and 2 red and blue crystals immediately appeared. He threw both into the giant pit in front of him. The 2 stones prepared to fall into the mouth of the large well with the surface water still. They sank together, radiating their inherent energy. 2 crystals floated, and as they descended deeper, everything grew pitch black, with only them glowing. Moments later, a tremor occurred, and everyone above sensed it. A stone engraved with symbols on the ground emitted a red light, and the Count of Nate was truly summoned with a grotesque mouth. It let out a chilling roar. Everyone was genuinely astonished by its enormous size. A bizarre voice emerged, as light and darkness faded. The moment of ascension had arrived, the boss monster of the Apocalypse Gorge. Count Nasset. In Vest Dungeon. While everyone was in disbelief and awed, Jihan remained calm, reminding everyone to stick to the plan from now on. He also mentioned that the stones around the lake would break those stones, weakening the Count's power. Those stones were the source of the Count's strength. However, after a while, they would recover, so continuous attacks were necessary. 2 people per stone. Take on 1 each. Sophia could not believe what she heard. She was puzzled. Wait, there are 9 of us. So 8 will handle the stone breaking. Then Jan replied immediately. That is right. I will take care of the rest with the Count of Nate alone. Suddenly, a voice questioned from behind. No way. Baron stood there with his arms crossed, looking confused. You brought the whole group here, and then planned to take on the responsibility yourself. Isn't it a waste of manpower for someone like me to break stones? The light of the Count radiated intensely. Baron still stood there grumbling. Be careful not to cry for help when you need it. While he was still talking, Sophia noticed something. The Count of Nate was preparing to attack from behind, and she immediately shouted, Baron! Charge! Get out of the way. He just noticed and froze. Damn it. Another explosion erupted, but this time from the opponent's side. They were engulfed in smoke and gasping for breath. Luckily, that direct attack was completely blocked by Jihan. Jan stood above and said, What are you doing? Jihan's cold gaze directed at Baron, commanding him to stop whining and get on with his assigned task. Baron was stunned for a few seconds, looking up with a mix of fear and astonishment. Sophia joyfully exclaimed, Thank you. She continued. Baron followed Zong's words and moved, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, along with Sophia's incessant calls. Can you hear me, Baron? From Baron's perspective, he was angry and frustrated, thinking Jan was ordering him around. But he could not resist. With glowing red eyes and a fierce face, bared its fangs as if to devour everything. From its mouth, a swirling dark purple energy radiated a terrifying power. Jen ran quickly, dodging the monster's attacks. His gaze was sharp, filled with determination, an unyielding spirit. Ariel appeared beside him, whispering a challenge. Weakling. The monster continued to twist its massive body, raising its sharp arms. Ariel revealed a secret. That creature has a terrifying power of darkness. Just facing it is enough to boost your swordsmanship. You agree? Jan flashed a confident smile, his lips curling up with arrogance, his eyes calculating as he looked at the monster. Time to drain its energy then. Nasset suddenly launched a fierce attack, his sharp hands stabbing down to shatter a chunk of earth. Jen quickly jumped up, dodging his strike. His figure was clear in the monster's eyes as it swung an arm back, lunging forward to counterattack. Jian slashed through Nas's body, a satisfied smile on his face. His eyes. He landed after a long slide. Though he felt some fear and worry, Jan silently expressed gratitude. But luckily, the barrier held it back, so Nasset's power could not be unleashed, making the end easier than expected. An explosion occurred, casting a mystic purple light over the entire area. Two opponent players were watching from above. Anna's eyes widened, sweat dripping down her face in fear. Unable to believe it, it ended in less than 5 minutes. She did not forget to tease the person next to her. Baron, you might have to give up your title of #1 candidate. Hearing this, he frowned in annoyance. Baron said in an irritated tone. What did you just say? Anna turned around to glance, even scoffing derisively. Honestly speaking, isn't that right? Every word from her felt like a dagger to him. Although he was stronger than Seen Jahan in firepower, everyone knew his control was still lacking. But just now, I saw your firepower was not much different either. Messages immediately popped up. Seems like he has been well honed. If Jian faced Baron, it would be interesting to watch. Don't be too sad. Baron, you will be the fastest candidate to drop ranks. Anna consoled him. After all, in America, you are still #1, so do not be too disappointed. But at that moment, Baron said nothing more. His large hand reached close to her head. Anna looked on in confusion and fear. He unleashed a palm strike towards her, sending Anna flying backward. Sophie and Ego, standing far away, witnessed the entire process. Baron's face turned terrifying, his eyes glaring with an evil glint. He clenched his teeth in anger, shutting his mouth tight. Sophie aghast, her eyes wide. Utterly astonished, Baron Dago was equally surprised, not understanding why this was happening, wondering what had gotten into him. Jiro frowned, his angry gaze fierce, electricity crackling around him. Baron, what are you doing? Baron pointed his hand at Jiro, unleashing a burst of power that pierced right through him. Jen turned to look, tense and alert, his sharp eyes showing determination mixed with surprise. Baron laughed savagely, his eyes glowing, veins bulging ominously. Not only that, he even raised a contemptuous middle finger. It should have been like this from the start. He soared into the air, radiating an aura of murderous energy. Such lowly creatures. I could take them down alone with just a punch. The Benekill notification system has been achieved. Your stats have increased. Comments on the forum are once again flooding in continuously. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing? This is the nature of Americans. But he is Canadian. Jan stared at Baron in disbelief. His eyes were sharp yet wary. Baron, unable to hold back, exclaimed, have you lost your mind? He responded with hostility. Jan felt ridiculous at the question. You are trying to make me look bad. You insufferable jerk. What nonsense are you talking about? I have known your plan from the beginning. Do you think I would just accept it? Baron mockingly called the monster, causing it to take notice. Hey, you trembling coward. He stood boldly before the massive form of Nayazid, showing no fear. Aren't you bored messing around with little flies? Baron exuded overwhelming confidence and arrogance. He flashed a proud smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. I felt a red light like a blazing fire surging through me. As he spoke, he unleashed a swirling stream of energy like a whirlwind. Baron stood defiantly, declaring he would finish you off in just one afternoon. Naz was surrounded by the red beams of light, his eyes glowing fiercely, ready to ignite like burning coals. The light exploded like a fire column, swirling violently like a giant vortex. The sound of screams echoed. Dehan stood outside, gripping his weapon tightly, watching the fire column. On the other side, Baron stood smirking, his eyes shining with eager confidence. He felt exhilarated by the blazing fire column. Suddenly, his eyes widened, pupils frozen in sheer shock. His previously satisfied expression completely transformed as if witnessing the unexpected. Baron overlooked a few important points. First, the three Nate Lords are one entity, so attacking him with spreading light is pointless. Jan seemed to have realized the problem earlier, standing there staring for a long moment. Second, the three Nate Lords can't unleash their power, because they were attacked at the shield. Third, when Baron killed his teammate, the shield was restored, each shattered piece glowing as they reconnected. And most importantly, fourth, when the fire from the red light stopped, Naz reappeared, standing tall before Baron. He exuded a suffocating, menacing aura. In that moment, Baron was both astonished and bewildered, as if he could not believe what was happening right before his eyes. Damn it. The Nate's eyes blazed like blood amid the chaos, rushing forward with terrifying speed, mouth wide open to bite his head off. In team battles, the saboteur does not end well. The system notified that player Baron has died. Sophia was pale with panic. Diego was not much better off. His face hardened as comments on the system continued to stream in. Justice has been served. Justice. We are all about to be done for. The Count has fully restored himself. He stretches high to showcase his immense size. His eyes are glowing red like embers. Dark purple streaks swirl around his body. Naxit looks down on them with contempt. Such lowly beings. I will send all of you back to oblivion. His eyes shine brightly. The paralysis state has activated. Sophia and Diego are surrounded by a stream of golden light. Both of them collapse to the ground. They struggle to hold themselves up, showing their resilience, but their trembling shoulders reveal the disparity in strength. Jan is also enveloped in the golden light, his body bearing heavy pressure. Ariel appears, visibly worried. Are you okay? His face is scrunched up, teeth gritting in anger. That damn Baron just ruined everything. Ariel sees him and senses something's off. It seems like he is not okay. Jay looks at the giant monster and feels a wave of anger about the current situation because of Baron. The other team won't cooperate anymore. Should we try again next time? But then he thinks no. They are about to rank up to silver. So they can't afford to lose. They have to hold on with all their strength. A few arrows fly in from a distance, piercing straight into Nasset's imposing head. Jan, although restrained by the golden light, tries to lift his head to see who shot those arrows. Up high, aims her bow, recognizing the figure. It must be Jan. She is currently drawing her bow, her eyes wide, completely focused on the target ahead, sweat rolling down her cheek. Looking worried. But her hands remain steady. Stands opposite Nasset, looking incredibly small, her body slightly trembling. The battle seems vastly unequal. At this moment, Nas suddenly rushes after her. She rushes away, her face filled with panic as she screams. Jan, on the other side, stares at his hand, which is gradually regaining movement. He thinks to himself, the paralysis is easing. While she is still running for her life up there, Jan can now shout in frustration. Why did you come here? I told you to stay far away. Jahan guides her with a plan. Attacking won't help. Do not be reckless and die for nothing. Run quickly. Let me handle this. But those words feel like a cold splash of water on her. Her face darkening, lips pursed in anger, yells in frustration, startling him with her loud voice. She runs from the monster, screaming bitterly, each word dripping with despair and self-blame. She feels inadequate. Looking at the situation, we are about to be wiped out. If that is the case, you should have chosen someone else for the team instead of me. Expresses her feelings. Being looked down upon just for being a niece is humiliating, as if Baron disregards her completely. Sophie and Dago were lying flat on the ground, bound by beams of light. Sophia's hands trembled against the floor. Feeling puzzled. Is that what you think? C has always tried to practice. Clearly, as soon as she escaped the title of the Sword Princess, she was now called the granddaughter of ex-Gang Jihan, and she had received powers. She is working hard. She had prepared thoroughly, training herself to be able to participate. Jan was silent upon hearing his granddaughter's words, understanding how hard she had worked. At that moment, Vehicle suddenly halted after a period of fleeing. Her face was full of determination, her gaze straight ahead. She shouted out loud, displaying her courage. Show me how I can help. Jen looked at her with a loving gaze, but there was still a hint of worry. Vehicle, as you are standing there, one of the monster's arms is coming for you. She looked up and noticed Vehicle let out a scream before running away. Luckily, she avoided that strike as it was strong enough to shatter the ground and send debris flying. Faced with such a situation, Jen was brainstorming to analyze this somewhat difficult scenario. Both Sophie and Masset were in no condition to fight. Fortunately, thanks to the corn Sophia received earlier, in about a minute we could escape the state of paralysis. Sweat dripped down his face. His lips pressed tightly together, showing his determination. If so, Jahan called out loudly to Vehicle. She heard and turned back with a hurried expression, as she was trying to escape from the monster's attack. Jen raised his hands like a loudspeaker and shouted, "From now on, I am the autumn mosquito." He strained his voice to the point of whitening his eyes, but Vehicle heard nothing. Her face went blank, frozen in place. Even Nade gaped in confusion. There is a saying that every autumn is even more terrifying compared to every summer. Their numbers and strength decreased. But just when it seemed they had disappeared, they reappeared, biting one last time as if squeezing out the last of its strength. 3 arrows struck Nasset, catching it off guard. It turned around, its face full of anger, a dark aura surrounding it, making it even more terrifying. It angrily said, "You little." Vehicle held the bow like a real warrior. Yet her face showed worry, her eyes fierce but still slightly afraid, driving people to madness. Nas spat and attacked toward her. Vehicle quickly dodged to the side. Sophia praised her. She really was good at escaping. As instructed, Diego was a bit puzzled. Doesn't that monster sound like Bayan right now? Jan had grasped the sword, a dark purple aura enveloping both his hand and the weapon. One hand pressed on the ground. The other held the sword as he used all his strength to stand up. Good. Thanks to Vehicle distracting it. Just a little longer and I can stand up. Suddenly, a strange power appeared near the sword's hilt. Jan suddenly turned to look, feeling a bit tense, his hand still gripping the sword tightly. What is this? Ariel's expression was thoughtful as she informed Jihan. The power is increasing now. She marveled at how much his power had grown. His swordsmanship had improved significantly. It was worth the trouble of cutting down that worm-like creature. Jen gazed at the sword, his eyes deep in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. If the power of darkness is this strong, maybe I can use the new skill from the Shadow God technique. Ariel, beside him, spoke helplessly, reminding him once more that to reach a higher realm, he must invest in his swordsmanship. Are you even listening? A loud scream suddenly erupted, startling him. His eyes widening as the aura burst forth fiercely in front of Jihan. Waves of light surged like powerful tides. It shouted, "Lowly humans." Sia below looked up in fear, her whole body shaking. Nate stretched up, claws raised, his face growing increasingly terrifying. The aura around him thickening, causing comments from onlookers to rise. The chase game ends here. Could one escape from that well? Sia managed to lure the boss out of the house. She backed away step by step until she reached the cliff, slipped, and screamed as she fell into a deep ravine. The scream was filled with panic, her body curling up, her hands desperately trying to grasp something. Jay looked on anxiously as she fell to the ground. Sia lay motionless in the cloud of dust. She clenched her fists on the ground. Not only from pain but also from the helplessness of not wanting to give up easily. She gasped for breath, sweat streaming down her pale face, her hand pounding the ground to hold on to her last bit of strength. Just a little more. Her stamina was reaching its limit. Sia gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down like the pain and pressure she was currently enduring. But Sophie and Dago stared wide-eyed, their pale faces reflecting shock. The two were stunned by what was unfolding. Jan stood frozen, his gaze reflecting worry. Deep down, Sia felt the responsibility she had to bear. The only way she could help her uncle right now. Her legs trembled but she fought to stand up. Her body was exhausted, but her strong will refused to give in, determined to stand up at all costs. The towering Nasset stood in front of her, baring its sharp teeth, exuding a terrifying killing intent, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. The system announced she had achieved a stamina index. Sia looked at it with determination, her brows furrowing, showing her indomitable spirit. She could only keep running. The system announced she had achieved a rare resilience index. Naxxit looked fearsome, its face shrouded in darkness. It roared angrily, concealing danger. It was too noisy. Surrounding its body were bizarre black and purple energy strands. Its distorted face radiated a terrifying pressure, and its voice echoed mockingly. "A lowly creature like you. Do not cause any more trouble. Just disappear." As soon as those words left Naxxis's mouth, a fierce burst of purple energy shot out, sweeping everything away, splitting the ground apart and sending debris flying. It straightened up, revealing its massive form that filled the frame, its sharp horns and tough armor radiating a deadly aura. Finally settling down, Naxxit moved closer, highlighting its inherent terror, with dark purple skin and eye sockets glowing red like embers, exuding brutality. "Where are you looking?" At that moment, Jihan had picked up his car. Naxxit was surprised to see it, as it did not think he could escape that control. His face was calm, a confident smile blossoming on his lips, and the green energy surrounding his body was almost dangerous. Askar looked visibly shocked with wide-open eyes. The notification system announced that the paralysis status had been. Jan praised his niece. "You really are resilient." She smiled brightly, her sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks radiating innocence at the compliment. Naz stared at the two of them in disbelief. Didn't it understand what was happening? Endurance index. Seeing this, Jan spread his arms as if to protect his car. "Step back for now." Her face grew worried, a bit anxious about his decision. "Can Uncle handle this? With half the manpower guarding the tome gone, is that okay?" In contrast to her worry, Jan was incredibly confident, the smirk on his face showing he had a clear grasp of the situation and was ready to face it. His hand gripped the sword tightly with a powerful surge of energy. He spoke reassuringly. "Don't he worry." Jihan laughed out loud, his determined eyes filled with strength, swinging the sword back into a fighting stance. "Uncle has a plan." Naz was taken aback by his actions but quickly got into a fighting stance. The sword was thrown by Jan forward, embedding itself in the ground right in front of Naz. It stared in confusion at the purple surface of water before it. Not understanding what was happening, suddenly, Jihan raised both hands, flashing a friendly smile while squinting his eyes. "I surrender." Sophie and Dago stood helplessly in the distance. What is happening now? Even Askar behind looked pale, its eyes wide with panic at his earlier words. "Are you kidding me?" Nate laughed loudly, standing tall and proud. "That is your final word." It continued to look down on him. For a mere mortal, that was quite something. Hearing that, Askar felt a pang of despair, while Jian showed nothing special, just a smirk with a determined gaze. The monster charged forward, tearing through the wind, mouth wide open as if waiting to devour its prey. "I will particularly swallow you whole." But as it reached the purple water, the energy surrounded its body, causing it to thrash but not escape. Naz was taken aback by what was surrounding it. Not knowing what it was, Daihan mocked. Everything was according to his plan. "And the one to be devoured would be you." He stood tall with confidence, his sharp eyes mischievous, one hand still radiating waves of energy. "That shadow will not stop until you are annihilated." What happened is the second move of the Black Shadow God technique. The thick purple-black light enveloped the body to the point that it was invisible. The reverse force swallowed the darkness, breaking all rules, as Kung Jihan eliminated the Nate count. At the same time, Baron stood frozen in place, filled with thoughts that if he had not been careless, He would have won. Why did not he die from losing this, and still did not come here? The purple energy startled Baron as he saw his face filled with panic. His eyebrows furrowed and his mouth agape. What is this? The system announced that the Angel faction has defeated the Nate Count. The blessing of nothingness has been granted to the entire Angel faction. Baron grabbed the announcement board, his face pale, eyes wide, clearly showing a mix of anger and surprise. What the hell? They really defeated the Nate Count without my help. Xing Han did it alone. He frowned, unable to believe the news. This is ridiculous. Jiro stood off to the side calling this name. Baron. His face clearly showed anger. You dare to betray me from behind. Even Anna standing behind looked cold. How could he revive alone? Baron stood alone, emanating a terrifying aura surrounded by black smoke. Jiro uttered a provocative yet arrogant remark, expressing blind faith in victory. As promised, victory belongs to us. Just die quietly. The coward only Anna noticed something was off. But this guy's condition looked a bit strange. He expressed extreme rage, his eyes blazing and his face twisted in anger, screaming in an explosive state. Don't mess with me. Baron was engulfed in a swirling mass of red energy, repeatedly uttering terrifying phrases. Soon Jahan. System announcement. Player Baron is going crazy and causing chaos. Anna hurriedly ran away with a pale face and wide eyes. Why is he cursing us? His expression was insane, his eyes glowing white, giving off a chilling vibe. The smile stretched to a grotesque level, laughter booming as if he was drowning in ecstasy. I am the strongest. That day, Baron set the record for the most kills and accidentally led his team to victory. A modern skyscraper in daylight, viewed from below, creating a sense of grandeur and majesty. As Kar smiled brightly, her sparkling eyes showing excitement, her cheeks flushed adding to her cuteness. She cheerfully showed off her achievement. Uncle, look at this. I have reached level 20 now. Is not that cool? Uncle. She sat eagerly in front of the announcement screen, her eyes sparkling with pride. Recounted her amazing leveling up process. Before starting the game, I was only level 5. And after just one match, I jumped all the way to level 15. Now I am here. Luckily before reaching level 10, I received the Perseverance stat. Suddenly his expression turned contemplative, resting her chin in thought. Now I need to quickly choose a first-level profession. What should I pick now? Jen immediately became interested upon hearing that. Haven't you decided yet? Then he gave her some heartfelt advice. How about switching to archery? I see you are quite good at it. It seems like I also think so. It seems to suit you. She coughed a few times, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. But if I am going to do something, I want to be the best. But there are already too many skilled archers in our country. Jan thought to himself, this little girl really is my niece. Quite impressive. He placed both hands on the table as if preparing to analyze something. But he thought choosing archery was a good option. I asked back, surprised. Wow. I thought there would be a profound explanation. But he just chuckled, saying it is because he will become the #1 warrior. She was also annoyed with her uncle and gave him a strong hit. He really is annoying. A sound rang out. The phone on the table vibrated repeatedly. Jan was hit hard, blood spitting out as his whole body shook. Just choosing to be a warrior is enough. I picked up the phone, looking at the screen in surprise. Let me answer the phone for a bit. She then went outside to take the call. Yep. Hello. Jan sat there alone reading the rewards and statistics after the battle. Indeed, after defeating the Count, the rewards are no joke. I have leveled up enough to challenge for the promotion battle. He focused on reading the information and learning more about the new items. The quest rewards also brought in quite a few achievement points. Jen clicked on an item. But what is this? The system displayed. The Void Shield is a shield granted to the Envoy of the Void. When used, it isolates you from the invisible world and avoids attacks of level 55 and below. The invisibility effect will be cancelled if detected while moving. If equipped for too long, you may be buried in the void. Jan looked worried and a bit pensive as he stared at the notification screen. He felt something was off. Receiving its rank item as a quest reward is good, but how did I end up isolated from the world? What about side effects? I do not feel good about this at all. Jen had a serious expression, filled with doubt, and called out, Ariel, come here for a moment. Around him appeared a mystical purple-black mist. Ariel appeared with a cold expression that radiated unpredictability. Jen called her up to ask about the item he had received from the quest. Do you know what this item is? Ariel said nothing and lowered her head. At this moment, Jen felt even more that something was wrong. Why does your face look like that? Suddenly she asked a question that he probably did not know. Do not you dislike the skill I used to catch that snake or something? Jen recalled that moment. The shadow of Ariel reminded him. That skill he still did not understand what was wrong with it. She appeared in a majestic form, blazing with dark flames. Completely different from her previous small form. No matter how many times he looked, it resembled the ultimate power of the entity. Jen seemed troubled. After all, what does the Shadow God's decree have to do with the Dark Queen? Ariel turned her back, showing an evasive attitude. Jen awkwardly tried to ask her about the true origin. That topic again. I told you I do not know. I explained everything last time. Ariel's face was cold and somewhat wary. Hiding something. Jen looked very serious. Her voice rang out. Honestly. It is time to ask directly. Ariel revealed an important truth. The Wandering Martial God has taken the gift from you. The name of that constellation is the Wandering Martial God. Right. Your eyes widened in surprise upon hearing her words. Jan thought to himself, how do you know that? While Ariel crossed her arms and explained, don't even think about denying it. She revealed the main reason why you got caught up in this from the very beginning. The reason the entity targeted you was because you emitted the aura of that constellation. Jan's eyes widened in shock, as if he just received a jolt when he realized the truth. His face betrayed no expression, but his words were somewhat teasing. I thought it was just a perverted interest. Ariel snapped in annoyance. Shut up. Jihan exhaled slowly and confirmed the points just mentioned. It was never a big secret to begin with. You were right. Ariel's cold, sharp eyes seemed to be probing something. The slight tension in the air highlighted the anxious and cautious mood of both. But is the Wandering Martial God really that formidable? To the point of sending a clone to follow a mere player like me? Her gaze was somewhat gloomy, as if conveying something deep and important about our constellations. The Wandering Martial God. The two faced each other, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jan stared intently ahead. Ariel issued a warning, implying that this is a serious issue. It is indeed the real threat, she continued to explain. Typically, constellations regard the star they were born from as their mother. The image appeared like a mystical painting, where cosmic entities in human form bask in a vibrant space, living to protect that star. Jen interjected. Wait a minute. He raised his hand to clarify the issue, his expression extremely focused, his gaze carrying a hint of concern. Born from? What do you mean? Aren't constellations divine entities? Ariel redefined for him, painting a portrait of constellations not just as mythical symbols, but as superior entities that could be seen as beings who transcend limits to become gods. Jan processed the information with a serious, somewhat astonished look. If you are at level 777 in Batnet, can you become a constellation? From that information, an important contradiction arose in the system. But the maximum level in Batlet is 500. He wondered if that was even possible. She paused and said no more. Right now. I can't explain it, but after you complete the tutorial, you will understand. At this moment, Ariel shifted to the unfinished topic while he still had many questions. Anyway, returning to the main topic. The mystical scene was filled with purple hues and dim light. A glowing hand gently lifted a deep black orb. That martial god is completely different from ordinary constellations. He created a star named the Dark Star. The wandering martial god stood proudly, his entire body radiating an enchanting violet blue light. He tightly bound 4 people on gigantic stone pillars and hunted down other constellations. He captured them and froze them within his star, under the enchanting light of the universe. He is a powerful entity, his fiery white eyes cutting through the darkness like 2 blades. The frozen constellations are neither alive nor dead, drained of their strength. Therefore, the wandering martial god is seen as a horror to countless constellations. In the tranquil scene, Ariel is intently observing a magical orb with deep eyes, her finger gently touching the surface, as if flipping through the layers of a fateful chess game. My essence sensed the aura of the martial god from you, so it sent me to keep watch. Beneath a mesmerizing sky filled with the light of the galaxy, a colossal being appears as if woven from countless nebulae and twinkling stars. It is no surprise that you can use the power of the constellation granted by the martial god. He may have passed on skills he stole from other constellations to you. Back in the house, Ariel displays an unabashed pride. She declares arrogantly, but the Dark Queen has never had her power taken by the martial god. She faces Jian directly, her expression reflecting doubt, her voice cold yet unable to hide her confusion. So why can you use the power of my essence? How should this be explained? His gaze is sharp, the depth in his sideways look indicating a clear change. I think I understand now. Jihan analyzes the situation, explaining why his character currently possesses power that originally does not belong to him. In my past life, I awakened the Shadow God technique around the time I reached the Diamond League. During that time, the Wandering Martial God absorbed the power of the Dark Queen and created the Shadow God technique. The Wandering Martial God is the one who absorbed the power of the Dark Queen. This means that if things continue, one day, the Dark Queen will be hunted down and defeated by the Wandering Martial God. Ariel confirms the information regarding the power. After all, the skill you just used is the strongest among what you received from the Martial God. Right. Jen reveals information that surprises her even more. There is still a skill stronger than Shadow Ascension. She curiously and quickly asks, what skill is that? Can you show me? He gestures to explain. Currently, because my level is low, I can't show it. Even using Shadow Ascension takes a lot of effort after being unlocked. Ariel rests her chin in deep thought, her gaze thoughtful as if weighing something. If she could reference a skill stronger than Shadow Ascension, my essence might enhance its ultimate power. At this moment, a vehicle drives in, waving its hand high, happily saying, Uncle, Uncle. She clasps her hands in front of her, looking at Jihan with eager, sparkling eyes and a bright smile radiating excitement. Are you free tonight? Are you free tonight, right? He could only respond with a simple question. What? Why do you look so excited? As vehicle smiles with squinted eyes. It is because she spoke mysteriously. A fan of yours wants to meet you. Jihan freezes, his gaze full of questions. A fan of yours, in the quiet setting of a cafe. Sophia sat silently at a table, her hands resting on her thighs, letting out a sigh, her tense posture showing her anxiety. She held the menu but her gaze was unfocused, lost in a jumble of thoughts clearly visible on her face. Am I being too hasty? I should order a drink first. Did I spray too much perfume? Sophia hurriedly rummaged through her bag looking for something important. Her big round eyes showed panic and worry. What should I do? I forgot to bring my lipstick. Across the table, Han was reapplying her lipstick, the soft light creating a shimmering effect that highlighted the softness of her skin and hair. After a while of touching up, she sat pensively, exhaling, looking quite tense herself. Han glanced at her phone to check her makeup. I hope nothing is smudged. I was in a rush, so I am a bit nervous. A voice rang out, drawing the attention of both girls. Have you been waiting long? Jen approached in simple yet elegant attire, exuding a modest sophistication. Clearly someone prepared for the meeting. Sophia stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with confusion. Oh no. Her face lit up, filled with a sense of happiness, her sparkling blue eyes wide, reflecting joy. In contrast, Han looked disappointed, her eyes cold as if displeased. Sitting across from her was a man with a flashy appearance, and she felt somewhat indifferent, her inner thoughts whispering disappointment. Why do I always meet people like this? The man smiled confidently, showing off with a raised hand. In real life, you really are beautiful. After the food was served, Jan began his meal. He politely cut each piece of meat. Sophia spoke up to catch his attention. You must be surprised that I suddenly invited you to eat. Jen looked up at her. Sophia was full of admiration, expressing herself directly yet politely. As you know, I am a fan of yours. So I wanted to have a formal meeting. Jen responded calmly. It is no problem. I would be honored to eat with someone from another region. He had a slight question. But when did she contact Vehicle? She sincerely replied. Last time after the report on Count Nays. We exchanged numbers. I was very happy because there are very few people my age at American First. Sophia was thrilled to meet him but still felt a bit shy. Her cheeks turned rosy. I could not directly contact you. So I asked the driver to arrange this meeting. Jan tried to ease the current awkwardness between them. What tension? Just relax. Right now. We are teammates with Dai. She seemed a bit surprised. Really? Her hands ran through her hair, fiddling with the strands to ease her embarrassment. Then your sparkling eyes and radiant smile are truly delightful, with rosy cheeks making your face extraordinarily beautiful. In Korea, everyone usually calls older brothers Appa, right? Can I call you that? Jen seems quite confused. He is surprised by her change. Sophia has not been like this before. Has she? Her memories seem more vibrant. She looks a bit shy, his eyes close, and his expression shows he is deep in thought. Lips pressed tight and slight wrinkles on his forehead reveal his uncertainty. I remember she was much more mature before the regression. How do I put it now? Like a young girl. Right. She looks more childish. And indeed, she is younger than before the regression. Jen hesitates to ask about her age. Sophia, how old are you now? She replies. Sophia points to herself, her eyes sparkling like sunlight, the same age as a car. I am 20 this year, grown up. Upon hearing that, he smiles back and immediately requests. Just call me Jihan. Okay. Sophia is taken aback by his words. Okay. Jihan continues his meal. You should eat up. Sophia, let me pay today. You are growing. Eat more to grow fast. She is filled with surprise. Don't you see I am big already? Shortly after, both of them finish their meal. Sophia continues the conversation, showing her interest. Right. Jan. What level are you at now? Don't you understand why she wants to know? Why are you asking? Sophia cheerfully explains. I am about to rank up to server. I wonder if you are in the ranking group. I made it into the top 100. Suddenly, she closes her eyes, her cheeks blush, and she rests her hands on her face. Deep in thought. Right. I have reached the level, but have not checked the ranking messages. Wait. Does that mean I have to compete with Jihan? Even if we overcome challenges and grow closer, it is still a competition. Jan opens the system. He has something to check. Wait a moment. Let me check right now. Jan's face while looking at the system is focused but somewhat hesitant. He finished the Silver League with the highest win rate. You have earned the title of Silver Dominator. You qualify for the promotion to the top 100 league. Just as I thought. I am definitely in the top 100. But then, a piece of information surprised him so much that his eyes widened. Your level has surpassed the CV League level. System notification. You are eligible to participate in the promotion exam to Gold League in the South Gang 1 region. Which promotion exam would you like to choose? If choosing Silver rank, there will be a significant penalty to balance the power. Daihan curses in his head. His face is still in shock, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Is the system playing this game again? Sophia notices his expression and asks, what is wrong? He analyzes a bit. If the system warns about a large penalty, then my level must be at a different rank already. If I pass the Gold promotion exam, I will move straight to Platinum rank, an unprecedented promotion speed. Jihan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, clearly deep in thought, with a tense atmosphere. In this case, the modern skyscraper echoed from within under the night sky. Just kidding, Han screamed in shock. The situation looked pretty shocking. Are you crazy? Proposing on the first meeting again, the man she met earlier presented a ring with a large diamond. I felt the fate with Han. Gazing looked at her with hesitation. Someone embarrassed by the helplessness of the situation. Just refused because of being busy with work or R, and that is it. Han sighed, focusing on her phone, her face showing fatigue mixed with irritation. It is easy to say, but refusing to meet means facing endless nagging. So she might as well meet regularly to avoid headaches. She spoke in an idealized tone about her partner. Her partner must be someone who is constantly busy and ambitious, and only the thrill of the challenge is worthy. Gazan hinted at something. Usually, heartfelt words are said at the last minute. But Han did not want to take it in. Enough. She was still watching the content on her phone, and was surprised to see a notification pop up on the page. Wait! There is a notification on the betting page. Han was so surprised that she gasped. Wait! Gazan heard and came over to ask, what is going on? Based on the information in the post, Han saw the issue. The promotion contest had changed. Gazan was surprised. Master, what did you choose? Meanwhile, Jihan was sitting and looking at his phone. Following the post and voting, he clearly showed no concern about being penalized for the change, remaining calm with a confident smile. Either way, receiving a penalty and winning is still a win. Soon Jihan chose to continue competing in the call promotion. If he chose the Goldry promotion and went straight to Platinum, he might miss the achievement tasks in Goldry. Additionally, Jihan needed to adjust his current dizzying promotion speed. He was thinking about an important timeline that would be a major turning point. The promotion exam date is at the end of September. About 3 months from now, the guidance phase will end, and the Earth will join the Space League. Jack closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowed, clearly deep in thought to prevent a tragedy on Earth that day. Jan recalled a past image. That boy screaming in panic and pain. He was terrified by the flames surrounding his body. I do not want to die. Jai watched that image with fearful worry, sweat dripping down his face. Help me. I must maintain my position in the Platinum League. He continued to stare at the notification screen without thinking about anything. Jan smirked slightly. Something problematic just appeared. But this? He read the notifications and exclaimed. Is not this penalty a bit excessive? The map for the promotion contest will change to a special map resembling the tome defense of the attacked conqueror. The number of people in the team will change from 5,050 to 190. Player Xan Jihan will be paired with a team of 10 people, along with 9 players ranked from 91 to 100. Stronger opponents will be placed in Xan Jihan's team. The schedule and rules for the promotion contest have changed. Tony is shocked, holding his head, mouth wide open as if screaming, damn. Why is there no punishment for this? Wang Lin seems deep in thought. He mumbles a few words but remains quite calm. The announcement is sent to all players participating in the global promotion exam. Han forces a smile, sweating, showing his embarrassment. This time, I am definitely betting on San Jihan's failure. Sorry about that. An unprecedented event where the system had to adjust fairness on a large scale just because of one player. Comments keep popping up continuously. I have never seen such a ridiculous update before. With patriotic spirit, I will bet everything on San Jihan. Just kidding. Even diamond rank might struggle to get through. San Jihan's failure is a given. The real issue is choosing between Baron and Wanglin. Even diamond has already won. This promotion is nothing. Betting experts are predicting failure for Xan Jihan. This promotion exam has recorded a record amount of bets and interest levels. Time passes, and the promotion exam day arrives. With an ancient Eastern-style fortress appearing, Jan stands alone on the ramparts, looking out from the fortress. Just as he was teleported to the map, a notification appears immediately. What is this? The top 100 promotion exam of the Cover League begins. Feet slowly materialize in this space. The system announces that the enemies the players need to stop are dethroning the king. And fearsome teeth appear. Jan feels confused. Why are these guys appearing here so early? The system announces the Undead Alliance. Those who pursue absolute equality. Kin they king. Among the crowd, there is a mysterious figure wearing a hood that obscures their face standing in the middle. His eyes turn red, a long creepy smile directed at him. In this intense top 100 match, special map with a defense mode is applied. Contrary to the usual rules where players play as Tomb Raiders attacking the tome, this time players must protect the tome under special rules. However, with the North Gate penalty where Xan Jihan has only 10 people, including 9 ranked lower, while the South Gate has the remaining 90 in the top ranks, the South Gate has 90 people. Baron looks at the announcement board with a somewhat displeased expression. Is it really necessary to cause such trouble? He seriously contemplates the displayed content. The ranking will be decided based on defensive contributions. Which team allows the enemy to infiltrate will be completely eliminated. In short, whoever lasts until the end will win, right? Baron crosses his arms, looking confident and decisive. Sanjian's side has only 10 people to defend. It seems victory will definitely belong to me. While focused on his thoughts, a voice from behind startles him. Do you really think so? Kwang Lin exuded a confident smile mixed with arrogance, his demeanor radiating calmness, but also a hint of challenge. It seems I am the top candidate, according to the Battle Elite betting sites. You are a temporary member of the J Reserve from the Beijing tournament. Wang Lin. Baron's face showed clear signs of irritation mixed with sarcasm. These fools really have no vision. Kwang Lin casually placed his hands behind his back, his calm face intentionally provocative. Just think. You still climbed to second place, even after messing up the game in team mode. Baron clenched his fists, anger boiling inside him. What? Slow down. Kwang Lin waved his arms, smiling brightly, appearing friendly. Do you understand what I am saying? It seems there is an issue with Batnet's translation system. His face darkened, the atmosphere suddenly tense, smirking as he uttered a dangerous line. But Baron, I advise you to listen closely. Wang Lin's gaze was cold and confident, even somewhat challenging, especially if the most promising talent in America like you is only at that level. Baron frowned angrily, his face hardening, and Si Hum tensed up, extremely furious upon hearing his words. Soon, the #1 position in the world will belong to Beijing, not New York. He lost his composure, grabbing the collar of his shirt, clearly showing his extreme anger. This guy is really pushing it. While Baron was still holding onto Wang Lin's collar, the announcement came. The game was starting. The Andet Qinting Alliance is targeting the soul of the Conqueror. Stop Qinthang's attack until the Conqueror awakens. The sky was blood red. Thick fog surrounded a legion of armored skeletons, marching towards a fortified stronghold. The skeletons in armor and helmets charged forth in a frenzy, bringing destruction and a terrifying aura. Qin the Qin. Both Baron and Wang Lin were taken aback by the sight before them, having never seen monsters like this before. One of the reasons for the Earth's dimensional shift before the regression. A portal appeared surrounded by glowing purple light. This is the Dungeon Gate. In the early days, Dungeon Gates only appeared in 10% of the lowest ranked countries. But then the range gradually expanded, leading to the devastation of the entire world, except for the last 10 countries. And at that time, the monsters that appeared at the Dungeon Gate in South Korea were the Andet Legion from outer space. The Qinthan zombie army with eyes as bright as fierce flames, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. The furious roars echoed along with the march to dethrone the Conqueror. Currently, at the North Gate Jihan, there are a total of 10 people standing and looking. His eyes clearly showed surprise mixed with worry, tension causing sweat to stream down his face. Aren't these things only supposed to appear in dungeons? I can believe they showed up in this promotion match. This is a bit troublesome. Jen glanced towards the source of the sound, looking a bit surprised upon hearing it. What is that? The players were holding their heads in despair. I am on Xkin Jihan's team, so I am ranked below 90. Damn it. This match is ruined. With only 10 people, how can we stop them? Jen stood, observing seriously, visibly frustrated, cursing more than ever. If everyone is like this, we can rely on help. At this moment, his eyes revealed some worry, thinking about how to solve it. Maybe this time he would have to act alone. Sophia ran up, her eyes bright and her smile wide as she grabbed his hand. Jan, surprised, called her name. Sophia. Meanwhile, she looked excited, her eyes sparkling with laughter. We are on the same team now. Right. I do not have to face Jihan anymore. What a relief. Jen looked at her, thinking, why is Sophia here? Her rank is lower than I thought. Her eyes were clear and sparkling, a huge log approaching fast, cutting through the air. The two above were startled by the vibrations beneath them. The zombies were using the wooden body to break down the solid door. They shouted, break the gate. Jihan turned, his expression serious as he made a request. Talk later. Just please be for me first. Sophia was startled and replied. Yep. He looked down, observing their actions and thought. Unlike those monsters that only knew how to blindly charge, they were a regiment with a proper formation. Each of them seemed to possess strength equivalent to an ordinary player. 1 foot of Jihan stepped up towards the high wall, but he kicked off to leap high, preparing to land below. Jihan's hands transformed into a gleaming blade. Gripping it tightly, he raised his hand high, positioning the stick behind him in preparation for the attack. His face was full of excitement and confidence. After all, it was just a hit. Jen launched a powerful attack, causing a brilliant explosion. After the strike, the zombies were burned to ashes. Everything became hazy. He landed firmly, one hand touching the ground to maintain his stance. The system announced an attack power increase of 20%. Jen maintained his posture and silently marveled. Sophia's strength was still impressive. Plus, the power of the Phoenix fire countered the Andet. This is easier than I thought. The Andet stood frozen, looking at him in surprise. Diane also wondered and turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. Suddenly, they all stood straight, looking at him and spoke in unison. "You are the king, and you will become king." The king. Jan stood up, gripping his weapon, ready for battle. The command of the Anded echoed. A huge hand appeared, and from that hand, a large mouth emerged from the ground. Everyone looked on, clearly surprised. Where did this come from? Jan was sweating, staring at the new arrival. He realized it was the destroyer he had seen in the map of the Dark Lord's defensive mission, approaching with its enormous hand and terrifying growl, getting closer to Jan's face. Although a bit scared, he stood firm, sidestepping as a powerful energy surrounded him, sweat beading on his face, the tension and clear awareness of the threat ahead. Last time she summoned the fresh golem. Is it coming out to battle this time? He was in a ready fighting stance, one hand clenched into a fist, the other firmly holding a bright golden staff. Jan focused on the huge stone wall that was cracking. The Dark Lord and the Andet with glowing red eyes, skeletal or deformed faces, were ready to fight with their spears. The notification system announced that the northern city wall had been destroyed by 20%. Sophia gasped in surprise, her eyes wide open. The J-Wall looked at the notification and felt shocked as well. If the tome is attacked through the northern gate, all players at the northern gate will be eliminated. He quickly moved somewhere. Damn it. The sound of a sinister laugh caught Jan's attention. He looked up with a somewhat fearful expression. The Dark Lord stuck out its long, wet tongue and said, "Indeed. You have the potential to surpass a king." It opened its mouth wide right in front of his small body. The Dark Lord leaned up high, getting closer to Jihan. "I will swallow you, make you mine." The screen displayed an image of the Dark Lord focusing together with its features. Han was sitting in front of the screen, observing the unfolding situation. Her face was filled with tension. Her eyes slightly widened with worry. What kind of situation is this? She had a look of concentration, thinking about destroying the city wall with just one blow. "What is that, Gazen? Have you ever seen a monster like this?" Gazen replied seriously. "It looks like the monster that appeared when Xian Jihan was still in bronze rank." I felt a bit exhausted thinking about the danger level of this monster. With a monster like this, winning this time will be tough. Gazen tried to reassure and keep calm, responding with words full of confidence. "Don't worry. I am sure he will manage." She felt a mix of surprise and confusion upon hearing the faint laughter from Heijin. Suddenly, her expression changed, her sharp eyes revealing a meaningful look. Waiting patiently, her gaze radiated calm confidence. As if everything was going according to her plan, Lai Han put all her hopes on Wang Lin's victory. Everyone in the group fought with all their might, but the enemies just kept coming. Far too many. Sophia saw the chaotic scene and exclaimed, "This is not good." Her eyes showed worry, sweat trickling down her face. Her lips pressed tightly together. "At this rate, the walls will soon be breached." Sophia shouted to encourage her teammates who were fighting. "Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Jen will be here to support us soon." She glanced to the side, her face clearly showing fear. The dark figure grinned savagely, raising its hands high, covered in dirt. Jen opened his mouth wide, threatening that this time, there would be no escape. Below, Jihan raised his hand forward signaling something. His eyes were fiery red, and his face was filled with determination. The dark figure was excited upon seeing this, opening its mouth wide to shout. "This king has some interesting tricks this time. This will be delicious." Jan's face was cold, full of sharpness. What on earth is this monster? He analyzed the situation in disbelief. Unlike before when he was just tearing apart zombies, this time, it clearly has intelligence and is targeting him directly. Has it gone beyond the basic setup of the game? The dark figure raised its hand behind it, moving so fast that I could hear the wind whistling. It slammed its giant hand down towards where Jihan was standing. Streams of energy surrounded me, emitting a creaking sound. Jan looked up, a slight smirk on his face. Feeling amused, this guy is really stubborn. I looked towards the wall that was being fiercely attacked, feeling a surge of anxiety. While I am stuck here, the wall is gradually being destroyed. If I keep wasting time like this, it won't end well. Jan gripped his weapon tightly, his muscles straining, as golden lightning crackled around him. Gathering power. I need to take care of this guy first. He stood in front of the dark figure, holding up a spear charged with energy, surprising it as well. A large bolt of lightning struck down with a thunderous sound. Jihan's eyes lit up as he absorbed the energy, transforming his body into a bolt of lightning. Smaller bolts of lightning converged around him, a skill of transformation. The light startled the dark figure, making it let out strange cries. His face grew cold, hair covering half of it, and in no time, the nameless divine skill, Heavenly Thunder God's resolve. Jihan unleashed his power, his eyes sharp and determined, radiating a strong energy surrounded by brilliant golden lightning, ready to use all his strength. The transformation of the dark figure showed a hint of surprise. It also knew the battle was entering a more intense phase. Things were getting tougher. It reached out towards the direction where the Andet group was standing, giving a decisive command. "Not good. You guys," everyone charged in, As soon as the order was given, the minions flew towards them in unison. They touched the golden lightning and cried out in pain. One by one, the minions were obliterated by the lightning, causing the dark figure to scream loudly. The lightning that struck its body was unbearable. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much, the dark figure yelled in frustration, catching Jihan off guard and mixing in some worry. It bared its teeth and threatened. What a nuisance? With this mood, I can swallow you. It gradually faded away into the mist. Just wait. I will be back soon. He stood there watching in shock as it disappeared. Jan's face tightened, revealing a fierce look. Where are you going, worm? He launched a powerful attack, raising the spear surrounded by lightning, shooting straight up into the sky, creating an explosion of light as bright as the sun. Jihan suddenly froze with a surprised expression, his eyes focused ahead. He could not believe what he saw. A massive hole was left in the ground where the dark figure had just emerged. The huge bodies and that colossal presence vanished in an instant. No way. His eyes were filled with doubt, then shifted to panic as he thought about the possibility that it had moved to another dimension. The expression on Jan's face showed confusion as he realized something. No wonder it felt familiar. You look at the information of a void cloak item. A cloak specifically for the messenger of the void. When used, you will be isolated from the world and can become invisible. Dodge attacks below SSS level. If the user's movement is detected, the effect will be cancelled. When equipped for an extended period, you may be swallowed by the void. The system clearly lists the item's details. The effect of this item seems similar to a power with that name. Right. Jen uses the item, and the cloak appears, flying toward you. I do not have time to waste anymore. At most, I won't lose anything. Let us give it a try. You wrap the cloak around yourself, your determined eyes full of thoughts of revenge. Jihan opens his eyes, and what he sees leaves him wide-eyed in surprise. Currently, Jan is standing behind a hooded boss. He sneers. The hooded boss seems to have just escaped a dangerous situation. It really hurts. Almost got roasted. You look at them and think, Jan suspects that one of the two is it. Could this be the true form of the Black Hand? He still stands with his back to you, admiringly exclaiming, this king is truly not ordinary. Never seen anything like this. Meanwhile, your head is still filled with thoughts. And the thing beside it. Jen is curious about the identity of the glowing person. Looks much stronger than you. Right. What do you think? The conqueror I once saw at the royal tomb. Your mind is flooded with thoughts. Is not the goal of the level up battle to protect the conqueror's soul? Why is it in that person's hands so soon? You do not respond, making the other person uncomfortable. Hey. Ignoring me, he turns half his face, a sinister smile. Although I do not know what that cloak is, it definitely is not an ordinary ace. If swallowed by that guy, it would be truly dangerous. Jan's face is extremely focused, his sharp eyes gripping the weapon tightly in his hand. One more time for the Phoenix strike. It has to be all in one shot. A dark shadow flies close to you, red eyes whispering, what is this? Jihan is suddenly grabbed by the neck with one hand. His face shows fear. Gritting his teeth tightly, the other person, full of killing intent, stares at you. How did you get in here? Jihan is extremely tense, his eyes wide with shock. This guy. What kind of power is this? Suddenly, you disappear, leaving only the cloak, causing the other person to stare wide-eyed at his arm. Now empty instead of you. He is bewildered, not knowing what just happened. Jan falls hard to the ground. The system announces the detection of user movement. The invisibility state has been cancelled, and he is still rubbing his neck. Ji realizes the issue. If he moves, he will be exposed. Right. That is how he escaped death. The Andet guys rushing toward him are the kings. Its eyes are fiery red, screaming terribly. Kill the king. Jen uses his speed and strength to zoom past, easily taking them down. Someone on the other side calls his name, catching his attention to look over. Jihan Sophia stands above, shouting a question. Are you okay? You disappeared so suddenly that I thought you were dead. Confirm the status with her. Jan feels unwell, but over there, Sophia is crying sadly. Sorry. We are just getting hit hard. You can tell just by looking. Yeah. Jan's eyes are sharp, gripping his weapon tightly, with energy radiating around him. Get over here now. A huge explosion occurs as two sources of green and red energy collide. You leap into the air, weapon in hand, delivering a powerful strike. Light beams from the spear create a stunning effect. Andet, who was fighting Jean, suddenly turns and screams. They were caught off guard by Andet's actions. What? What is this? They ran to the other side. Jigu is dumbfounded. He is stunned, unsure of what is happening, exclaiming, could it be that Jihan has returned? Over here. You are taking them out one by one. Jian's eyes are bright and fierce. A long slash explodes rocks and soil. Echoing loudly, everyone in the team has to brace against the wind from that explosion. Andet falls to the ground, parts of them scattered. Jan stands before the pile of Andet, raising his weapon high with a proud demeanor, his face expressionless. Jan ponders. They will come again. But he bought some time. The issue is he turns around, his eyes shining with a cold glint. At this moment, Black Hand returns, cheerfully greeting him. Hello. So it is here? Black Hand asks challengingly upon seeing him again. Not attacking right away this time, Daihan replies dismissively, making him feel a bit embarrassed. You can only land a few hits before you have to run away. But he tries to calm down and responds. Yeah. That is right. So what? Aren't you supposed to let me absorb your energy? His weapon is charged with energy. As lightning begins to surround Black Hand, Jihan raises his weapon, ready for battle with a determined face. This time, I won't let you escape. You will die with one blow. The number of times he can use the Phoenix arrow is down to just one, which means he only has one chance to kill this guy. So with this one strike, Jen roars in fury, his eyes blazing like fire. He throws the spear forward, combining the Phoenix's fire with Sophia's strength. The power of Thunder God and the ultimate technique of heavenly thunder strikes down. The spear flies toward Black Hand. He leans to dodge and lets out a cry. He only gets grazed slightly, groaning a bit. Black Hand plays it off with a challenging demeanor, almost getting roasted. And you thought you could finish me with one hit but missed. He smirks mockingly, looking somewhat frightening. Just then, a bright streak of light suddenly appears from the sky. This is the judgment of the master above. Black Hand does not understand what is happening. Only seeing that light attacking him, the light strikes like a spear aimed directly at Black Hand. The heavenly master's judgment catches him off guard, leaving him gaping, unsure of how to respond. The light energy was so strong that Sophia had to cover her face and scream. Jan stood firm, hands clenched with determination, as yellow lightning coiled around his body, showing that the energy was bursting forth. His face was calm yet resolute, with a hint of fatigue. Then, the system announced that the Phoenix arrow had been used up, and at that moment, Jan also squatted down. The notification continued, stating that the Phoenix arrow would disappear, and he felt it had been used well. Alright, that was quite useful. Jan clutched his injured arm, grimacing in pain. Perhaps it was still too much to use the Heavenly Lord's decree. The atmosphere was thick with dust and smoke after the fierce battle. There are only a few pests left. One arm is enough to deal with them. We need to regroup quickly. The loud laughter caught him off guard, making him tense up. Even Sophia noticed that laugh and felt frightened. A massive whirlwind spun, sweeping everything as it rose high. Jen struggled to maintain his balance, standing firm against that terrifying force. From within the whirlwind, screams echoed. The Black Hand felt exhilarated. It had been a long time since he felt this happy. Jan felt fear creeping in. It appeared from behind the veil of smoke, confirming itself to him once more. Right. You are not just someone who stops at being a king. The giant black vortex resembled a portal to the void, carrying chaotic and threatening energy. Do you have what it takes to be my mastermind? Jan looked toward the source of the overwhelming power, his face showing clear astonishment. The system notification startled him, revealing a glitch in the Battlete system. The constellation of the Purple Star had infiltrated the game through illegal means. In the intense scene of the thunderstorm, the Black Hand appeared with solid muscles, exuding absolute authority. Jan widened his eyes, feeling that what he just witnessed was beyond imagination. A constellation. The leveling map was a special defense map, ambushing the Tomb of the Conqueror. With a maximum team size of 5,050, only one player would face heavy penalties. This was an unprecedented leveling battle in Jihan's team. The enemies were set much stronger. But as the series of predictions about failure were overturned, and when Jihan crushed the Black Hand to dust, the spirits of countless spectators also dissipated. They were so furious that they slammed their hands on the table. Everyone felt a buzzing annoyance in their heads. Damn it. What is going on? This skill is way too unfair. My money. A girl shouted loudly. Who told you to watch Batnet during work? A group of people watched joyfully. Oh my. I always believed in you. Another group cried out loudly. No way. I had everything riding on Baron's victory. Han bowed his head on the table, tears about to flow like a river. Gazin, standing nearby, gently called out, Miss. The two sat down to analyze the situation, and the girl spoke up. I can't believe it. Could it be that Son Jihan wins this time too? The boy clicked his tongue. I thought for sure he would lose this time. Wanglin and Baron performed well, but they can't compare to Song Jihan. It is a pity that without Son Jihan, one of them could have been the main character. The girl looked at the screen curiously, wondering if this promotion match would end like this. The screen displayed a notification in guide mode, making it impossible to watch this clip. They were surprised too. Can't watch it. The Black Hand grinned, rising amidst the raging storm. You stand in the tense atmosphere, your gaze lifted, determined and contemplative. You look small, caught in a massive swirling darkness. It is hard to believe, but Jiha realized its terrifying power and the helplessness of fighting alone. If that really is the constellation, I can't face it alone. Not only can't I face it, I can't even hold on for a few more seconds. A sound rang out, surprising you as you looked over. The Black Hand also fell silent, paying attention to something. The screen began to change, and you looked around in surprise. Traditional architecture started to fade away. and the space was shifting. Jan looked back with worry mixed with suspicion. His brows slightly furrowed, showing confusion. Is the system preparing to do something? That is right. The intervention of the constellation itself is a type of error. It will definitely be corrected. Your eyes glanced sideways, sharp and focused, making the black hand feel uncomfortable. This system is really annoying. Its hand stretched out, exuding a sense of power and mystery. There is not much time left. The black hand shouted. Don't you dare run away. Jihan's eyes widened, sweat dripping from his forehead, showing he was tense in the current situation. Before him stood a massive shadow, hazy in the fog and darkness, creating an extreme sense of pressure and danger. A tense and dramatic scene. A call for harmony was issued from a mysterious and somewhat threatening entity. Merge with me. Jan's expression was one of shock and panic. Oh my. You stood firm amidst the powerful energy emanating, completely unable to evade it. A red spark struck the black hand from somewhere, startling it. It showed clear signs of astonishment and extreme confusion. Looking down at the arm hit by the energy beam. What is this? What? In the gloomy scene, glowing circles were blazing as if incinerating everything around the black hand. Jan calmly watched as beams of light shot towards it from within each red circle. Each impact produced an explosion. The system announced that the constellation Ji Ting does not have access to the promotion match. The notification appeared again. The expulsion process is underway. The black hand clutched its face and screamed. It hurts. It hurts so much. It cried out desperately, clinging to the last hope amidst the storm. My friend, please stop them. However, what it received in return was an emotionless response. Even mocking. Who is your friend? The explosion burst out powerfully. Jan watched in awe. This system really works efficiently. Great. This can be handled right away. In the thick black smoke, the dark figure stretched out its large, trembling hand. Wait, hold on a second. Its expression was one of sheer panic, sweat pouring down its twisted face. I will return it. The dark figure made a heartfelt offer in exchange. Just let me talk to that guy for a moment. Okay, I have something important to say. A soul was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, exuding dignity or latent power. Daihan thought to himself. Could that be the soul of the conqueror? His expression turned serious as he focused on the problem at hand. The system displayed a notification. Do you accept the constellation's offer? If accepted, you will receive the soul of the conqueror and a large reward from the system. With the system's protection, mental attacks will be completely blocked. Standing before the system screen, Jihan's face showed seriousness mixed with a hint of hesitation and worry. It felt like it was urging him to accept. Releasing the soul of the conqueror must be very important. His eyes radiated decisiveness. Somewhat cold but filled with depth, the dark figure was still holding a soul, waiting for his confirmation, and perked up as soon as he spoke. All right. Jihan looked up with determination, his face radiating firmness as he spoke loudly. I accept the offer. The gloomy atmosphere was shrouded in thick smoke, and the dark figure sneered sarcastically. Wonderful. You did not hesitate at all. On the contrary, he said decisively. Let us get to the point. Not very friendly. Are you? Jihan maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding its attitude. All right. As I mentioned earlier, the dark figure smiled brightly and asked excitedly. Don't you want to be my head, Winniemer? He grimaced, clenching his teeth in anger at its teasing. The dark figure still held on to its thoughts and shouted. Wow. Jihan was both angry and had to explain. What is so great about it? Why should I become a head for something disgusting like you? But it still tried to persuade him. Wait. Think about it. You will become a constellation. Don't you know how amazing that is? A bunch of bizarre creatures, or shapes with distorted faces appeared in a dark and hazy space. Upon closer inspection, his entire body was made of souls. Could he have absorbed souls this way? Jihan's thoughts continued. Getting involved with a victory had no benefits at all. He clearly showed disdain towards it. Following a monster like you. I know exactly what will happen. Get lost. The dark figure was taken aback. It became angry out of embarrassment, waving its hands repeatedly and screaming like a child demanding a toy. You can talk like that? Do you know who I am? I may look like this, but I am one of the strongest constellations in the universe. Daihan mocked. Who are you? I have never heard of a constellation like you. The dark figure continued shouting. Do you even know who I am? Right. He nonchalantly dug at his ears, not even paying attention. Suddenly, he took examples of great figures to represent himself. Here on Earth, there are people like Marx and Lenin who think like me, so I will call myself the Mind. Okay. The dark figure continued rambling in ways that made him doubt. Just call me Sen for short. It is a nickname. We look pretty close now. Jen did not want to waste any more time on this nonsense, so he called the system. System. How much longer do I have to listen to this nonsense? Red beams continued shooting at him, making him scream, ending the conversation so soon. Jen ignored its final words, his expression emotionless as he just wanted to leave quickly. Hey. Are you serious? This is a fantastic offer. Do you know why? I won't give up before being eliminated. The dark figure did not forget to leave a promise. I will find a way to meet you again. Just wait. A huge explosion occurred, bright enough that he had to cover his eyes. Everything ended. clouds of dust everywhere. Daihan stood there for a moment, slowly opening his eyes, still filled with deep thoughts. After a while, the image of the old castle returned to normal. He looked around again. After a great battle, Jen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, everything really came to an end. That constellation had wiped out the entire army, leaving nothing to protect. He leaned on his back, slightly bent over, looking a bit tired. Daihan looked up, still thinking about the soul of the conqueror. So tired. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something. Indeed, he was really tired. He turned slightly around, his face very calm. Even though a sharp object was attacking him, Jen quickly dodged to the side. The object stabbed straight into the ground, causing the earth to explode. A silhouette of a flag fluttered in the air, revealing a figure filled with highs and lows. "Thank you for saving me, stranger." His tone was extremely serious. "In return for freeing me, I will grant you the Phoenix Banner of the Gafeng Empire." Daihan looked up, puzzled, thinking it was not the Phoenix clan but the Phoenix Banner. The system announced the Phoenix Banner of SSS rank, a relic of the Phoenix King, once used by the founding emperor of the Gafeng Empire. Special effect when planted on the battlefield. All stats of teammates and allies in the area increase by 25%. Additional effect: if the user is the guild master or president, the entire level of the guild's effect will increase by 4. His eyes filled with confusion as he saw the information about the SSS item. Jen chuckled to himself, his eyes returning to their sharpness as usual. "This is exactly the reward the conqueror mentioned. I never expected to receive something so valuable." He turned to thank the soul, grateful for such a precious gift. "This time, I will use it well." He felt curious. "Have I ever given you a similar reward?" Daihan recalled the weapon he received. "Didn't you give me the Phoenix at the Royal Tomb?" But the conqueror had no impression at all. "The Phoenix at the Royal Tomb." He began to explain the matter. "Surely that was a replica created by recreating me when I was imprisoned in the Star of Death. It seems it guarded the Royal Tomb in my place. Anyway, that is just a fantasy world recreating the Royal Tomb of the past. That place is indeed suitable for it. But still, a being about to vanish like me does not need to worry about anything." He took the reins, preparing to leave. The fragments of the soul began to fade. "Oh Savior, without your help, I would have forever lived a life of slavery under that terrifying giant star." Before completely vanishing, the conqueror left a warning for Jihan. "Never get involved with it, no matter how sweetly it lures you. Absolutely do not let yourself disappear, leaving only golden dust floating in space." He looked up with a determined expression, even when it desperately pleaded, "I won't get involved. You can rest assured." At this moment, Jihan began to pay attention to the Phoenix flag planted beside him. He quickly lifted the flag from the ground. The system announced that player Song Jihan had defeated the special boss, Black Hand. He took the Phoenix flag with a confident gaze, exuding valor. The system announced that the winner of the top 100 promotion tournament of the Silver Alliance had been determined. Both Wang Lin and Baron were surprised by player Song Jihan's victory. As the sun rose brightly over the scene, returning to the brightly lit skyscraper in the dark night, Jen lay down on the bed, exhaling, closing his eyes to rest. "Oh my. It is finally over," the system continuously announced. "You have become the champion of the top 100 promotion tournament, receiving 5 million P as a reward, leveling up 5 levels, earning the title King of Kings of Silver." He lay there, checking the information. All right. Everyone knows this stuff already." The rewards appeared. Completing special achievements. Facing the star seat. Earning 100,000 achievement points as a reward. Special achievements completed. Dealing damage to the star seat. Earning 200,000 achievement points as a reward. Daihan was surprised by that reward. Does that count as an achievement? At this moment, he felt a bit worried about what just happened. Remembering that incident. Was it what they called send something? I wonder if it was broadcasted in its entirety. But everything has been resolved satisfactorily. The system directly intervened. Perhaps it has been prevented. Jan stepped outside to look for his niece. "Hey, did you watch your uncle's channel?" But there is no one at home. He was surprised by this absence. Then suddenly, Jen remembered something. Oh right. A is also participating in the promotion match. Right, at the promotion tournament of the Bronze League. The grand arena under the sunlight. The system announced there are 3 participants left. A's gaze was filled with determination. The boy attacked her with a skill shot, but she managed to evade it. Vikala sped off to one side, grabbing her bow and arrow before the other person could react. She raised her bow, her gaze intensely focused on that person. An arrow shot out, heading straight for the other person. He could only let out a pained scream. Vikala landed firmly on the ground. She instinctively smiled brightly, filled with confidence. Just one more person left. While Vikala was standing there, a guy from behind lunged at her, intending to ambush. He swung down with a long slash, his eyes shining with murderous intent. However, she easily dodged, making him miss that strike. A fist came close to her face, and Vikala threw a punch that sent him flying. He coughed up blood and let out a pained cry. As his body was soaring through the air, an arrow found its way towards him. Vikala shot the arrow through his body effortlessly, and left a parting remark. "Goodbye, She panted heavily after that attack. The system announced that the winner of the promotion tournament for the League of Commoners had been determined. She turned to see the match end with Vehicle S victory. Her face brightened up. She achieved her dream. Vehicle jumped up like a child. I won. I won. Now I am moving up to Silver League. The system announced that the upgrade requirements had been met, and the gift rank was increased. She smiled brightly, her eyes shining with joy. Finally, the late blooming skill is about to rank up. Is it going up to rank E? Suddenly, Vehicle's eyes widened at something. The system's announcement surprised her. What is this? What is it? To become the only player with the late blooming skill on the planet, or the first to reach gold level. If the requirements are not met, the skill will be automatically erased. I have to be the first to reach gold rank. The modern city at night. Dazzling lights from skyscrapers illuminated everywhere, creating a lively and magical scene. Ru Ho saw a performance by Vehicle on the screen, where two henchmen were kneeling in front of her in fear. Crying, both of them admitted their mistakes and bowed their heads, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Miss, please spare my life. Duklukov. Not believing the words of those two traitors who were still so talkative, she ordered them to be silenced. A sharp blade glimmered as one person raised it. Before they could finish speaking, blood splattered everywhere. Roko asked her henchman about the South Korean with the special skill on the screen. This late blooming skill belongs to a South Korean named Junts. Right, they confirmed.
Yep.
That is right. Then she read the information briefly. Her eyes lit up, looking terrifying, her expression cold and calculating. Perhaps soon she would have to deal with this person in South Korea. She is a player from the China and Hong Kong League. Jin's Ho. Han and Jate looked at Vehicle's announcement board. Studying it, both felt something was off. He crossed his arms in confusion. Is this the new upgrade requirement? Han confirms. That is right. After being promoted to rank, the conditions have changed. She feels the conditions are not too easy. It does not sound pleasant at all. If she fails and loses the gift, so be. But the condition is to become the sole owner of the legendary gift on the planet, or to be the first to upgrade to gold rank. If the conditions are not met, the player's gift will be automatically erased. Isn't the GA organization publicly demanding competition? The Karanungvi is unaware of the situation. In fact, she does not even know if anyone else besides her possesses the legendary gift. Ha brushes her hair back, her eyes showing some concern. That is right. She reanalyzes the situation for Kara. If someone else possesses it, they must be famous by now, just like her. Kara. She exclaimed. Oh no. I hope that person is weaker than me. Jan's eyes turned cold. He is recalling someone he once knew. If we are talking about someone who also possesses the legendary gift, then it is the second rank player before I reset. Jin's Hoa. If Jinzo Ho also receives similar upgrade conditions, then caution is necessary. This is a player whose abilities are shrouded in mystery, with many rumors suggesting a background from the underground world, and so on. Still, it would not be easy to mess with a famous person like Kara, but it is better to be cautious. It is always good to be careful. Kara remains focused, her eyes glued to the screen. Jan speaks seriously, showing determination and a bit of authority. Kara, you should aim to rank up to gold in the October upgrade exam and limit going out during this time. Kara seems a bit hesitant. Alright, there is no other choice. Her mood lightens a bit when she remembers an outing. After all, she has an outing with Sophia this week. Ha claps to get Kara's attention. Come on, do not be too sad. She smiles, her eyes brightening the atmosphere. After all, both she and C winning is a big joy. Ha cheerfully says, congratulations to both of you. When will it be our Gazan's turn to win? Jan shows no emotion. Are you kidding me? I am in the top 100. You know, suddenly, he says something that surprises Han. There is something a bit strange, she asks in surprise, showing confusion. What is strange? He questions. Han. Aren't you betting on the upgrade exam this time? Feeling guilty in her stomach makes Han tear up. If she had bet, she must have put all her money on someone else and lost it all. Why do you look so happy? That is really strange. She immediately denies it. What? What are you talking about? I am not brave enough to get involved in that stuff anymore. Gazan calls her out immediately. She did lose money, but she got it back. Hazian shouts. Gazan explained that Betonet sent an apology due to a system error and refunded all bets. Daihan chuckled lightly. So that is why she leaned in to ask what was going on during their fun conversation. What happened that the system had to admit a fault? During that level up, there was a disruption in the stream, and this time it just showed a message that he had won and ended abruptly, causing chaos among everyone. Han screamed in frustration, even jumping on the table. Is his gift to mess up the live stream? Jan crossed his arms, closing his eyes and shaking his head in denial. It is nothing serious. Just reminded of Hexthof's loving invitations that sent chills down his spine. Jan brushed it off, saying, it is just a system error and a surprisingly strong opponent. I have handled it, and I have received the reward, so no need to worry. I also took the opportunity to ask, is D's level increase also because you confirmed it?
Yep.
That is part of the reward, Daihan thought to himself. The Phoenix Prize is a reward from the Conqueror. But of course, he smiled at his hands. The reward is not just that. Several sources of special energy emerged in Jihan's hands. He stood up and nodded to say goodbye. Well, we will take our leave now. The car is ready. Si quickly followed along.
Yep.
Han stood up to check on them. By the way, are you free next week? Jen asked. What is going on? She is talking about you receiving an award. This time we will receive an award. The reason is that we have made Korea proud. And they want you to represent and accept the award. Jen felt it was not necessary. Does it really have to be me? Han praised him to no end. Oh, come on. You are the symbol of J. The achievements you have accomplished alone are immense. She clasped her hands together, her face beaming with admiration. His popularity is at its peak right now. Of course, accepting it will create more buzz. After all, this will help promote the image of Dian. And I hope you will help with that. Jen agreed reluctantly. All right. Let me arrange a day for that. Han was also delighted. I will send you a message with the specific time. Okay. Suddenly he looked a bit hesitant, his face showing confusion about what to say. But who will present the award at Batnet headquarters? Kung happily welcomed Jihan. Hello. The Jihan. He is the new director of Batnet. Okyu Sumung. He reached out for a handshake and praised his appearance. In reality, you are even better looking. Thank you for making the effort to come here. I truly appreciate you taking the time. Even though you are very busy. Jan felt it was a bit too formal and was embarrassed. Thinking he did not need to come all the way here to welcome him, Kyu-sung gestured for him to follow. How could we not when we are welcoming a distinguished guest? Jan wore a serious expression but clearly looked nervous, his eyes betraying his tension. This is too much pressure. Han leaned in to whisper. He is the newly appointed director after the previous one was dismissed. She elaborated that after the scandal at Taigon newspaper, Batnet's reputation hit rock bottom. Now they are striving to recover it. If you ask, they might even build a statue in the Wang Waman Center. That would not be helpful at all. His eyes sparkled with admiration, showing excitement and surprise. Even Director Batnet came out to greet. You are so cool. Diego stood behind with a softer gaze and a proud little smile. Once Jen gets famous, do not forget about me. Hearing that, Jen just gave in. What is a retired world star babbling about? Diego'd. Enough talking. Let us hurry up, she happily replied.
Yep.
A pair of feet appeared right behind everyone. Min Hong showed up with a face-covering hat, coldly staring at the group. The ceremony began in a luxurious atmosphere. Now, the scene of the awards ceremony appeared formal and professional in a large hall. Bright lights illuminated the center stage. We will begin the ceremony for the award presentation. Dihan smiled confidently. His expression showed not only pride but a hint of calmness. Both Haezyun and Si expressed their recognition and admiration for him. Sia was very excited and proud of her uncle. Today, you are really cool, uncle. Haezyun only felt that today's event was a rare moment. If only it could always be like this. Shared a memorable story. His tone a bit mischievous. Things have changed a lot now. Haven't you seen the time Uncle wore a tank top during his first gaming session? The legendary new Haiyan outfit made him think back. If he wore that now, she would burn his entire wardrobe. Don't he worry. Now at home, Uncle dresses neatly. Talking about a coffee spill on someone in the car, she gasped and screamed. Lin jumped up in surprise. Han turned around. Worried. Oh no. Are you okay? I complained. My clothes. Lin stammered. I am sorry. The situation on the bench caught Jan's attention. He glanced over there. Puzzled. What is going on? I stood up, looking somewhat confused. You should go wash up in the restroom first. Han asked Han if she needed to go with her, but I felt it was not necessary. The restroom is just in front. Before leaving, Hazen reminded the girl. Be careful. I walked with Lin. Min Hong stood at the corner. When Diego turned back, he noticed that guy was with them. He had a bad feeling because that man was too unfamiliar. Inside the restroom, water was running continuously from the tap. I rubbed her dress, feeling a bit sad. Just bought this outfit. What a shame. Lin shrank back, showing guilt. What should I do? I am really sorry. I saw her like that and could not bear to blame her. It is. Lin handed her a paper towel. Here. Wipe this off for now. Kara politely replied. Thanks a lot. Lin saw something and looked extremely surprised. She walked towards Kara, reminding her in a friendly tone. It seems like your collar has a bit of coffee on it too. Kara was surprised as well. Really? She looked closely to see how it got there. Lin told her. Bend down. I will wipe it off. While Kara was looking in the mirror, she was shocked at how much was on her. Lin dug something out of her handbag.
Yep.
Just a little. From the mirror, her terrifying face appeared, holding a sharp syringe. Gazin walked down the empty corridor. Suddenly, she felt uneasy. Her eyes showed a hint of anxiousness. Earlier, Diego had told her about that. What was it? Earlier, a suspicious guy had been following the car. His face was very serious as he recounted. It could just be a coincidence. but he was following as if he had been waiting, which made me uneasy. Gazen slightly lowered her head, her eyes closed, and her face showed clear signs of worry. Could something happen in that brief moment? Her gaze was extremely sharp and full of surprise. Revealing her astonishment, Gato saw Lin supporting Kara, who was collapsing in her arms. She called out Kara's name, making Lin pay attention. Her gaze was now extremely cold. She frowned in displeasure and turned sharply away. Gazen stood there shouting loudly. She intended to run after her. Standing still, a hand appeared from behind. Min Hong pushed her head down to the ground to restrain her. A strong, bony hand pressed down on her head. Gazen's eyes were filled with both anger and fear. He spat out a phrase in Chinese. Thinking he had cleared everyone out, Gazen thought to herself, is she with him? Min Hong looked at her with a cold yet bright gaze. Be quiet. I do not want to make a big deal out of this. The light from his eyes seemed to emit a source of energy. From now until I leave, that energy transferred to Gazen's eyes. You won't be able to leave this spot. Her hands clenched in despair. Trembling weakly, her body unable to move, Min Hong left. Gazen collapsed on the floor. Gong Min with weak hands bracing himself, his whole body shaking as if he were struggling. No way. If I let them go like this, Kara will. At this moment, Jan had finished receiving his award. He walked step by step down from the podium. Han waved his hand, calling him down to that position. Jan quickly noticed the empty seat next to him. Where's Kara? The expression on his face was a mix of shock and tension. His eyes wide open and brows furrowed. Gazen forcefully pushed the door open, rushing into a room with an extremely urgent demeanor. She was panting, her face showing extreme anxiety. Jan stood frozen with a stunned expression as he listened to every word Gon said. Sorry. The old building X cracked under the dark night sky. Kara slowly woke up from a daze. She was tied up lying on the floor, her face showing confusion, vaguely waking up. When did I fall asleep? Kara was extremely shocked and confused, her eyes wide open, trembling in fear. The pupil nearly shrank in shock. What? Barko sat cross-legged on the chair, next to the girl whom I just met earlier. You are awake now. She looked at you with a cold, sharp gaze, holding a knife firmly as a powerful warning. Nice to meet you. Runex showed clear signs of confusion and worry as she bowed her head and asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? She looked forward with a tense attitude, trying to process the information. That is right. You probably do not know me. Do you? The person sitting in the chair introduced with an air of authority. My name is Jin Ho. His eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Jo Ho's name. Also a gift fuser like her. She seemed a bit surprised. Eyes wide, sweat dripping down her face. I realized the issue at hand. This woman was the one she had to compete with to protect her gift. Right. Barko pointed the knife downwards, getting straight to the point. She aimed the knife directly at her, her gaze full of threat. Run away. Drop your gift. Her eyes suddenly widened. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek, and her tense expression showed confusion and fear. You received the same instructions as me. Right. The instructions said that anyone who levels up slower will lose their gift. Ja Ho exhibited strong resolve. Sorry, but I can't afford to lose my gift. So please stop participating in Batnet until I reach gold level. Her eyes held a hint of contemplation. Of course. Ho held the sharp knife aimed directly at A in a threatening manner. If you refuse, the outcome won't be pretty. A clearly showed signs of shock, her eyes filled with fear. She knew she was in a dangerous situation. I do not know who these people are, but cornering someone in broad daylight like this, they must be familiar with this kind of criminal behavior. Maybe I should just pretend to agree to drop the gift. If they could be easily convinced, they would not have made such a big deal out of it. A lowered her head, her eyes filled with calculating thoughts. If it were my uncle right now, what would he do? She continued talking to buy time, her hands trying to loosen the rope. Even though she said that, it seems like they still can't do anything to me right now. Right. I kept talking to draw attention to her words. If it were as simple as just killing me, they would not have needed to kidnap me and do all this. Clearly, they do not want to kill unless necessary. Ho suddenly turned serious and went silent for a moment. She praised her for being quite clever. Rao chuckled. Right. If this were my country, it would be different. But you are a famous figure. Handling the aftermath would be quite troublesome. I glanced at something, her face extremely tense. Ho seemed to have lost patience. Seriously saying, it seems you are not planning to give up your gift. Are you? Someone appeared behind So there is no other choice. Min Hong stood tall behind her. Just die already. He grabbed her hair, pulling it back, causing her to cry out in pain. Min Hong forced her to look up at him. The gift of my subordinate is a hint. His gaze emitted a wave of energy. The activation conditions were quite complex, making it hard to use in-game, but enough for her to write a will and end her own life. The eyes of Kara began to absorb that energy. What a hassle, but fine. Let us try to deal with the consequences a bit. Her eyes were glowing brightly. Goodbye. Run. She knelt on the floor, hands tied, her face bowed down showing clear signs of helplessness and pain. Du Ho coldly said. So boring. She got up, calculating carefully to show her cold-bloodedness. Handling it here seems off, does not it? Min Hong agreed with her opinion. That is right. If the body is discovered here, it would raise suspicion. So doing it closer to her place would be more reasonable. They decided on the plan together. All right, let us move immediately. Suddenly, Min Hong noticed something. From behind, Kara punched him in the face. Min Hong fell face down on the ground, letting out a cry. The precise words from Kara left the other two in stunned silence. Even for a moment. Why did I ever think about giving up the gift? This is the opportunity I have worked so hard for. Her face was filled with confidence and arrogance. Forget about that. A person's foot stepped forward. And Gazan and Jihan reached the corner of Kara. He spoke up, asking, "Is this the place?" Ariel next to him confirmed.
Yep.
It seems to be here. She sensed the presence of Kara. I can clearly feel Kara's aura from inside the building. It was still moving until just now. His gaze was cold but felt somewhat relieved. Luckily, the girl was still safe. Jan quickly walked ahead. No more time to waste. Lead the way. Gazan behind called out. Confused. Wait, Jan. Let me analyze the situation for you. I understand you are in a hurry. But should not we call the police first? However, according to Jan, it is not necessary. Right. He glanced toward the buildings, looking somewhat worried. Meanwhile, who knows what would happen to Kara? A group of armed individuals stood blocking their way. Gazan also grabbed a weapon, his face showing signs of anger. Could they be the accomplices of the kidnappers? Suddenly, Jihan called her full name, catching her attention. Lamazian. Energy surrounded his body, his eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. You two handle these guys. Inside, the image of Min Hong being beaten down on the ground appeared. Urko was taken aback. What was that just now? What kind of ability was that? Lin was unsure. I do not know either. Kara's expression was resolute and determined. Eyebrows furrowed. Eyes alert. Thanks to the seal you gave, I have managed to escape danger. She recalled that moment, her stamped arm asking, "So what is this?" Jan explained in detail. It is a leveling reward. You received a new stat called Thunder Seal. The higher the stat, the more you can grant Thunder Seals to others. For her, it still felt strange. Thunder Seal. She wondered about the actual effect. Not feeling anything special. What does it even do? He replied in a calm tone. Jan smiled, raising his finger to control the flow of electricity. Because of the seal, I can also control the power of lightning. Sia's eyes sparkled like a star. She was even more surprised to hear the second effect, which grants immunity to mental attacks. Sia wondered. Mental attacks? You slowly explained. Well, this is a good ability, Jan then said. But these kinds of effects are best never used. Min Hong gradually became alert and stood up. The three of them looked at her with murderous intent. Sia realized the current problem was that her subordinates were not ordinary bodyguards. Both were players. And it would be tough to handle them alone. She quickly ran away. If that is the case. Lin drew a weapon from her sleeve, her gaze cold. She threw a knife towards where Xe was running. Sia fell flat on her face, grimacing in pain. Damn. My leg. Min Hong approached, placing a hand on her head. Her face filled with fear. He threw her forcefully, and her body slammed against the wall. The impact made her spit blood from her mouth. Then she fell hard onto the floor, her body weakened from the previous attack, her consciousness fading. Min Hong approached, confused, not expecting the suggestion to be ineffective. With a flicker of consciousness, Sia heard them discussing how to deal with her. Should they just kill her, or bury her on the nearby mountain and fake her disappearance? The energy source from below surged up through the building. Jan had reached the location where they were holding Sia. His whole body was surrounded by extraordinary power. It was time to kill. Ruho and Lin were startled and looked towards him. Jan approached them, his entire being filled with rage. She stared wide-eyed in shock. Speechless. His face darkened, cold enough to be frightening. Daihin glared at them with anger. On the other side, Sia lay unconscious on the ground with Min Hong. His expression was extremely grim and frightening, his eyes bursting with intense emotion. Lin stepped forward, raising her hand to protect. Step back, miss. She threw a smoke grenade towards him. Jen remained still as the smoke began to spread. Lin ran up, holding a knife, charging towards him. A wave of energy emanated from him. Pushing against her, Lin widened her eyes in disbelief. She was flung against the nearby wall. The strong impact made Lin spit blood, and she fell face first onto the floor. A hand reached closer to Jihan. He was pinned against a pillar by Min Hong. The latter attacked aggressively, his eyes shining, sweat dripping, revealing his surprise. Jan's hand gripped Min Hong's wrist tightly. He pulled his hand aside, catching him off guard. Jan headbutted Min Hong, causing blood to burst. His face was filled with pain as he gritted his teeth. Duke Ho stood watching, frozen in fear. Min Hong's trembling hand reached towards him. He knelt down before Jan, who stood tall. Min Hong slammed his face into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Daihin glanced over at Ho, causing her to jump. Her eyes widened, sweat dripping with fear. He shot a deadly glare. What did she do? A lay on the floor, pale and panicked. Uncle Jan did not notice someone attacking from behind. Lin swung at him, but he quickly dodged. Then she was counterattacked. She lay on the ground from his strike. Jan grabbed her collar and clenched his fist once more. He paused only when he heard a command from the other side. Stop. Ho was holding at knife point, threatening him. Don't move. Jan's car. Despite her threats, he maintained a cold expression. Just a twitch of your finger, and I will tear her into pieces. Roho's hand shook as she desperately tried to escape. Her face was filled with rage. Keila, 15 years ago, at Chairman Jean's villa belonging to the Hong Kong Red Tiger Society. Screams echoed from inside. The maid's son cried out. It hurts. Help me. Zizi rushed to intervene. Miss, please stop. But she continued to strike fiercely. A voice called out, making her stop. Dio looked up to see her father standing sternly. He seemed strict. What is all this noise about? Ho hesitated before saying, I wanted this doll, but he would not let me have it. Ziki gently explained. Chairman, my child treasures this doll. He smiled in satisfaction, praising his child for doing well. He crouched down to look at his daughter. His face turned frightening. He patted her head encouragingly, saying if you want something, you have to take it. Only then are you worthy of being my daughter. Ho felt motivated, her eyes filled with confidence. She flashed a sinister smile. Yep. Dad. Jin Ho, the youngest daughter of the Jin family, a force in the Hong Kong underworld. From birth, she lived a life of luxury thanks to her family's power. Ho sat coldly on the chair, crossing her legs. Battle Elite, an employee explained. Yep. Soon all countries will professionally train players. She pondered seriously, asking, I heard the highest rank gift is when you become a player. Right. Joho turned back with a bright smile. Of course. I will get S rank. But she stared at the system screen in disbelief. S rank. The gift you own. The power grows stronger over time. S rank gift? Meanwhile, her friends were excited about this rank gift. Someone actually received S rank gift? Really? What kind of ability is that? Dukoho looked at them with eyes full of rage. So jealous. Is it the first time someone at our school got an S rank? The girl blushed, her friendly eyes sparkling as she hid her hand. Now she is on a different level than us. In the heavy rain, she left unexpectedly. Next news. The TV reported on the case of a high school student who was just found dead by the nearby river. The victim was a player who had caught attention for receiving an S-tier gift last month, leaving many people regretful. Roho sat in a corner of the room, wearing a sly smile. Who told you to show off? You trash. The appearance of Batnet completely turned her world upside down, and the information that Song Jahan revealed to her was a picture of him appearing on the forum. She leaned closer to the screen, observing intently, realizing it was a development gift. Roho laughed, trembling with excitement. This is the highest tier gift. Right. What is this? If this is true. Her eyes shone menacingly. One day, won't I be the strongest? That was the only glimmer of hope that helped her regain her shattered self-esteem. Roho held the knife tightly, biting her lip to hold back. Now that I have a hostage, I am in control. Killing this girl won't take more than 5 seconds. Suddenly, Jihan moved slowly toward her. Roho lost control, gripping the Akar tighter, pointing the knife at him as a warning. Wait. You dog, did not I tell you not to move? Or do you want to see your niece get killed? If you take another step. The bright eyes suddenly froze. Diane's eyes burned with cold fury as he stepped closer. In her eye, he filled her vision with his presence and aura. The pressure he exerted completely overwhelmed her confidence. Roho dropped the knife at her feet and automatically knelt on the ground, hesitantly glancing at Jihan with a hint of fear. She moved to lean against him as if seeking comfort. Uncle, I am trying to convince my uncle. So please calm down. Can we go home? The words from the Akar suddenly made Ho feel uneasy. It is not worth getting my hands dirty for someone like this. Her eyes became terrifying. Someone like her. Even while kneeling, Ho regained her sense of self. It was not anyone else. She pulled out a gun and dared to point it at me. Jihan was somewhat surprised to see her aiming a gun at him. He quickly created a shield to block the bullets. Roho widened her eyes, her face filled with confusion. There is no way I am going to be weak. There is no way I am going to lose, she shouted in a frenzy, her face taut. The victor will always be me. She raised the gun again and continued to fire. The bullets were blocked by the shield. Suddenly, some bullets flew towards the car. Jen was startled, looking in the direction of the bullet. He quickly slid his feet to change his stance. Jen slashed across the bullets. Roho was still standing there shooting, a slash cutting across her body. The vehicle looked up with wide eyes, blood splattering from the other side. A few days later, at the skyscraper, the sky was blue again. Jan stood inside the kitchen, looking at his hands. His hands were covered in disgusting blood, but in reality, they were perfectly clean. Jan bit his lip tightly. It was an unavoidable situation. No need to think any further. Since that day, Jinzo Ho's group vanished without a trace. Of course. No news was reported by the media as the crime occurred in a closed building, and Jinzo Ho's organization did not want to be exposed, even if the forces behind Jinzo Ho were furious about this incident. Witnessing the scene, they would not dare to touch the vehicle. However, from that day on, the vehicle always sat quietly with a sad expression. Jan approached, smiling at her, which startled her. "What are you thinking?" She spoke to him rather distantly. "Unlike before, it is nothing." He smiled gently. Looking a bit contemplative, it was definitely a huge shock for the vehicle. After finishing the guidance, such things would happen almost every day. Can the vehicle endure this? The doorbell rang, catching both of their attention. The vehicle was still wondering who it was. Maintaining a sad expression, the visitor was Sophia. And as soon as she entered, she smiled brightly like the sun. It had been a while since she saw the vehicle. A calls out to her friend, Sophia. Sophia is surprised to see her friend. "Oh my. How have you gotten so skinny after just a little while? Are you on a diet?" Her face shows great surprise. Her eyebrows raise up. "What are you doing here?" Daihan immediately replies. "Uncle called her here." You smile gently. "It has been a while since I have gone out. You two have not seen each other in a long time. Go out and get some fresh air." A is a bit surprised, while Sophia happily encourages you to join. "Will you come with us?" You feel a bit embarrassed. "I do not need to," she quickly retorts. "Don't say that. I have a perfect plan." Sophia's face is full of excitement, her eyes sparkling, and a bright smile. "Today, I am going to make everyone have an unexpected fun time." Jan leans closer to her, whispering a little. "I has been looking sad lately. I can only ask Sophia to help cheer her up." Sophia blushes and covers her face in response. "Okay." Seems a bit flustered. "Uncle, I am not planning to go anywhere. But of course, Sophia won't let her stay home." Dragging her off right away, Ariel exclaims. She really is a lively girl. Dehan sweats and forces a smile. She was not like this before. The bustling atmosphere is lively at an entertainment area in the street. Sophia grabs his hand excitedly and runs around. They both eat spicy rice cakes from a street vendor, then challenge themselves to win stuffed animals. They manage to win a pretty cute teddy bear. Sophia hugs the bear joyfully. "I have always wanted to try winning stuffed animals like this." A wonders. "Don't they have these in America?" She honestly replies. "Of course they do, but there is no one to play with." They both prepare to play the next game. Sophia jokes a little with her friend. "What game should we play next? Are you good at basketball? I will give you 5 points before we start." A chuckles lightly, feeling confident. What a weird thing to say. She also affirms that she is quite good at basketball too. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire startles her. Over there, 2 people are playing a shooting game. "Oh my. Why can't I hit anything?" "You are really bad now." They are playing a zombie shooting game. There must be something wrong with the machine, but people say that the incompetent often blame the tools. The game screen shows a zombie getting shot down. That image makes her remember that day. Her eyes widen in panic, and she says nothing more. His face goes pale. She covers her face in fear. Then she runs away quickly. Sophia calls out after a runs out of the arcade. She stands by the roadside, leaning her head down tiredly. Sophia hurriedly runs after her. "Are you okay?" She can only brush it off, just feeling a bit uneasy, but Sophia is still very worried. Really, she asked if there had been any issues with Kara lately, wondering if something was wrong. Her cheeks flushed. She laughed it off, thinking nothing could possibly happen to her. Sophia still felt something was off, but looking at him, he seemed fine. When she noticed Kara hesitating and confused, Sophia reassured him. "Just feel free to talk to me. We are out to have some fun today." "Right." Kara called her name. "Sophia." Her face showed a mix of embarrassment and worry. Kara tightened his grip on his arm, a gesture that clearly expressed anxiety, torment, and inner struggle. How would he feel if someone important to him did something wrong? I mean, if someone I trusted and valued committed murder. Sophia seemed taken aback that the conversation had suddenly shifted to such a serious and heavy topic. Kara slightly lowered his head, one hand behind his neck as if trying to reason or justify something difficult to say. "Of course. It is because they had no other way to protect themselves. They are still very important to me. But I feel guilty for thinking I made them turn bad." She was facing a moral and emotional dilemma. In that situation, how should I treat them? I am truly confused. Sophia appeared dreamy, imagining the scenario where the person she loved would not hesitate to spill blood just for her. A situation like that sounds kind of romantic, does not it? I do not know what to say. Kara's gaze was full of confusion but sounded a bit strange. Sophia continued to show her optimistic attitude. After all, the two still valued each other. Right, if it were me, I would rewind to the scene of a tall building at night. Kara arrived home politely saying, Jan came out to greet her, asking if she had fun. He called her over to sit down. "I want to talk." Kara's face suddenly looked anxious. She sat down. "What is going on?" she wondered. "Were you waiting for me to come back? This is the first time we have had a serious talk like this." "Right." After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "Kara, Jan wants to know what you are thinking. Why do not you quit being a player? She was surprised by his words. What? Jan leaned slightly forward. You see. You might not know, after completing the tutorial, the game will become real. If you die in the game, you have to use GP to revive. If you do not have enough GP, you will die for real. That means the person you kill in the game could also die in real life. Her eyes widened with tension. Sweat on her face clearly showing her worry. Car asked, how do you know about this? Uncle, Jan explained. This is information I heard from Ariel. Thinking to himself that he could not reveal the truth, he glanced at Ariel. Right. Ariel. She told Car about a serious warning. That is not wrong. When the space tournament begins, the game will be more brutal than ever. If you are thinking of giving up, it is better to do it right now. Sia's gaze showed hesitation. She was thinking carefully. Jan looked at her with a calm and serious expression. He sincerely advised her. Sit up. You do not have to push yourself so hard. But Sia was very determined. Was not she? Although she still bowed her head a bit worried, her voice was full of enthusiasm. If such a terrifying world really happens, I definitely can't give up. Even Jan was surprised by her answer. He blurted out. What? Seriously? You are right. The events of that day still haunt me like a nightmare. When the tutorial ends and the game becomes real, even more terrifying nightmares will come crashing down on me. Sia's hands trembled uncontrollably. But because of that, I think I should stay by that person's side to prevent it from happening again. I do not want my loved ones to bear everything alone. Sia's gaze became firm and decisive. She looked at him strongly. I do not want you to face that world alone. She sat across from Jihan, expressing her determination. I will protect you. He stared at her in surprise. Sia has always been a source of strength. Sit up. You have always been strong. She reassured Jihan. So do not worry. I have been feeling a bit down lately. But I just need a little time to bounce back. Ariel was revealing the truth. She had not eaten for several days, making him flip the dining table dozens of times. Sia still refused to eat anything. Is crazy. Is not. Sit up. Do not you even believe it. Really? Jen interacted with the information system. Okay. If so, I will throw you an item. It won't hurt to have this. Here. Take this. Jan explained. This is a void cloak of rank. A somewhat suspicious item, but will help ensure your safety. He seriously advised Sia. If you encounter a situation like last time, you must use it. But she still felt she was not that desperate. Is it really necessary? Jen chuckled and offered another option. If you do not accept it, every time we go out, you will have to drag me along. Sia also laughed in response. So what? It is not like I am a stalker. Don't tell me you are secretly following me today. Suddenly, he fell silent. She could not believe she was right. No way. A heated argument erupted in the house. Sit up. You just watched me play to see if I was having fun. If that is the case, then why not join me? The kids are playing together. What are you doing here? The golden defense map unlocked the unique bridge. The players stood around discussing. This is the battlefield map. Right. It is my first time playing the unique bridge. Do you want me to give some tips? Suddenly, a loud sound drew attention. These guys stomped heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave. The general's face was full of furious expression as he poured all his strength into the melee attack. About to fight and still in a chatting mood, he shouted, do you dare to call yourselves soldiers of the Van Empire? The players had to cover their ears. Oh man. It felt like they were about to burst their eardrums. Can't this MP lower the volume? Suddenly, he turned around as if he saw something. On the bridge, a crowd of dark figures was approaching them. They held weapons. Their eyes red and shouted as they charged forward. The general stood in front of the players, ordering everyone into battle mode. His weapon-wielding arm radiated power. These freaks. He slashed down, sending them flying. Get lost. The players quickly rushed in to fight. The soldiers fell one after another during the battle, with the general wielding his weapon, continuously chopping at the soldiers. In no time, they were all sprawled on the ground. He stood still, panting heavily. A voice called out his name. Big Ru. Grab that sword over there. The guy with a sinister look urged him to join. Big Ru. It is not too late. Join the Phoenix Empire. The general was furious, enraged by the scoundrel's insolence. He shouted with a fierce expression. Our Van Empire will never submit. I and my soldiers will stop you at all costs. The guy laughed mockingly. The soldier pointed at the group sprawled on the bridge. You mean those pathetic fools? The system announced that over 50% of the players had died. The general was determined to use one last desperate measure. In this situation, there was no other choice. The general charged forward with a blank stare and an expression of extreme rage. Try you. This is the grave for both of us. A blinding light accompanied by lightning appeared on the bridge, creating a massive explosion with terrifying force. He was surprised and terrified, shouting, what? Soldiers fell off the cliff one after another. The system announced, the game is over. Comments flooded in as they lost right at the first phase of the unique bridge. Is there anyone in the gold tier who can get past the second round? Even being in gold tier, just making it past the first round is already impressive. If survivors are below 50%, They can't move on to the next round. It is not just about playing well. The system announced that teams are being formed. The game starts. The tidal lake is once again threatening the commander. He suggested, "It is not too late. Join the Phoenix Empire now." Commander Van was still furious. "That bastard. My soldiers and I from the Van Empire will never surrender." Comments came in. "We know. Some NPCs break the bridge quickly to wrap this up. How can Gold Tier get past the second round?" The tidal lake laughed loudly. "Soldiers. He unleashes his power. What can those weaklings do?" Suddenly he paused for some reason. Jan pointed his weapon at the tidal lake. "Are your eyes scrambled with fat?" System announcement. Over 50% of players survived. Commander Van turned to see the second round activated. Jan's team gathered fully, asking who the weak soldiers were. System announcement. Hidden mission. Protect the commander from death. Gain his recognition. Long ago, the Van and Feng empires divided the continent to rule. One day, the emperor of the Feng Empire suddenly resurrected from the dead, and after his revival, he waged war aiming to seize the divine beast, the symbol of national power. The Van Empire emanated mystery and intimidation in this war. The commander, the gatekeeper of the Van Empire and the sworn brother of the emperor, stood with less than 10 soldiers against 3 waves of attack from the Feng Empire. A soldier was attacked and cried out, and the game began with the storyline of you fighting alongside the commander in fierce battles on the unique bridge. Jen thought that since this game required gold to unlock, the monsters would be quite strong. The rules were no different from other defense maps. But if more than half of the players were eliminated, the commander would destroy the bridge himself, ending the game immediately. So caution was needed. Vehicle cried out in panic. They just kept coming. Sophia was exhausted, unable to hold on any longer. Dihan noticed that Vehicle seemed to be running out of energy. He raised the Phoenix banner high. If that is the case, it was time to drive it forcefully into the ground. A dazzling golden energy shaped like a phoenix flew out from that spot. The system announced the phoenix's blessing spread across the battlefield. Sophie and C watched in amazement. The phoenix soared in the sky and cried out. The system announced that all stats of teammates and soldiers increased by 25%. The tidal lake looked up at the sky where the phoenix flew. He was suddenly struck by the realization. Could it be? His eyes widened as he shouted with a mix of shock and excitement. That phoenix is the divine beast. The soldier got shot in the head by an arrow, and another one was hit in the stomach. A male archer and a female mage are celebrating joyfully, their bodies glowing with the power boost they just received. "Hey uncle, this power boost is really awesome. Who would dare to call Saint Jihan a mediocre player?" The comments are flying in. Having just cleared phase 2 at gold rank, and the team is still this strong. "Impressive," shouted out. "God Jan." Sil looks down at her hands, her gaze thoughtful, her expression showing she can feel the new strength that was just bestowed upon her. You look at her with concern, asking, "How's the ride?" She frowns, clearly disappointed, lightly mixed with humor. "Is good. But I think I need to stop playing with you now. If it keeps going like this, I will level up without improving my combat skills at all." Jan calmly replies, "We can train for that later." C emphasizes that personal development is essential. "Do you know what the requirements for upgrading my gift are this time?" The 2 conditions are very strict. Win the promotion tournament in the top 100 or maintain a 60% win rate. The system will notify if the gift level is successful, with the next upgrade condition being to win the promotion tournament in the top 100 or complete 500 matches with a win rate over 60%. So says with a very serious face, "If you want to get stronger quickly, you must win the promotion tournament in the top 100. But I can follow you that far. I want to help you soon too." Daihan reluctantly agrees. "If you have decided that, then I will say it lightly with a hint of humor. What a pity. I was planning to play a few more matches with Sophia and the 3 of us." Sophia grabs her shoulder, enthusiastically inviting her. "Don't say that. Play a bit more with me. I will give you a private boost." General Van steps towards everyone. "What is this?" He looks up at the sky in surprise. "Isn't he that a phoenix?" His huge body looks down at Jihan and inquires. "This beastly power can only belong to a royal guard captain. Don't tell me you come from the royal palace." Jan does not know about that. "What?" You honestly answer. "I just got this by chance." System notification. General Van starts to notice you. The hidden mission receives recognition from General Van and prevents his death. Seeing the mission surprises you. Jan's eyes widen. You notice the line about the chance of recognition. You change your attitude, bowing and speaking respectfully.
Yep.
"General, I am a subordinate of the Royal Shadow Organization. Pleased to meet you." "General." Sia stands beside you, confused. "What are you doing?" General Van feels delighted. "So you really are someone sent by the royal family." Daihan shows respect to him. "Let me handle those remnants." "General, please take a rest." He coughs lightly. "Praising you. But there is something concerning. Your heart is truly noble. However, General Van proposes that even with the power of a divine beast, facing the Hev Dynasty won't be easy. Let us protect our backs with the other soldiers." Daihan immediately asked a personal question. "General, Did not you swear brotherhood with His Majesty? The atmosphere was charged with your protective words. His Majesty ordered that you be protected at all costs, because you are like his own body. Please allow me to offer my life for His Majesty and you. System alert. The bond with the general has increased. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his face. The day I swore an oath under the cherry blossoms flooded back into my memory. General Van aimed his weapon at you. All right, if you insist, then there is no other way. His face was filled with excitement. Here. Take this. I will share the power of my storm cloud spear. Go and annihilate the enemy. The source of strength from General Van's weapon flowed into Jihan's weapon. The Phoenix staff he held surged with newfound power. System alert. Storm cloud spear interacts with lightning spirit. The power of thunder is amplified. And Van Looy acknowledges you as its master, increasing your lightning stat by 2. Jihan thought to himself. I can't believe this fortune has come to me. A familiar voice called from behind. Looks like the show is over. Buddy. Hu Chiu and his soldiers approached. Full of hostility, I never expected to find a Phoenix controller here. He shouted orders for the entire army to advance and seize the Phoenix. Jen assigned positions to his teammates. She climbed to a high point to snipe. Sophia. Please support the team from the back. Sophia asked. What about Jan? You stood resolutely in front of the soldiers. Your gaze was sharp, embodying an unwavering determination to take down the enemy. Jan unleashed his techniques. Infinite Triad. Sweeping through the heavenly army. Parts of the soldiers were sent flying in every direction. Hu Chiu fumed at the sight. Your strength had found its way to him, and he deflected it with his weapon. The force shifted to one side, causing a massive explosion. Hu Chiu was furious. His hand clenched into a fist. Jihan smiled confidently. The electricity wrapped around his arm, showcasing his power. Don't hide behind the soldiers. Face me. Hu Chiu's face was filled with rage at such taunts. As he raised his sharp weapon high and struck down hard right in front of you, Hu Chiu lifted his weapon high with an angry face. Hide. A punk like you thinks you can challenge me. Hu Chiu. Jihan looked up at the blade aimed at him. You raised your weapon to block the blow from him. Hu Chiu grinned wide. His face contorted in malice. If you can stop it, go ahead and try. What a pathetic little rat. His hands trembled, but his face remained utterly confident. What a cowardly rat. Jihan forcefully pushed the blade away from himself. A soldier rose, dragging himself toward the two. He groaned. Everything will be destroyed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skeletal face was terrifying. Vehicle fired an arrow down at the enemy position. Below, Jihan called out, directing the attack. Vehicle The enemy is coming from this direction. She quickly replied. At that moment, Vehicle noticed he was the only one fighting below. She worried a bit. Would he be okay on his own? Jihan's attack was blocked by Ho Thiu. The guy countered with a long slash. Jihan stomped down to leap into action. His eyes were filled with determination, power surging through his weapon. He unleashed his power towards the guy, a force enveloping Ho Triu. The guy yelled, but it was unclear if it was from pain or something else. Suddenly, Ho Triu smiled, his eyes glancing to the side. He concentrated his power. Is that all you have got? Jihan focused and analyzed. Is this guy absorbing the power of thunder? The guy's eyes, sharp and filled with killing intent, showed clear vigilance. Even with the thunder technique enhanced by strength stats, is that all the damage it can do? Indeed, he is the final boss. His defense stats are extremely high. He glanced with a panicked look. Ho Triu's eyes filled with murderous intent, shining fiercely like two raging flames. The guy slashed powerfully, a devastating attack creating a strong shockwave. The expression on Jan's face showed clear astonishment mixed with a bit of confusion. He stood against a fierce whirlwind created by the powerful attack in his line of sight. The fierce attack was rushing towards him, an arm extending as if to grab him. Jihan's resolute eyes shone with utmost focus, his furrowed brows and tense expression clearly showing his unwavering fighting spirit. The two charged at each other. A piece of his clothing flew off his body, and the attack exuded a dark aura. The guy laughed arrogantly, as if victory was already in his hands. You almost had me. The powerful attack aimed at a weakness of the opponent. I aimed precisely at the head, but you managed to dodge. You are definitely not an ordinary opponent. The guy displayed arrogance and mocked Jan. If you surrender now, I might let you go. His hand, filled with powerful energy, radiated outwards. The attack surprised him. He smiled gently, showing extreme confidence. It seems like thunder has no effect on you. The Phoenix soared with a gem, dancing in the sky. Let us see if the thunder combined with fire magic can do anything to you. Jihan swung his weapon powerfully at the guy. The Phoenix flew in a blazing red path. The attack crouched down, dust swirling around chaotically. Nice one. Then he fell face down to the ground. Jihan was a bit surprised, his eyes filled with questions. What just happened? He did not expect it to work like this. Since thunder had no effect, he combined it with the Phoenix's firepower. Who would have thought he would fall in one blow? You call yourself the leader of the Phoenix army, yet you are so weak against its firepower. Jan turned back to look at everyone. The general could not believe his eyes. No way. He did not expect he would not even have a chance to help the kid. He really defeated Atriyu. I intended to help, but I did not even get a chance to intervene. Daihang politely laughed. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Don't look around to see. It seems the second phase of the mission has ended. The general felt awkward. Indeed. The kid is too good. The situation seemed tense. Jihan maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of worry or fear. Now it is time for the final phase of the mission to begin. What is the final boss of this mission? Jen turned with a fierce look. The atmosphere felt denser with dark energy. His face radiates confidence as he discovers the problem. I remember now. Up above, the blackbirds soar through the sky, shrieking. The final boss of the solitary bridge. The Black Phoenix. Van looks up with a confused expression. No way. The comment appears. He has really reached stage 3 in the golden rank. Can Jan Song defeat the boss? Someone's footsteps approach. He senses it is time for that guy to show up. Another soldier appears, clutching his head. The storm will come. Van wonders. Is there still one alive? He steps forward to block him. Wait a second. Dehan smiles gently, his eyes playful. This guy seems a bit unusual. Here it comes. The NPC monster appears alongside the final boss. The MP soldier has been freed from the mind control of the Gale Empire. The darkness has finally arrived. Comments pop up. Can this guy say anything other than grunting? What a grunt. Not a background character but an NPC giving hints for stage 3. Welcome, sir. Please explain. He jogs towards Jihan. Because of the power of the Black Phoenix, even if we die, our Phoenix army will rise and fight. He grabs your arm. He embraces your shoulder. Facing Jihan, speaking as if giving a warning. Among the 5 young phoenixes, only one is real. You want to defeat it without destroying the true darkness. He thinks to himself. Which means he has to kill the true body of the Black Phoenix to complete the mission. Comments appear, summarizing 3 lines. Kill the true body but only 1 line. This is indeed an extremely difficult task. Van feels it is tough. There is only one real one. How do we know which one to hit? Daihang smiles warmly. I will do my best. General. That is the strategy. The soldier still has something more to say. He warns that the powers of Thunder and Fire Phoenix should not be used simultaneously. Hearing that, Jan is surprised. This line was not in the PFA script. Comments appear. What the heck? Is this an exclusive dialogue for that character? The expression on his face suddenly changes. The system announces that an anomaly has been detected in the NPC's dialogue. A terminal of the illegal constellation has infiltrated the game. Jan's face goes blank, his brows furrowed in suspicion. Who are you? The skeleton grinned. In Jan's eyes, the image of him with a wide smile appeared. He leaned in close to you, grinning ominously. I have been found out. Jan's expression was tense, his eyes revealing clear worry and surprise. The remaining soldier had a dark look, with fierce red eyes, a terrifying power, and a constellation intervening in the game once again. You did not know who it was this time. The skeleton in the black cloak suddenly displayed an incredibly excited and surprisingly adorable expression. System. Can I talk to the leader just a bit? Jan stood frozen, as if he was in shock. You realized something. Do not tell me it is you. No one else but the Dark Leader. It has been a while. How have you been? Leader. The system announced the process of extraction year 5. He panicked and pleaded. All right. Jan looked extremely annoyed and troubled. Leader. You need to be careful with those pigeons. Do not draw too much attention. I came just to inform you about this. Before leaving, I turned back to say goodbye to you, then see you next time. As soon as he finished. Goodbye. His dark red eyes turned back. He did not understand what he was doing. The shadow soldier hesitated. Daihang thought to himself. Has it returned to normal? Comments kept popping up. What the hell is that? Where did that loud sound come from? The Black Phoenix was snatching up the players. One player was frantically running away from its terrifying form. Stay away from me. Old man. The atmosphere became tense and dramatic. The Phoenix moved again. Everyone be careful, Jan worriedly thought. Damn it. I should not use Thunder God's decision along with the Phoenix's blazing fire. That is the strongest combination to deal with undead monsters. His eyes widened and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Still, I can't ignore the advice of a constellation. Ariel advised her master to use the dark spirit. Jen unexpectedly asked back. What? Now? Her eyes were filled with worry. Those Phoenixes. They were the ones who collaborated with the World Tree Alliance to annihilate my race. Jian felt something was off. He glanced at her with a skeptical look. Ariel was furious. I will take this opportunity to get my revenge on them. You should advise against that. Wait a minute. Jen pieced the story together. The World Tree Alliance is a coalition of the elf race. Are you saying that the elves themselves killed your kind? While talking, a sound from behind caught his attention. The Black Phoenix was violently chasing both of them. Ariel continued. I will explain later. It attacked Jihan. He jumped high to evade the attack. Get the lunar eclipse out right now. It let out a terrifying roar. His face contorted with danger. Jen had no choice but to summon the dark spirit. Its power unleashed. The Black Phoenix screams in pain. You realize that the attack is indeed effective. You thought it would not work because it belongs to the dark element. Right. Ariel angrily scolds. Don't underestimate the power of the Black Spirit. On the other side, the Black Phoenix is stepping on a layer of shield. A player is in a panic. The shield is about to break. Bap. Recover quickly. Sophia is trying her best. I am healing you now. A sound draws her attention. General Van approaches to attack the Black Phoenix. Keeping my subordinates away. It screams as its wings are severed. But the cut heals instantly. He is in shock. Has it been reborn? Jan analyzes. Then that is not the original body. The clones can recover quickly even when injured. But if the original body is harmed, the clones will share the same damage as the original. The key to this game is to find the original body as quickly as possible. You think? The problem is that behind one Black Phoenix flying over, it is gnawing on a player. Help me. Someone get this crazy pigeon off. Before finishing the sentence, that bird bites him. Blood splattering everywhere. Your mind is filled with thoughts. Is this all they can do? It seems only Jiang and I can deal damage to the phoenixes here. General Van drops his weapon to the ground. Signaling. This is not good. Everyone gather around me. He holds his weapon to shield everyone. Get lost. You bastards. I won't let you harm my soldiers. Jihan looks at him in surprise. He has gathered the players, and now the phoenixes are also converging to attack them. You look up, which means Jan runs quickly towards General Van. You jump off his shoulder to launch. Thanks to his height, you jump a very long distance. Jan raises the Black Spirit. Flying in the air alongside the Black Phoenixes, you analyze the situation carefully. There is no need to distinguish the original body from the clones anymore. As they have gathered in one place, the power of the Black Spirit surges from Jihan's hand. His eyes are filled with killing intent. Raising his arm high, I will wipe all of them out in one go. At this moment, Jan's eyes are blank. The nameless divine skill. Shadow attack. The strike rushes straight toward them. They are swept into the torrent of power. Screaming, Jian delivers another strike. Suddenly realizing something, but Jihan falls freely downwards. He has not thought about where he will land after this attack. Someone holds him tight. General Van is the one who saved him. He exclaims, I can't believe it. His face filled with excitement and admiration. Who exactly are you? How are you so strong? The system announces Nipsey Bai Jiang has recognized your skill. Transitioning to the skyscraper in the city in the morning. Inside a certain room, a golden blade aura is slashed out along with thunder. Jan is wielding the spear, delivering powerful slashes. He jumps up and prepares to deliver a downward strike. The powerful strike comes straight down. The floor immediately shatters from his strike. Jan gasped in disbelief as he looked down. Seemed even he could not believe what was happening right in front of him. Jay stared at the hand gripping the spear tightly and wondered aloud. Is it really going to hold? I thought I adjusted the force. But it feels too powerful. What he was using was the Thunderstorm Spear, a level 55 item, greatly enhanced and merged, with the minimum electric attribute for merging being level 55. Being recognized as the Master of Thunderstorm grants the skill to summon it, which is currently merging with the Phoenix Egg. The moment he completed the trial mission and crossed one of the bridges as expected, countless rewards poured in. The most valuable was still the Thunderstorm Spear given to Jan by the Secret Keeper. He was thrilled to receive it. Jen recalled a combination and began to question himself. An item merged into equipment. That sounds interesting. I wonder if it can merge with Eclipse. Then he turned to his side and asked, what do you think? Ariel simply clicked her tongue at what Jan received, followed by a bottle of water in the training room as her next response. I would not recommend it. Eclipse has completely opposite attributes. Merging it would only weaken its power. He felt a bit regretful. Huffing softly. Just as I thought. What is the point? She interjected. Eclipse is already too powerful. It does not need this added. If you have the support of the original, the power of Eclipse could increase even more. Looking at the figure in front of him, Jen felt slightly puzzled, his tone hesitant. But wait, now that I remember. He looked at Ariel in surprise and asked, how did you grow up so much? She tilted her head, her dark eyes appearing calm. Ariel stood there, asking Jan back, what about this form? Is there a problem? He replied with a hint of sarcasm. The little girl from before has now grown up to be an adult. She said it mockingly. This is my true form. It is just that you never had the ability to maintain it. So I shrank. Ariel clenched her fists, veins popping as she continued. Remember the time I absorbed the Phoenix with the Dark Soul energy last time? Now I have plenty of energy. It seems I will be able to use even more power soon. Jihan was indifferent, his tone hesitant. Yeah, I'm happy my combat stats increased. But you start imagining and honestly thinking about that twisted queen, and it gives me chills. It feels like she could slice me in half at any moment. This made her a bit angry as she questioned. What are you saying? Just because that original is hungry for power a bit does not mean you can act so arrogant. Jan was indifferent. Who cares? He calmly grabbed a bottle of water and drank while leaving Ariel fuming beside him. At this moment, he only felt relief. Finally back here. Suddenly Jan spoke up. Now we have to continue the conversation that was left unfinished. This made her pause and ask, what do you mean? He continued. The story you mentioned while we were on the bridge. Jan looked at her and directly asked why your Shadow Elf clan is in conflict with the Elf clan. Ariel paused for a moment, appearing surprised by his question. While Jahan was waiting, she responded with another question. Why do you think we are of the same clan? While he was still looking puzzled, Ariel's body shrank in front of him and hesitantly continued. You might not know, but she began to explain that all elves are born from the world tree, just like fruit on a tree, but among them. Ariel continued with an image of a sprite born from fruit. Those who resemble the elves that you humans know only make up a ratio of 1:1. Ariel added, I am one of the defective products that were discarded for not meeting the standards set by the world tree. And when she was discarded along with other sprites, she met the one who saved her soul. According to Ariel, that person is the essence of the Dark Queen. The essence that gathered the destroyed elf souls like hers and reincarnated them as shadow elves. Later, that person led them to revolt on one of the planets dominated by the World Tree Alliance and declared it the planet of the Shadow Elves. Back to the present. Ariel continued. But the World Tree Alliance is the strongest force in this universe. So the essence continues to accumulate power to fight against them, to one day destroy them all. After the long story, the two stood there looking at each other without saying anything more. Jen imagined and thought to himself, this rivalry seems very deep, and it is true. Before returning to face those despicable beings. In fact, the reason Earth was destroyed was also because humanity kept losing to those elves. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the hallway, breaking the silence between the two. Jan stepped outside and saw us sitting there looking at her phone screen, seemingly not very happy. Shouting one word, he walked over and asked, what is wrong? A replied, hey, look at this. On the phone screen was an article. She continued, the South Korean team just lost again in the Battle.net League. I held the phone up in front of Jan and added, how many times is this now? What is going on? Is our country about to face a dungeon too? He focused on the information and replied, if things are like this, I might have to act sooner than planned. This made her a bit curious. What do you mean? Just then, Jihan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He immediately answered, hello, I am listening. The voice on the other end replied, Jan, this is Perrin from the Red Department. He continued speaking quickly, apologizing for calling him so suddenly, saying the situation seemed urgent so they had to implement the plan earlier than expected. He mentioned he was also reading the article about the South Korean team's failure and asked Jihan if he had any answers. Yun's voice was serious with a slightly worried expression about the previous offer to join the national team. The scene shifted to the combat department's office, where a car had just arrived. Inside the building, Yun walked beside him and said, thank you so much for considering it seriously. Jihan smiled in response. It is nothing. I had my sights set on the national team anyway. His answer relieved him. That is great. Jihan pondered. If the ranking of the South Korean team continues to plummet like this, it won't be good at all. Although it is a bit early, perhaps I need to take action sooner. Yun opened a door with a smile and continued. For now, let us go greet some national team players. Just then, a bat was swung at high speed. The sound and image from inside caused both to freeze for a moment. A bloodied hand was holding the bat, accompanied by angry shouts. You damn dogs. He looked at the person lying on the ground with the bat in hand and yelled, are you trying to ruin my reputation? As he swung the bat at them, he kept cursing. Play properly, or you will regret it. Got it. Just then, Yun's voice echoed from outside, causing him to pause. Player Kim Dong-gu. He stepped in to question. What the hell are you doing? Dong-gu tossed the stick aside and replied, I am just giving them a little lesson. Yun shouted. Who teaches like that? Meanwhile, he only focused on Jihan standing next to him, then walked over, smiling and asked, is this our new national player? He extended his bloodied hand toward Jahan, saying, nice to meet you. The Jihan. Dong-gu forced a smile, speaking sarcastically, but are you even sure you will make the main team? He finished his usual line. Anyway, I hope you can help. Jihan politely extended his hand in response. Yep. I look forward to your guidance. Suddenly, Dong-gu flashed a cunning smile. Right after, a quick punch aimed straight at Jihan's face caught him by surprise. His cold smile appeared along with the sound of the powerful punch. Eunuch stood there, stunned, not understanding what just happened. Flashback a few days earlier in the fighting team's classroom. Yun sat there announcing, we are planning to recruit player Xan Jihan for the national team. Hearing this, Dong-gu looked surprised. Slightly frowning, he exclaimed in shock. What? Yun continued. We are still in discussions, but if Sanjian confirms his intention, the management will conduct an official test. He sat there calmly listening to Dong-gu yelling. Does this even make sense? He slammed his hands on the table and continued. No matter how promising a rookie is, he is only at the platinum level. This is not child's play. What if we randomly pick someone just because he is famous and ruin the whole tournament? But Eunich's response made him pause. The performance of the Korean team was dismal right after the Sword King left. He looked at his phone screen and said, "The Korean warrior team needs an overhaul. Is there really no more talent left in Korea? Let us just promote Jihan directly to the national team." Dong sat there continuing to listen. "This is the current public opinion about the national warrior team." The voice continued to echo, making him tremble with anger. The management was bombarded with complaints from the public. Even petitions sent to the government. As for Jihan's strength, let the management verify it thoroughly. No need to worry. Remembering the previous interview, a series of questions were asked about his performance. What is the strategy for winning this time? He was voted MVP for 2 consecutive seasons. How do you feel about that? Take a look over here for a moment. At that time, Jong-gu was walking right behind and heard the reporters asking each other, "Senior, do we need to interview other warrior players?" The senior immediately replied in front of him, "Why interview those guys? In the Korean team, aside from the Sword King, they are all trash. They can't do anything in the match. What is there to ask?" The image of the two appeared in Dong-gu's mind along with his dissatisfaction. Run. That guy left. And now it is that brother-in-law's turn to drive me crazy. Dong-gu was furious when he heard the recent news and thought to himself, if he dares to say anything about joining the national team, I will wipe the floor with him. Back to the present. After the punch was thrown, the smile on his face had faded. Jong-gu's fist was firmly in Jan's hand. He squeezed tightly and asked in a deep voice, "What did you just do?" He forced a smile, unsure how to explain, just furrowing his brows. Dong-gu laughed loudly, pulling his fist away from Ji-yun. He took a step back and spoke evasively. "So Jihan, you are not easy to deal with. Are you?" Dong-gu continued, surprising the two. "It was just a simple test. I figured you could handle it." Jihan quickly dove in with questions. "So is this the end of the strength test?" Yun immediately interjected. "The management will still have their own evaluation. Jihan's case is special, so there will be a different program compared to the usual test." Meanwhile, Jong-gu still stood there with a rather unfriendly expression. Then, he cleared his throat, successfully grabbing the attention of Jihan and Yun. Dong-gu continued, "Sir, since there is a difference, let us clarify things." While he continued to be surprised, he added, "If a professional player who has participated in an official tournament vouches for him, no one will complain. After all, this is a special case. It is already different from the usual process." Dong-gu stepped in front of him, directly throwing down the challenge. "Let us do a 1v1, Jong Jan." His tone was somewhat dissatisfied and provocatively directed at him in front of everyone. "Quite clearly, what is it?" Yang said, sounding somewhat worried as he tried to intervene. "Wait a minute, Kim Dong." Before he could say more, Jen immediately accepted the challenge. "All right then." His face showed excitement as he smiled and continued, "This way, no one can complain." Jan said solemnly, "I accept the challenge." Dong-gu's face turned red upon hearing this. The scene shifts to Han's office, where she is looking at the computer screen, holding a phone, calling someone. On it is a series of information about Jan being considered for the national team. This is the first time a platinum tier has made it to the team. There is also an article discussing the phenomenon of Jan causing a stir, with many petitions calling for him to be directly recruited into the national team. A flood of comments appeared. Could it be that the rumor of Jihan joining the national team is actually true? The Korean warriors are too weak at this point. Do we really need to discuss the national team? Jan has even crushed a diamond tier before. Taking down an assassin in hand-to-hand combat is no different from a marksman being taken down in close quarters. Did you know that back then, Jihan was only silver tier? The national team is not just anyone can join. Stop idolizing Jihan. Just follow the rules. Han said into the phone with a slightly worried expression. Is this okay? The person on the other end was Jan, on the other end of the line. She continued. The fact that a platinum rank player is nominated for the national team is already enough to stir up the people in America. And now they are even broadcasting the match on national television. In the quiet room, you asked if the schedule was finalized. I replied, should we postpone it for another week? Jae-han appeared calm. This is the perfect time. Just set that date. She answered, okay. I understand. Suddenly, Han showed respect, causing Chai-han to pause in surprise. She spoke confidently. Sir, I believe you will win this time. This unexpectedly left Jihan stunned, as she had never believed in him before. Jihan paled and interrupted. All right, I am hanging up now. Contrary to you, her replied enthusiastically. Yep. If there is any issue, I will reach out again. After hanging up, Jan thought. A live match on a VIG. Really, it seems they really want to embarrass me. You appeared hesitant, thinking that perhaps just a single exchange would make them realize I have not reached the national team level yet. Jan opened the system screen, his voice wavering, but it displayed his information. Soon Jahan, level 72. Goldrick rank, Gangnam 1 region. Along with that was a notification suggesting that his strength stat had reached 99. Would you like to invest a point in strength? Jen exclaimed confidently. Would that still be true in a week? At this moment, the stat had changed. Strength 100, power 100. The screen lit up along with his surprise. The system reacted quite strongly when the stat increased. A faint red mana aura floated around him. Jen looked at his hands. Surprised. Then wondered, I can feel it is just one stat increase. But clearly, my strength has stepped up to another level. He clenched his fists, telling himself, with this strength, I can do it. From within, his internal energy began to operate, and in addition to his dancing, another stream of energy gathered in his chest. From the outside, the force stimulated his body, breaking through the barrier between the two sources of power. Immediately, the system displayed a notification that the integration of the three dancings had begun. Along with that, the lightning in Jihan's hands was radiating intensely. He grimaced, grinding his teeth to keep the sounds from escaping, feeling as if his entire body was being torn apart. But Jihan firmly told himself not to stop halfway. He must endure to the end. Along with his roar was a fierce determination. Shattering the barrier blocking the dancing, Jihan Jiang spread his legs wide, crouched down to prepare for the breakthrough, and shouted to break through it. After a while, the black smoke gradually dissipated. He knelt down on the ground with a thud after breaking through. A system notification appeared, confirming the successful integration of the three dancings. Jan's face was now tired and worried, continuing to look at the notification. The strength and power stats merged, forming a new stat. You have acquired the special skill. Solace. Jan slowly stood up, sighed, and wondered, is a special skill higher than a rare stat? With that thought, although he had succeeded, unexpectedly, a gigantic black hand appeared right above his head. It pulled back and almost enveloped Jan's entire body. He completely disappeared from that spot along with the bright red notification. The master of the solace. The godless wandering to summon a friend. After a moment of teleportation, Jan found himself lying flat in some multidimensional space. He quickly sat up, staring directly at the colorful lights right in front of him. Under the starry sky, ghostly images of weapons floated into view, leaving him utterly bewildered. Where is this? What the hell is happening? Dihaha recalled the system panel from earlier. His face went blank as a thought struck him. The last state he clearly saw stated that the god of war was summoning him. Last time, it was just retrieving a gift due to a connection from the 3-Dan field. But this time it is a direct summoning. Just as he was still confused, a dark figure stepped forward from behind and muttered, "It has been a while since we had a guest." He hurriedly stood up and turned to face the unfamiliar shadow. Dihan maintained a defensive stance and immediately asked, "Are you the wandering god of war?" He did not rush to answer, his dark face revealing a cunning expression as he smirked. Only after that did he offer an explanation. "To welcome you. Your level is still too low. If you saw the true form, you could die instantly, so I am here instead." The imposing figure of the elderly man with long white hair appeared. Introducing himself, "I am the messenger of the god of war, who has lived through 3,000 cycles of death." Gentle sunlight shone on his aged face. A kind smile appeared. He introduced himself. "My name is Dongfuang Sach." Dihan stood there for a moment, stunned by the name. Dongfuang Sach. At that moment, the system also announced the pen of Dongfuang Sach, an S-level item. The pen of Dongfuang Sach, who lived through 3,000 cycles of death, connected to the god of war. He then asked, "Are you curious why the god of war summoned you?" And then, Dongfuang Sach spoke up to clarify. "Let us get straight to the point. The chosen one is you. Abandon the solace and become a servant of the god of war." Jan's eyes widened in shock upon hearing those words. After a brief moment of silence, he finally asked back, "What did you just say?" He pointed a finger confidently, providing an answer. "The solace is a power that only one individual can possess on a planet. If you keep the power..." The statement was left halfway. A barrage of sharp blades suddenly shot out from the space around him. The blades appeared from all sides, aiming at the very spot where he stood frozen. At that moment, he pointed his finger, and all the blades halted with the declaration, "When you reach the appropriate level, the god of war will kill you." Fuang Sach maintained his stance, this time making a clear assertion. "But if you abandon the solace and serve him, you can live an immortal life as a servant of the god of war." The sharp blades still encircled him. Jan had to stand still and listen to the question. What will you choose? Inside, he was tangled up with a myriad of questions racing through his mind. What on earth is happening? The solace can only exist as one individual on a planet. Is the god of war from Earth? Jan bowed his head seriously and made some remarks. What is important now is not that. My only options right now are to die or become a slave. It seems like if I refuse to be a slave, they won't kill me right away. Just as I was thinking this, Funhung Sech said something that left me stunned. "I can guess what you are thinking." Fusang raised his hand high, causing the floating weapons to rise as well. He said seriously, "Let me give you some advice, young man." He then mentioned the countless weapons floating on this star. All of them belonged to the celestial beings who failed when challenging the god of martial arts. Feng Sech held his hand steady, his tone grave as he reminded me. Xingwu Lo gambled his life on a hopeless task. Chosen one. You refuse to be the tail of the dragon, just to become the head of the snake. But what is the point if you die? Jen looked up at the hovering weapons, his face unable to hide his astonishment. He slightly parted his lips, pondering something for a few seconds before speaking. After a moment of hesitation, he expressed his thoughts, which made a lot of sense. He seemed pleased by this and immediately got to the main topic. All right. Before he could finish his thought, Jen clearly stated his intention. I do not intend to be a slave, standing in this oppressive space, he announced loudly. I will harness the power of the solace and defeat the god of martial arts in the future. Images from the past flooded his mind as he spoke about protecting his family. Following that, the scene of his home being heavily destroyed forced Jihan to emphasize the word homeland. His heroic demeanor emerged, and decisive words were spoken. And my planet. I cannot just be a useless tail of the dragon. Feng Sech was stunned for a long time, but the bold declaration from him remained. Then he stroked his old beard while commenting, even though you are still young, you possess the solace. I like you. A sinister smile was evident on Feng Sech's face, and his tone was extremely enthusiastic. That is right. Your ambition should be high. A thick cloud of dust rose powerfully as he continued in his serious tone. But suddenly, Feng Sech jumped forward, his large palm raised with bright purple eyes. A sudden strike was launched, and he unleashed a powerful energy towards Jan, sending him flying far away. Soon after, Jihan's shoes scraped hard against the ground. He struggled to maintain his balance on both hands and feet, his body continuously sliding backward. Just when he felt a sharp pain in his chest, he heard him say that the most basic rule and the closest truth of this world is that the strong eat the weak. Having just spirit alone won't keep you alive. Do you understand that? The sword was tightly gripped by Feng Sech, and venomous words were spoken in tandem. If you really want to challenge the god of martial arts someday, then at least you must be strong enough to be my toy first. In the next moment, a powerful sword strike was swung down by him. The slash was imminent. Jen remained dazed in place. You sit still, clutching your chest in pain, as the attack swings out, tearing up the ground around you, while stones of various sizes are still flying. Feng Sech aims his sword forward and announces something. Now, let us see what you have got. Chosen one. Jan is still dazed in place, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. At this moment, he creates a circle of energy around himself, a tremendous pressure emanating from him, leaving Jan in despair, wondering how to block this. Just as the energy peaks, a sudden shout interrupts Feng Sech, startling him. Out of that dark space, a massive figure radiating energy steps forward, approaching Feng Sech from behind, turns his head to look, and in comparison, the figure is only 1/n1 of his size. His face turns pale, and in a rush, he kneels down and calls out, "The martial god." The martial god stands in the vast space, his large figure surrounded by a heavy oppressive aura. Upon seeing him, Jan is shocked, his eyes widening as he realizes that it is the wandering martial god. He stands tall. His cold, deep voice echoes. A mere shrimp who has not even reached the star level dares to say he will defeat me. How amusing. You breathe heavily, trying to keep calm as you listen to the martial god's words. Fine, I will wait. Right after that statement, strange hidden weapons appear around you. An energy lightning begins to crackle at your feet, his red eyes flash, and he points directly ahead, making an announcement. The day we meet again. I look forward to it. The Jihan. Under that pointed finger, you fall into a deep black hole right beneath your feet. In an instant, Jihan returns to the city with a painful landing. You quickly sit up, gasping for breath. The appearance has drawn the attention of the people around. Sweat drips down Jihan's face. His mind is in chaos, feeling like his head is about to explode, as if someone just smashed a hammer down on it. Just seeing a part of the martial god's form has left you in this state. Is this the level gap between you and the martial god? Suddenly, from among the students watching Jihan, someone shouted loudly, "Ah!" They rushed to your side, firing off questions. Seong Jihan, is that really you? The Jihan, you are back. Phones with recording apps are thrust close, and you are still dazed as they keep asking, where have you been all this time? Have you given up on the national team selection test? You are confused by the students' actions and ask back, wait, what are you all talking about? Just then, a girl steps out from the group and calls out to you with wide eyes. Uncle. She rushes over, grabs you, and asks, Uncle, where have you been all this time? You push her away a little, still looking dazed, and ask, what is going on here? Why is everyone like this? Behind you, a student is shouting loudly. The Jihan, please answer us. She is also confused by the answer she received. Uncle, do you really not know anything? And then, Kara exclaimed something that left him stunned. Uncle has been missing for a whole week. Just then, a figure in the distance called out loudly. The Jihan, Hound. standing next to the car, yelled something that made everyone turn to look. "Get in the car. Hurry." In no time, the car door slammed shut. The car sped away. The boys ran after it, shouting, "Hey." The Jihan. "Wait a minute." Inside the car, Han hurriedly buckled his seatbelt while angrily asking, "Where have you been all this time?" Kara looked at him with concern, while her voice scolded him, saying it had been chaotic for the past week. The police had been searching for days with no sign at all. Do you know how worried Kara has been? Until she mentioned the rumors about Jihan being kidnapped, or deliberately avoiding everyone. Reporters swarmed in front of the bus. It has truly been a headache. He was shocked to ask himself, has so much time passed since meeting Dong Fuongsach and Vo then? His eyes widened in realization. Jihan slumped into the front seat, his face confused as he shouted, "Wait! What about the national team selection test?" He asked urgently, making Han anxious as well. "Today is the day of the match that Ho announced." "Right. Is it cancelled?" She hesitated to say a few words. "You need to be quiet and listen. The friendly match schedule has not been cancelled." Jihan shifted his focus to Donggu. He was now wearing his competition outfit. Reporters surrounded him, cameras flashing non-stop. At that moment, reporters were bombarding him with questions. "Kim Dong, is today's match still going as planned?" He laughed loudly and responded, "If Jihan comes back, the match will proceed as scheduled." The questions kept coming, but today is the 7th day of Jihan's disappearance. "What do you think about the rumors that Jihan is intentionally avoiding us?" He slowly let out some half-hearted words that made the reporters curious. "Jihan's car. You told me about it on the first day we met." Donggu curled his lips, a twisted smile appearing as he declared, in front of everyone, "I will clearly crush you. If you lose, do not whine or blame others." Standing amidst a sea of cameras, he emphasized every word he spoke. "So Jihan must have thought at that moment that he did not care where you had gone." His smile was becoming increasingly sinister. "The statement ends here. If you are a man, take responsibility for your words." At that moment, Donggu had a thought. "That is fine. If it goes on like this, I won't even need to lift a finger to get rid of you." Then Donggu gleefully shouted, "Get back here." At that moment, something powerful was descending beside him. All the reporters and he turned their eyes towards the shadow slowly rising from the mist. Jihan appeared, still holding his phone, surrounded by an aura. At that time, he was transmitting a message to the person on the other end. "Chief, I have just arrived." The people from the press collectively gasped. Some even shouted loudly, "There is Jihan." They quickly changed their line of questioning, firing off questions one after another. "The Jihan, have you returned? Where have you been all this time? Did you give up on the national team tryouts?" Donggu was shaking with anger as praises for him echoed. Did he just drop from the sky? He really does have the qualities of a star. Just as he was raising his hand to reject the reporters, a voice rang out, "The Jihan, you are safe now." Donggu appeared friendly, stepping forward with outstretched hands and a bright smile, saying, "Luckily you arrived in time." He led you to the entrance and suggested, "Then let us go inside and prepare for the match." The reporters were still being blocked by bodyguards, calling out, "The Jihan, can I ask you a question?" Jihan's car. Each of his footsteps echoed on the floor. At this moment, Donggu was gritting his teeth, feeling frustrated inside. "I thought you had run away. Why are you showing up now?" He maintained a calm expression, his eyes slowly glancing back at Jihan walking right behind. "Glancing over your appearance." He raised a question. "But this guy already looks unwell. Could it be he really went missing due to illness?" At that time, you were placing a hand on your chest, a sharp pain coursing through you, making your heart uneasy. The aftermath of Dong Fuongsach and Vo then still lingering. While information appeared, the Jihan, level 72 gold in the South Central Area 1, lifeless 100, sword shadow 35 thunder recognition 27. Jian stared straight ahead at his opponent, anxieties rising, plus he had a new ability called lifelessness, but still had not grasped how to use it. This match might be tough, that Sunny knew. Just minutes before the match began, the live broadcast showed the arena. Everyone was eagerly watching. The host voice echoed, "Thank you, dear viewers, for waiting." In a room at Batnet Corporation, an employee remarked that the match could indeed take place. Q Sung next to him was extremely tense as the fight time approached. "It really does make you anxious." Dong Yingguomen was on the arena, alongside the host announcing the official test to select the new national team. The match was a public spectacle between national player Kim Jong-gu and player Gold Xian Jahan. On the opposing side, he did not look confident at all, with tired eyes staring at his opponent. Just after the announcement, it officially began. A flurry of comments from viewers flooded in. "This is really happening. What is going on? When did Jihan's car come back?" The Jihan, "I am sorry for grabbing the audience attention a bit. I just ordered fried chicken." Jan, "You would better hold out for 30 minutes. Bet on whether Kim Jong-gu can last that long or not." Just then, he casually asked if he was okay, and the reply was short, "Don't he worry about it." He spoke again, I am not worried at all. Donga's shoe sole stepped back a bit, along with an explanation. Whether he is sick or not does not concern me. He jumped forward like the wind with a smug smile, emphasizing his last words. Just do not use that as an excuse when you lose. As he got closer, he immediately swung his sword. Jan quickly jumped to the side, causing the ground to shatter. In that split second, he truly had to be cautious of that fierce power. After all, it was true to the reputation of a national player. He aimed another sword strike ahead with a triumphant grin. He glided past it, casting a quick probing glance, then silently assessed that both the technique and speed were lacking too much. If he kept rushing blindly like that, would not it be easy to find an opening to counterattack? Just as Donggo had not had time to withdraw his sword, Jan lunged forward with a powerful electric strike. He gritted his teeth as his arm hastily redirected the sword. He swung the sword in a half arc, along the direction of the electric flow, and shouted loudly, "Where do you think you are going?" Just then, Jan silently appeared right behind Donggu. The powerful force radiated toward him, making him widen his eyes. A strong punch was thrown straight at his face right after. Surprisingly, Jan stood there, uttering two words. "What the?" with a look of astonishment. Right across, Donggu was blocking that powerful punch with one hand, a smug expression appearing along with a taunt. "Your moves are too predictable." This was all thanks to Kim Donggo's level skill. Future Sight, though the name sounds grand. In reality, it can see far into the future. The strength of this skill is the ability to anticipate the opponent's next move, so if the user has good reflexes, theoretically, he can dodge all attacks. At that moment, Jihan threw another punch, and he instantly jumped back. His next swing was easily dodged by Donggo, just as he was about to throw another punch. The sharp blade appeared right before his eyes. A fierce slash was unleashed. Jan raised both hands to block the attack. The blade left a deep gash on his hand. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the absolute control zone was no longer activated like before. The last blow had left Go utterly satisfied, smiling outwardly while secretly scornful inside. "You idiot. You think you can fight me hand to hand without magic or weapons?" Every movement of Jihan was clear in the opponent's vision. He could not help but feel smug, knowing that even if he punched all day, it would be useless. "You can't even touch a single hair on me." Once again, he missed Donggu as he suddenly stepped back. In his hand, he was still holding the sharp blade high. Quickly, the blade was swung right into his line of sight. The arena erupted in a violent clash, dust rising all around. Then Donggu smirked, his face showing no hidden excitement. Opposite him, Jan was crouching low in the thick smoke. Right beneath his feet were pools of blood growing larger. In the live viewing room of the Batnet Corporation, Kung slammed the table hard and stood up shouting, "What the hell is going on? What is happening?" Staff beside him said, confused, "Wait, the screen now." From the thick dust on the arena floor, the silhouettes of Donggo and Jihan were still standing still. The blade fell to the ground, making a clanging sound afterward. Now he was stunned to see his outstretched arm covered in blood. As he felt the pain, he hugged his arm and screamed in agony. "Damn it. What is this? Why is my arm like this?" Opposite him, Jan was slightly parting his lips as if to say something. His fists and whole body radiated a thick aura, and a surprised question escaped. "So this is how it is done." Donggu was still staggering with his injured arm. The situation left him confused. "What? I clearly attacked first. So why am I being hit back?" The thick aura continued to surround Jihan as he said, "Thanks." He stepped forward with a fierce expression, his words even more terrifying. "Because you keep running around like a mouse. I am starting to feel it." He quickly lowered his injured arm, and the sword was summoned thereafter. The next movements of Jan became clear. Donggu reassured himself. "Damn it. Do not panic. Stay calm." The next move was directly above. From what he could see, Donggu bent down and sidestepped to avoid the blow. Unexpectedly, Jan's aura-filled punch was right in front of him. A fierce punch was thrown, and he flew away with the force. Just one punch was enough to push his opponent back a bit. In that brief moment, Donggu quickly rubbed against the floor to maintain his balance. His face was bruised, with blood from his nose and throat staining his shirt. He still could not believe the situation he was in. No way. He clearly dodged that. So how did he get hit? Meanwhile, the Jihan, with his fierce demeanor, jumped forward. That last move was just the beginning of Jihan's onslaught. Solace. Solace refers to the fusion of physical strength and spiritual energy, combining the ability to enhance physical power and the ability to generate spiritual force, enveloping the entire body. If it can be controlled properly, it can be seen as an all-purpose ability for both offense and defense. Now, his energy-charged fist was raised. He held his hands in front and behind, his palms clenched so tightly they were smoking. The two faced each other, and Donggo's raised arm caused his sword to fall. And once again, Jan unleashed a powerful punch swiftly. Donggo's eyes rolled back, and blood spewed from his throat uncontrollably. Now he was thrown far away, heading straight for the wall of the arena. The air was still thick with dust. His attacking stance remained steady. Next to him, the MC was in awe. What is happening? He stood valiantly, while the other was pitifully slumped against the wall. That was also the announcement for the match at that moment. Player Son Jihan was completely dominating competitor Kim Jong. Jong-gu was covered in blood, still sitting and coughing harshly. His actions made Jihan cautious, still holding on after all this. Truly a warrior lawn. Then suddenly he burst into laughter, looking quite pleased. A smile appeared on Dong-gu's face, along with praise that exceeded expectations. With Dan Gold, that is quite impressive. Then he uttered a few words that left Jihan puzzled. All right, I admit. Dong-gu stretched out his palm, blood still pouring from his throat as he struggled to say he had made it. The Jihan, I will accept you as a national competitor. Unable to hold back any longer, Jihan threw a punch to silence him. Dong-gu fell flat on his face. Jan, frustrated, looked back and asked, who gave you the right to acknowledge me? From the TV screen, an announcement sounded, making the two Kung eagerly anticipate. The match result was just in. One stood and one lay on the arena, which was the final result of today's friendly match. Competitor Kim Dong-gu was declared unable to continue, meaning the winner of this public confrontation was Seon Jihan, player Seon Jihan. When the announcement ended, he looked up at the camera. A flurry of comments popped up afterward. Insane. Truly insane. The match ended before it even began. Thank you for being my fellow countryman with Seon Jan. Truly from gold to national team. In my next life, I want to be Jihan. His sharp features were also displayed on Shizuru's screen. She assessed the situation for a moment and then asked herself, did he really just defeat a national competitor? So next time in the international tournament, will Xkung Jihan represent the team? Then she looked at Jin's car having dinner in front of her and asked, what do you think, Jin's car? He replied with an expressionless face. Unsure. Then he confidently declared that it had nothing to do with him anymore. And if they met in the match, he would handle it like any other opponent. Shizuru could not help but exclaim, coldly. At that moment, the waiter came by with wine and hinted, Sir Shizuru, let me pour wine for you. She cheerfully lifted her glass, with wine dripping in and unfortunately spilling a bit out. The waiter hurriedly lifted the wine bottle, and a napkin was taken out along with an apology. I will clean it up right now. Surprisingly, she rudely slapped him hard across the face. Shizuru then smiled, the wine glass in her hand swaying. The waiter, holding his face in pain, watched as the wine he had just poured spilled out before his eyes. She sat there smiling, using her hypnotic skills to make a request. What a pity. The wine spilled on the floor. Could you help me clean it up? The waiter completely lost control. His cheeks flushed, lips curling into a delighted smile. He was still holding on to the bruise on his face, but the smile returned along with a response. Yep. Without a moment's hesitation, the waiter bent down to lick up the spilled wine for Shuru. She enjoyed watching the waiter below while calling out Jin's name. Then she asked a serious question that made him hesitate. If he faced X Jahan, would he be sure to win? His brows furrowed, deep in thought. Glancing down, under Shuru's waiting gaze, Sin finally spoke up. Right now, maybe, but with this rate of development, next year, it is uncertain. The image of Jihan back then in the battle flashed in her mind. Shuru was silent for a moment, secretly making a guess. Even Sin said that he must be several times stronger than when he fought Akari. And that was not too long ago. At that moment, the screen echoed a question that caught her attention regarding Jihan. What did he feel when chosen for the national team? He smiled happily, giving a polite answer. This is a position I have always wanted to try. Perhaps due to luck, I have risen a bit faster. The reporter could not help but compliment. With such an overwhelming victory, he was still so humble. The reporter continued to ask questions. Kukum was now breathing a sigh of relief seeing that scene. So please say a word of determination as a national player. Jan at that time did not rush to answer, momentarily putting on a serious face with a guess. Jin was watching closely. Jan gave his answer. On the screen was the proud gaze of A and Hazen directed at the viewers. I know everyone has been disappointed with South Korea's poor results lately, but from now on, rest assured, South Korea will not lose again. At this moment, Jin was also paying attention to the screen, where he continued to respond to the questions. I know it sounds unbelievable to say this right after being selected, but that is why I promise here. Jan pointed to his forehead, his declaration made clear and loud. If I encounter the Sword King in the next Korea-Japan match, I will behead that traitor. He seemed taken aback by those words, especially with the even more chilling ending resonating for the entire Korean nation. Not long after Jan's victory, a feast with gourmet dishes was laid out for celebration. Han raised his beer high, excitedly shouting for everyone to join him. Cheers to Jihan for being chosen for the national team. Everyone clinked their glasses, and she continued with enthusiasm. Nor, you really worked hard. He cheerfully replied, thank you, everyone. At that moment, a vehicle curiously asked about it. Uncle, so will you go into intensive training now? He quickly responded, the schedule will be announced gradually. Gazan seemed a bit insecure after your glorious victory. I am leveling up pretty fast, but I still can't catch up to you. The Jihan. From gold rank straight to the national team. Ka smiled brightly to reassure her. Don't worry. Sis Gaeun will join the national team soon too. Then she came up with an idea. Anyway, what if all the reserve members in our aim for the national team? I will be the national archer, and Sis Ga-ing will be the warrior. As for Masset, she fell silent when she suddenly remembered he has Argentine citizenship. Sat there with his hand raised, looking awkwardly at him and could not say anything more. The situation was too embarrassing. So Hazen spoke up to ease it. Not everyone has to be on the team. Everyone should do their best in their own position. At that moment, Diego asked J-Master, "Why are you stuttering all of a sudden?" She yelled, "When have I ever stuttered?" That conversation left Jihan speechless. A beam of blue light suddenly appeared before Jihan. When he looked down, he saw the message indicating an anomaly in the unknown skill's 10 techniques. He was still dazed as a series of system panels appeared one after another. Currently, the resynthesis process is happening thanks to achieving the solace, the main technique of the unknown divine skill. To evolve the unknown divine skill, you need to modify the 3 secret techniques to suit your style or discover the true name of the unknown to fully awaken the skill. Do you want to name the unknown skill divine skill? Jan was stunned for a moment by that information, suddenly remembering this was from his past life. Because I obtained the unknown divine skill too late, I could not guess the hidden name before Earth was destroyed. Back then, I was at SSS-Level, and the system had provided information that the skill could only be accessed through fragments of the technique. With upgrade conditions, modifying the divine technique to fit yourself, or discovering the true name of the skill, will help fully awaken the unknown divine skill. Remembering this, Jan speculated that this time the opportunity came earlier. Those 3 secret techniques must be the Haunted Divine Technique, Heavenly Thunder Divine Technique, and God Slayer Technique. There is information from the system. Choosing to modify the 3 secret techniques in your way might be a more viable option. If you know that, then make a decision. If you can find a clue about the real name of the nameless God technique, then let us focus on modifying those 3 decisions first. While you silently stared at the system board, someone raised their beer and asked, "On Nim, what are you doing at this time? You should be giving a congratulatory speech." "Right." Dahyun quickly stood up and replied shortly, "Yep." Got it. Reminding himself not to think about that for now, he began to speak under the expectant gazes of everyone. "To be honest, the only thing I could do was to be lucky enough to recruit talents like you all." The 2 people from Team A and Gazan watched closely, listening to his every heartfelt word. "Thank you all for trusting and standing by me, always striving relentlessly." Jen raised his glass, a smile appearing with a promise of happiness. "The next gathering will be when Korea becomes #1 in WIC. Okay." The sound of clinking glasses rang out as everyone cheered together. Somewhere, a blurry eye was slowly opening. The eye widened as a strange scene appeared, half blurred and half clear. Sun, half asleep, looked up at the ceiling, a dazed expression evident on his face. After an announcement sounded, he angrily grabbed his sword and jumped up, welcoming everyone to the Gold Gangnam area. All participants for the level up were present. At that moment, the mission announcement was mentioned. This time, the mission was survival, belonging to the testing area. He was still confused. Glancing around and then looking ahead, Son slowly stood up, feeling a wave of confusion rise within him. The testing area. This is the edge starting from level 75 in the gold tier. Damn it. Just enough level and I am right in it. I have not even had time to check the instructions. Just then, a loud voice shouted angrily, "Oh my." The guy nearby was complaining while pulling his hair, and he ended up right in the red zone. How painful. A nearby staff member with a staff also looked really bored. "It is quite urgent." Soon looked around, questions continuously arising. Red zone. What is that? While he was still confused, the game start announcement rang out. Red lines appeared in the space. Along with that was the announcement of the total number of survivors, which was 100, until the number of remaining survivors became 50. The red lines appeared more and more, the red light from them engulfing the entire space. The level up participants were momentarily shaken after the last words, "Fight to survive." After that shock, Soon quickly turned to look at the situation behind him. The space was now a mess. Explosions erupted continuously. Some people fell quickly while others ran around screaming to get out of the way. The situation now made him question, what the hell is this? While many players were being separated by the red diagonal lines, an announcement had appeared. Players summoned to the survival area will be randomly assigned to one of the 3 zones: green, yellow, and red. The red zone must perform survival tasks while avoiding numerous traps, also known as the graveyard for newcomers. After a while, the silence was filled only with the smell of blood and thick dust. The survivors from the chaos were gasping for air. At that moment, a frustrated boy shouted loudly, "Damn. It is dark as a black dog. If we were in the green or yellow zone, we would be ranking up nicely." Soon felt completely miserable realizing just that. Seriously. Having to fight players and dodge traps too. This is just unfair. In the extremely tense atmosphere, a call suddenly broke out. Wait a minute. Everyone. Player Gobrek raised his hands and made his suggestion. Let us not fight anymore. Dodging traps is already exhausting enough. Fighting each other would be like self-destruction. Either way, as long as there are 50 people left in total across the 3 remaining zones. Right. Now the green zone has 35. The yellow zone has 27. And the red zone has 14. The total number of people is 71. So he hinted to everyone that whatever happens in other zones is irrelevant. We do not need to fight among ourselves. Cooperating would help us break traps more easily. Some were swayed by his words, while others felt uneasy. This guy's voice sounds familiar. Jin X2. Another player came over and patted Gabriak on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke to everyone. Alright then. Let us say everyone agrees. He held up a staff and asked, is anyone here new to this survival area? There must be a few who just reached level 75. Right. Then he kindly suggested, come gather here. I will show you where to set traps and how to get through. Sue nodded slightly, feeling extremely delighted inside. Things were looking pretty good after that suggestion. Jin X-Kosi turned back to look at Gobrik and nodded before stepping up with a sinister expression. Everyone had gathered together, and he cheerfully asked again, you guys are level 75. Right. They immediately replied. Yep. That is right. The staff in his hand swayed slightly, accompanied by his half-finished words. Then Jin X2 concluded, swinging the staff straight towards where Soon was standing. Not only did his staff come at him, but sharp blades were also unleashed. He and the other level 75 players were in complete confusion. That treacherous act made Sun shout loudly. What the hell are you doing? Jin Xianfei grinned wickedly, his face dark with the question. Aren't I showing you guys that strategy? Gobrik, wielding a bow, stood beside him, a smug smile appearing alongside curses. You idiots. Another accomplice was just as pleased. The whole bunch got tricked. Sikun and the others were shocked by their words. Even without them, you would die from traps anyway. At least knowing a good strategy before dying is better than nothing. Right, that is spot on. Their actions prompted a girl to step up and ask, are you guys really planning to play dirty with the newbies? A guy behind spoke up to explain instead. So what? Everyone has been through that. When you first start, you have to learn about life. Jin X waved the staff down low, pretending to remind them. Alright then. Remember to apply your skills better next time. A surge of magic radiated around Jin X. He charged forward with a twisted smile, saying, that is enough for today. Goodbye. The staff and other weapons unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A powerful explosion erupted, engulfing the space in dust and smoke, amidst which was the satisfied smile of Jin X's group. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, the imposing figure of a shadow emerged. Immediately, the 3 dirty players were lifted into the air, then hurled down, landing painfully with questions swirling in their heads. What is this? What the hell is going on? At that moment, Jan, wielding a sword filled with dark energy, stepped forward, slowly speaking, leaving the others stunned. Unable to remember where they were, his terrifying gaze was directed downwards, the aura of dark energy swirling around him making his words even more menacing. But thanks to you sharing your tactics, I remember everything now. The unfortunate players are gradually disappearing from here. The space was now filled with screams after each ruthless slash from Dai Han. He kept bringing his sword down relentlessly. Those who witnessed it commented that this was true mastery of the game. Red Zone was wreaking havoc on the ecosystem without a care. In that chaotic situation, there were still people who did not know better and shouted insults at him. That American frog guy is going crazy. Jan swung down with overwhelming power, slicing that guy in half, yelling for him to die. After a few fierce sword strikes, he turned his bullet-like gaze upwards, seeing nothing but vanishing corpses around him. Jan sighed in frustration, asking, is that it? Just then, a notification appeared. Green 28, yellow 25, and red 1. Total survivors 54. That guy is really getting on my nerves. What is this? Less than 50 people left. It is annoying, but I can't just go to another area to kill. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy from Ariel spread out along with a warning. Watch out. The Jihan. He was slightly shocked upon hearing her voice when he curiously called out Ariel's name. She expressed her concern, saying this place seemed familiar. Then Ariel delivered news that left him stunned. This is the laboratory of the World Alliance of the Elves. Ariel even recounted some stories to Jan. Whenever the elf clan invades a planet, they always leave behind laboratories like this. I have infiltrated several abandoned labs before, and even lost teammates due to the traps left behind. He had gone on alert hearing words he had never seen appear on the game map before. He never expected to enter here like this. Jan stood still, his gaze sweeping around the space, quietly assessing if what Ariel said was true. Then the elf clan's base had been moved into the game map. I thought this was just a survival map with a strange theme, but is truly bizarre. Suddenly, loud alarm bells rang throughout the laboratory. A notification sounded, and Jan immediately turned towards the source of the noise to listen. confirming that the entire red zone experiment had been eliminated, except for one specimen that was outside the standard. A series of lines crisscrossed the room after a command to proceed with complete incineration. You still do not understand what is going on. Your confused face staring at those squares. And then you become shocked when you suddenly realize, what the heck is this? Does this map have these mechanisms? There were comments suggesting that the reason not to recklessly kill in the red zone was probably because they did not read the instructions. Never underestimate the villagers again. The red squares were getting closer, and you shouted in frustration, "This stupid game can't be dodged. It just kills you." At that moment, Ariel hurriedly called out to Jihan over there. "Rush straight through the door in the middle." You turned your face towards the nearby door, clearly hesitant. Asking what? She explained more thoroughly about it. "If I remember correctly, that is a space rift through which you can escape when the trap activates." Daihang was skeptical of those words, thinking it just looked like a wall. The red lines were about to move towards Jihan. Ariel immediately urged you to hurry up. That rift won't stay open long. In that awkward situation, you quickly jumped from where you were standing, rushing towards the door while saying, "If this goes wrong, do not blame me." Quickly, the tips of Jihan's fingers were close to the closed door. Jihan pressed his palm against it, and a bright beam of light shot out from the center of the door. After a long while of shifting, dust gradually cleared around your tightly shut eyes. A gentle light began to shine through. You cautiously opened one eye to take a look. And then Jihan stood there in shock at the scene right in front of him. You were standing on a long road, with lush green trees on both sides, and ahead was a magnificent resting place. A sudden sound echoed. What was that? The tall trees swayed gently in the wind. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves. A nearby fountain was gushing loudly. The scene was extremely peaceful with ancient architecture. Jen walked along the path, still curious, asking, "Ariel, where is this?" She too was taken aback by the current situation. "I do not know either. I did not expect a space like this." Just as Jihan picked a fresh flower, the system displayed a message about completing the mission to escape the red zone. Following that, a new mission appeared. Unlock the epic mission, face the master of the testing area, and discover the purpose of the experiment. Reward 100 points. A bar with a question mark reading through the lines. You speculated. This style is completely different from the usual missions. Right. The purpose of the experiment. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the front, causing you to look up. A figure with long golden hair appeared. She asked, "Who are you?" The elf named Chemo in this world continued to ask. "Don't tell me you are an experiment trying to escape." Now Jian tilted his head in confusion upon realizing the person in front of him was an elf. Ariel behind you confirmed. "It is really an elf. Jian, be careful. You sound down." "I know. I feel the same way." You stand there observing her closely, quickly making a judgment in your mind. Ariel said this is the laboratory of the World Alliance. Could this elf be the head of the lab? At that moment, Kim spoke up, saying that no experiment had ever reached this place. Quite interesting. She reached her hand to the seat behind her, gently offering an invitation. "Would you like some tea?" Just in time for afternoon tea. Jan hesitated to respond, calculating carefully in his mind. Although he wanted to quickly obtain information, he was not sure of the other party's abilities. Taking risks was not an option, so for now, he decided to play along. Thinking this, he stepped forward and politely replied, "Yep. That works." Once seated at the table, Chemo gently poured hot tea into the cup. The two sat across from each other. The atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. She then pushed the teacup towards Jahan and said, "Here. Please enjoy." You politely lifted the teacup, facing Chemo's friendly smile. Yet inside, you felt anxious, bit uneasy. What if it was poisoned? That is when Ariel's suggestion came to mind. Is that girl suspicious? Should I just attack? Jen made a face and quickly refused. Just be quiet. After holding the teacup for a while, he reassured himself. Just relax. It is still the introductory phase, so it should not be too dangerous. Then he spoke up. "Thank you. I will have some." Now, Chemo's intense gaze was fixed on him. After finishing his tea, Jen asked, "Where is this and what is it used for?" Just as he opened his mouth, he added more questions. Noticing she did not seem like a regular player. "Who exactly are you?" "In the experiment map." "What are you doing?" She exclaimed a phrase that made Jihen jump. This boy has a lot of questions. "Ah." Kim raised the teacup to her lips and calmly answered, "You can take your time asking them one by one. This place is just a small garden we cherish." "Of course. I am not here to guide you like your little group." Her sharp gaze appeared. Her sincere reply followed. And then she said she was just an observer of them from here. Those words made Jihen worry. Quite surprised. Her cooperative attitude was more than he expected. Maybe he could easily extract the information he needed. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "So what is the reason you are observing us?" She placed the teacup down and quickly replied, "It is simple." Then, Kim propped her chin up. A frightening expression appeared as she declared, "If an anomaly like you appears, I will capture you to make you a slave." Jan was stunned for a long time, his expression showing undeniable shock. Suddenly, his whole body trembled violently. A shockwave occurred, and the teacup on the table shattered into pieces. He fell from the chair, kneeling with his head unable to rise. Under Kim's sinister smile, Jan was utterly bewildered. "What? My body?" While Jan's whole body was trembling, she stepped forward to address his current situation. "It is hard to control your body, is not?" Kim gently leaned in and reassured him. "Don't worry. Your breathing and heartbeat will stabilize." Suddenly, she grabbed his head roughly, a sinister expression on her face, declaring that his mind would be filled with her image, and he would become her slave. A blue light radiated from Kim, enveloping the entire space. Sweat dripped down Jihan's cheeks in fear. At that moment, the user screamed God Jihan donated 10G to ask a question. What was wrong with Jihan? Is he okay? Another user named Malapti also had questions. What is happening? It is like black tea being poisoned. The screen appeared between them, continuously flashing discussions. Is there an event like this in the testing area? It seems he is in danger. Isn't this supposed to be prohibited? After reading those lines, Kim slapped his head and stood up to scold him. Coming here while people are watching again, so annoying. Just then, an announcement rang out, and she turned her head to look. Currently, there are 50 survivors. The green area has not seen any combat since the announcement. There are a total of 26 survivors in the green area. The last ones down in the yellow area are leaving. There are 23 survivors left here. And finally, there is one survivor in the red area. The game is about to end. After a series of broadcasts, Kimo scoffed at each word. I can't believe the game is ending soon. Those poor weaklings. Then she turned to Jan, who was still kneeling, mumbling, I have planted the leaves, so I just need to wait for the next opportunity. She pointed her finger at him, forcefully giving an order. Slave, your master commands you. Kim radiated a mystical green aura, emphasizing each word clearly. Next time you join the game, come to me. After that point, Jihan transformed into a stream of green energy and vanished instantly in the midday sun at a tall building in the city. He had teleported back here. Sitting down, Ariel hurriedly stepped in front of him and asked in confusion, the Jihan, are you okay? Then she gritted her teeth, blaming herself. I should have tried to prevent this from happening. I did not expect that scumbag elf to touch a player before the tutorial ended. The leaf pattern on Jan's chest struck Ariel's eyes. She immediately recognized it. And that pattern was definitely the leaf of the world tree. Earlier, the leaf on him was placed by Kimo to control him. Now she was slapping his face and shouting, Wake up, the Jihan. Do not let that evil man deceive you. Each slap was thrown, and she kept screaming, Wake up, you miserable master. As Ariel was about to throw a punch, his palm rose to stop her. She halted, her eyes suddenly looking straight ahead. Jihan had regained consciousness, firmly asserting that who would believe that sharp-eared thing. She was taken aback, her expression blank as she called out the name San Jan. Just then, Kara swung the door open and loudly asked, Uncle, is not it bad enough that you were brainwashed by your brother-in-law's girlfriend and almost wiped out our lineage? Now you have been made to drink herbal tea by some girl and told to serve her like a master. Are you okay? Then she fell silent upon seeing him blocking Ariel's punch. That scene terrified Kara immensely. The most concerning question has been raised. Is Ariel the master of that star? She let out a scream. Soon after, the three people in the room were intently watching Kimo on the screen. After a moment, Jan seriously asked again, So you mean Kimo implanted the world tree leaf into someone? Ariel confirmed immediately, that is right. Then she provided additional explanations. The world tree leaf can be used to eliminate abnormal states, but it can also be used to control a person at will. Even the strongest warriors cannot resist its effects. That terrifying use left you in awe. I did not expect a world tree leaf to have such an effect. Then Ariel asked a question with a very worried expression. But why does the person look fine? C immediately made a judgment. Shuru spells also have no effect on him, so they must be of the same type. She dismissed the thought that the low-level spell was different from the power of the world tree. After a moment of contemplation, Jan shared his reasoning. I think it is because of the solace state I just obtained. You raised your energetic fist and began to explain. After obtaining it, I was able to control my body perfectly. At first, I was a bit surprised by the strange feeling and loss of control of my body, but I was able to manage the new energy lingering in my body and mind however I wanted. Hearing this, C stopped, turned to ask, Ariel, do you understand what he is saying? She briefly explained that her uncle was a trickster. Jan looked at Kimo's portrait on the screen and asked, This is making me a bit uneasy. Can I stab her? C hurriedly reminded, Don't say such scary things. At that time, Ariel was talking about the seriousness of the situation. So there is no way I can eliminate it with traditional methods, since it has already integrated with your body. It would be very difficult to extract it without the technology of the elf race. You made a decision right after that. So whether she brainwashed me or not, I still need to find her. Seeing your serious expression, C could not shake her worried mood. Then she spoke up. Uncle, if that thing called the world tree does not cause any problems in your daily life, then keeping it would not be a bad idea. Right, she fumbled, bringing up the issue again. If anything happens when you meet him. Before she could finish her sentence, Jan interrupted her question. Do not you believe me? She did not say anything else. And you silently sent a message in your heart. I do not want to make you worry, but this might be what I need to execute my plan. A strong determination surged within. And you looked at your palm filled with spiritual energy. A few days later, at the place called the Battle Net Department, on the ground, each step echoed with the sound of elegant shoes. Jen walked while holding the phone, and from the other side came C's voice. Uncle, you have arrived at the office. Confirm right away. Yeah, I just got here. She immediately asked more questions. So have you seen any other national players? Have you seen any famous players? You messed up your whole face, forcing a smile, and replied, maybe you are the most famous one here. After being selected for the national team through a public competition, they even shared their training program with Jihan. Although the thought of training with the person he had defeated in front of everyone was a bit annoying, he had no choice but to join since it was a mandatory schedule. C was shocked and asked, do you really have to live with them? He honestly expressed his feelings. He was also quite bothered, but they told him it was necessary. She was on her way. Her mind focused on the notifications from Jan. They would guide him about the schedule, and next week he could officially move in. Then she said something that left him speechless for a moment. So that means I have to house sit while you go off doing nothing fun. Then Jan made a suggestion. C thought he should go with him too. She let out a laugh and replied, no way. Are you serious? He brought up the topic seriously. I am not overly worried. What if you get hungry? A quickly reassured. I am out shopping right now, so do not worry. I am hanging up. After her words, a pair of wide, bloodshot eyes appeared clearly in the dark. A figure in a full disguise was lurking beside the stairs. She currently had no idea. Shizuru, in Akari's body, was closely observing and silently confirmed that ex-King Jahan was definitely not nearby. She did not think he was with anyone. She was completely alone. Her hand took something out from within, along with her thoughts. I can't waste any more time, so I should wrap this up without anyone seeing and follow her for a bit afterward. Shuru froze instantly when she heard a voice right beside her. It seemed a mouse was stealthily following her. Ariel, carrying dark weapons, appeared right behind her. She asked sternly, who are you? The dark weapons she summoned hovered above her. All pointed towards where the figure stood. Shizuru turned to look at Ariel, her eyes wide with questions. Is this a summon from ex-King Jahan? How did it find me? Just as she was about to take this opportunity to run, a called out from behind. Ariel, not understanding what was going on, stood there confused and asked, who is that? Shizuru turned her head back, her expression clearly showing surprise. Ariel controlled the weapons surrounding her and provided an answer. This tail has been following you for a while now. C asked back in disbelief. What? What do you mean? She was stunned by those words. Suddenly, Shuru turned around and ran away. Ariel, realizing this, immediately commanded the weapons and shouted, where do you think you are going? She dashed off, unaware that the sharp blades were closing in. Moments later, Shuru was suspended in the air with blades sticking all over her. She yelled, do you think you can escape? Suddenly, her entire body glowed with pure black, and a terrifying force radiated from her. Ariel was stunned for a moment when she realized it was darkness. In the next moment, her pupils suddenly dilated. The dark energy surrounding her was now right above the car. A quickly warned the driver to swerve away. When she turned to look, Shizuru's massive hand was reaching very close. The driver screamed, feeling a ferocious lightning energy emanating from her. She had not anticipated that, and in an instant, she stumbled from the counterattack. In her moment of distraction, Ariel's magical weapon appeared right next to her. As it struck down, creating a huge shockwave, Shuru agilely jumped back repeatedly. In that tense situation, Shuru realized she was almost dead. It would be very dangerous if she got caught again. Just then, Ariel spoke up. Got you. She held a stance with one leg bent and the other straight on the ground, sharp points of the weapon hovering above. The fierce collision occurred again, and dust clouded the sky, engulfing her figure. After a moment, the thick black smoke began to dissipate. The driver hesitated to call out Ariel's name. With a panicked expression, she shouted, is he dead? You should have just beaten him up. Ariel immediately reassured her. Come on. Everything is under control now. Shizuru was pinned down by the blades. Now she was struggling to breathe heavily in pain. The driver was so shocked she could not speak. Ariel proudly crossed her arms in the air and said, he is still alive. Let us take a look at this pervert's face. A stream of magic was unleashed to knock off her helmet immediately. Both Ariel and C were dumbfounded by the situation at that moment. In front of them, The pervert with blood-red eyes was a girl with long hair. A familiar outline appeared. Chizuru was mimicking the expression on Akari's face. You have encountered her before. The driver screamed when she realized who she was. Isn't this the ninja who kidnapped her uncle before? Ariel suddenly realized. No wonder she looked familiar. Then she asked why she was showing herself again. The driver then thought of a scenario. Could it be because of that woman Shuru? Seeing her silent and not responding, Ariel threatened in a low voice. Do you want to get punched again? It seems like scum like this do not know when to stop. Earlier, Akari had knelt before Chizuru and pleaded. Miss Chizuru, she felt extremely guilty. Constantly saying, I did not expect a silver cup player to be this strong. I am so ashamed. Please forgive me. Chizuru was still twisting her hair, her gaze intensely focused on that. After a long pause, she finally spoke up. Enough, Akari. I will just use another way to bring Jihan here. Akari curiously looked up, snapped her fingers, and called out. Come in. Then, upon seeing something ahead, her eyes widened in shock. 2 guards entered with a girl. At that moment, Shuru casually remarked. I heard you have a very cute little sister. Akari. The girl was covered in dirt and trembling as she called out Akari's name. She quickly got to her feet, unable to hold back. She called out to her sister Hayari. At this moment, Shuru walked over to Hayari and said that families usually help each other. Right. Then she placed her hands on the girl's shoulders and pretended to gently ask, Is your name Hayari? With a fierce expression, she spat out harsh words. Because of your sister's failure, my plan has failed. Seeing Akari's desperate look, Chizuru asked the girl for her opinion. We need to handle this. So can you give me a moment? After explaining everything, she was pinned to the ground in pain, saying, I only did this because I was forced to. Who would want to do this? I just wanted to capture you to lure the Jihan. But I never intended to harm you. I frowned at her heartfelt words. Under Shuru's cautious gaze, she spoke up. I understand your situation. I held the phone seriously and declared to her. But I can't just let you go. This involves my safety and my uncle's. I was formulating a plan while asking. Wouldn't it be better to call my uncle instead of the police? As each ring of the phone echoed, Chizuru quietly bowed her head. While the other 2 focused on the ringing, she stealthily pulled out a knife from behind her back. When she got through, immediately inquired. Hello, uncle, are you busy? I really need you right now. Just then, Shuru had finished untying herself and charged forward. A powerful slash was swung, instantly cutting Ariel in half. A turn to see her upper and lower body separating. She gasped, dropping her phone and calling out Ariel's name loudly. Jen on the other end asked in confusion. What is going on? At that moment, Chizuru raised her voice, saying, I thought you would let me go if I acted pitiful. You are colder than I thought. She said this while flashing a wicked smile. The mask that had covered her face was now being pulled down. Earlier, everything unfolded as Akari pleaded with Shuru, saying, Miss Chizuru, I will give you myself. In her panic, Akari could only continuously beg, I will surrender my body to you. So please spare my sister. At that moment, under her malicious smile, a notification appeared with the question of whether player Akari would transfer control of her body. Do you want to use Akari's body as material to create a copy? Then came another announcement. Once the copy was created, Akari's identity would disappear. Right then, with the mask pulled down, her figure flickered along with the question. Was not she being a bit mean to her future mother-in-law? I saw her face when she pulled down the mask, gaping in shock as she realized it was Ito Chizuru. The half-clear, half-fuzzy image of Shuru appeared in her mind. Now on Akari's head, the familiar expression of her was appearing vividly. At that moment, Jen was on the call asking, What is wrong? She stammered a response. I do. Before it could say anything else, a fierce strike was unleashed, splitting the phone in her hand in 2. In front of her, Chizuru swung her blow while smiling eerily. Then reminded, I am taught. A moment later, she had tightly grabbed her by the neck. The space was now just the 2 of them, filled only with his pained cries. At this moment, Chizuru was trying to inflict a submission status effect. She kept smiling, her tone sweetly asking, Why do not you talk to me a bit? With her eyes half closed, she looked ahead, feeling confused as the energy from Shuru radiated out. Below, the phone that had just been cut in half was still releasing white smoke. At Jihan's place, he was staring intently at the ended call, although his ears were filled with the question. What is wrong with you? The Jihan. His eyes widened. His face turned serious to the point of being frightening. Gripping the phone tightly, revealing the veins in his hand. At his place, as her eyes shifted due to the energy, she began to speculate. Could it be the skill that nearly took down her uncle before? Her perception of the wicked woman before her had completely changed. Oddly enough, she was the one who had taken her down. There was no way she could like her. Just as her pupils were about to change color completely, she was still thinking inside. But now, Halfway through her thoughts, placed both her hands on Shizuru's wrists. A golden light immediately burst forth from the point of contact. She released one hand, and a powerful surge of electricity erupted as she turned. The light radiated so brightly that Shizuru had to let go of her hand. Shortly after, a notification from the system appeared, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. The lightning was resisting the spiritual corruption. The submission failed. She stared at it, who was emanating electric energy in front of her, and wondered, what? Someone is affecting my power. At this moment, even Kara had to be stunned for a moment by its own overwhelming power. Very quickly after that, she composed herself, her piercing gaze fixed straight ahead. Kara seized the opportunity to threaten. Look here, old lady. Do not even think about touching me. Shizuru smirked, her annoyed tone repeating the words old lady. Then she raised her hand forward, a thick aura of energy appearing, accompanied by a reminder to respect your elders. Just as Shizuru's hand was reaching out, she suddenly panicked and pulled back. She intended to grab Kara, but she transformed into a stream of blue light, her palm clenched tightly in the void. She leaned forward, her hand hovering among the beams of light. As the last blue glimmers began to fade, Shizuru maintained her awkward stance. It was not until she saw nothing but dust before her that she realized the girl had disappeared. Shizuru looked around, shouting loudly, "Where did she go? Is it an invisibility skill? Show yourself." After saying this, she raised her hand to bite it, questions beginning to surface in her mind. How could that girl resist her from the very first encounter? First it was Jihan, and now his niece too. Just then, a shadow carrying a dense aura appeared behind Shizuru with the question, "What are you?" She turned to look, and behind her was Ariel, hovering with her upper body and asking, "Have you taken over that ninja's body?" At that moment, she turned fully to face the strange smile that formed, and then Shizuru stepped closer to Ariel, excitedly asking, "You suddenly grew up. How interesting. Or rather, is this your true size?" Suddenly, she pressed her palm against Ariel's face. Shizuru moved in closer. "Curious about something, right? You know a lot about Sion Jahan, do not you? Why do not you tell me everything you know?" The enchanting streams of energy surrounded the space again. But Ariel's expression did not change at all. Not only that, but she curled her lips into a smug smile. At that moment, a notification appeared for Shizuru, stunning her once more. She could not use her powers against the target due to the difference in stats. Just as Ariel uttered 3 hilariously ironic words, she panicked and pulled her palm back with the appearance of an adult. She smiled, then scornfully asked, "Did you think controlling the mind of a lowly race like you would work on me?" At that moment, her magical power was surging stronger. Shizuru stood there in shock, asking, "What is this?" A large silhouette of Ariel vaguely appeared in the dark space. She remained silent before these scenes, internally concluding that this was not just a simple difference between species she had never known. While she was still in a daze, a large hand of magical power appeared right behind her. Shizuru quickly sensed the presence, her purple pupils glancing back. Before she could see anything, that magical hand had already crushed her down to the ground. Ariel stepped toward the woman, mocking, "Your movements are much slower than those of the ninjas before." She raised her hand toward Shizuru, where the weapon phantoms appeared. Alongside the question, "Is this body one you forcibly took over?" Now, the magical hand held her captive. The weapon phantoms surged forward together. Suddenly, a green shield appeared right where Shizuru lay. The assault from the blades was completely useless. The unexpected event left Ariel astonished. Opposite her, Shizuru smiled widely. The shield token had appeared right in her hand. "Now," she arrogantly declared, "I do not want to waste such a precious item here." In her hand was a one-time use class defensive talisman. After that block, she sprang up, crouching with one hand on the ground to summon powerful green energies. Dust swirled in the air from the recent shock, and Ariel kept her eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. After a moment of observation, she crossed her arms and asked, "You will have to use something beyond your worth to compensate for your weakness. How long do you think you can hold out with those petty tricks?" She replied from her lofty position, "Don't worry. I have plenty of gifts from those who love me dearly." Shizuru smiled, though a sense of unease rose within her. The plan is in disarray. I did not expect to be blocked by the summon that ex-Gang Jihan placed. I need to quickly grab vehicle and escape. Where has that bitch gone? Right now, vehicle A is alone in the black and white space, draped in a cloak made of green energy. She is hiding nearby the two of them, her gaze fixed on them with concern. Is it effective? Seeing the expressions of the two right now, she silently made a judgment. Shizuru and Ariel have not seen her for a while, as if she were watching them from another dimension. Then, vehicle A made a serious decision. The item that uncle gave her was not meant to be used like this, so it should stay here until it is safe. Suddenly a red notification appeared behind her, stating that she had entered the land of emptiness. The next moment, A whirlwind of energy appeared behind the vehicle. She froze, her eyes wide with fear. The tornado grew larger with arcs of lightning crackling around. At that moment, a warning reached her. Be careful not to be buried by the emptiness. The battle between Shizuru and Ariel continued as Shizuru unleashed a series of red energy-wrapped blades forward. The pile of blades struck the wall directly. Ariel, meanwhile, charged forward with her own sword. She leaped toward her opponent. But unfortunately, the blade struck the shield in front of her. Now, she laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Your attack won't affect me." The smile on her face suddenly vanished as a beam of blue light unexpectedly appeared behind Shizuru. She quickly turned around to see the Kara crumpled over there, hitting her right in the eyes. The two of them were stunned by the sudden appearance. She was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, her expression blank as she struggled to regain her senses. In her mind, the scene of the violent whirlwind played back. A question arose. What just happened? Seiya's face darkened when she realized that if she had not removed the harness, she would have been swallowed by that storm. After that thought, she sat frozen in place, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, silently repeating the realization. If she had not removed the harness, she would have been swallowed by that storm. At this moment, Shuru no longer paid attention to her. His gaze subtly flicked to Ariel behind him, thinking that this was his opportunity. He would deal with this summoned creature. Ariel stood quietly observing the situation, suddenly noticing something ahead. Right after that, the corners of her mouth curled up. A sinister smile appeared. She suddenly asked a question that drew Shizuru's attention. "You have arrived." She turned completely around to look, questioning back. "What?" Just as Ariel provided the answer. "The god has come to fetch you." The Jihan, surrounded by a swirling current of electricity, charged up behind her. A powerful punch was thrown, sending Shuru flying up amidst explosive blasts. After that attack, her eyes rolled back, and her mouth continually spat out fresh blood. Shizuru collapsed onto the ground, her appearance pitiful as she groaned. After beating her, Daihang quickly turned to the other side and asked, "Are you okay?" "Kara." She stammered, "Yep." Hearing Six's response, he turned his face back towards Shizuru, stepping closer to her with clenched fists and a question. "Looks like I did not hit you enough that day. The way you still want to come here and kill me says it all." Before he could finish his sentence, Ariel's petite form appeared beside him, explaining in place of Jihan, "She is not the woman from before. That is Osuzuru. She has taken control of that body. Right now, she is looking up with her pale face." The arrogant smile remained despite the scratches all over her face. After wiping away the sweat, Shizuru laughed loudly, revealing her bright white teeth. She quietly released magical energy from her middle finger, her inner thoughts completely desperate. "I am done. My plan has failed. Now that things have come to this, I should at least save Akari's body. She is a valuable asset." Breaking her train of thought, Shuru chuckled with delight and said, "Looks like I can't handle you after all." Exclaiming Jihan, the magical energy from Shizuru filled the entire space as she continued. "Too bad. But I have to go now. See you later." Just as she finished her farewell, Jihan's large hand grasped her neck tightly. One hand of yours grips Shizuru's neck tightly, while the other is raised in a fist, your dark expression matching your words. "What? You think I am just gonna let you go and say it is okay?" Without a second's hesitation, you unleashed a flurry of powerful punches straight to her face. In an instant, blood spewed from her throat uncontrollably. Inside, she was in utter shock. How could he possibly reach me just as I activated my spiritual powers? Jihan's impassive face loomed closer. Shizuru whispered in agony, "I can't escape. I need to give up. Damn it. I worked so hard to create this replica." As your fist drew back for more power, a brilliant golden aura radiated from her. Despite her body trembling in pain, she managed to smile and called out the name Xgang Jihan. Shizuru was gradually dissolving into patches of golden light. At that moment, she promised it would not end like this next time. Faced with that unexpected situation, Jan was not surprised. Instead, he was laughing with delight. He grabbed her again, his cold expression close as he declared, "That is right. Because there is no way I will let it end like this. I will find your original body and kill you." With those words, you threw Shizuru down violently. Now, her entire body had turned to gold, ignoring her impending disappearance. Jan turned to stand by Kara and said, "Kara." She was still concerned, her eyes fixed on the golden spiritual currents right behind. Those golden lights made their way to Jihan, catching his attention as well. That afternoon, under the golden sun, at a large villa inside, Shizuru sat resting her chin in thought in the living room. She sat for a while, then let out a deep sigh of frustration. At that moment, someone spoke up, observing that she seemed unhappy. She looked at the person who said that, hesitatingly calling the name X-Jane. He sat down right beside Shizuru and immediately asked, "Is there something bothering you?" She quickly denied it. "It is nothing." Hearing that, he softened his tone. "Don't he be like that. Please tell me. I am really worried about you." She did not respond right away. leaning warily against Jin's shoulder. Then Shizuru slowly began to share her worries. Right now, my plan has failed again. She reminisced about the happy days before and expressed what she regretted. It would have been great if we could recruit ex-gang Jihan to Japan. He could help a lot. Moreover, we could bring back your daughter, and your whole family would be reunited. Then, Shizuru sighed about something that made him feel sad too. They did not know how I truly felt, and that was really frustrating. Jin placed a hand on the shoulder of the cunning woman beside him, sincerely trying to comfort her. Don't think too much about it. Shizuru, you are still a sweet person, even if you can't help them open up. Just then, a blue board appeared right in front of her. It displayed messages announcing that the channel she subscribed to was live streaming. Both Xin and Shizuru shared the same question after that announcement. What? Jan's vehicle. Why is he live streaming all of a sudden? Meanwhile, while he is still confused, she smugly thinks, do not tell me he is going to talk about what happened today in the stream. I bet he does not even have proof. It is so ridiculous. Then she used her cute voice to ask for his opinion. Sorry, but can I watch this? Jin immediately agreed. Is that okay? Shiru's finger touched the screen. Inside, she was extremely curious to see what he would say. Soon after, she became serious and focused on the screen. The familiar face of Akari appeared with her first words. Wishing all viewers around the world a good day. She was recounting every crazy thing about Shiru. The more she listened, the more furious she became. I am a player who used to be under Ito Shiru. I am someone who survived her mind control. With a very serious expression, she declared loudly, my name is Gato Akari. From now on, I will expose everything that Ito Shizuru has done. Things I have witnessed and experienced myself. Now, she was biting her nails in horror. Questions flooding her mind. Akari. How is she still alive? How is she still alive? A few hours before this live stream occurred, while Jihan was about to turn back, a beam of yellow light caught his attention. Right behind him, Akari's body had not disappeared. She was writhing, holding her head in every surge of electricity around her. She kept screaming loudly. Explanatory information appeared soon after. The soul of Ito Shizuru had left her body, beginning the process of destruction. The strong will of player Gato Akari was resisting the destruction. Fortunately, a good announcement appeared shortly after. The process of destruction had been cancelled. Both Jihan and C were shocked by what had just happened. Out of curiosity, she raised her voice and asked loudly, Ariel, what is happening to her? Ariel was also puzzled by Akari's strange situation. After Akari had collapsed on the ground with her eyes rolled back, she finally responded. Her energy had completely changed. I do not know how, but I think this is the real Akari. She continued to update information. Jan's expression now showed clear astonishment, but her condition was quite poor. If she keeps this up, she won't last much longer. Suddenly, he rushed over and roughly grabbed Akari by the collar. Immediately after, he transmitted healing energy to her with the intention that they need her to live to hear her explanation. That scorching midday sun at a high-rise building. Inside Akari's tired eyes, a glimmer began to show, the scratches on her face still lingering. She was still in a daze when someone asked, are you awake yet? In front of Akari stood Jihan, arms crossed with an imposing demeanor. He looked down and immediately suggested she tell him everything she knew about Ito Shizuru. Then he asked a more detailed question. You are the closest to her. Why have you become her puppet? Jihan continued to ask more questions. That really surprised her. Were you abandoned or are you taking orders from someone else? As he finished speaking, tears welled up in the corners of Akari's eyes. Following that were hesitant words. Earlier. Notices had been sent to Shuru using the body of player Gato Akari as material to create a puppet. The puppet of player Ito Shizuru was complete at that moment. She was extremely pleased with her form before her. Alright, it looked good. When Hayori saw her and her sister standing opposite each other, like in real life and in a mirror, she called out Akari's name. With a look of utter confusion, the girl asked Shizuru, what did you just do to my sister? She glanced over at Akari. Now her whole body was trembling, her eyes wide open in an unusual way. She reached out to caress Akari's hair, then stated firmly, I have never used a diamond player's body as a puppet before. Impressive? Her will is still there. But that is not okay for me. I will check her. I need to be sure. After Shuru's declaration, Ayuri's face turned pale in shock. At that moment, a pair of hands grabbed her neck without hesitation. The girl was in immense pain. The trembling hand holding Hayori's neck was Akari's. The girl cried out weakly while trying to pull her sister's hand away. Across from her, a sinister smile appeared on Akari's face. Meanwhile, a part of her subconscious still remained. Tears of heartache streaming down her cheeks. She recounted everything to Jihan, trembling in her own body, with her own hands. After understanding the situation, he was stunned, thinking to himself, Shizuru, she is worse than I thought. Just then, Akari stood up, her weary form swaying forward. She gritted her teeth, each word spoken filled with utmost rage. I will kill her. She clutched her aching arm and declared loudly, Shizuru. That bitch. I will tear her apart piece by piece. With that, Akari turned sharply to the side and quickly walked away. After just a few steps, Jihan called out, Hey, who said you could just leave like that? Upon hearing this, she immediately froze. Then he added, Are you planning to go kill her alone? If you could, you would not be here, and your fate would only end in death instead of successful revenge. Akari trembled with anger while he continued to argue. In fact, if she got her body stolen again, well then. If not, she would actually be helping her. Now her teeth were clenched tightly, and the veins on her face were visible. She then asked herself, So what should I do now? One hand on her chest. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke of her situation. At that moment, Shizuru had taken everything from me, my body, my family. I have nothing left. Shortly after, Akari fell to her knees on the ground. In that moment of despair, she cried out Hayori's name. She could not stop sobbing. Her actions caught Jihan's attention. After a moment of contemplation, he said something that made Akari go silent. There is something you can do. He extended his palm, and the proposal came out. If you have nothing left, then cooperate with me. Akari looked up. Daihan's words were like a light guiding her in the dark. I need revenge too. First, everything you just told me. Let us reveal it to the world. What had happened was why she was now sitting in front of thousands of people. Initially, her lips were indifferent, slowly forming a few words. This is it. With a determined expression, Akari announced the topic of the broadcast about what Shuru had done after taking over my body. The buzz of conversation erupted afterward. This is a huge issue, even bigger than player abduction. They need to strengthen their international laws. She began by mentioning the horrifying actions she had taken. She brainwashed others, took over their bodies, and even killed people. But those were not the only crimes I had seen her commit. A shocking piece of news was mentioned by Akari right after. She seduced countless politicians in Japan to manipulate them to cover her actions. She gritted her teeth, sincerely confessing in her pain. I was also one of those who had to do those dirty jobs for her. Saying this, Akari lowered her head and sobbed. Jen next to her immediately spoke up. I will continue from here. He was very careful in presenting the next truths. It is unfortunate to have to tell everyone all of this just as the Northeast Asia tournament is about to take place. People on the street were stunned by his words, but I believe that Ito Suzuru is someone everyone in the world should be wary of. Jihan's careful warning reached many ears, especially those players preparing for the upcoming tournament. An uncle being taken care of by the younger girls also had to pay attention to this broadcast. I hope everyone does not let her get close. At that moment, on the green screen, Jian's serious expression emerged clearly with his articulate words. I am telling everyone this so that no one betrays their homeland like the Sword King did. After that statement, a cup of water was thrown hard onto the floor. The sound of the ceramic shattering was deafening. The one who made that move was Shuru, who was now out of control. Her face twisted with rage as she spat out Akari's name. Now, Shizuru has a huge question in her heart. I have left her body. So how can she still be alive? Can a diamond player really resist that much? Seeing Shuru's current state, Sin quickly reassured her. Shizuru, stay calm. Her face darkened, and bitter words spilled out. Do you really think I can be calm right now? She turned to look at him, her mouth screaming nonstop. Akar has accused me like a criminal. I did all of this for my country. Everyone around me is about to abandon me. Her phone screen was filled with missed calls and messages asking, Shizuru, was that broadcast true? Answer my call. Shizuru, I texted you about the recent broadcast. Explain. Shizuru, was that broadcast true? Answer my call. Shizuru. Just then, Sin hugged her tightly. Then he said something that left her wide-eyed in shock. Don't be swayed by those dirty tricks. Shizuru. He swore that he would stay by her side, even if others left. I swear. After hearing those words, Shuru was completely stunned. Then she raised her hand and embraced the Karjin like how he hugged her. Then, Shizuru slowly made a request. Karjin, I have something I want to ask. Her face still showed resentment, and venomous words followed. When you face Song Jahan in the tournament, please crush him. At the same time, in a laboratory filled with machinery, a teacup on the table was lifted by someone's hands along with the call for Xan Jian. Now, in the room full of machinery and liquid chambers, Kimo sat there leisurely enjoying tea. She smiled wickedly as she looked into her tea, then said to herself, I am waiting for you. At that moment, on the swaying surface of the tea, Dung Jihan's feet appeared along with a leaf from the world tree above.